Chapter 647, The Five Family Heads. Chapter 647, The Five Family Heads. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. What do you all say? The one who spoke was an elderly man with a beard. He was Zhang Yingru, family head of the Zhangs. In his hand was a silver vase, holding it tightly as though he was afraid that the vase would fly away. The five family heads were in a hall, all of their expressions solemn. Although the five families were close like a family, but there was rarely a gathering of the five family heads. It is miraculous. Yi Fenglai's eyes flickered with a light. He had a bold and powerful appearance, but in truth was a careful man, as he always had an opinion on everything. In his hand was a silver scale. It was extremely delicate and small, and what was surprising about it was the bizarre ripples it was releasing. Yi Fenglai closed his eyes, as though he was immersed in the wonderful ripple. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe that there would be a spirit object that is so compatible with me in this world. It is as though it was made right for me. Yi Fenglai looked like he was drunk, yet his voice was as cold as ice. Liu Tao was the only female out of the five family heads. She spoke. These spirit objects are completely different from the spirit objects of Sacred Saint Galaxy, and have some resemblance to the spirit objects of the Honorable Martial Continent. In her hand was a small and delicate silver shield. On it was an engraving of a crab. She used her hand to go along the engravings of the shield. The energy ripple that seemed extremely faint was resonating with the energy in her body. The Honorable Martial Continent? Wei De sneered. Although the spirit objects of Honorable Martial Continent are hailed as the best in Sacred Saint Galaxy, but compared to these spirit objects, they are still lacking. The five families in Honorable Martial Continent had fought for so many years, but they were not destroyed, and were long familiar with one another. Whatever methods the Honorable Martial Continent had, no one was as clear as them. In Wei Da's hand was a silver bow. The Wei family were experts in bow techniques, and upon landing in his hand, he became excited. Yu Xianji said slowly, "Look at the insignia on this. The Aries Yu family has been passed down for so many generations. This Aries insignia has never appeared at any other place before. The Aries silver spear, how can there be such coincidental things in the world?" He looked at the silver spear in front of him, his eyes filled with a cold glint. Everyone quieted down. Why was the 13 families being chased after Honorable Martial Continent? Other people may not know about it, but how could the people present not? Could it be that our 13 ancestors that went missing in the past did not die, but found another place to spread the legacy? Zhang Yingru's voice trembled slightly. The legend of the past had been written in the records of the 13 families. This legend had never been proven, and the 13 families had spent immense effort, even sending people into the internal parts of Honorable Martial Continent, but all the information they had received was always vague, just like the legends. Wei De snorted. If not, why would the assholes from the Honorable Martial Continent want us to die even after so many years? The Honorable Martial Continent is afraid of us receiving this information. Humph, the Honorable Martial Continent had miraculously broke through with their spirit research. Most likely it is because of this. Wei De had profound attainments in the Tao of the Bao, yet he did not have the calmness of Sagittarius. He had a bad temper and harbored grudges, his personality like fire. Everyone else nodded their heads. Wei Da's words coincided with what they thought. Could it be the Honorable Martial Continent's trap? Liu Tao asked. The Continent Lord does not gain from it. Yi Fenglai's clear and cold voice sounded out. To casually gift 5 spirit objects, the Honorable Martial Continent is not so free and rich to do this. Everyone else laughed. Truly, no matter how generous the Honorable Martial Continent was, they would not gift out 5 exquisite spirit objects as bait. And we also need these to change our current situation. Yu Xianji's slowed tone caused everyone to calm down. The recent situation of the southern islands have not been good. Then we shall take a look. Zhang Yingru said, "Open the gate and welcome the noble guest." The other 4 family heads stood up at the same time. Outside the green sea of mist, Richard could not resist but ask, "Boss, are we spending a bit too much for this?" Ling Xia, who stood by the side, had a distressed expression. The two of them were not worried about the southern island 5 families rejecting them at the door, but honestly, what kind of joke was Meng Nan playing at 5 spirit objects, and they were extremely high-grade spirit objects? Luckily, Su Jin was not present. If not, his eyes would turn green. Richard had seen many spirit objects at his son's lab. They were all given by the boss for his son to research, but the grades of the 5 spirit objects were far superior to those that he had seen. The Sacred Saint Galaxy was not Heaven's Road. Spirit objects here were rare treasures, and for such high-quality spirit objects, they could exchange them for cities. But the spirit objects were not theirs, so the two of them could only feel envy and sadness. Richard had long known of the boss' big gestures, but the amount paid out still shocked him. Ling Xia only felt that the word rich tyrant had completely changed to a new meaning. Is it too much? Tang Tian asked casually, his expression showing that he did not even care about what Richard said. Of course it is. Richard immediately replied, you can simply gift one. Giving 5 of them, that's truly too extravagant. Extravagant? Tang Tian regained his senses, it isn't, each family only has one. Each family only has one. Tang Tian turned his head and looked at Wei Ting. Hey, are your family heads coming to meet me or not? If they are not, I'm leaving. Tang Tian's tone was filled with impatience, it seemed as though he was extremely displeased with the current situation. No one would feel that Tang Tian's displeasure was wrong, even Wei Ting felt that he was right to be displeased. That's right. Richard was the first to reinforce, and snorted, those 5 spirit objects can buy a continent. And a big continent at that, your side is acting too high and mighty already. Ling Xia did not say a word, but the expression on her face also showed her displeasure towards the other party. Wei Ting was helpless about it, but just at that moment, she suddenly heard a voice coming out from the green sea of mist, and she was instantly roused. I welcome noble guests to the southern islands. Rumble, 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 the thunderous sound came out from the sea of green. After the rumbling, countless of disciples shouted in unison. We welcome the noble guests. The clamors sounded out like a powerful current, the green sea of mist behind Wei Ting churned about restlessly, being split into 2 by an immense power, revealing a vast path of clouds that extended into the distance. The white clouds being placed between the dark green sea of mist, made it look spotlessly white. Disciples dressed in different colors arrived like running water, splitting and standing by the 2 sides of the path of clouds. 5 figures floated down from the sky and landed on the path of clouds, their faces covered with smiles. Surprise flashed past their eyes, Tang Tian's age had definitely surprised them. Zhang Yingru raised his white eyebrows, and laughed, noble guests you have waited long for us, my apologies my apologies. The other 4 maintained smiles and waved at Tang Tian. Wei Ting stared at the 5 family heads in front of her, her entire mind filled with shock. She had thought that the 5 family heads would agree for Tang Tian to enter the southern islands, but never thought that they would perform such a greeting. For the 5 family heads to appear at the same time to welcome the guest, with the disciples formed long rows beside the path of clouds, it was the biggest and most supreme welcoming gesture the southern islands has ever done. When was the last time this happened? Ever since she was born, she had never seen such a thing. Even when the continent lord had personally visited, they would definitely not do such a thing. This guy. She instantly turned her head and looked at Tang Tian. She was quick-witted and intelligent, although the 5 spirit objects were worth cities, but they were definitely not sufficient for the 5 elderlies to come out to greet him. Hello Granny, hello 4 grandpas. Seeing the appearances of the 5 family heads, Tang Tian was slightly taken aback. He never thought that they would be so old, and he instantly shouted with manners, since he was still young, Tang Tian did not have to bear any burden. Tang Tian had always been extremely polite towards the elderly. Standing by the side, Richard's expression froze on his face, in his eyes, his boss was a powerful and tyrannical man that could kill without blinking, and placed anywhere, he was a formidable person. But the lovable youngster in front of him. Richard started to feel himself going deranged. Ling Xia was equally dumbstruck, she thought she had heard wrongly, is this the tyrannical lord that killed countless of people, and fought all the way even when he was bleeding entirely? Shursen was stunned, boss. Zhang Yingru and the other 4 family heads smiled even wider, they had never met Tang Tian before, and only felt that the child in front of them was lovable and polite, with one look they believed that he was brought up well. The 5 of them were all old, and they extremely loved children. Tian, Tang Tian never grows old, or that this entire story takes place at an extremely fast pace, in a short span of a few years. D'Andrear, I'll go with a few short years since time isn't directly referenced. The 5 families had long traditions with strict etiquettes, all of their younger generations and disciples were brought up under stringent rules, and as long as they saw the 5 elders, they would tremble with fear and acted carefully. The instant Tang Tian greeted them, the 5 of them instantly became happy. Oh my, it is a young kid, how can the family be at ease letting you come out on your own? Li Yutao was the first to be unable to hold back. Yes. Come in, are you hungry? We made you wait so long. Seeing Tang Tian being surrounded by the old people, and his naive and harmless face, replying and talking to them obediently and adorably, Richard and the rest were petrified. They had never thought that their expressions would be a displeasure to the 5 elders. Truly, it was difficult for this young man to come out, they should have chosen brighter and smarter bodyguards, how dumb and stupid can the family be? It's alright, we can replenish the ranks with our own people. Dumb and stupid. Shursen, Richard and the rest wanted to vomit blood. Instead, Tang Tian felt good, although he was not very bright, but his intuition was extremely sharp, he could feel the care and concern from the granny and grandpas, causing him to feel the warmth he had not felt in a long time. This unfamiliar warmth made Tang Tian slightly absent-minded. For the entire time, majority of it was his strong determination, his rage, his displeased inner shoutings, his struggles, his battles. Unknowingly, he had gotten used to the non-stop fighting, gotten used to the intense danger, gotten used to the cold blade tips, gotten used to the blood stench and smell. The sudden care and concern was like a trace of sunlight that punctured through the black clouds. No matter how much or how less it was, warmth was still a cure for the heart. Suddenly, Tang Tian thought about his mother's gentle gaze, his mother's warm hands. He thought about Ghost Claw, the quiet and stern figure that always cared and had expectations for him. He felt his nose turning slightly sour, but he allowed his smile to blossom even more splendidly. In the world, there was not only darkness and blood, not only open struggles and covert maneuvers, not only mutual deception, there was also light and warmth, the simple and honest care and concern, and the desire to take care of others. Human relations could be as complicated as 10,000 strings interweaving, or as simple as one line. Throwing away all thoughts of self-interest, Tang Tian's smile became even more sincere. What 12 ecliptic palaces, what benefits and disputes, at the moment, all those thoughts had been tossed unimaginably far away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, Lady Rose Plans. Chapter 648, Lady Rose Plans. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. They entered the southern islands? The gentle and soft voice was pleasing to the ears, but the people present were all standing straight up, their expression stern and serious. No one dared to be lax, as though they were inflexible soldiers. Only the monotonous black robes with red skull imprints on their backs showed their identities as pirates. Lady Rose sat on the black soft chair, her jade and slender arms propped her chin up, with a shallow yet intoxicating smile. The scout reported, "Yes, Ling Xia served as the guide. She has a good relation with Wei Ting Ting of the southern islands." Meng Nan gave them a few items, and not long after, the 5 family heads welcomed him and brought him in. Lady Ro, her eyes twinkling, to be able to let the 5 family heads come out and welcome him, what could the items be? We did not dare to approach them in case we alerted them, the distance was too far, so this subordinate was unable to see clearly. The scout lowered his head, his heart trembling. "You've done well," Lady Ro said warmly. Expecting a punishment, the scout heaved a sigh of relief. The lady's temper was much better than Master Su. "Are there any news of Master Su?" Lady Rose suddenly asked. Master Su was the tall individual. When she left White Sands, she did not travel with him. Out of the people that were standing extremely straight up, one person spoke up. "We have just received news that the pirate group that Master Su was in was annihilated." Lady Ro revealed a look of grief, and sighed. "I never thought that Master Su would actually fall to circumstances. Heaven is truly jealous of heroic geniuses. But his efforts will not go to waste. I will report to the superiors, and ask for the first-class martyr to be bestowed to him." Everyone's mind jolted. First-class martyr was the highest award given to generals who have sacrificed themselves. More importantly, his family would obtain the greatest amount of care. They were all officers and soldiers of the honorable Martial Continent, secretly concealed as pirates, and were involved in all the shady businesses in the shadows, but the honorable Martial Continent would never admit their existence. After their sacrifices, their families would be taken care of, so they did not have any worries. Lady Rose stood up and looked at them with a stern face, and said solemnly, "Everyone, rest easy, the higher-ups will never forget everybody's sacrifice and work. Everything that we have done is for the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The fights in the Sacred Saint Galaxy have gone on for too long. With so many heroes existing side by side, the wars will continue. How many innocent people will die in battle, how many families will go up in flames, the blood has flowed on for too long, all of this needs to stop. Only with a powerful ruler, only by the light of the honorable Martial Continent which shall spread across every corner of Sacred Saint Galaxy, can the world truly obtain peace, and can everyone live in peace and harmony." All of the officers and soldiers present revealed fanatical looks. They were the honorable Martial Continent people to the bone, and were utmost loyal to them. At the moment, Lady Rose's image grew even more powerful in their eyes, their faith and conviction becoming stronger. "That's right, only we can save the world. Only the honorable Martial Continent can ensure peace in the world. Only by baptizing the world with blood and fire can we reconstruct for peace. Burn my will, burn my body, with the blood and fire as the sword, pierce through the dark clouds and see the light. For the light can illuminate the world." Lady Rose's expression became worked up. On normal days, she was warm and gentle, but now her voice was resounding and sonorous. "For the light." All of the officers and soldiers roared, all of their faces showing fanaticism. "Look forward to victory, gentlemen." Lady Rose's face was filled with worship, without any trace of arrogance. "For victory!" All of the men shouted. A fleet concealed in the shadows moved quietly, looking extremely sinister. When the last general left the room, Lady Rose sat back in her chair, her face revealing a tinge of fatigue. "Madam, we will definitely win." The servant beside her waved her fists excitedly. Lady Rose pulled her lips but did not say a word. She had done what she needed to do, and the rest was up to fate. She did not understand battle formations and was unable to personally lead in command, and could only rouse the soldiers and gain morale. Master Su was too useless. If not, why would Lady Rose need to clean up after him? The servant mumbled, her face filled with disdain. Lady Rose felt helpless. She did not expect that her teammate could not be placed in an important position. She had thought of He Ying's defeat, and thus plotted for him the plan of using pirates to enter the continent. Who knew that Master Su would leave behind a hidden danger? Lei Fu would send clues to Suabai after he died, and at the most crucial time, the pirate alliance was broken by Suabai. The pirates had formed an alliance to grow in strength, but who knew that Lian Bo-jun would turn against them? The situation completely changed. If he was still alive, she would naturally hold him responsible. But who knew that he would have died? Consider him lucky. For the sake of appeasing the hearts of the soldiers, Lady Rose had to help him apply for a consolation compensation. "Don't talk bad about a dead person," Lady Rose said indifferently. The servant bit her tongue. She kept quiet. Seeing that Lady Rose was tired, she immediately ran over and gently massaged her shoulders. Lady Rose closed her eyes and pondered. The Honorable Martial Continent had two goals in the White Sands continent. The first goal was to control the White Sands, and allow it to become the location from where the Honorable Martial Continent would enter the southern region. If it could not be controlled, then they would destroy it, allow the White Sands to plunge into chaos, and then use the chaos to spread to the entire southern region, and then involve all the continents in the southern region in a civil war, exhausting their strength. The second goal was to destroy the 5 southern island families. If the first goal failed, then the only probable thing that could succeed was the second goal. Master Su's soldiers had lost their lives, and she knew that the situation was hard to turn around, so she placed her eyes on the southern islands. The White Sands continent still had many complications. Suabai's army had placed their attention on rounding up the remaining pirates. No one would place their attention on the southern islands, so it was her chance. Lady Rose was a key participant in intelligence, and quietly organized the soldiers who had infiltrated the pirates to gather at the southern islands. She wanted to take the chance before Suabai and the rest could react to take down the southern island families. Although she did not have much time, but she continued to arrange them well and proper. Although the pirates were utterly defeated, but the few that had managed to infiltrate did not lose much. All of these pirates had specially picked elites from the Honorable Martial Continent as their backbone, thus their strength far surpassed that of ordinary pirates. Seeing that the situation was going against their favor, they quickly chose to preserve their lives. When Lady Rose saw the large army that she had summoned, she was inwardly joyous. Lady Rose, who managed to hide herself, heard that Meng Nan also wanted to go to the southern islands and brought very few people. She knew that it was her chance. If Meng Nan entered the southern islands, doesn't that mean I can get rid of all of them? Meng Nan was the thorn in Lady Rose's flesh. If not for him suddenly appearing, their first goal would have succeeded. Meng Nan's background was still a mystery. He was powerful and overbearing, with overwhelming wealth, and did things recklessly. She had just planned her next move, but Meng Nan had coincidentally joined in. Isn't that a heaven-sent opportunity? Although they had lost out previously when tussling with Meng Nan, Lady Rose still felt confident in the upcoming battle. The 5 southern island families were hard to capture, not because of their strength, but because they had operated the Green Sea of Mist for so long that it was currently extremely toxic with an abundance of wild beasts and poisonous insects. But the strongest part about them was that, for the past 200 years, the 5 families' 5 strongest martial artists, in their fullest capacity, had interlinked their laws. 5 different laws interlinked was able to produce many variations. For so many years, the Honorable Martial Group had tussled with the Green Sea of Mist many times. But after so much sacrifice, they were unable to find any way to break through the Green Sea of Mist, and thus it had become the #1 most important subject of Honorable Martial Continent. It wasn't until recently that they finally had a breakthrough. For the past few days, Tang Tian lived very happily, not hiding anything or concealing anything. He spoke about everything he knew once. After that, the 5 family heads went into closed-door discussions and did not come out for a few days. Tang Tian could not be bothered. He had already told them everything, and he left them the choice to decide by themselves. It was just that ever since he had casually gifted Wei Ting Ting a bronze star treasure from Sagittarius constellation, Tang Tian became popular. "Brother Meng, come, drink. I obtained this spring water from a very far away place. It is very sweet." Looking at the bulky and big-statured man's glistening eyes, and a face of currying favor, Tang Tian was helpless. "Old Wei, I am not thirsty at all." "Not thirsty? Then are you hungry? Are you hungry? I can roast good deer, that is also good," Wei Hao said flatteringly. Wei Hao was Wei Tingting's elder brother. Ever since he heard that Wei Tingting had obtained a spirit object from Tang Tian, he would come by every day to fawn impatiently. Tang Tian could no longer tolerate his fawning. He had never heard of Sagittarius constellation being extremely thick-skinned. How can this guy have such thick skin? Tang Tian could no longer tolerate it. Gave Wei Hao a bronze star treasure. Do not find me tomorrow, but I definitely will not. Wei Hai grabbed the bronze star treasure and ran away. Wei Tingting's spirit object had caught everyone's eyes, but they did not understand the situation. But Wei Hao had managed to grab one, so all the young disciples were immediately jealous. We cannot let the Wei family get all the benefits. That is a spirit object. Tang Tian enjoyed the carefree life he had been living the past few days. It was good and he was able to have a sense of freedom. Meng Nan, I dare you to come fight with me. The sensitive Yi Lao heir decided to change his methods. How could he tolerate it any longer? You can flatter Meng Nan. Does your father know about it? Yi Lao heir stood outside Tang Tian's house and shouted for an hour. He had a lot of energy, and just with his clamor, he could cause the tiles on the ground to tremble. Tang Tian, who could not win against the annoyance, threw out a bronze star treasure. Get lost, that. Yi Lao heir was elated. He hugged the treasure and left. He had just left when the four sisters of the Li family ran over carrying all sorts of steaming hot dim sum, and went into Tang Tian's room. Not long after, the four sisters came out each with a spirit object, laughing happily as they left. The dim sum was so delicious that Tang Tian almost swallowed his own tongue. Since bronze star treasures are not worth much, he could give them one each. The other disciples were all envious, and also thought of their own methods. Yi Lao heir's method was no longer doable. Yi Lao heir was rather interesting. After obtaining his spirit object, he started to guard the entrance like a door god, helping Tang Tian block the other people. Yi Lao heir was powerful too, and very few people could fight against him. The four Li sisters were good with their dim sum. That was a unique method for themselves. Yu Qingyi came over to Tang Tian's door. Ignoring Yi Lao heir's furious gaze, he spoke up. Noble guest, you have severe internal injuries. This subordinate is an expert in medicine, and could try to help you. An Aries constellation bronze star treasure flew out. Yu Qingyi ran over to Shursen. Shursen then understood that the person Qingyi was speaking to was him. Shursen was impressed. Their old bodies truly had internal injuries, and because they did not have the treatment in the past, they left it alone. But who knew that Yu Qingyi could see it? But, boss is also too easily duped. Shursen felt that the exchange was too extravagant, but to be able to treat his internal injuries, he was rather happy. Out of the 5 families, only the Zhang family was left. Zhang Nanyan walked up confidently. This lowly one has some business. Before he could finish his words, a rumble caused everyone's face to change. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, Tang Tian's Idea. Chapter 649, Tang Tian's Idea. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The ground shook, wild beasts roared angrily, the distant green sea of mist started churning restlessly. An intense energy fluctuation swept like a hurricane. It caused the dust and sand on the ground to rise. The sky suddenly darkened, as though it was not day. A fiery light exploded out inside the green sea of mist, causing thick smoke to surge. A shadow the size of mountains crawled out of the green sea of mist, its features already indistinct. Black clouds loomed over their heads, while the green sea of mist barely reached its waist, making it look extremely majestic. Its imposing aura smashed the green sea of mist below, as though tens of thousands of beasts had gathered and roared recklessly. Yi Lao heir was crying. That was his great-grandfather. He had kept his body in the sea, his spirit meant to protect his future generations. His sacrifice that year exchanged for 200 years of peace for the 5 families. Another giant shadow stood up from inside the green sea of mist. The giant's hand swept at the green sea of mist, causing it to churn. It was like a whale inhaling the rivers, causing the mist to coagulate and form a spear in his hands. Yu Qingyi's eyes became wet. He instantly pounced forward and knelt on the ground. He started to kowtow to the giant, who was the ancestor of the Yu family. One after another, more giants awoke from their deep slumber and slowly stood up from the green sea of mist. All of the young disciples all knelt down. The scene before their eyes had completely shocked them. Since young, the adults have told them all that the ancestors had sacrificed, how they used their lives to protect their families, and the difficulty of obtaining their current home. To them, those were all cold records written on books that could cause people to revere, but they were all a distant past. But at that moment, one after another, all the majestic figures had stood up from within the green sea of mist, blocking at their fronts, protecting them. All of them had featureless faces, yet they brought about an unspeakable familiarity. Rumble, rumble. Explosions came out continuously, as fiery lights shone in the sky. In the distance, huge pirate fleets appeared. Bodies inside the ocean, spirits protect their children. The brave sacrifice from the cold history appeared in front of the youngsters. They then realized all the resolution, the yearning and the grief accumulated inside those 8 words. All the family heads were equally shocked and changed emotions quickly. The continuous surge of white light regiments from the fleet, that familiar spirit chi made them immediately recognize their attackers. Honorable Martial Continent. The Green Sea of Mist cannot take it much longer. Yu Xian, she said, we cannot defend this place any longer. White lights cascaded down from the warships onto the Green Sea of Mists, which would explode instantly. The white explosions would sweep across the plains, and the toxic Green Sea of Mist would thaw like snow. The Green Sea of Mist was heavily damaged, and continued to shrink. The giant ancestor spirits were in an intense battle against the fleet of warships. A giant hand extended his 5 fingers and grabbed onto a warship. Inside his palm, the warship was like a useless plank of wood. The weapons on the warship engaged the hand frantically. The giant roared, his lower body was quickly diminishing, the light aura in his palm was growing intensely brighter. Crack, 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 dot. The warship started to break apart. Boom, it broke into countless pieces that flew all around. The Honorable Martial Continent soldiers on the warship lit up with white light and struck towards the giant. The dazzling white light blossomed at the remnants of the giant's upper body. The giant did not feel a thing, but its body quickly diminished to its chest, and with only its arms left, it congealed with a light aura. It roared, slamming both palms onto the Green Sea of Mist, causing the mist to surge upwards, like a mountain peak being pulled up from the ground to even taller heights, striking on another warship. Boom! A gigantic explosion enveloped the warship. When the light aura dissipated, only half of the warship remained. We will hold them back, and allow the young to escape. Li Yutao said without hesitating. The battle was intense, but they knew that the Honorable Martial Continent had found a way to handle them. Currently, the battle of the giant ancestor spirits was going downhill. As time goes by, it would fall greater and greater. Because the Green Sea of Mist was the power source of the giant ancestor spirits, in which the frigates behind the warships were frantically destroying. In truth, everyone knew that when the giant ancestor spirits were awakened would be the most dangerous time for the 5 families. Where do they go? Zhang Yingru took a deep breath and said. Let them follow Meng Nan from now on. Yi Fenglai laughed, we don't need to discuss about this. We will do that. Wei De agreed. He looked over to Tang Tian from a distance, Wei Hao and Wei Ting Ting who were beside him. His eyes immediately became extremely warm and gentle. He turned his head, holding back the discomfort in his heart. He shouted with rage, martial artist above the age of 25, follow me out to battle. One after another, figures soared into the sky like moths flying into the flames. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On board the warship, Mei Chen Xiu had a steady expression. In the Honorable Martial Continent, he was a nobody. In the past few years, the Honorable Martial Continent had waged wars upon wars with other various smaller continents around, and thus there were many famed great generals appearing. Mu Shixia, Moixian, Zhou Suhua, Go Chang, Wen Dao, and Jiaya were the 5 most famous generals in Honorable Martial Continent. Compared to them, Mei Chen Xiu was not as bright. Zhou Suhua was the same age as him, but was already in power and had impressive records. But it was this quiet and unknown Mei Chen Xiu who found the way to break through the Green Sea of Mist. Very few people knew that in the entire tactics planning for the assault on the southern region, although he was not the only one planning, but he was the main person. Mei Chen Xiu, who was recently promoted, volunteered to join in the infiltration amongst the pirates. Mei Chen Xiu's performance after that had been outstanding and surprising. Amongst the small groups, he was the first to completely infiltrate and control the pirates. After that, he led his pirates to plunder and loot in all locations, time and time again. He earned countless of victories, and from the lowest to the highest, all the pirates were convinced of his abilities. All the plundering seemed to be at random, but they were all chosen specially by him, so he could gather useful information and reports to send back to the Honorable Martial Continent. The people under Lady Ro who had moved out for the mission consisted of 5 pirate groups, with Mei Chen Xiu in one of them. Mei Chen Xiu did not rush to the front. He had a different mindset from the other generals. From the start, he did not think that the crucial part of the battle was whether or not they could defeat the 5 southern island families, but whether they could get them all at once. He equipped and trained his fleet differently from the other generals as well. He trained the pirates to be extremely agile and fast, so they are able to come and go like the wind. They want to escape, chase after them. Mei Chen Xiu said with a look of indifference. Master, those are pirates. Shursen said. Tang Tian had already noticed the pirates. They had started to retreat when the pirates started to move. They made a roundabout and dodged the main battlefield. They were clearly the targets. Some of the martial artists of the five families wanted to block the pirates, but they were too agile, dodging left and shifting right. They suddenly cut through them, faking their way through the martial artists and going after Tang Tian. The Honorable Martial Continent, those are people from the Honorable Martial Continent feigning as pirates. Tang Tian never thought that Honorable Martial Continent, who had just lost in White Sands City, would actually still hold so much power and forces. After the drawn-out battle, the Honorable Martial Continent gradually held the advantage. Although the Honorable Martial Continent's warships were continuously destroyed by the giant ancestor spirits, and with their people dropping into the green sea of mist and becoming spirits, but the giant ancestor spirits were also disappearing. The light balls shot by the frigates were specially made to suppress the green sea of mist, causing it to wither. The Honorable Martial Continent's large army was unstoppable, as they gradually and firmly pushed forward. Even if Suabai's first army was present, they would be unable to stop the huge army. Furthermore, the five southern island families did not have any armies. The giant ancestor spirits roared in anger, expressing the end of their path. Inside the warship, sobbings were endless. All of the youngsters had ashen faces, the boys were tearing, the girls sobbing and wailing. Tang Tian was so annoyed by the ruckus around him he roared, "Everyone shut up!" They all looked at Tang Tian in shock. Tang Tian felt an immense pain in his head. Initially, when he thought to come, he was trying to look for help and hope to gain some allies. But he did not expect for himself to not obtain any allies, but instead become a stay-home dad, bringing a group of wimpy brats who were still wet behind their ears to escape. When he saw Granny Liu Tao's pleading look, Tang Tian, who wanted to reject, did not know how to say it. But even if they wanted to escape, it would not be easy. The Black Arrow warship was a small-sized warship, and it was currently packed to the brim, and thus, the speed of the Black Arrow warship had dropped tremendously. To someone trying to escape for their life, there was nothing more terrible than to have the pirates behind them to be faster than them. Damn it! The opponents were a fleet, but they were just a warship, thus increasing the pressure. Although the Black Arrow warship was a silver-grade warship and enough to hold its own against a few warships, but the fleet behind them had 3 other silver-grade warships. The Honorable Martial Continent was truly rich and imposing, exactly the same as the Honorable Martial Temple. All of the pirates were actually so powerful. This place doesn't have any garrison to station in? Tang Tian turned and asked Ling Xia. Ling Xia's face turned white. She shook her head. No, the southern islands was a no-man's land. Other than the 5 families, there are no other cities. At most we fight to the death. Yi Laoer said dryly. He clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with blood veins. Wei Hao also stood up, his expression turning ugly. We fight, but... A voice filled completely with disdain broke them. Fight to the death? Even fighting to the death requires strength that can fight to the death, and with you all? Tang Tian coldly observed all of them. You? Yi Laoer looked at Tang Tian in anger. Yu Qingyi immediately stood in between them, and he spoke to Tang Tian. Mr. Meng, please forgive us. Yi Er's temper is bad. He does not have any intention to offend you. Tang Tian waved his hand impatiently. All right. Shursen, how much longer till they catch up? In less than half an hour. Shursen gave an accurate figure, and said, Master, this subordinate will. Seeing Shursen's determined look, Tang Tian felt warmth. He patted Shursen's shoulder. Do not speak of such words, this half an hour is enough for us to think of something. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He suddenly glanced at the bronze bow in Wei Tingting's hands. It was the gift he gave her. Wait a minute. Tang Tian's mind suddenly worked like lightning. He asked, Wei Tingting, how's the power of the bow? Wei Tingting never thought that Tang Tian would actually ask such a question at such a timing. She was startled for a moment. It is very strong. How strong? Tang Tian asked. It can increase my battle ability by double. Wei Tingting said with little confidence, I haven't tested it out yet. Tang Tian suddenly laughed. I thought of a way. I thought of an idea. What idea? Shursen was the first to react, his eyes lit up. That's it. Tang Tian pointed at the bronze bow in Wei Tingting's hands. Everyone could not help but reveal disappointment. What kind of idea was that? Although a spirit object is strong, but in such a battle, it could not be of much use. Tang Tian did not bother explaining, he only shouted, Make way for me. Everyone did not understand, they retreated back a few steps, leaving an empty space. Further. Everyone could only retreat, the warship was already packed, but everyone still did their best to squeeze. They did not understand what Tang Tian was doing, and only felt that his expression was extremely bizarre. That expression of arrogance, recklessness, taunt, disdain, complacence, like a rich tyrant. The silver Aquarius cabinet in his hands lit up. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, Surprise. Chapter 650, Surprise. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and R. The small pile of star treasures lit up with dazzling lusters, causing the entire warship to become bright, shining on everyone's sluggish expressions clearly. In the silence, all of their mouths were opened. They stared at the small pile of treasures in front of Tang Tian. They had never seen so many spirit objects before. All of the energy undulation they were releasing pervaded the air. The energy inside the warship became affected, revealing an extremely strange situation. Are they all spirit objects? How is that possible? Ling Xiao's expression the most marvelous, her eyes almost dropped to the ground, her breathing halted. Tang Tian's everyday wealth had already shocked her to the point of lunacy, but everything that she knew, the knowledge that she encompassed, in front of the pile of spirit objects, she had been reduced into an idiot. The Honorable Martial Continent won't have so many spirit objects. Who is he? Although everyone's expressions made young lad Tang extremely elated, but he knew that they were still in a predicament, so he did not have time to be pleased. He used strength to clap, causing everyone's attention to be roused. From now on, all of your 5 families will be split into 5 parts: Wei family, the Sagittarius constellation; Li family, the Cancer constellation; Yu family, the Aries constellation; Yi family, Libra constellation; Zhang family, Aquarius constellation. Tang Tian shamelessly copied and corresponded the 5 families to their respective ecliptic palaces' names. This way, it was more convenient for him. Everyone did not have any objections, but instead felt that the new names given to them were extremely suitable. Just that. Wait, what's constellation? Wei Ting asked. Air. Tang Tian was stunned. The sacred Saint Galaxy did not use any constellation names, so he had no choice but to vaguely explain, similar to continents. Everyone was enlightened. Some of the more mature youngsters felt moved. Could it be that the master hoped that each of their families would hold a continent each in the future? All right. Tang Tian started separating the star treasures, and muttered to himself, Aquarius, Sagittarius, Cancer, Aries, Libra, lucky I have many treasures. I still need to obtain more in the future though. Alright, I still have many 12 ecliptic palace treasures, but I still need to get more. Although he had many star treasures, he had thrown them all into Ursa Major Constellation's warehouse, but for the sake of little fool to refine more spirit treasures, he had brought a few of them. Sagittarius and Aries, offense; Libra for control; Cancer for defense. What can Aquarius do? How do Aquarius constellation martial artists fight? Tang Tian picked up one star treasure and muttered to himself. Little fool who had just floated up whispered to Tang Tian emotionlessly, with money. Tang Tian's expression froze. He did not say anything. Those words cannot be said. But in Heaven's Road, it was a fact that they were hailed as the richest martial artists. After picking out the 5 treasures of the respective constellations, Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. It was sufficient. The star treasures were separated into 6 piles. Other than the 5 families, there was one remaining for the underworld continent's demonic mounts. Tang Tian then pointed to each pile and explained. That's for Aquarius, that's Aries, that's Cancer, that's Sagittarius, this is Libra, and this is for the demonic mounts. One person take one. Although they could roughly guess what was happening, but for it to truly happen, all of them were immediately filled with joy and disbelief. After a long while, everyone calmed down. What are you guys dilly-dallying for? Hurry up! Tang Tian opened his eyes wide and said impatiently, take the time now and familiarize yourself with it. They awoke from their daydream and immediately went up. 1 treasure per person. The strength of the 5 families' disciples greatly increased, but it would not be easy for them if they truly wanted to display their full potential. Tang Tian was no longer an amateur, especially through Bing's trainings. He at least knew what he was doing. It was impossible for them to form any coordination in such a short time. The Black Arrow warship had 3 silver-grade main cannons installed, 6 honeycomb sword cannons, 3 silver-grade star mass spears and 12 heaven devastating blades. Shursen's demonic mounts nicely fit the 12 heaven devastating blades. For the silver-grade star mass spears, they were handed over to the Aries constellation's Yu family who were experts in spear techniques. Tian, sorry guys, I have mistakenly translated star mass spears as guns in one of the prior chapters, because weapons on a ship are usually guns and cannons, but it seems like it truly is a spear handled by the spear users. Tang Tian left the honeycomb sword cannons for himself. 3 sets of silver-grade main cannons were unsuitable against the nimble pirate warships, so they were forsaken by Tang Tian and Little Fool. Suddenly, Tang Tian and Little Fool were surprised by an abrupt flow of light aura. They stopped their discussion, and were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Each and every single person were enveloped in lights. The lights were of different colors, causing the warship to become extremely colorful and bright. But the next thing that happened instantly caused Tang Tian and Little Fool's face to change. On board the pirate ship. How much longer till we catch up? Mei Chen Xiu asked. The adjutant beside him quickly gave him a precise timing, in around 15 minutes. Lucky for us, our warship's speed is good, and that Meng Nan has too many people on board. If not, we will have difficulty catching up to the Black Arrow warships. The adjutant was moved. Chen Meixiu was no different. The Black Arrow warship's performance was absolutely one of the best amongst the small-size warships, and of course its price was equally scary. If he was commanding the luxuriously equipped and prepared honorable martial army, Chen Meixiu had many ways to chase, but he was currently leading pirates. To not attract attention, there was never any communication between the pirates and the honorable martial continent. Even the communication between Chen Meixiu and his family were cut off. Get everyone to be prepared for battle. Meng Nan's fighting abilities are not to be underestimated. Chen Meixiu did not look down on his opponents even if they were a fleet. Meng Nan had proven his strength time and time again, and to Chen Meixiu, who had personally proven himself, he would never look down on a person like that. Suddenly, the adjutant cried out in surprise, "Oh my god, what is that?" Chen Meixiu was startled. He immediately turned to look at his opponent, his eyes constricting. The Black Arrow warship ahead of them had lit up with dazzling multicolored light auras. Those light auras were actually leaking out of the warship. What's going on? The Black Arrow warship is not known for its defense, but its body was made up of black mist wood. Black mist wood had weak transparency, thus keeping light auras from leaking out, but for light aura to be penetrating through it, how bright must the light auras be? What are those light auras? A strong intense uneasiness birthed in Chen Meixiu's heart. Just at that moment, he sensed something, and muttered, "Energy ripples, a powerful energy ripple." His adjutant looked to the sky outside. There were sudden torrents appearing in the sky, like blades cutting across water, sweeping at extraordinary speeds. Sigh. The energy torrents swept past their warship. The screeching sound caused the hull to shake. Not good. Chen Meixiu's eyes suddenly grew round, his face filled with shock. They are absorbing energy. Sigh, sigh, sigh. All of the energy torrents were like transparent arrows, shooting in all directions across the sky, like raindrops flowing towards the Black Arrow warship. Chen Meixiu and his team watched as an unforgettable scene appeared before them. Countless energy torrents flocked together, like 10,000 arrows being shot. They entered the warship. The light aura of the warship became even stronger, as the multicolored light auras becoming even denser. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Energy from even further away started to be pulled. Under the intense attractions, the energy torrents gradually curved, until a vortex storm visible to the naked eye started to form in the horizon. Energy storm. Chen Meixiu never thought that there would be a day where he would witness the complete formation of a storm. The energy storm grew bigger and bigger, quickly exceeding over 1.5 kilometers. It was extremely oppressive. The energy contained was enough to choke people's hearts. The intense and crazy energy surged fanatically into the warship. With the Black Arrow warship in the center of the storm, the light auras continued to become brighter. The transparent yet quickly revolving energy storm was like a layer of water. The Black Arrow warship's light aura was so bright that no one could see the Black Arrow warship anymore. Not good. Master, our warship's energy is starting to disperse. The adjutant's panicked shouts awoke Chen Meixiu from his stupor, his face instantly changing. Every warship held an astronomical amount of energy. That was the source of power for the warship's movements. All of this energy had been sealed with many layers, and was extremely safe. This was the first time Chen Meixiu had encountered the energy of a warship being dispersed. What a strong suction force. Chen Meixiu looked at the Black Arrow warship in shock. What's going on inside there? Retreat! Chen Meixiu shouted. Everything that was happening was too shocking. Although they could not understand what was happening inside the Black Arrow warship, but even the slowest person could sense the intense danger from the Black Arrow warship. After retreating over 200 li, the energy dispersal finally disappeared. At the same time, all of the pirate groups that had finished battling had caught up. Chen Meixiu felt more at ease. 2 pirate fleets had took a roundabout. They had avoided the terrifying energy storm by arching around, and blocked the path of the Black Arrow warship. This also meant that they had completed surrounding the Black Arrow warship. Regardless of what direction the Black Arrow warship wanted to move, they would be blocked. This caused the honorable martial continent to become even more confident. Although the scene before them were out of their expectations, but they firmly believed they held the advantage. Although the Black Arrow warship held an advantage in speed, but as long as they were trapped, they would lose that advantage, and be like a fish trapped in a bowl, waiting for people to slaughter it. The only thing that made them hesitate was the unknown activity happening inside the Black Arrow warship. Tang Tian regained his composure. He suddenly felt that the scene before him was extremely familiar. Didn't this happen to the 7 sets of armors in the Sword Forest stronghold? But the scale of it was even more terrifying. The treasures Tang Tian took out were mostly silver-grade. But when the silver-grade treasures were awakened in the hands of the disciples, the martial spirits inside the treasures immediately sensed the dense energy, the unprecedented dense energy. The base instinct of absorbing energy instantly strengthened and exploded. When the hundreds of treasures were giving their all to absorb energy, it produced an effect far greater than the 7 sets of treasures of the Sword Forest stronghold, and even more terrifyingly. All the energy in the southern islands were being pulled and poured into all the treasures. The light auras were the treasures greedily and fanatically absorbing energy. Tang Tian could clearly feel that the treasures were greatly strengthening at a tremendous speed. The most obvious were the bronze treasures. They quickly silverized, increasing in grade and becoming silver-grade treasures. For the silver treasures, they had already started forming a dim layer of gold. Suddenly, Tang Tian slapped his own forehead. I'm truly stupid, this is so simple, why didn't I think of it? It was as though he had seen a road filled with gold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651, Returning to the Shan Continent. Chapter 651, Returning to the Shan Continent. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The energy storm continued for 10 minutes. Mei Chen-xiu's face was extremely ugly. The energy concentration around them had become extremely thin, far thinner than ever before. It was as though the energy in the entire southern islands had been stolen. What's happening? Mei Chen-xiu had never heard of such a thing. Master, the energy concentration outside is too low. The adjutant's tone was filled with deep shock. It has already started to form a negative energy pressure, we need to leave now. Ordinarily, the energy concentration inside a warship is much denser than the energy concentration in the air. But, if the energy concentration in the air was too thin, it would result in negative energy pressure. The thin energy in the air would produce an intense suction force, causing the energy in the warship to be lost. The materials used to make the warships were expensive, and thus this loss of energy would cause permanent damage. Mei Chen-xiu bit his lips tightly, his face green. The loss of the warship was the most terrible thing that could happen to them. It must be known that they were still in the White Sands continent, and the 3 silver armies of White Sands continent were still intact. It was such a huge movement. If White Sands continent did not have any counter-reaction, they were truly idiots. If the fleet that Mei Chen-xiu was commanding was the Honorable Martial Army, he would not be afraid, and he would not even place Suabai's first army in his eyes, but what he was leading were pirates. Even though the backbone of the pirates were the elites of the Honorable Martial continent, but the standard of the soldiers were too weak compared to silver-grade armies. Once they were to be tangled with silver-grade armies, they would be in danger. But what truly made Mei Chen-xiu choose to surrender was actually the Black Arrow warship. All the energy in the southern islands was absorbed by the Black Arrow warship. If all the energy in the sea of energy was compacted into a warship, what could be happening inside? Mei Chen-xiu was equally curious and afraid. In battle, if such a large amount of energy were to converge, it was usually the precedence to an extremely large-scale attack. The other pirate groups had started to retreat. Under the environment of negative energy pressure, the longer they stayed, the more damage would be done to the warships. At that time, even if they wanted to escape, it would be impossible. Furthermore, they were in truth satisfied with the result. The 5 southern island families were completely destroyed, and what remained were a bunch of kids. What could they possibly stir? Mei Chen-xiu clenched his teeth. We retreat. To ruin the entire operation for a small group would be the most terrible thing, and what made him worry even more was the transformation occurring inside the Black Arrow warship. For some reason, the surprising transformation made him feel an unprecedented threat. But he could not find fault with his companions who had chosen to retreat, to preserve their strength and to decide on the next course of action. Mei Chen-xiu sorted out his emotions and recovered his steadiness. His eyes flashed with a look of cold. How can White Sands continent not sense the huge movements in the southern islands? After this, the 3 silver-grade armies will definitely chase after us. Maybe, this is also a good opportunity. They will definitely not think about it, if we ourselves counterattack at this time. A brazen plan started forming in Mei Chen-xiu's mind. When the Black Arrow warship became calm again, all the pirates had disappeared without a trace. All of the 5 families' disciples who had gained their new power, returned back to their southern islands which was in ruins. The desolation in their eyes without any life remaining, caused them all to cry. They teared, and buried the bodies of their families. In the sky, Shursun looked down with a look of sympathy. Master, do we go and help them? The people beside him also revealed the same expressions. No. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian rejected instantly. His gaze down at the ruins, he said, their lives and their future were in exchange for their own family and kin. Burying your own kin, no one else can do it for you. It is like their hatred and responsibility. No one has the qualifications to help them with it. Shursen's mouth was wide opened. He wanted to say something, but could not say a word. Do you think I am cruel? Tang Tian did not turn back, he did not divert his gaze, his tone as calm as always. The dead are dead, they have already sacrificed themselves, do not let that sacrifice go to waste. Aren't you saying their future will always hold the hatred? Don't you think that's too heavy for them? Ling Xia could not help but feel unhappy about Tang Tian's reaction. Tang Tian looked at Ling Xia. Yes, it'll be heavy. They do not have the privilege to choose, regardless of whether or not they think about it, their futures were given with the sacrifice of their families. That last bit of hope and anticipation from their families, they have to take it and live on. Ling Xia was mute. Master is right. It was Wei Hao, Yu Qingyi and the rest. They had finished burying their family members and their eyes swollen and red. He had just heard Tang Tian's words, and it pierced their hearts. Their swollen eyes were replaced with a new light. Amidst their pain and grief, they found their new goal. Bringing the hope, we will live on. This phrase resonated in their hearts. That's right. Tang Tian said courteously, the hope from their sacrifice are not for the cowards. If you do not even have the heart, this responsibility and burden will be too heavy for you, you might as well dig a hole for yourself. The eyes of Yu Qingyi and the rest lit up. A godlike young lad needs to be brave. Tang Tian patted his chest with a look of arrogance. Do you know what bravery is to this godlike young lad? It is not being not afraid, no one is ever not afraid, it is being afraid and taking it on. Trash will always make excuses and cower in their grief and pain. A godlike young lad will only go, and keep moving forward. If you're unafraid, go. If you're afraid, harden your skin and go. If you are grieving, then bring that grief and go. If you're in despair, then fight and move on with all your might. All those who say they cannot see any hope, or wasting energy, are all making excuses for themselves. If you're about to die, are you still going to kneel and cry? Even a beast trapped in a cage will keep on struggling, struggle and struggle to get out until it dies. So a godlike young lad should keep moving and not stop. Go. Every time Tang Tian said the phrase godlike young lad, his awkward face would portray pride, and reveal a strange and hilarious look. And every time he said the words go, he would raise his hands high up in the air, with a fierce look, he would roar them out. But no one laughed, everyone was stunned. Those naive and hilarious words, those childish and funny actions, struck their hearts. Tang Tian did not even care if the words struck a chord in their hearts, the words were not even meant for them but for himself. After shouting, he felt the vague haze in his chest disappear, and everything became clear to him. He clenched his fists tightly, his entire body brimming with strength, the will and fighting intent in his heart was so full it could leak out. That's right, I am the godlike young lad. That's right, I will keep fighting like that. That's right, I am unstoppable. Tang Tian, who had his arms raised, suddenly started laughing. Tang Tian and the rest left the southern islands, and very quickly gathered back together with Tang Chou, who was leading the swift army and skull unit. They left straight away, returning back to the Shan continent, with Su Jin who joined up with them. The reason on why Tang Tian chose to leave was because his residence was overly packed. The women from the aristocratic families that he had saved the last time were all important figures in White Sands continent and the various nearby continents. Thus, to thank their benefactor Tang Tian, all the families started to arrive and greet him endlessly, causing even the hotels to be filled. Many of the families held power, and even the new continent lord could not stop them, and had to even personally lead them to Tang Tian. Thinking about that situation, Tang Tian's skin went numb, and without hesitation, he chose to leave. And thus, Tang Tian threw all the families to Qin Yuran, who was experienced in conducting herself, and with the help of Aunt Xiao, Tang Tian was more relaxed. With him as her backing, and adding the relation of the White Sands continent, he believed no one would do anything to her. Tang Tian, who threw all the responsibilities away, happily returned back to the Shan continent. I've been out for so long, it's time to go back, Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bing had been living relaxingly for the past few days. After igniting the spark against Vast Star Continent, they finally sensed the impending danger and finally sent people to negotiate. Bing, who could even extract blood from a mosquito, adding the highly intellectual Crane, Vast Star Continent had no choice but to fork out a tremendous price. The Vast Star Continent was in terrible conditions, they needed to, with the fastest speed, wipe out the spark in their back. Only with that could they focus on handling all the restless continents around them. In truth, the higher-ups of the Vast Star Continent already knew that they would have difficulty protecting the Vast Star Continent by relying on themselves. The Vast Star Continent was extremely weak with a lot of loopholes. All the various continents around were like ravenous wolves, waiting for the chance to pounce and bite them. Very quickly, the emissary from the Vast Star Continent reached the Shan continent for the second time. The vast star continent needed an ally, a powerful ally, and with this powerful ally could they possibly restrain the wolves around them? It was obvious that the mysterious people of the Shang continent were the perfect people. Consecutively defeating their two silver great armies, and their strange sword forest stronghold, their strength was apparent. The Shang continent was a poor and desolate continent, and this welcomed a lot of scouts and spies. The Shang continent's performance had attracted the eyes of many continents. They were extremely curious about the sudden mysterious powerhouse. Bing did not care, he knew that their victory came by many lucky chances. In truth, the strength he held was very limited, they looked strong but were weak in reality. Thus he did not care about the scouts and spies, and trained the soldiers under him. The good news was that there were many relatively strong people that ran in, hoping to join in the Shang continent's army. Bing knew that there were many powerhouses who had sent their scouts and informants into the Shang continent, but they were all accepted in. How could he not? They were all manpower. Bing was in need of manpower. The conditions of the Shang continent was no longer able to keep up with their development. For example, their estuary was too small, and the bigger boats were unable to enter. In terms of defense, that would be rather advantageous, but in the eyes of business, it was a huge loss. The future of the Shang continent was to produce black gold and products from Heaven's Road. Everything will go through the Shang continent. Other than that, they had to construct a fort near the estuary. An estuary without a proper fort defense would allow enemies to freely enter the Shang continent, and that was something Bing could not accept. So all of the work required a huge amount of manpower. The population of the Shang continent was already extremely pitiful. Bing, who was almost forced crazy, kept on shouting in his mind. Please, all your spies or scouts or whatever, send them all in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, Training with the Pervert. Chapter 652, Training with the Pervert. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Fuck, are we here to scout or what? What is going on now? Jishan's face was filled with anger. He had been sent to the Shang continent for close to half a month to investigate and report. Upon entering the Shang continent, they noticed the recruitment notice, causing Jishan to be pleased. It was an opportunity for them to enter the internal department of the Shang continent. After that, everything went smoothly. Entering the army, Jishan noticed all the familiar faces and was surprised. All of them were his old opponents, the scouts and informants from the various families. Jishan was secretly shocked. It seemed as though everyone viewed the Shang continent with great importance. Although he was shocked inwardly, but he remained expressionless on the outside. All of them were veterans. They looked at each other, and tacitly showed compliance in their eyes, and acted as though nothing was wrong. But what happened after that completely exceeded their anticipations. After finishing with the recruitment, this recruited army did not undergo any training and did not even enter the Sword Forest stronghold. The entire army started to work on various jobs. Expanding the estuary, building up strongholds. They were like a group of hard-working coolie workers, working day and night. A few of them even wanted to instigate some ruckus, but in the end they were captured before it even began. Jishan remembered the few of them. In that moment, he started to have sympathy towards his old enemies. Those who were caught were destined for tragedy. But he was surprised to find that the few of them were not condemned to death, but instead detained to continue with even more manual labor. Even when they were shifted to the most dangerous of positions, there were no rewards or incentives in trade for that. There was reward in work, and the reward was so great it made the eyes of the soldiers to go red. This new manual labor army, other than the scouts, the rest were actually rather satisfied. They did not need to fight, there was no danger, and they could still earn money. What could be better? The only downside was that it's tough work, but what work was not tough? Training was equally tough, and to the men who were willing to leave their homes, they did not mind the hard work, so long as they could earn a decent living. And to those soldiers with high ambitions, there too were things for them to be eager for. The top 3 most outstanding in the work, other than getting a high salary, would be able to obtain black gold weapons produced by the Sword Forest stronghold. This brand new weapon was the specialty of the Sword Forest stronghold, where no other places would ever hold such weapons. It was first-rate weapons with outstanding power. Regardless of what weapon was crafted from the black gold, the feel of them were exceptionally good. Any of these weapons were worth a lot of money. All of these weapons made the soldiers go crazy. All of them worked like crazy through the nights and days. As spies or scouts, the most important thing to do was to blend in and not be outstanding. But they had to, instead, work even harder, as from the looks of it, all the soldiers around them were working extremely hard, trying to outshine each other. They want money, what can you do? The one who spoke was Lei Meng. He was a spy from Dongqi continent, and was an experienced spy as well. Lei Meng looked tall and sturdy, and appeared crude, but was in fact a softy. Jishan replied softly, "Don't you think that the black gold and those black stones on the ground look alike?" A flash of light flashed in Lei Meng's eyes. "What proof do you have?" In the period of time they were in the Shang continent, although they were busy working, they had some harvests as well. For example, they knew that the Shang continent was wealthy, extremely wealthy. They were able to fork out astronomical sums of money each day. But what truly incited the excitement of the spies were the mysterious black gold weapons. They were all experts of their trade, and were familiar with such type of weapons. They knew that the black gold weapons could not come from anywhere else. Their judgment and senses were sharper than the average person, and many of them secretly guessed that the black gold weapons had a connection to the black rocks. But the majestic sword forest stronghold made that guess seem like a joke. If the black gold truly came from the black rocks, how extravagant was it for them to be able to use the black rocks to create such an imposing fortification? Jishan took out something from his pocket. It was a piece of black metal. Lei Meng's eyes grew round. "Where did you get this?" Jishan said indifferently, "I know a bit of refining." Lei Meng calmed down. "Why are you telling me this?" He was not a fool. If Jishan was able to prove the value of the black gold, it would undoubtedly be extremely valuable intel, and such an intel had no reason to be shared. Jishan was an experienced spy. To do such an illogical action definitely had a reason behind it. "Don't you think the security here is a bit too little?" Jishan spoke softly, yet filled with enticement. "We only need 2 armies to hold this place down." Lei Meng sneered. "The vast star continent thought so too." Jishan replied, "The vast star continent underestimated them. If they did not underestimate them from the start, who knows if they would have taken them down. You don't have to speak about things which are uncertain." Lei Meng refuted sarcastically. "Why don't our 2 continents work together?" Jishan suddenly threw in. Lei Meng was startled. He suddenly realized that was Jishan's true goal. But he also quickly thought about it. The black gold was proven to be from the black rocks. That means the boundless and vast black desert was the boundless and vast wealth. He had to admit that Jishan had thought about it meticulously. The 2 continents were not adjacent to each other, but at totally different locations to the Shang continent. If they were to send out their soldiers at the same time and catch the Shang continent in between, the probability of them winning was high. And the distance of the 2 continents was rather far. There were no direct benefits to conflict, so the chances of working together would be more successful. The only thing that caused them to feel fear was the fortifications of the Sword Forest strongholds, but as far as the Black Rock Desert was concerned, they could completely avoid the Sword Forest stronghold. Lei Meng said cautiously, "I will report this information to my superiors." Jishan definitely knew that this suggestion was not something Lei Meng could decide on. So he dared to find Lei Meng to report to his superiors. But regardless of whether or not the alliance would be successful or not, it was a good start. He finally saw hope to leave the bitter work. Suddenly, there was an uproar ahead of them. The 2 of them immediately became cautious. The 2 of them looked at each other, and tacitly moved forward. "What's going on?" Jishan pulled a soldier who he saw familiar. The soldier said excitedly, "The army, our army." "Army?" Jishan and Lei Meng looked at each other, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. Since when did the Shang continent have other armies? The uproar ahead became even more intense. Jishan and Lei Meng followed the human tide and flew out of the estuary. The stronghold outside of the estuary was already in its initial stages. They could directly enter the stronghold and not be affected by the corrosion from the sea of energy. In the far end of their vision, there was a small black dot that was quickly becoming bigger. That scale of fleet caused their faces to change. When the fleet flew closer, the 2 finally heaved sighs of relief. The fleet looked to be huge, but they were just a bunch of small frigates without any notable warships. When they were closer, they noticed that there were people around the fleets, many people. Everyone noticed the people on board, and were all startled. They did not understand what was happening. They did not understand why the people were not riding the ships, but flying in the sea of energy and letting the energy inside the sea of energy corrode their bodies. For a moment, everyone calmed down. Xia Yuan's face was covered in dust. He had become much skinnier, but his eyes still sparkled with energy, like lights in the pitch-black sky, flickering with a terrifying light aura. "Maintain your concentration. Do not relax." He commanded Swift Army thoroughly. When he saw the estuary, he was still in disbelief. They had truly reached the Shang continent, but they had just met up with Tang Tian, when Master Tang Chou announced an inconceivable training plan. Pull the fleet back to the Shang continent. Master Tang Chou did not give them any chance to refute. The only thing that let Xie Yuan feel consoled was that it was not only the Swift Army who were participating in the pulling, but everyone had to participate. The Swift Army, Scully Unit, Underworld Continent's demonic mounts, the Southern Islands' 5 constellations, everyone had to participate. But everyone did not expect that when their master heard that, he became excited and decided to participate as well. The distance in the sea of energy was extremely far, and filled with danger and difficulty. There was resistance everywhere, and energy corrosion at all times, and the concealed energy vortices that were dangerous and could randomly appear and engulf them. And Master Tang Chao's demands were extremely harsh. Even under the dangerous environment, the armies were required to maintain the high synchronization frequency, and in all the daily training, it could not drop. Even Shirsin, who self-proclaimed to be the most familiar with the sea of energy, when he heard of Master Tang Chao's demands, his face became ashen. A pity, Shirsin was under Tang Chao's command. On the entire journey, everyone suffered to the bones. If it were the pirates, they would be long dead. But in the sea of energy, the pirates were already considered as good existences. The unstable energy was like unstable bombs. They had to be 120% alert at all times without any time to relax. At the start, everyone was too busy to care about the synchronization frequency. All of their ashen faces revealed their dejectedness and depression. They could not even maintain their formations. There were always people getting injured, who would be sent to the transport ship. Yu Qingyi's medical techniques were proficient, and after obtaining star treasures, it was like giving wings to a tiger. Injuries were quickly healed, and once again sent to the sea of energy to continue participating in the terrifying training. No one dared to utter any words of anger, because their master was also participating in the training. If even their master did not harbor any words of anger, how could any of them have the qualifications to do so? Even the master could bear the training, how could they not? So everyone bit their teeth and bitterly struggled on. From the start, Xieyuan and the rest kept on using their master's figure to incite morale for everyone, but very quickly, no one had the energy to say anything. Because everyone underestimated their master's degree of perverseness. At the start, their master was the same as them, struggling with great difficulty. But very quickly, he became like a fish in water, causing everyone to be speechless. But the following action caused them to be even more dumbfounded. He took it upon himself to run into the raging energy tides to temper his own body, initiated to attract the unstable energy regiments to refine his defensive capability, launched attacks into the energy vortices. While everyone else pulled on quietly, the boss would scream occasionally and run into the energy regiments, and after that, he would roar and rush forward. Numb, everyone was numb. The world was cruel not because of perverse creatures, but to place the perverse creature beside you. Until the phrase win and overcome yourself, and not compare with perverse people, came out, did the all-round low morale finally raise once again? The unthinkable and terrifying training was like a tough and rough grindstone, slowly polishing out the sharpness of Xieyuan and the rest. When they saw the estuary to the Shan continent, all of them roared for joy, and renewed life birth from their minds again. What they did not know, was that their towering sharp aura brought about from their dust-filled faces gave other people an intense shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, Old General He CG. Chapter 653, Old General He CG. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. This was Yang Ziqing's second time to the Shan continent. When he arrived, he coincidentally witnessed the strange fleet entering the Shan continent. He CG standing beside him stared and observed. He CG was the vast star continent's military chancellor, and was the continent lord's right-hand man alongside Yang Ziqing. Yang Ziqing was in charge of the internal affairs, while He CG was well versed with military matters. When he was young, he was a famed general with colorful military successes, and as he grew older, his body became weaker, disallowing him from going back to the front lines. Thus he started to guide talented young people in the continent. 75% of the silver-grade generals of the vast star continent were groomed by him, the rest all received guidance from him, and thus his reputation is second only to the continent lord. He CG had a pair of blue eyes and an eagle-sharp nose that made him look extremely cold. He stood up straight, the military years never escaping his body. He did not portray happiness or sadness, an emotionless expression on his face like a statue. All of his attention was focused on the approaching fleet. Yang Ziqing's expression revealed fatigue. The vast star continent was in a state of unrest, causing him to be both mentally and physically exhausted. His arrival this time was to be able to form an alliance with the Shan continent. Relying only on the vast star continent's strength itself was unable to shake the eyes of the wolves around them. That was the reason of He CG joining him. The Shan continent's military strength could not be hidden in front of the old general. Their main task this time was for the old general to assess the Shan continent. Yang Ziqing did not disturb him. He CG was much older than him, and even he had to call the old general master. Yang Ziqing also looked at the fleet curiously. The fleet did not have anything worth mentioning, but his attention was captured by the soldiers who looked extremely tired. He was somewhat surprised. All of them were extremely skinny, face covered with dirt and dust. Their clothes were also tattered and torn, as though they were a troop of beggars going around asking for scraps. Yang Ziqing had never seen such poverty-stricken army before. Could it be that the vast star continent was actually beaten by a group of beggars? Yang Ziqing was in disbelief. He felt that it might be probable that the fleet was an army recruited by Shan continent. But he quickly frowned. He had fought with Bing before. The cunning and crafty man would definitely not make such a mistake. And there was Crane, a quiet and calm young man, who had nobility flowing in his veins. He was also not one to make such a mistake. Then what was the reason? Very quickly, Yang Ziqing came back to his senses. He self-mocked himself. What am I thinking so much for? I have Master ECG by my side, the only one who can see through all of this. He turned and was about to speak to ECG, but he noticed the surprise on ECG's face. For some reason, Yang Ziqing's heart jumped. Master ECG was a respected old general who complied with tradition and never showed his expressions. Even in the most dangerous of situations, he would never show fear. Yang Ziqing had conversed with him so many times and had never seen any fluctuation in the old man's face. There was even some time where Yang Ziqing secretly thought that Master ECG had once injured his face, causing his muscles to be crippled and thus unable to portray any emotions. When Yang Ziqing saw Master ECG revealing shock, an intense surge of curiosity and unease crept up his heart. What is it that can make this steel-faced old man reveal such a look of shock? Just then, the old man sighed. Yang Ziqing sharply sensed the disappointment in the old man's face. We were defeated without injustice. ECG regained his usual expressionless face. The other party's strength far exceeds ours, but... Yang Ziqing spoke with caution and curiosity. Master, I hope you can guide me. Ziqing is unable to understand. I cannot see any peculiarity amongst that group of people. Their equipment is so terrible, and they looked as though poverty have struck them. ECG was extremely familiar with Yang Ziqing, and was not afraid to speak his mind, exactly the opposite. If this old one did not guess wrong, this troops must have definitely just recently gone through a long and difficult journey. No, it should be inside the Sea of Energy, where they underwent training on foot. Yang Ziqing revealed a look of shock. Master, you are saying they trained in the Sea of Energy on foot? He thought that he had heard wrongly. The vast star continent had organized a few trainings in the Sea of Energy before, but that was in ships. How could one train in the Sea of Energy on foot? If not for Yang Ziqing's respect towards ECG, he would have definitely snorted in disbelief. What kind of place was the Sea of Energy? A place filled with danger anywhere that could take lives at any time. Energy corrosion occurred everywhere. With the unstable chaotic flows, even warships that traveled in the Sea of Energy could meet with mishap. Training in the Sea of Energy on foot? Are they tired of living? Only a few strong martial artists could conduct such training. But even these powerful martial artists could easily lose their lives in the Sea of Energy. It was the first time for Yang Ziqing to hear that an army would be training in the Sea of Energy. Wasn't that seeking death? Won't the soldiers rebel? ECG noticed Yang Ziqing's expression, but was not angry. Even his initial reaction to his own guess was impossible. He did not explain further. It was only a guess. They have 3 armies. ECG said. He knew that his assessment was extremely important to Yang Ziqing's judgment, so he decided to explain everything that he saw, to provide clarity to Yang Ziqing to consider. The first army is a typical standard army. You can see their method of advancement, and notice the energy flow around them. ECG said. Yang Ziqing squinted his eyes, and asked with uncertainty, there seems to be a flow around them? Yes, they are training their synchronization frequency. A light aura flickered in ECG's eyes. From the way the energy flows, their synchronization is at an extremely scary level. Seeing the scars on their clothes, there should be a doctor with them. And from the looks of their broken equipment, it seems the time they had spent training in the Sea of Energy is definitely not short. The military general in their ranks is experienced, and has obtained the schooling of the standard military school, and has an extremely solid foundation in it. Yang Ziqing nodded his head. ECG was truly a seasoned-old general that has groomed out many silver-grade generals. His foresight was far stronger than what Ziqing could compare to. He could infer many things from even the smallest things. The second army should be a hired army. ECG continued. Hired army? Yang Ziqing was startled. What do they want to do with a hired army? The strength of a hired army far lacked as compared to a standard army. Comparing equal silver-grade armies, a silver-grade standard army could easily wipe out a silver-grade army for hire. Regardless of quality, training or equipment, an army for hire can never compare to a standard army. Even the famous army for hires have lacking qualities as compared to a standard army. Why would they have an army for hire? Are they lacking in manpower? Yang Ziqing was suspicious. ECG shook his head. Don't look down on them. The things they practice are for special purposes. Their small-scale infiltrations and intersecting attacks are extremely sharp. Their commander should be planning to make them into an army proficient in guerrilla warfare. It's an extremely brilliant idea. He CG continued to praise. Yang Ziqing was still suspicious. They can do that? They should be able to. He CG continued, as long as you train them with specific planning and tactics, and raise their individual strength. This method has many uses. Look at them, they no longer have the slippery aura of mercenaries, but instead giving off the air of elites. They might look scattered, but in truth they are in a profound formation. That should be one of their specialized tactics. Their commander is extremely powerful. He CG was extremely sharp to the aura of armies. Yang Zicheng then pointed to the group that was obviously smaller. Who are the ones behind them? They seem to be few in numbers. Suddenly, he realized something, and his face immediately became unnatural. Shursen. That's Shursen. Shursen's betrayal was initially not something huge. He was just a commander of a cannon fodder army. But the silver-gray General Sun Jia died because of him, causing an uproar, and thus the first time the name Shursen entered the ears of the higher-ups in the vast star continent. He CG's expression became serious. Those are underworld continents' demonic mounts. Underworld continents' demonic mounts? Yang Ziqing was startled for a moment, but immediately snorted, no wonder. The underworld continent's demonic mounts are not to be trusted, they are all indecisive people. The reputation of the underworld continent's demonic mounts was extremely bad. Other than being difficult of being distinguished, they also had the bad reputation of murdering their employers. Thus Yang Ziqing revealed the look of disgust. No, they are the real underworld continent's demonic mounts. He CG revealed a rarely seen look of remorse. The vast star continent actually had the real underworld continent's demonic mounts, but he himself did not know. Real underworld continent's demonic mounts? Yang Ziqing was once again startled. He CG knew that Yang Ziqing was not clear on such matters, and explained, there are many bogus underworld continents' demonic mounts in the market, overflowing all around. But there are very few of the real underworld continents' demonic mounts. Because of their extremely strict tests, they are also very powerful. To be able to find up to 500 of the real underworld continents' demonic mounts, that is truly difficult. Do not look down on that number, they have terrifying fighting ability. They should be the last group of demonic mounts, and are longing for glory, so you can never underestimate them. Hearing He CG's high appraisal of the demonic mounts, and knowing it was them who let the big fishes go, Yang Ziqing felt immense regret. This subject made him feel uncomfortable, so he continued, what about those people behind with light auras all around them? They are not any army. It was He CG's first time revealing an unsure tone. They could be strong martial artists. Strong martial artists? Yang Ziqing was dumbstruck. Those extremely densely packed light auras floating around the boats, numbered to a few thousands. A few thousand strong martial artists? Impossible. Even ECG felt that it was impossible to have so many strong martial artists, and spoke with hesitation. Their individual strengths are not too bad, but their coordination is terrible. No, they completely have no coordination, like a patch of loose sand. That is why I say that they are not any army. The light around them is extremely miraculous, and there are so many of them with it. He CG did not know how to continue. Instead, Yang Ziqing calmed down. Seems like they are truly powerful. Very. He CG confirmed. The two of them looked at each other, with a look of excitement and worry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, Descend into the Savage Continent. Chapter 654, Descend into the Savage Continent. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. At the extreme north of the Savage Continent, there was a huge war occurring. Over 100 tribes were clearly separated into two large armies, standing opposite each other on the vast snowplain. In the Savage Continent, the frequency of battles occurring was far more than any other place in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The general atmosphere of the harsh lands was that they revered strength, causing every tribe inside to participate in never-ending battles. Located in the ABA Mountains of the south was the Steel Mountain King Court, and located in the vast snow plains was the North Blizzard King Court, who were always in conflict. Finally, both parties lost patience and brought all of the tribes that belonged to them to the fight to the death. This war had greatly influenced the structure of the northern part in the Savage Continent. At the forefront of both parties, there were many altars of different sizes placed all over. The raging flames caused the pots inside the houses to release fragrant smoke, all sorts of various beast meat cooked in the iron pots, blood mist congealed inside the pots, squirming around. On the different altars, there were the witch doctors of the various tribes, all of them dancing with the bone staffs in hand, looking seemingly fanatical as though they were truly insane. In both king courts, they had over 100 tribes, each tribe worshipping different totems, thus their offerings were all different to each other. Worship sacrifice before battle was the most commonly seen tradition of the savage continent, as it could greatly increase the strength of the soldiers. This was why the other continents believed that the savage continent were not civilized. Bizarre powers surged out from each other altars, converging in the air above the snow plains. After half an hour, the sovereign king of both parties suddenly raised their heads at the same time. A look of surprise flashed past their eyes. The savage continent revered strength the most, and every king court would be held by what they call sovereign king. Every sovereign king was a powerful martial artist. In the desolate land, purely relying on wits and intellect was unable to establish a king court. Steel Mountain's sovereign king Taiji, North Blizzard's sovereign king Si Ming were such strong martial artists, their sensitivity towards energy far exceeded any ordinary person. But at that moment, their faces were gloomily watching the sky, sensing something amiss. In such big wars, offering sacrifice at the front lines was extremely common. Both parties had their sacrifice ceremonies churning up in the air, or it should be reasonable to say that the power from both sides were fighting in the air, but that was just the prologue to the battle. But the sacrificial power from the various tribes were actually gathering and merging in the air, not differing between enemies. They had never encountered such a strange situation before. Very quickly, the witch doctors on their altars also sensed that something was wrong. There seemed to be an invisible vortex in the air, frantically absorbing their strength. They could sense that the power from their altars were quickly surging into the air. Buzz. One of the tribal warriors suddenly realized that the weapon in his hands was trembling slightly, as though it was struggling free from his hands. He was shocked. He immediately turned his head to look, and in his eyes, all the weapons were trembling. Buzz 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 buzz. The sudden appearance of the tide of buzzing sounds caused their skins to go numb. Taiji and Si Ming's faces changed. There was a power converging in the sky, and in a short span of time, it had swelled into a terrifying hurricane. The all-powerful sovereign kings felt their heart jumping. What's happening? The sky was suddenly cut by countless of light scars that resembled shooting stars, which was the friction between the high-speed energy flow in the air, producing light auras. They were gathering from all angles, rushing towards the invisible vortex above the snow plains. Tens of thousands of light scars gathered to form a dazzling vortex. The vortex became increasingly bright. The terrifying undulation was like a humongous wave that rumbled outwards. The powerful force caused everyone's hearts to tremble, and all of the valiant tribal warriors felt overwhelming shock. Plop, someone's knees went weak and knelt on the ground, as though the ripple had forced him down. In the two large armies that were about to face off, the soldiers started to kneel. All of their faces were buried in the snow, their hearts filled with revere and fear. On the snow plains, only the two sovereign kings stood strongly, both of them fighting against the powerful force. The numbing sound suddenly disappeared, causing the land to become silent. The bright vortex stopped revolving, forming a light door in the sky. Suddenly, the eyes of both sovereign kings opened widely. A figure slowly walked out from the light door, followed by another, and then more and more figures walked out. Waves after waves of figures walked out. Heroic spirits. There are actually so many heroic spirits. The two sovereign kings watched in shock, blankly looking up at the sky. Apart from the savage continent, everyone else called them spirit dyads, but in the land of brute and barbarians, they were hailed as heroic spirits. Heroic spirits were seen as the protection assistants of the ancestors. People who were able to obtain heroic spirits would be able to receive the protection of their ancestors. Taiji and Si Ming were more knowledgeable than the other people. They knew that the heroic spirits were in fact strong martial artists that harbored strong emotions before they died, thus forming the heroic spirits. Like any other place, heroic spirits were like spirit dyads and could be bought. But all the heroic spirits had the same attire, with a rigid formation. They were obviously an army. An army of heroic spirits. In the savage continent, to form heroic spirits, there were two criterias. One was to have an intense desire, the other was to be powerful enough when they were alive. In the savage continent, only the sovereign kings who died had the possibility of forming heroic spirits. An army of heroic spirits, that means if they were alive, wouldn't it be an army of sovereign kings? The two sovereign kings were completely shocked. One after another of heroic spirits walked out of the light door quietly. They surged on, as if behind the light door, there were an unlimited amount of heroic spirits. The scale of the heroic spirits army before them made the two sovereign kings numb. Suddenly, a dark green figure walked out of the light door, stunning the two sovereign kings. In the air, a young lady dressed in military attire, wearing the Perseus crown, her long black hair fluttered with the wind. She looked down on the great land. Tang Tian's party's arrival intimidated everyone. Ji Shan and the other spies all quieted down. All of the soldiers released an intimidating killing aura that caused them to be fearful. When the fleet entered the Shan continent, the spies discovered warships that had Suji worldwide commerce and the Bai family emblem. causing their faces to change. Hearing that Tang Tian was going back, Su Jin and Bai Yu chased up halfway. Su Ji worldwide commerce was one of the most powerful weapons business under the sky, while the Bai family was a powerful family with deep roots in the southern region. Just a mere Shang continent actually had relation to the two powerhouses. No one would dare to do anything without thinking. Ji Shan and Lei Meng tacitly stopped discussing about plans to seize the Shang continent. At the very second that they could, they reported all the intel back to their superiors, and with ease they went back to the hard bitter work. Master! Tang Chou greeted Bing. Well done. Bing puffed out a smoke ring and nodded satisfyingly. If you continue like this, I reckon it will not be long before you to surpass me. Tang Chou remained serious. This subordinate will surpass master. Then you must work hard. Bing laughed out loud. He was not angry at all. Xia Yuan and the rest did not dare to breath. In their hearts, Tang Chou was already a god of war. They never thought that the seemingly ordinary-looking spirit dyad in front of them was called master by Master Tang Chou. This birthed a stifling pressure inside their hearts. Boss power is truly unfathomable. The Sword Forest stronghold had undergone a complete change, and was revamped to look completely different. Crane accompanied Su Jin and Bai Yu as they toured Sword Forest stronghold. Born of nobility, Crane was meticulous when meeting people, thus such matters were left to him. Unique craftsmanship. Bai Yu kept on praising, I have seen many strongholds before, but this is the first time for me to encounter such a uniquely crafted stronghold. I wonder who is the creator of this stronghold. Su Jin, who was standing beside Bai Yu, was still in a daze. He had not recovered from the shock when he saw the desert covered in black. The black stones were endless, which meant the amount of wealth was endless. Even though he never lacked in money, he still got enchanted by the sea of black gold. Bai Yu was equally shocked, but he was not shocked because of the amount of black stones, but by the Sword Forest stronghold. Crane laughed. It was by our chief mechanical master. Bai Yu thought about it. By saying the word chief, it meant that they did not only have one. I wonder if we can meet this person? Bai Yu said with respect, such a high-level grandmaster. If I am able to learn a thing or two from him, I can die without regrets. My apologies, she is not here. Crane said with an apologetic look. That is truly a pity. Bai Yu was filled with remorse, his heart still thinking of all sorts of ways to try and meet with such an intellectual person. From the start, Bai Yu saw something in Meng Nan, and thought that he had the potential to become an ally of the Bai family. But as time went on, Meng Nan kept giving him more and more surprises, and gradually revealing his strength, causing Bai Yu to constantly re-examine the relation between them. He had also seen the transformation of Xia Yuan and the others. Bai Yu himself was a famed great general, but it was still the first time for him to witness such a cruel and harsh training. And what he never thought was that Xia Yuan and the rest would actually persist on. Meng Nan was a fearsome tiger, with his teeth and claws fully grown. Bai Yu suddenly felt pity for the vast star continent. With a tiger right beside them, they would never be able to sleep and eat in peace. Bai Yu's guess was right. Yang Ziqing and He Ji were already restless, and found out how much they have underestimated the Shang continent. All the answers that Yang Ziqing had prepared prior to coming here were all overthrown because old General He Ji had clearly told him that the Shang continent was stronger than the vast star continent. The vast star continent was like a house with many leaks all over, being pushed and pulled by the wind and rain, while the Shang continent was full of vitality, soaring with power and momentum. It was Yang Ziqing's first time meeting Tang Tian, the true ruler of the Shang continent. Too young. Yang Ziqing exclaimed in his mind, but he dare not look down on the other party. To be able to become so tyrannical at such a young age, who had the qualifications to look down on him? His eyes gleamed with light, as he glanced at Bing, who was puffing away beside Tang Tian. In front of him, there were no meaning to try any fancy moves. Yang Ziqing had experience with him, and knew that Bing was hard to handle. We hope to form an alliance with the Shang continent. I wonder what continent lord thinks about it? Yang Ziqing did not try to play at any angle, and went straight to the point. To the current vast star continent, time was the most important. To waste time probing here and there would prove to be a huge loss to them. Alliance? Sure, we can. Bing puffed smoke rings, and continued, we have to see what price your continent is willing to pay. The feeling of cheating rich people was the best feeling. Yang Ziqing had made preparations prior, and without hesitation, we are willing to gift continent lord the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light. Tang Tian and Bing were both startled. They had thought that the vast star continent would be willing to fork out a huge amount, but they never thought that the vast star continent was prepared to fork out such an extravagant price. That was the pontoon bridge of the Sea of Light, the one and only pontoon bridge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, Respective Plans. Chapter 655, Respective Plans. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and R. If someone had to ask, what was the most valuable thing of the vast star continent, the answer would definitely be the pontoon bridge inside the Sea of Light. In the sacred Saint Galaxy, to travel from continent to continent, they had to go through the Sea of Energy. Each continent was like a bubble scattered inside the vast Sea of Energy. In some of these bubbles, there existed a unique type of energy belt. These energy belts are extremely stable in nature, and are able to isolate the water of energy, and that would be the pontoon bridge of the Sea of Light. Going inside the pontoon bridge was the same as being inside a continent. Although civilization already knew how to construct warships to travel inside the Sea of Energy, they still had to bear the danger and the high costs. The dangerous Sea of Energy held countless of unknown dangers, and numerous fleets die inside the Sea of Energy every year. To the sacred Saint Galaxy people, their history had always been fighting against the Sea of Energy. Going via the pontoon bridge not only meant that it was safe, but it was even faster, and the cost was low. The southern region had a total of 3 pontoon bridges in the Sea of Light, which were the main highways for the southern region. The pontoon bridge that belonged to the vast star continent was the longest, connecting 24 continents. Thus it could be said that the vast star continent held the most important bridge, connecting the Ming continent, Yuan continent, Lehigh continent, all of which were in their prime. These 3 continents were the large continents in the top 20 of the southern region, adding the vast star continent, the 4 continents that were connected, that value was undoubtable. That vast star continent was able to accumulate its wealth due to the pontoon bridge. In other words, the pontoon bridge was the foundation of the vast star continent, so when Tang, Tian and Bing heard that they were willing to give the bridge as the price, they were stunned. The two of them wanted to make vast star continent feel pain, but did not even dare think about asking for the pontoon bridge, but who knew the other party would initiate handing it over to them? Tang, Tian and Bing looked at each other, they could see the suspicions in each other's eyes. When Yang Ziqing said those words, he somehow felt extremely relaxed, so when he saw the two of them looking at each other, he raised his eyebrow. Could it be that your sire thinks that the price is not high enough? Bing regained his composure, we were just surprised. Yang Ziqing laughed bitterly, if we do not give it to you, we will not be able to hold it for ourselves either. Not hiding anything, recently, the pontoon bridge has suffered from a few attacks, and we are soon unable to defend it. If your noble side is willing to form an alliance, then we need to be fast, because we do not know how long we can hold it for. Our conditions are very simple, to exchange the pontoon bridge for the Flying Edge continent. Freely access other continents? Bing immediately understood the other party's intentions, and sneered, your side did plan it well, give up the bridge that you were already unable to protect, so we have to do the heavy lifting, to withstand the pressure of protecting the bridge, and by using the Flying Edge continent as a strategic guard post, you will truly be invulnerable to attacks. The vast star continent was too open and thus the most difficult part to defend was the area of connection with the pontoon bridge. Although the vast star continent had painfully cut off its meat, but because of that, they would obtain protection. Whoever accepted and took over the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light would immediately face the problem of how to guard and protect it, and would not have time to find trouble with the vast star continent. The Flying Edge continent is a small continent like the Shan continent, guarding the other channel into the vast star continent. But as the vast star continent was more reliant on the pontoon bridge, they rarely used that channel, thus the Flying Edge continent had never been regarded as important, and thus it was occupied illegally by a group of pirates. If anyone seized the entire Flying Edge continent, they just needed an army to be positioned and stand guard inside Flying Edge continent, and attacking Vast Star continent would become much easier, thus becoming a bigger threat. Tang Tian then realized, the one who planned it out was smart and powerful, but the Vast Star continent's continent lord, who had his hands tight, decided to firmly go through with it, which made Tang Tian feel respect for him. It was a beautiful piece of meat, but if they wanted to swallow it down, it could choke them instead. The pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light is worth the effort. Yang Ziqing did not give way, and he spoke honestly, although it is bound to be lost, but if not for this alliance, your noble side will definitely not be able to obtain the pontoon bridge. To your noble side, this is the one of a lifetime opportunity to obtain the pontoon bridge. What do we need the pontoon bridge for? Bing sneered, for money? Do you think we are lacking in funds? Tang Tian glanced at Bing and thought, he truly acts really well, lacking in funds? Who is the first one always asking for money when we meet? Yang Ziqing was steadfast, although this is the first time I am meeting Continent Lord, but I know that Continent Lord has ambitions and high aims, I believe that Continent Lord will be able to make the right decision. I want the pontoon bridge. Tang Tian suddenly spoke, but that continent that you want, you have to take it for yourself. It will not be easy for us to protect and guard the pontoon bridge. I believe you will also want us to be able to defend against the other continents as well. Great. Yang Ziqing immediately agreed, the Flying Edge continent was just a small figure, as long as the Vast Star continent pulled back the army that was protecting the pontoon bridge, they would have sufficient power to attack and take over the Flying Edge continent. Only after Yang Zicheng and he CG were satisfied did they leave. Walking out, Yang Zicheng was somewhat distracted. I never thought they would really agree to it. As long as the benefits are sufficient, people will naturally embrace the danger. He CG said emotionlessly. The two of them were filled with worry. To the vast star continent, losing the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light meant they would lose their main source of wealth, and in the long run, they would have to live frugally. What made them even sadder was that in the blink of an eye, the strong and glorious vast star continent was on the road to poverty. Yang Zicheng took a deep breath. We made the right choice. He CG's eyes lit up with fire. It is our only choice. Let Meng Nan and them go and fight. We will live in seclusion. While we recover, they will be exhausting themselves. And when the time is right, we will once again take back what belongs to us. That's right. Yang Zicheng regained his determination. We will take back the pontoon bridge. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. It was the old general that thought about the plan. After going through his meticulous thought process, he realized that although the Shang continent was strong, but the long-drawn perimeter defense would stretch their army thin, and he foresaw that the battle between the Shang continent and the other continents would continue for a long time, exhausting both sides. And by losing the burden of the pontoon bridge, drawing back from the perimeter, the vast star continent would instead become more stable. All the years of accumulating their wealth, they would be able to recover to their peak state, and maybe become even stronger. At that time, they would not need to use so much effort to seize back the pontoon bridge and trample on the few continents. In the room, Bing laughed bitterly. It is truly good meat, but it's too fat, we cannot swallow it. The pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light was not just a means of travel, but a path into the cities, the important and strategic cities, where there were large populations. To the continent now, manpower was equally as important. There were many benefits, but there would also be problems. The long defense perimeter is a huge burden to any powerhouse. It would seem as though the vast star continent lost to Tang Tian, but looking from another angle, they were pulled down by the pontoon bridge as well. What if we don't swallow it? Tang Tian asked, surprising Bing. Not take it? Bing was startled. What are we doing in the sacred Saint Galaxy? Tang Tian asked. We are not here to make money or gain territory, we are here to defeat our enemy, the honorable Martial Continent. Since it is so, why should we swallow it for ourselves? We can take it out and share it with everybody, so everyone will be as one. We can even supply treasures and whatnot, as long as they help us defeat honorable Martial Continent, since they hate them too. Bing looked at Tang Tian in shock, and after a long time, he spoke. That was what you were thinking? Yeah. Tang Tian said as a matter of factly. You are starting to understand things. Bing praised as he laughed, but he had to admit to himself that it was a good idea. He became alert. That's right, an alliance. We need to build up an alliance. This pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light is difficult to swallow by ourselves, but if we share it with everyone, it would become much easier. That's right, good idea. But we need to find a mediator with weight, so that other continents can trust them. The Bai family and White Sands continent. Tang Tian said, as long as we give them a share, they will definitely agree to it. Bing looked at Tang Tian as though he had seen a ghost. What is the meaning of your expression? Tang Tian said unhappily. Did something possess you? Bing walked around Tang Tian in a full circle. No, I thought for a long time, to finally come to this conclusion. Tang Tian used his fingers to count. How many men do we have? Even if we pull all the people from Ursa Major constellation over, they will only be a slighter bigger continent, and still far lacking as compared to the honorable Martial Continent. So how long must we wait, for us to beat down every continent one by one to strengthen ourselves? So, what do we do? Bing asked. So, we buy everyone. Tang Tian said elatedly, I spent only a few billions to defeat the Golden Rose in White Sands. What? Bing's eyes grew round with rage, and he erupted in anger. A few billion? Here I am, frugally living with poverty, and you actually spent a few billion just to destroy a few hoodlums. You piss me off. You don't have to care about this small matter. Tang Tian laughed. I was thinking, why not use the same method to defeat the honorable Martial Continent? Many people hate them anyway. If money can't buy them, we can use other things to bribe them, let's say the pontoon bridge. If we can get everyone on board, the honorable Martial Continent will not be able to do anything. If we can bribe them, the honorable Martial Continent can do it too. Bing said. No, they won't. Tang Tian shook his head. For example, we can use the pontoon bridge, but can honorable Martial Continent do so? Their ambition is to take over the entire sacred Saint Galaxy, and thus they are naturally the enemy of all the continents. They have to subdue the others and make them into subordinates or slaves, and take their wealth. But we don't have to. We do not any ambitions for the sacred Saint Galaxy, we just want to be their friends. I give my friends some benefits, and I will get help from them. If I give them a bit of benefit and make them into my servants, they would not be willing. Seeing Bing's dumbfounded expression to the point that he had forgotten about smoking, Tang Tian felt extremely good, and said with elation, "So? Don't you think I am very powerful? You have guided me to improve, but don't use your old eyes to look at me. Shave off your blockhead to see properly, understand, dot." Tian, this entire sentence is a play in the Chinese proverbs, which makes no sense in English, thus I tweaked it to make the conversation flow better. Bing sneered, "This sort of conduct, what are you being proud for? I will shave you first." Suddenly, Tang Tian ate out loud. Bing, who was about to place the cigarette in his hand back to his mouth, asked casually, "What?" "There's news from Three Spirit City, Screw is awake." Plop, the cigarette in Bing's hands dropped to the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Blank Slate. Chapter 656, Blank Slate. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Screw. Ha. Screw subconsciously replied. He raised his head, an unfamiliar face entered his vision, but for some reason, he felt an extreme familiarity with it. He looked at the other party, while the other party looked at him. He looked into the eyes of the other party, and saw his own skinny reflection. "Who are you?" "I'm the small brat." Bing controlled his own emotions. He puckered his lips, making him look extremely ugly. Screw shook his head. "You don't look small." Bing felt his nose turning sour, his voice cracked. "Screw, you don't remember that small brat anymore? You don't remember Commander? You don't remember Xin? You don't remember us anymore? Why did it turn out this way? You've mistaken me for someone else." Screw shook his head and stood up. "Please let me leave, they say only you can let me leave." "Where will you go to?" Bing looked at the familiar face, all the gray memories becoming alive again, the unspeakable pain and grief flowing through his entire body. "To the battlefield." Screw's scrawny face revealed a bizarre determination. "The battlefield." Bing muttered. "I want to save my comrades, they are in danger." Screw walked out without turning back. "I will not let them die." Bing could feel his heart being ripped apart. Tears flowed down his face like water, dropping down to the ground. In Bing's teary eyes, he could only see the silhouette of Screw, the scrawny yet unbending back. "Wrench, give me the wrench, quickly, you better quicken the hell up." A hoarse voice mixed with sobbing sounded out behind Screw, making him puzzled. "The joints are severely damaged, give me component 3 for the joints, everyone move quickly, brace yourselves, don't fall." Screw's footsteps continued to slow down, the words that entered his ears were familiar. "I won't go. I won't go. If I go, who will fix all these up for you?" Screw's footsteps became even slower. "Commander, don't die. Xin, don't die. Little brat, you better not die." When those words came out from his own mouth, Bing's voice had already become sobs. It was as though Bing was still standing in the battlefield, surrounded with flames. Screw, who was surrounded by piles and piles of broken mechanical weapons, he was too tired, his hands were trembling, his voice was trembling, he was afraid, he was in despair, he was worried for everyone. He was just a mechanical engineer. He was in truth a coward, afraid to die. Bing hated his cowardice, his tears would not stop, he did not want to cry anymore. Why can't these tears stop? Bing had to muster up all of his strength just to say each sentence. To witness Screw trapped inside the ice coffin firsthand, hearing his screams, all those words were deeply embedded into Bing's mind. "How can you have forgotten?" Screw, who was walking out, stopped. The puzzlement and confusion continued to thicken. All of those random words were extremely familiar to him, as though they were from him. It was a strange feeling. In Bing's blurred vision, the faint scrawny figure had stopped. "Is it familiar? It must be familiar, right, Screw? You must definitely find it familiar. Because these are the words you have been screaming out for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Even if your memories are wiped clean, even if you have come into this world with a blank slate, even if you cannot recognize us anymore, that must be fate. But no matter, it doesn't matter, to be unable to let go of your concerns for 10,000s after death, it must have left something deep in your spirit. Deep in your soul. It definitely will." Bing looked upwards, the tears flowing all around his face. He raised his hands up high, and like 10,000 years ago, he roared. "Southern Cross Army, advance." It was like lightning striking down on Screw. Tang Tian had not been to Three Spirit City for a long time, countless matters surged in immediately, but no one was able to take Tang Tian away from Big Sister Sai Lei. Sai Lei had an unspeakable excitement. Upon seeing Tang Tian, it was as though she had gone into a state of fits. What did you bring back this time? What? Ha? Nothing? Then what are you good for? Next time, you had better bring more things back from the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Oh, you have already formed an alliance with the weapons business in the Sacred Saint Galaxy? That's great. You must ask them for a list of materials, and send everything they have, one of each, to me. Oh, whether or not you're here doesn't matter. Recently, there has been great progress with the research on the Sacred Saint Galaxy materials. Their materials have a distinguishable quality from Heaven's Road. Do you know what is the most important feature of our materials? Spirits, that's right, spirits. What about the Sacred Saint Galaxy? No spirits, but they naturally contain some laws. You must be thinking, why? Because they exist in an environment with extremely dense energy. That's right, laws and energy in truth have no link whatsoever, but in a place where there is an abundance of energy, laws can be obtained much easily. Energy is like water, whereby laws are the fishes swimming in them. You're too stupid, you still don't understand when I have explained it to you? Mechanical spirit weapons, think about it, as long as you put these two materials together, martial spirits that can control laws, how spectacular is that? I, Sai Lei, want to create the strongest mechanical weapons in history, Saint Armor, doesn't that sound powerful? Tang Tian looked at Sai Lei's unusual flushed red face with her shriveled hair, and frowned. He turned and asked Pai Pa, how long since she last slept? Pai Pa looked at Sai Lei, and whispered, 15 days. You haven't slept in 15 days? Tang Tian frowned even deeper. Sleep? Why do I need sleep? Sai Lei waved her hands excitedly. This is such a huge discovery, this is the grand moment, the strongest and grandest Saint Armor in the history of mechanical weapons, is right in front of me. At such a time, if I were to sleep, it would be squandering. Such a waste. Bang! A chop struck Sai Lei's neck, causing her to stop talking abruptly. Tang Tian used a hand to grab the fainted Sai Lei and gently placed her on the sofa inside the laboratory. Tang Tian walked out of the room and carefully closed the door, and asked Pai Pa, is she always like that? Yes, big sister works too hard, we try to advise her but she doesn't listen, and no one dares to do anything. Pai Pa said softly. Tang Tian also had a headache with her. Big sister Sai Lei was not a name that was randomly called, she would even quarrel with him, thus no one dared to stop her. Suddenly, Tang Tian asked, who is in charge of the budget now? Han Tao? Yes. Pai Pa said awkwardly. Master Jingshou's Han Tao nickname had been passed around, but to hear it from Tang Tian, Pai Pa felt pity for Master Jingshou. Ah, that's great. Tang Tian said happily, from today on, the mechanical laboratory's budget will be directly linked to Sai Lei's sleep time. Every hour lesser that she sleeps, we will take off 5% off their budget. Long Shou-jing is a simple man, he looked to be very stern, but he was in truth a very gentle person. That year, for the sake of convincing Tang Tian, he had to portray out the manner of a fierce person, showing his firmness. After Tang Tian set this rule, Long Shou-jing would do it without giving any chances. Truly, the two were born to be nemesis. Pai Pa admired Tang Tian's idea, Master's idea is truly perfect. She could imagine, for the sake of the budget, Big Sister could only go to sleep in anger. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Suddenly, she thought about something, she hesitated, but gathered her courage. Master, there was an issue once when the people of Taurus Constellation came to find Big Sister. Oh. Tang Tian remembered that Sai Lei came from Taurus Constellation. They came to pester her, wanting Big Sister to return back to look around. She became angry, and they said a few bad words, causing Big Sister to cry. Pai Pa said with slight anger, they went too far, initially they apologized to her, then now they are playing such a method. If not for Big Sister, I think everyone would have beaten them up. Tang Tian's face became cold. They want Sai Lei to return to Taurus Constellation to look around? Pai Pa nodded her head, yeah. They definitely wanted to detain her given the chance. Alright, Sai Lei has truly left Taurus Constellation for too long, she should go back to take a look. Tang Tian's tone was extremely cold. Master. Pai Pa was shocked, she never thought that Master would actually agree for Big Sister to return to Taurus Constellation, she immediately regretted her words. Tang Tian waved his hands, and stopped Pai Pa from talking. He laughed sinisterly, where are all the armies that have no tasks now? Ask Tang Chou to pick a few units and accompany Sai Lei to tour around Taurus Constellation. No rush, she hasn't been there for so long, she needs to take a good look there. Tang Tian was furious, a little girl that was forced out of her home, and the life she had to live, was definitely not one could think about. This debt must be paid. Pai Pa was startled, she immediately became happy, and anxiously ran off. I am going to find Master Tang Chou now. That's right, how can Master bear to watch big sister get bullied? But when he was angry just now, it was so scary. Tang, who had returned to Three Spirits City, immediately went into work. His job scope was mainly in Heaven's Road. Ursa Major constellation had too many units, and there was no one to oversee everything. With Bing at the Sacred Saint Galaxy, he was not worried at all. The first thing Tang did was to check up on the training situation of the army. The current Three Spirits City had already been developed into one of the biggest city in the Spirit region. For safety and security, at any time, there were always 2 armies on guard. The barracks in Three Spirits City had an enormous scale. The armies guarding Three Spirits City were always different, always in rotation from a duty roster that was convenient for Tang to observe. Ursa Major Constellation's armies were still young, they held enormous and enviable potential, but they still required a lot of harsh training to raise their fighting strength. Receiving Tang Tian's commands, Tang then flipped through the recent reports of the armies. Ursa Major Constellation was thriving tremendously, especially for the young people. Countless of talents had started to reveal their outstanding talents. But the one who was the most hardworking was still Adrian, the academic advisor with the name Hunter. Xiao, who was greatly adored by Tang, after going through Adrian's teachings, was displaying the aura and manner of a great general. With regards to teaching students, Tang had to admit that he was still lacking as compared to Adrian. For example, Chen Zilin, under Adrian's suggestion, had become the adjutant of Aluan. The brave Aluan and calm and the collected Chen Zilin, the 2 of them had become a gold grade group. Every name on the list made Tang feel proud, but he also felt awkward. Who do I pick? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, Operation Begins. Chapter 657, Operation Begins. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The various huge constellations in Heaven's Road were in turmoil. The war between the Honorable Marshall Group and the Leo constellation still continued, to the point that both sides were bent on killing the other. The war between the 2 powerhouses had deeply affected the structure of Heaven's Road. Scorpio constellation, after welcoming the new Scorpio King, also welcomed in the chance of high-speed development. The new Scorpio King had revealed his iron fist and wisdom. Sima Xiao, who was born in the Clan Union, had very quickly swallowed the entire Union. Promoting the new people of Clan Union and separating the old-timers of Scorpio constellation, Sima Xiao had Scorpio constellation in his hands. Scorpio constellation managed to profit from both the Leo constellation and the Honorable Marshall Group. Other than that, there was another war that had attracted countless of eyes as well. The long-gone war between Ophiuchus constellation and Onyx Soul erupted once again. In all, there were not many surprising changes in the situation. The Sagittarius Empress still stayed in her palace. Cancer constellation's biggest news was simply obtaining 3 gold-rank treasures. Aquarius constellation was still earning the largest amount of money in the entire Heaven's Road. Even the tyrannical Ursa Major constellation that rose to prominence was extremely quiet. But people who had the sense could feel the hidden movements flowing beneath all of these. Libra constellation, which was near to Ursa Major constellation, was quietly transforming. The internal battle inside Aries constellation was getting more intense. Pisces constellation and Capricornus constellation were secretly establishing contact. Many people could sense something, maybe an unprecedented storm was brewing. The calm before the storm. All of this did not matter to Tang Tian, because he had his most urgent matter, the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light. Three Spirits City. Screw watched Bing leave without saying a word. Bing and him talked about the past of Southern Cross Army, and talked about Ixian, talked about the commander, and that he owed Bing a mechanical weapon. Screw then knew that he used to be a mechanical engineer, and knew that he used to be a chatterbox, that he loved to curry favor people, and even the cigarettes in Bing's hands were his that were used to curry favor from the commander, and he found out about the days and winds of the past, and knew that it was the final battle. Screw listened on quietly. He knew that Bing was not lying to him. The vague familiarity that lingered in his heart, the vague grief and pain, all of those lingering longings, were like strings being pulled and resonated. Maybe there will be a day that I will remember. Bing's backview disappeared from his vision, and Screw retracted his gaze. Bing said that he has found Xin. Bing said, they will definitely find Commander. Bing said that everyone will be back together again, fighting alongside each other like how it was in the past. Although he felt like a stranger to all of them, but Screw could still feel the joy and anticipation in his heart. He turned and walked. No one disturbed him. Everyone knew of Screw's loss of memories. To the logistics officer that stayed till the end of the battle, everyone felt immense respect for him. Screw suddenly stopped. His eyes landed onto a pile of waste products in the corner. Those were the broken components of the mechanical spirit weapons. After a period of time, they would all be moved to be melted down again. The vague familiarity surfaced in Screw's head. He subconsciously walked over. He knelt down and inspected all the weird components. The sense of familiarity became even stronger. He hesitated for a moment and picked up another piece and looked at it. His movements were clumsy and strange. Silei, who was furious after waking up, was prepared to look for Tang Tian to discuss about the preposterous plan for the link between her sleep and their budget, when she coincidentally walked past the scene of Screw and the components, and could not help but stop. She was just about to extend her hand out to stop him, but when she thought about his past, she calmed down. She quietly observed the spirit general that was as clumsy as a child. You were formerly the chief mechanical engineer of the Southern Cross Army. Even if your memories are gone, even after all the destruction, your passion and dreams for mechanical techniques will never die, right? With regards to the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light, time was of the essence. If they do not take the chance before anyone else and assumed control of the pontoon bridge, if someone else took it instead, the situation would become extremely complicated. On that very night, the few armies that had just arrived at Shang continent were once again assembled. With Bing as the overall commander, with the guidance from the vast star continent, they took over control over the pontoon bridge. It was a race against time. Before Bing had completely taken control over the entire pontoon bridge, there could not be any leak of information. If the vast star continent knew of their true intention, then the plan would burst into bubbles, and the vast star continent would implement the plan for themselves. What the vast star continent wanted to make use of was Tang Tian's greed. Bai Yu and Su Jin ran over to Tang Tian to look for news. It was just a day, but there was such a large-scale movement, it was obviously a huge matter. Tang Tian naturally did not disclose anything, and casually threw out reasons to handle them. Do you need to rest? Ji had a face full of fatigue. It was not easy handling Bing's never-ending questions for an old man like him. The fleet moved at full speed. But to move at full speed for a long duration would cause distress to the ship's body, but for such a crucial move, they did not care about losing a few ships. No, Bing shook his head. From the start, his eyes never left the diagram of the defense plan for the pontoon bridge at all. Ji was filled with admiration towards Bing's foresight. To him, Bing was an extremely outstanding commander, one much better than him. Throughout the road, Bing had continuously bombarded him with questions on every single detail regarding the pontoon bridge. Many of them, if not for Ji personally guarding the pontoon bridge, he would never be able to answer. After the detailed questioning, Bing broke the pontoon bridge into 3 sections. The condensed and clustered defensive layout made Ji open his eyes wide, many of the contents in which he did not understand. But Bing's cautiousness left a deep impact in Ji. If the vast star continent had an equally outstanding commander, maybe the situation would be completely different. Ji was filled with regret, but he did not blame himself. Such a top-notch commander could only be met, and not sought after. He was not someone that could be obtained just from grooming. But Ji did not waste his decades of experience. He quickly found Bing's biggest Achilles heel, and that was the stretched thin military strength. To the vast star continent, the defense of the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light was a tremendous burden, and it was the same for the Shang continent. It had to be said, the armies of the Shang continent were very powerful. All of them were hard-working and persistent, and were true elites, leaving deep impressions on Ji. Just like now, the soldiers were making use of the time to rest. The long-distance training had set fatigue in, and it was not something that a day or two of rest could clear, but no one complained. The Shang continent was much stronger than the vast star continent, but it was still not enough to bear the long defense perimeter burden, and it was the large pit that Ji had dug for the Shang continent. He felt extremely pleased, and was curious, what would the outstanding commander do? In truth, the situation at the pontoon bridge was much more severe than what Ji had painted. The long pontoon bridge had many parts that were in battle. Waves after waves of pirates were like sharks that smelled blood and came forward. There were many of the pirates who were in truth other powerhouses in disguise. As long as there was a chance, they would pounce and take a huge bite. All these standard armies were much harder to handle than pirates. When the fleet arrived at the pontoon bridge, they encountered a small-scale battle. All of the pirates were quickly killed, but it showed that how bad the situation had declined. The garrisoned armies of the vast star continent had long received the message and were waiting for them. These are all the keys for the strongholds. From now on, they belong to you. We wish you good luck. Ji did not step onto the pontoon bridge. It would bring him more sadness. It was the symbol of the fall of the vast star continent. He brought the few half-crippled armies and retreated. Bing took a deep breath. He knew that their battle had just begun. You have to know, when Bing obtained the pontoon bridge and when the vast star continent armies retreated, Tang Tian immediately took action. He sought out Bai Yu and without hiding anything, he explained the entire proposal for the pontoon bridge. Bai Yu's breathing instantly became rapid. He was faint from the heaven-sent biscuit that dropped on his head. It was the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light, the most important pontoon bridge, the most prime area. To be able to plunge one foot into the unconditional strategic area, it meant influence and wealth. Even for the Bai family, the undisputed tyrant family in the southern region with a rich history, they were unable to withstand such an attraction. A secret order was sent to the Bai family at the fastest speed. The Bai family's 2 silver great armies gathered urgently, and at their fastest speed, they advanced towards the vast star continent. Without hesitation, Bai Yu had jumped on board. He firmly believed that such an opportunity would never appear again in his life. Bai Yu was smart and witty, and knew that Tang Tian's generous plan would definitely be successful. When the time comes, controlling the pontoon bridge will definitely be by an alliance. It would be the biggest alliance of the southern region. To think about alliance, they needed enough allies. Other than the White Sands continent, the Bai family needed other allies. He suggested to Tang Tian to invite the Suji Worldwide Commerce to the feast. Tang Tian was fine with the idea. He and Suji Worldwide Commerce were having a joyous collaboration, and he did not think of the Suji Worldwide Commerce previously was because they were a weapons trading business and not a continent powerhouse. Su Jin, who received the news, instantly became excited. He knew that if such a thing was successful, this service to the commerce would be able to push him up to become the next potential patriarch. Bai Yu then pushed out all the families he could think of, naturally wanting to help Tang Tian with the proposal with all of his heart. In terms of being familiar with the southern region, Tang Tian and Bing were unable to compete with the Bai family. Bai Yu quickly chose out the most suitable allies. Ming continent, Yuan continent, Lehigh continent, the 3 continents that were also connected via the pontoon bridge. The Rainbow continent, although not in direct connection with the pontoon bridge, was close enough and could prove to be a threat to the pontoon bridge, and with it being powerful, was quickly chosen. Like so, adding the Shang continent, White Sands, Bai family, and Suji Worldwide Commerce, the alliance was composed of 8 counterparts. Just by looking at this list, Bai Yu dared to confirm that if the alliance was a success, it would definitely become the biggest and strongest alliance in the southern region. The White Sands continent, Ming continent, Yuan continent, and Lehigh continent were the top 20 continents of southern region, with White Sands continent being in the top 10. Adding the tyrannical aristocratic Bai family that had deep foundation and connections, the top 5 weapons traders Suji Worldwide Commerce, the Shang continent fearsome tiger, the strength of the alliance was a definite. Very quickly, Suji Worldwide Commerce sent news back. They were willing to join. From the 2 mediators, they formed 3 parties in which they would seek other continent lords of a few other continents to discuss of the matter. This was the crucial point to determine success or failure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, Bright Symbol Stronghold. Chapter 658, Bright Symbol Stronghold. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The enemies were smashed in all directions, but the expression on Bing's face did not change. Continue to advance. It was already the 4th wave of enemies they had defeated en route. The current pontoon bridge was already heavily damaged, and many groups of pirates would enter through the cracks. As the pirates were extremely lively, it caused the pontoon bridge to almost become unusable, and no goods caravans dared to use the path. The vast star continent had previously recruited many citizens to restore the pontoon bridge, but as the recovery progress was too slow, it left many gaps. As an energy belt, if it did not have any gaps, it would be difficult to break through. The pontoon bridge had a natural enemy as well, and that was the energy corrosion in the boundless sea of energy. The energy corrosion in the sea of energy would slowly but gradually harm the pontoon bridge, and if stretched long enough, a gap would be corroded out from the pontoon bridge. After every period, vast star continent needed to send people in for restorations. Currently, all of these gaps had become the best attacking points for the pirates. Bing did not have additional manpower to even do any restorations. Bing did not bother at all. He did not care about all the gaps. They were just minor inconveniences that would not affect the overall situation. What he saw as important were the strongholds constructed by the vast star continent on the pontoon bridge. All of these strongholds were situated at major crossroads, and after continuous years of reinforcing them, they had become extremely firm. As long as they took control of these strongholds, they would stand on undefeated grounds, and the keys were in Bing's hands. Although they were closed, but strongholds that did not have any soldiers manning it might be trouble for the smaller pirates, but for the pirates with considerable strength, it was no problem. Even if they did not have any sieging frigates or ships, attacking and breaking through was only a matter of time. That's right, everything was just a matter of time. Bing was racing against time. As long as any strongholds were occupied by the pirates, Bing's situation would be terrible. The armies that were with him were already tight, and without any sieging ships, they did not have any power to attack an occupied stronghold. With the lack of time, Bing wanted to occupy these strongholds and assume true control over the pontoon bridge before the pirates or other powerhouses could react. As the transport ships were too slow, Bing ordered them to go off the ships, although this would cause the soldiers to be more tired, but every minute counts, and speed was still the most important aspect of the plan. The only ship left was the Black Arrow warship. It held powerful speed, and was able to allow their troops to have attacking capabilities. The results from the training in the Sea of Energy were displayed. Regardless of whether it was the Swift Army or Scully unit, their army movement were not slow, and everyone were performing to standard. Compared to the dangerous and harsh environment of the Sea of Energy, the pontoon bridge was like heaven. Other than the Swift Army, Skull Unit and Underworld Continent demonic mounts, there was another unique group in Bing's hands. That was the Sacred Saint Galaxy Sagittarius constellation led by Crane, and Aries constellation led by Ling Su. In the entire 5 Southern Islands constellations, Sagittarius constellation and Aries constellation were the 2 constellations with the strongest offensive abilities. Cancer was in charge of defense, Aquarius and Libra in charge of control. In the race against time, they needed to do everything at once, to win swiftly, and thus the 2 constellations with the strongest offensive abilities were chosen. Bing knew that, although all 5 family disciples were strong, but they were definitely still amateurs. Lucky for them, they had the training that polished them. The disciples of the 5 families had great improvements on their usage of their star treasures. And under Tang Xiao's request, they learned the fundamental war tactics coordination. But it was a pity that this fundamental tactics coordination was insufficient for them to become a strong army unit. Bing gave these amateurs to Crane and Ling Su. Since they were unable to form groups, then they should be able to unleash their individual strengths. Crane and Ling Su were 2 powerful martial artists, and could teach them how to fight and use their treasures. The pontoon bridge was not a very wide place, and thus more suitable for the use of individual strengths. Crane and Ling Su, who had tyrannical fighting abilities, displayed their powers multiple times throughout many battles. Master Ling, your spear technique, where did you learn it from? Yu Qingyi could no longer hold back. It was not only him, the other disciples of the Yu family all stretched their necks over, their faces filled with curiosity. It was too alike. Ling Su's spear techniques was extremely similar to the Yu family's spear techniques. The resemblance did not stop at its appearance, but even its spirit was similar. The aura given off from his spear techniques were also extremely similar to theirs. What made it even more inconceivable was that Ling Su's attainments on his spear techniques, which made them dumbstruck. My teacher. Ling Su glanced at them. He knew that all of them were from the Yu family, and was where the Aries constellation came from, so he was equally as curious, and did not torment them. But very quickly, he grew disappointed, for the disciples' spear technique seemed to be inferior to his Aries spear of stars. Currently, Ling Su's strength and insight was far stronger than what he was in the past. With just a thought, he could clearly see through things. The Aries spear of stars that originated from the Yu family, because of the thin energy in Heaven's Road, became extremely weak. Thus, under the hard work and enlightenment of the martial artists in the past, they walked an entire new Dao path, gradually changing and forming into the Aries spear of stars that originates from laws. But as the energy in the Sacred Saint Galaxy was rich, the spear techniques of the Yu family were the same as other martial techniques in Sacred Saint Galaxy. They did not need to refine on their techniques, and they would already possess considerable might. And the dense energy was like thick snow, facilitated them, but at the same time made their enlightenment on laws even more difficult. That was the difference between Heaven's Road and Sacred Saint Galaxy. The Sacred Saint Galaxy people were born saints, and looked to be much stronger than Heaven's Road people. But the thin energy instead allowed them to understand laws, so upon stepping into saint rank, they would be even stronger than Sacred Saint Galaxy people. One was strong first and weak later, the other was weak first then strong later. These were 2 different lives formed by 2 completely different environments, forming 2 different Dao paths. Boss Ling, was your teacher named you? Yu Qingyi blurted out. When he saw Ling Su's expression that was like a smile yet not a smile, his face flushed red. The other disciples were also embarrassed. Ling Su's spear techniques attainments were a level that barely anyone could reach in the Yu family. My teacher did not tell me what his last name was. Ling Su's tone turned rather gloomy. Upon thinking of his teacher, he would become somewhat sad, but he quickly got out of his sadness. The current him already had the qualifications to allow his teacher to feel proud. Seeing all of Yu family disciples in deep thoughts, he gave a direct answer. Teacher's spear techniques came from Aries constellation. Aries constellation? This Aries constellation that we are called? Wait, no, is it the Aries constellation that our spirit objects are from? Could there truly be a place called Aries constellation? All of the Yu family disciples went into an uproar. They initially thought that the name Aries constellation was a random nickname their boss had given them. To hear Ling Su say its name, could there truly be a place called Aries constellation? Ling Su felt his head in pain. The question would have a complicated explanation, and he hated such things. He ignored their puzzlement, and said, from today onwards, I will teach you the Aries Spear of Stars. Although they did not get the answer they wanted, but to be able to learn the Aries Spear of Stars made them all excited. they had personally witnessed the strength of the Aries spear of stars. Seeing their excitement, Wei Ting, who was nearby, could not help but ask Crane, "Master Crane, is there truly a Sagittarius constellation?" Crane, "Yes, there is." The Wei family disciples flew into an uproar, they all gathered together. Compared to the bad-tempered Ling Su, Crane, who was more gentle and friendly, received the adoration of everyone. Wei Hao asked, "Master Crane, your martial techniques, is it related to Sagittarius constellation?" "No," Crane replied warmly, "my martial techniques comes from Grus constellation." Everyone revealed looks of disappointment. Crane laughed, "But the Empress of the Sagittarius constellation is my mother's elder sister." Wah. All of the Wei family disciples revealed looks of shock which turned into joy. "Master Crane, how are Sagittarius constellation and these treasures related? Master, why are you not the successor for Sagittarius constellation?" Everyone started to ask questions. Crane could not help but smile, but his heart was somewhat down. His aunt had always hoped that he would inherit Sagittarius constellation, but he still chose Grus constellation. In the past, due to the grievances of the past, he did not have any favorable opinion towards Sagittarius constellation. But currently, after seeing the world, he was no longer like the past, he was more wise and open, and the grudge of the past had been dissipated. His aunt hoped that he would inherit Sagittarius constellation, because of their close relation, but the other reason was that Sagittarius constellation had not been able to produce a young person capable of bearing the responsibility. All of the Wei family disciples in Sagittarius constellation came from the same place. Crane started to consider, maybe I can find a suitable candidate out of all of them. Maybe I can teach all of you a few things from Sagittarius constellation. Crane's smile always brought forth a feeling like the spring wind. "I know a thing or two from there." "That's great." "Whoa. That's awesome. Are the martial techniques of Sagittarius constellation the same as our Wei family?" Bing noticed the uproar of the two units, but did not stop them. Ling Su and Crane's teachings would greatly aid their growths. Maybe it might not be apparent as of the moment. Bing also did not hope for them to be of much help, as the youths belonged to the future. Ahead, a stronghold was faintly discernible. Everyone became tense. The stronghold ahead was the most important stronghold of the pontoon bridge, the Bright Symbol stronghold. If we were to call the pontoon bridge a light belt, then the Bright Symbol stronghold was like a piece of rock, embedded halfway inside the light belt, located right smack in the middle of the sea of energy. If the army could hold the stronghold, not only would they be able to guard the pontoon bridge, but they could enter the sea of energy through this other door, and launch attacks. If enemies were to attack the Bright Symbol stronghold from the sea of energy, then the pontoon bridge would be a natural logistic route for them to provide a steady flow of replenishment. The three most important strongholds of the vast star continent were strongholds similar to the Bright Symbol stronghold. The three of them were able to provide assistance to each other, and were able to exhibit immense uses. If they could take down Bright Symbol stronghold, they would have seized the first important point. Suddenly, Bing's eyes shrunk. He saw traces of energy scars cutting through the walls of light of the pontoon bridge, flickering indefinitely. Someone was attacking the Bright Symbol stronghold. He immediately gave the order, "All armies advance." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Ambush. Chapter 659, Ambush. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Ing Yan's face was flushed red with excitement. The light aura wall of the Bright Symbol stronghold was wavering. Success was right in front of him. As one of the honorable Martial Continent's pirates of the southern region, there were no room for doubts for Ing Yan's achievements. When the vast star continent had continuously sent their armies to fight with the Shan continent, he immediately saw his chance. To him, the vast star continent had made a grave military mistake, and that was spreading his units. To him, the vast star continent should have gathered all of their forces to trample the Shan continent with one move, thus preventing any further dangers to surface. But the vast star continent was either overcautious or underestimated their enemies. They always sent out insufficient forces in an attempt to destroy their enemies, but instead gave their enemies the chance to create a miraculous turnover. Victory after victory, they danced around their enemies. The more they fought, the stronger they got. The more they battled, the braver they become. This caused the vast star continent to gradually fall to the losing side. Ing Yan had specially researched on the large continents of the southern region, and knew everything of their current situation and possible threats. The circumstances around the vast star continent was not safe at all, but yet held a vast amount of wealth. As long as the vast star continent revealed any loopholes, the surrounding continents would definitely pounce to take a bite. At that time, Ing Yan did not know whether the Shan continent could win, but he still made the bet. He brought his own pirates and spent a great deal of effort, taking a huge roundabout, and finally arrived at a location of ambush near the pontoon bridge. The vast star continent did not have time to take care such small troops around the pontoon bridge or have any spare manpower for patrols, thus they were able to close in without anyone knowing. What was the most valuable thing of the vast star continent? The pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light. When the vast star continent sunk into decline, the first to suffer would definitely be the pontoon bridge. The Honorable Marshal Continent had detailed reports on the pontoon bridge. After carefully researching, Yan placed his target on the bright symbol stronghold. By guarding over the stronghold, they could attack and defend at will. To a pirate, such a stronghold did not hold any meaning. But Yan had his own assessment. If the vast star continent lost control over the pontoon bridge, then the pontoon bridge would become the target of the various continents, and it would then become the true messy battlefield. And Yan, who held the opportunity to take over the bright symbol stronghold, had the bargaining chip to deal with the various continents. To invoke the southern region continents to exhaust themselves was the main task of the pirates. And when the pirates near the pontoon bridge started to increase, Yan immediately knew that the battle of capture had begun. Yan, who held contingency plans, immediately led his subordinates to attack the bright symbol stronghold without hesitation. When he arrived at the bright symbol stronghold, he was surprised to find that the closed bright symbol stronghold did not have any guards. He initially thought that it was a trap, but after a few probings, he was stunned to realize that there were not a single soul inside. That shock immediately turned to fanatical joy, although he did not understand why, but he knew that it was a heaven-sent opportunity. He immediately launched a full-force attack on the bright symbol stronghold. As long as he broke through the layer of energy barrier, the important stronghold would be in his hands. Dazzling spear auras, sword auras, blade auras all continued to strike the energy barrier. Like a withered tree, the energy barrier started to sway as though it could break any time. Yan's face was flushed red with excitement, but his mind was quickly thinking, and he started to calm down to consider his next step. With the bright symbol stronghold in his hand, he would call on his companions and form a nominal pirate alliance. He had confidence in his own companions. The Honorable Marshal Continent's pirate plan had been planned for a long time, and each pirate were screened through multiple strict selections. After going through harsh training, all these pirate heads which had gone through true standard military training all had the qualifications to become the commander of armies of the small continents. All these outstanding pirate heads formed pirate groups with strength far exceeding that of ordinary pirates. If not for attracting southern regions continents, these pirates would become even more terrifying. To the internal department of Honorable Marshal Continent, these pirates that they had created with utmost care were hailed as the White Pirates, white signifying their honor and light. With a few more pirates, Yan had the confidence to contend against other continents, and swallow the delicious vast star continent. At that time, whether or not to use it as a focal point to take over the southern region or use it to transform the other continents, he would be spoiled for choices, holding the power of initiation. The light barrier of the stronghold trembled. Yan retracted from his thought. The stronghold was about to be breached, causing him to be excited. Everyone, put in your all, the stronghold is about to be breached. Bang! The light barrier of the stronghold finally crumbled, and shattered auras filled the sky. The morale of the pirates were greatly boosted, and their howls of joy sounded out as they swarmed into bright symbol stronghold. Yan shook his head as he laughed. All of them were well trained. It was a swarm. How could there be any formations? To Yan, a full-fledged general trained in the standard military tactics, such a scene would truly be disastrous. But in the victory, even the terrible performance did not look too bad. All of his subordinates were still pirates. To wish to train them into a standard army was impossible. Pirates were fugitives on the run, all of them were untamed and rebellious. As long as there were too many rules, they would resist with all their might. Although Yan had put a lot of work into them, their usual day performances were barely satisfactory, but in that joy, all of them had thrown away everything that they had learnt. Seems like after this battle, I will need to train them well again, Yan secretly decided. Bing moved, rushing anxiously towards the bright symbol stronghold. Bing glanced at the wavering light barrier. He immediately assessed that taking over the defense of the stronghold was already too late. All the work he had done throughout the journey, skipping on his sleep, was displayed to great use. After continuously asking ECG questions, Bing knew the terrain and structure of the bright symbol stronghold like the back of his hand, and immediately planned his battle strategy. We need to put the enemies inside the stronghold. Xiaoyuan, your position is the center corridor, your task is to block them up. Bing spoke quickly. Shirsen, bring your men to wait in ambush at the far end gate, do not expose yourselves. Once the enemies are blocked, your task is to slice the enemies by the waist. Remember, follow the gate and rush in. Aya, Skull unit is to lay in ambush at the two houses by the sides, and attack from there. Ling Su and Crane, your task is the enemy frigates and warships. The space inside is limited. If they want to come in, we are unable to support the defensive barrier. Crane. Coordinate with Aya, your goal is the frigates, destroy them. Ling Su, coordinate with Xieyuan, your target are the warships, take over the warships. Everyone hurried to their respective positions, and before they were set, bang, the light barrier shattered. The enemies outside the stronghold immediately cried out in joy. Everyone quieted down, they were all experienced people, even in the most anxious of situations, they were able to remain calm and steady, not panicking or stressed out. The only anxious ones were the disciples led by Ling Su and Crane. They had never gone through any large-scale battles. Ling Su glanced at the amateurs, seeing their tense looks, he became angry, truly amateurs. He snorted, whoever dares to drag us down, will be speared to death. Crane was instead more gently, don't panic, everyone be prepared. When I use my fingers to point the direction, do you all still remember the sunset arrow? Crane had read all of the inheritance of Sagittarius constellation when he was young, but he was not willing to learn because of his hatred. At the moment, leading the group of amateurs of Sagittarius constellation, he had no choice but to pick up the unfamiliar bow and arrow. Everyone nodded. As time was short, Crane could only teach them a simple yet relatively powerful spirit technique of Sagittarius constellation. Sunset Arrow was Sagittarius constellation's spirit technique. It was not complicated, but the demand for true power was high. But these Sagittarius disciples were all saints, and energy was what they had most. But at the moment, the strongest out of all of them could shoot out 5 of the Sunset Arrow, demonstrating its astonishing energy consumption. But as they did not have a spirit domain but controlled the energy directly, Crane had to make a few changes to the spirit techniques for them to be able to learn. The shouts outside the stronghold grew closer. The big gate that had no light barrier for protection shattered, a small-scale warship rushed in with its overwhelming might. Behind it was a slippery frigate. And there were many pirates that followed the warship and frigate, shouting out with their cheers and roars like tides rushing inside the stronghold. The warship at the front was like a wild horse out of control, in a breath it had rushed to the other end of the stronghold. What is that? Suddenly, the people inside the warship were alarmed. Ahead of them was a tightly formed army. Not good. It's an ambush. Everyone's faces immediately changed. Without waiting for them to react, a voice suddenly roared out like thunder, a dazzling light aura lit up behind them. Shirsen's face did not change at all his old subordinates were relatively calm as well. Compared to them, Hua Cheng and the new demonic mounts were all revealing expressions of excitement, all of them eager to fight. Evening Snow Ocean was unsheathed, its blade tip pointing towards the enemy. The underworld continent's demonic mounts started to charge silently. It was an extremely fast charge, yet there were no sound coming out. It wasn't until the moment when they reached right in front of the enemies that the pirates reacted. Kill! Evening Snow Ocean slashed the air, in which the 500 black blades behind slashed down together. The astonishing synchronization frequency caused all the blade auras to merge as one single unstoppable blade aura tide cut into the sea of pirates. Bang! The pirates who were not in time to defend themselves immediately suffered a crushing defeat. All of their members were spluttered with blood, body parts flying everywhere. The blade aura swept through the rear end, causing wood planks to fly, followed by a dazzling light aura from the rear of the frigate. It was the large quantity of highly concentrated energy stones. The dazzling light aura swelled up like a balloon and devoured the entire frigate. Bang! The intense explosion and the bizarre red flames instantly devoured the pirates in the surroundings. Sunset! One clear shout came out, and the sounds of bowstrings came out. Arrow auras from the sunset arrows had a clear distinction from other arrow auras. Ordinary arrow auras had the shape of light arrows but slightly denser and congealed, its shape longer and brighter. But the shape of the sunset arrows were round, resembling many dazzling suns. A rain of suns scorched the entire sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Intense Battle. Chapter 660, Intense Battle. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Many small suns soared into the sky, forming lines after lines of orange arcs, smashing straight into the enemy ranks. Boom boom boom. Upon impact on the body of the frigates, the round-shaped arrow auras immediately exploded, with the berserk orange energy surging out. The frigates' bodies that did not have any barriers, under the surging tyrannical orange energy were as weak as paper, instantly shattering into dust. One after another, the fiery lights blossomed, the piercing light enveloped their entire vision. The pirates all opened their eyes wide in shock. The intense energy ripples struck their eardrums, causing them to be temporarily deaf. The piercing white light aura enveloped the entire battlefield. The entire place was so bright there were no shadows or sound. The flames danced around the badly broken frigates, a blood mist instantly vaporized in the sky, floating away like leaves drifting along the waves. The bitter scene played out in the silence. All the pirates that were not prepared at all were helpless and at a loss. Only the general on the warship at the front shouted, "Attack! Attack now!" Attack where? The adjutant, who was completely at a loss, blurted out subconsciously. Their enemies were attacking in all directions. Where were they going to attack? Before the general could reply, someone suddenly screamed in fear, "Not good! They are boarding our ships!" Everyone on board was immediately triggered, their faces changed to horror. If the enemies board the ship, they did not even dare to think about the scenario. "Block them!" The leader shouted, his voice completely high-pitched. The general, who came from the honorable martial continent, had never experienced such a fierce attack. It was as though all of his past fighting experiences were all lost. Trap! It was a real trap. The enemy had prepared beforehand. This judgment caused his heart to tremble. Ling Su was a man of steel. He always took the lead, his orange pupils blazing up. He rushed forward with his spear. The crew on board only saw a silver shooting star suddenly bursting forth. The silver light rushed to their front, to which they realized that the silver light was actually a person. The soldier who screamed was not in time to react. The silver light exploded in his face. The boundless silver aura was like a sea of stars, pouncing onto the frigate. Ares' spear of stars. Chi chi chi. The condensed silver aura was extremely heavy. The soldiers, who held up the weapons in their hands instinctively, felt as if they were struck by heavy machinery. Their wails came out, and all of them were sent flying. Before they even landed, all these soldiers were bleeding from their ears, nose and mouth, bodies void of life. Boom! A honeycomb sword cannon was instantly shattered into dust by the silver aura, dissipating into the air. Ling Su's 2 feet were already on the warship. Seeing Ling Su's dauntless performance, the Yu family disciples who were following behind Ling Su felt a great boost in morale, and roared as they charged up the warship. In the distance, Bing watched the scene unfold. Boarding a warship was an extremely intense and cruel battle, and even trained armies would fear doing that. But Bing dared to use the amateurs to board the boat, was because he had the advantage of an ambush, and because of Ling Su. Held as one spear to death, the furious Ling Su had an explosive temperament. His fighting intent was always held high. He was extremely dauntless and would rush into battle first. To fight at close quarters, tactics and coordination were second to the most important aspect, the imposing grandeur. The grandeur Ling Su gives off in battle was the strongest out of everyone. On the warship, not only did Ling Su not cower in the face of multiple enemies in front of him, but his fighting intent soared even higher. He roared, and like lightning, he rushed into them. Silver spear in hand, he was unstoppable. Wherever he went, people would suffer crushing defeat, their blood flowing into rivers. The Yu family disciples, who were taught by Ling Su, recently arrived and pounced on the enemies. Yu Qingyi was extremely intelligent. He knew that their strength was far from Ling Su. He knew, as compared to the elite pirates, they were still lacking slightly. So he grouped everyone up into 3s or 5s, their spears always together, striking together. Facing such a rogue style of fighting, the pirates were at a loss, and one by one they suffered defeat. The pirates on board the warship were all old soldiers, and many of them were corps members and elite soldiers of the honorable martial continent. In that dire situation, 3 honorable martial continent elites looked at each other, and they immediately pounced towards Ling Su. The other few turned and rushed towards Yu Qingyi. They could see that the Yu family disciples had average fighting abilities, but were able to deal such damage due to Yu Qingyi. It was Yu Qingyi's dispatch that allowed the amateurs to display such unordinary strength. Tangle Ling Su, kill Yu Qingyi. All these honorable martial continent elites decided tacitly. In that instant, they made their decision. Seeing the few honorable martial continent elites pouncing towards him, Ling Su sneered. He gently moved his spear body, the tip trembling slightly, transforming into a sea of silver aura. Yet, his body stood still like a statue without moving an inch. Only the spear tip was being controlled at an astonishing frequency. The silver stars sprinkled forward, forming a river of stars. The few figures were approaching closer and closer, yet Ling Su ignored them. He continued to wave the silver aura motionlessly. The thin layer of silver auras continued to converge, continuously flowing like an endless ocean of stars. The 3 elites revealed sinister killing intent on their faces. One of them had his hand enveloped with a layer of needle glimmer, another had his entire body enveloped with white flames, and the last held a light sword that was congealed like snow. The 3 of them were ecstatic. They were the 3 strongest on the entire warship. Although their enemy's spear aura was extremely dense, but to them, it was nothing. As long as they broke through the spear auras, their enemy would perish. In his eyes, the enemies were getting closer and closer, but the blaze continued to surge in his orange pupils. Ling Su suddenly stepped forward, the silver hair draping over his shoulders flew messily. The sea of silver aura around him suddenly became extremely bright. The silver spear pierced out. The sky full of bright silver aura were suddenly attracted at the same time, forming lines after lines of dazzling light scars, countless of them converging towards Ling Su's body. His long hair danced as he thrust forward, inside the piercing white light. time seemed to stop. Thumb-sized silver light beams shot out from the spear tip, effortlessly piercing through the hearts of the three elites, and out from their backs. Justice Origin Core Pierce. This was the first killing technique Ling Su had been enlightened on, and it was reasonable to say that it was no longer suitable for the current Ling Su. But Ling Su was not willing to give it up. With his explosive temperament, there was an softness deep inside him that people could not comprehend. This technique always reminded him of his teacher. Maybe it was his longing for his teacher, the longing that will never dissipate, to never give up. Because it was his core. Because it was his justice. It was silly, it was weak, but it was him. Ling Su continuously gave it his all, and continued to change it, continued to ponder on it, continuously attaining more enlightenment on it, as though he missed it more and more. I miss you, teacher. The Justice Origin Core Pierce in Ling Su's hand finally released a dangerous aura, and started to produce an overwhelmingly terrifying might. Retracting his spear, the piercing light auras disappeared, and the three corpses fell from the sky. Without even looking, he thrusted out a spear towards Yu Qingyi's direction. Whoosh, his body suddenly disappeared. Spear rush. He appeared behind Yu Qingyi like a ghost, thrusting out his silver spear. The throat of an honorable martial continent elite exploded, blood mist spurting out. The other two became horrified and turned to run, but why would Ling Su give them the opportunity to do so? Two spears thrusted out, forming two bloodied holes on their backs. They had merely rushed out 2 steps from their original position, before falling to the ground void of life. When the Yu family disciples saw Ling Su appearing from thin air, they became excited. The Yu family spear technique, no, the Aries Spear of Stars, was actually so powerful, so daunting. Ling Su had already passed down the Aries Spear of Stars to them, and there was nothing more exciting to personally witness the power of it. In the future, they could be as powerful as Master Ling Su. That thought surfaced in everyone's mind, a flame that would burn for ages. All the warships and frigates that rushed into the stronghold were either destroyed or taken down. The Scully unit took the opportunity to rush into the enemy's formation and immediately create chaos. But it was in such chaos that the Scully unit could thrive. Although Aya was confident with her men, but Aya still chose to initiate the attack. The Scully unit were most suited for messy battles. Small-scale alternatives, permeations and killing, the Scully unit was like a flying blade piece. Every time it flew, it would cut down some flesh. Compared to the Scully unit, Xiao Yuan's swift army was slowly moving forward. The swift army's formation was extremely dense, like a movable wall. They were slowly advancing, which was done purposefully. In such a chaotic battle with limited space, it was not advantageous for the swift army, and with the messiness, it truly was too crowded. Blindly advancing quickly would not quicken the pace of battle. But on the contrary, forming the dense formation and gradually advancing would create a huge mental pressure on the enemy, and quickly crumble the enemies from within. Ying Yan, who was outside the bright symbol stronghold, went frantic, and shouted with all his might, "Go! Go in now!" The bright symbol stronghold continued to explode. The earth-shaking shoutings and the fires inside the stronghold made the people outside far away to feel fear. Ambush! It was actually an ambush. Ying Yan was not able to comprehend. How could there be an ambush inside the bright symbol stronghold? Could it be that my plan for the attack was exposed? He never thought that his opponents would actually endure silently, so much that they could make the place appear so empty as bait. Ying Yan felt immense regret. To actually make such a huge mistake. It was such an important stronghold. How could there be no one defending? I was truly played the fool. The fire pillars that soared to the sky caused Ying Yan's heart to bleed. It was his biggest failure ever since he led the pirates. Almost 70% of his forces were trapped inside the stronghold. At such a time, he could not care about anything else. It was like a gambler that lost to the point of anger, and throwing the remaining of his chips onto the table. If he did not save his troops who were inside, all his hard work would go to waste, all his planning would go down the drain. But Ying Yan, whose eyes were red with anger, did not notice that an army was quietly approaching from behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Pirate Invasion. Chapter 661, Pirate Invasion. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. 6,000 li away from the Shang continent's estuary, a fleet of pirates quietly advanced in the Sea of Energy. It is currently the period where the Shang continent is the most empty, and also our best chance. The one who spoke was a tall and skinny man. His face had a smile that was not a smile. With squinted eyes, he looked like a fox. The East Divergent Fox, Fu Dongku, was an intelligent man and known as the wise general of the East Divergent continent, proficient in dangerous and unconventional moves, always appearing unexpectedly. He was a man hard to fathom. But with this, we will become enemies with the Shang continent. His adjutant's face was filled with worry. Fu Dongku was a man who played on the edge, but his adjutant was a cautious man, one who sought to protect his own life. Although the two of them had differing opinions, Fu Dongku never changed his adjutant. Fu Dongku knew of his own dangerous gambits, and needed a meticulous and cautious man to pull him down from his absurdity. His own adjutant had average strength, but was a careful and steady man, and was the best complement to him. We are a group of pirates. Since when did pirates and the Shan continent ever see eye to eye? Fu Dongku waved his hand with a look of innocence. His adjutant did not know whether to cry or laugh with his superior's attitude. They will find out. So what if they find out? Fu Dongku laughed. Who told the Shan continent to fight so well? But the pontoon bridge that everyone is vying for, if he wants to gift it out, he also has to prove that he has the qualifications to. If not, to give an ownerless land to others as a favor, that is truly thinking too much. If not for the White Sands continent, by family, and the Suji worldwide commerce, what's the Shan continent? His adjutant did not know how to refute him, and spoke after thinking a long while. Actually, this alliance is not a bad choice for us too. Not a bad choice? Fu Dongku laughed. Yes, it is not a bad choice. After calculating, what can we get, 12.5% or 10%? But why take 12.5%? The White Sands continent is strong, the Bai family has deep roots and connections, and the Suji worldwide commerce is even richer, but they are too far. To extend their hands, that will be tiring. Being mediators isn't easy either. If the Shan continent is destroyed, they can only watch and sigh. This is our territory, this piece of meat is not for them to decide. The adjutant, who was from the East Divergent continent, agreed, but his cautious nature still spoke. But the Shan continent is truly powerful. So we always go back to this point. Fu Dongku clapped his hands and exclaimed. Although he had decided for a sneak attack, but he did not dare to underestimate the Shan continent at all. In truth, he was fearful of them. The Shan continent had defeated the vast Star continent in a few battles. On the surface it might just be because of 2 points, homegrown territory and underestimation, but Fu Dongku still saw many more things. Even Bu Zifei was held captive, and surrendered to the Shan continent. Underestimating the enemy was no different than seeking death. And his spies came back with information that made Fu Dongku even more fearful. He had never heard of any army of any continent that would train in the Sea of Energy. Such a fearsome army, if they were to hold even more sources of wealth, who would possibly be able to stop them? Fu Dongku did not want to clash head-on with the Shan continent, but he did not want the Shan continent to obtain the pontoon bridge so easily as well, and immediately thought of a way. The Shan continent had left its nest, and it was at its weakest. Such a time, even blowing cold air would cause the Shan continent to fall. The production of black gold in the Shan continent was no longer any secret. The Suji worldwide commerce and the Shan continent's collaboration further proved this point. Fu Dongku wanted to make the Shan continent decide, black gold or the pontoon bridge, which do you want? Suddenly, the alarm on the warship sounded out, Fu Dongku immediately stood up and bellowed, what's going on? Sentries. We met with sentries. Fu Dongku's face changed. Sentries. How could the Shan continent place sentries at such a distance? The Shan continent's cautiousness and precaution far exceeded Fu Dongku's anticipation, but he then laughed, because that revealed the weakness of having insufficient strength. He saw the Shan continent's sentry. He was enveloped with light aura, whom upon seeing the fleet immediately escaped without hesitation. This sentry seemed to not be affected by the Sea of Energy. He ran extremely quickly. Fu Dongku became calm again. Since they were caught, there was no meaning on sneaking in. Army, advance quickly. Fu Dongku gave the order without hesitation. The Shan continent did not have any organized army, and since he was going in with a storm, Fu Dongku had confidence in himself. Tang Tian did not know that Fu Dongku was near the Shan continent, but he could sense an abnormality. He initially thought that his proposal would be successful, and never thought that it would turn out not as smooth, that everyone chose to keep quiet and watch from the sidelines. My apologies, Mr. Meng, until now I have not received any reply from any families. From the bronze plate was eldest young noble, the current continent lord of White Sands continent, spoke apologetically. He initially thought that the name of White Sands continent would give him some face with the other continents, but he did not expect everyone to be indifferent. It's fine. Tang Tian consoled him, they will soon understand the situation. I truly. Eldest young noble felt embarrassed. Since their appetite is so big, then let us test their teeth. Tang Tian's voice was laced with a threat of killing intent. Eldest young noble spoke, Commander Suabai has said it, our White Sands will always be Mr. Meng's friend. If you need our cooperation, just let us know. We will help Mr. Meng and give some pressure to those greedy people. In this matter, White Sands and the Shan continent stood together. The refusal of the few families made the White Sands continent rather annoyed. He and Suabai had specially discussed about the matter. If they were able to facilitate and help with the pontoon bridge to the recovering White Sands continent, it would definitely be good news to soothe the citizens. If I need your continent's help, I will definitely not be courteous. Tang Tian laughed. After finishing the conversation with the White Sands continent, Tang Tian did not think about asking the other two mediators. He believed the result would be the same. Within expectations, not long later, Bai Yu and Su Jin contacted Tang Tian to inform him of the bad news. Bai Yu and Su Jin were in the same plight. Tang Tian knew what the other continents were thinking. The pontoon bridge was a big piece of meat. If they wanted to share with the few powerhouses, the share that each family would get would not be big. These continents were not satisfied with a 12.5% stake in the bridge. Their appetites were truly big. Tang Tian sneered. He was not someone new to the battlefield, and clearly understood what the others were waiting for. No one thought that the Shang continent could hold the pontoon bridge. Furthermore, Tang Tian had initiated sharing the pontoon bridge, causing them to see it as lack of confidence. If they did not have enough strength, why would they want to share the pontoon bridge? Nowadays, wanting to gift things to people isn't easy too. Tang Tian felt helpless. Just at that moment, Yi Lao Air barged in like the wind. Boss. Boss. Pirates. There are pirates. Pirates? Tang Tian squinted his eyes. Ever since they finished the training in the Sea of Energy, Yi Lao Air and the rest were addicted to such high-intensity training. To the disciples of the 5 families who bear the weight of hatred in their blood, their optimal choice in everything was to quickly raise their own strength. Whether it was danger or the intensity, they did not care. They were overly excessive. Every day they would run out of the stronghold and train bitterly in the Sea of Energy. For the sake of attaining even higher intensity, they would run far and wide. Fu Dongku mistook them as scouts. Their youths were truly like scouts. They were scattered to all the regions around the estuary of the Shang continent. Yi Lao Air flew out the furthest, and was the one who scouted the pirates. He was recently excited because of Master Jing Hao. For someone who was just a few years older than him, but yet so much stronger than him and was able to defeat him in a few moves, from being unconvinced, Yi Lao Air was defeated multiple times till he was sincerely convinced and ready to concede. What he didn't expect was that even the powerful Master Jing Hao would also run into the Sea of Energy and temper himself seriously. If Master Jing Hao was doing such a thing, what kind of excuse could they give to Skive? Jing Hao's determination became a role model for the 3 families in the stronghold. The Sagittarius constellation and Aries constellation were brought away by Crane and Ling Su, while the remaining 3 were given to Jing Hao by Tang Tian. Tang Tian felt that the 5 families were suitable to walk the path of how Heaven's Road people fought, as armies were not suited for them. Tang Tian retrieved many spirit cards from 3 spirit city relating to the 5 constellations. Although their martial techniques were not powerful, they were extremely suitable for them. They were filled with plenty of energy, and in their hands, the low-grade martial techniques could become extremely powerful. Spirit technique cards were not suitable for them as they required enlightenment on laws, which was still far for them. Jing Hao used a simple method to teach them, sparring. The ruthless drunk on Saint Blood became a nightmare for the disciples in the training period, but Jing Hao's reputation soared. Adding that Jing Hao was a good role model, he quickly became deeply respected. Jing Hao noticed the energy vortex ahead of him. It spanned roughly 10 m long and was mixed with a myriad of colors, faintly rotating. Such an energy vortex was common in the Sea of Energy, while the large energy vortices could span over 10,000 li. Such monstrosities would be extremely dangerous to go close to. Jing Hao watched it for 3 days, his gaze fully focused without moving. He had already found 46 different types of energy inside this particular energy vortex. He realized that energy vortices were in truth not peaceful at all. The insides were like a volcano. The berserk energy that mixed with each other formed a strange and miraculous equilibrium. He realized that the energy was continuously fighting and destroying each other, with new energy growing from within. Inside the chaotic energy, there was destruction and birth. There would occasionally be a straight light beam. It was extremely ordinary looking and extremely short-lived, but Jing Hao was always attracted to them. He had never thought that he would be able to witness such an enriching world in the energy vortex. It was as if he was drunk and intoxicated. Suddenly, he sensed something, and raised his head. His calm and deep eyes seemed to penetrate through the boundless energy. A fleet with pirate flags were disrupting the energy, heading towards his direction with great speed. Behind him was the estuary to the Shang continent. Jing Hao squinted his eyes. He looked at the energy vortex in front of him, and suddenly laughed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, Storm. Chapter 662, Storm. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Song Didi was not the Song Didi of the past. The deep blue eyes above his aquiline nose were sharp and filled with oppressiveness. He had been high-spirited recently, due to his personally created awakened army. He had become sharper. To any general, there was nothing that could make them feel more successful. Barbara took the position as his adjutant, mainly to facilitate the logistics and to communicate with the Shan continent, adding that his military achievements were beyond bad. He also had many evil tricks up his sleeves, and could frequently help Song Didi solve difficult problems. The awakened army's prestige grew more and more in the blue world, and more awakened came up to help, hoping to join the army. The flourishing and fertile sacred Saint Galaxy left these conscious awakened blue dwarves to be filled with yearning. Compared to the barren and quiet blue world, the sacred Saint Galaxy's rich history and unique culture was colorful and filled with attraction. The awakened army's strength was quickly improving, as well as Song Didi's standard. Throughout the history of mankind, wars never ceased. How to fight, how to battle with brains and brawn, all of the abundant and perfect theories, allowed the military theories in the blue world to look extremely primitive and naive. The awakened blue dwarves greedily absorbed all that knowledge. They yearned to have a day that they could create their own culture and in civilization with their hands and brains that they could call their own, and not just the blue sea. Although after being awakened, the blue dwarves were rather timid and extremely intelligent. They were quickly improving, and after the grinding of constant battles, although it did not make them fearless, but it unearthed the crafty nature deep within them. They were quick and hard to fathom and could slip away easily. This awakened army gradually formed its characteristics that its enemies hated. The prior task of the awakened army was to swim around the pontoon bridge and increase the pressure on the vast star continent, so they had not left the pontoon bridge when Bing's order arrived. Song Didi immediately sent the awakened army to move. When he arrived at the battlefield, he coincidentally saw the light beams and the dazzling light auras that shot out periodically from the bright symbol stronghold. The sounds of explosions caused the Song Didi's fighting intent to soar. His blue hunter-like eyes quickly found his target, the pirates that were attacking the stronghold from the outside. Pirates? Song Didi sneered. His blue eyes were as cold as the blue sea, releasing an extremely cold glare. His enemies did not have any defense behind them, truly like the soft abdomen of a wild beast. He quickly raised his right hand. All the blue dwarves behind him retrieved out their different shaped parts and components on their back. They moved silently, their blue eyes releasing a dark blue light aura that resembled blue flames. They moved adeptly as they began to construct, and after a minute and a half, their assemblies were complete. It was a brand new type of weapon. It looked like armor, but they were just at the upper bodies. Their shoulders and arms were exceptionally thick and bulky, but the most eye-catching thing was the big and massive black gold basket that resembled a palm grabbing an object. The blue dwarves had skinny figures, so it made them look as though their heads were big and their legs were small. Storm was its name. The Shan continent's Black Gold series new weapon, created by Grandmaster Sai Lei. The expansion of the Black Gold series weapons was requested by Bing. The reason was simple: it was cheap. To the Shan continent, the boundless black stone desert was the cheapest it could get. It was still possible to bring a few materials from Three Spirits City, but to bring conventional weapons from Three Spirits City, then young lad Tang need not bother to do anything else as he would be too busy. These lower-end weapon plans were unable to incite Sai Lei's interests, but lucky for them, her subordinates were all crouching tiger-hidden dragons, with countless of different tastes. To finally obtain a chance to display themselves, all of them looked as if they were on drugs. They racked their brains and worked around the clock. Many bizarre and strange weapons were sent over, numbering over 162 types, and after Bing's screening, only 7 were selected, Storm being one of them. Storm was sent to Song Didi, immediately causing his eyes to become bright. Although the Empyrean ice tree spears possessed considerable might for battles inside continents, but if they were in the sea of energy, it was far from sufficient to fight against warships. Storm was used for that reason. It was Storm's first practical use in battle. Song Didi opened his eyes wide, not daring to relax for a second. The only way to test a weapon was in real battle. Storm was rather troublesome in being set up, even with adept and familiar hands. It required at least a minute, so for the awakened army that used a minute and a half was already not too bad. But it looked rather comical, a straight neat row of soldiers dressed in swollen upper body armor, and on the thick arms that were bigger than the blue dwarf's body carried 2 black baskets. Barbara, who was glancing left and right, froze. He sent his respects to the person who designed Storm over 100 times. Asshole, why does it look like a group of people going to the market to buy vegetables? Where is the agreed formidable majestic look? Where is the tyrannical vigor? Song Didi was instead very calm. He focused more on strength and power. After waving the black baskets, and finding that they were not sluggish at all, he was rather satisfied. Bang! He raised the black basket on his right hand, and the army quietened down. Everyone get ready. Song Didi felt the blood in his veins surging, he arched his back, the black basket on his right hand naturally drooped down, a dazzling light aura quickly converging inside the black basket, instantly becoming extremely bright, forming a bright light ball. All the soldiers in the awakened army did the same movement, many light balls appearing. Kill! Song Didi roared, he suddenly threw the light ball in his hand. The powerful upper body armor and arms increased his strength exponentially, the light ball flung out at an extreme speed. Kill! All of them roared in unison, countless of the different-sized light balls inside the baskets were flung out, and dropped onto the warships ahead like rain. Song Didi did not stop, borrowing the momentum as he flung the light ball in his right hand, he took a step forward and flung the light ball in his left as well. His movements were extremely quick and in a blink of an eye, he had flung out 12 of the light balls. The soldiers behind him were also frantically throwing them out, consecutively 12 waves of light balls were flung, in total, each person threw out 24 of the light balls. The awakened army had a total of 3,000 soldiers, and was the largest drawn-up army of the Shan continent, because Bing thought that the fighting ability of the blue dwarves individually were weaker, and with too few a number, they would not be practical. 72,000 light balls flew out like a storm, occupying the entire sky. Ying Yan was fully focused on attacking the symbol stronghold that he never thought that there would be people sneaking an attack from behind. When the sudden intense energy undulation appeared behind him, he finally sensed it. He looked up to see the rain of light balls, causing his face to turn ashen. What's that? That was the only question that he could think of at that time, followed by the intense explosions that caused him to go blank. Bang bang bang, dot. The energy barrier of the warship only lasted for 3 seconds before it shattered. The throng of light balls smashed onto the hull of the warship like raindrops, light of fires soared into the sky, planks flying all over, the explosion sounds shook the entire place, overpowering any other sounds, the piercing light aura shining into every corner of the warship, causing the entire place to be white and blinded. Every single pirate was pale white and afraid, they had never received such an intense attack before. This silver-grade warship was heavily damaged in an instant, dense smoke arising from its body, while all the other warships around it were already up in flames. Song Didi gasped for breath as he watched the battlefield ahead, he could almost not believe his own eyes. The storm armor on their bodies were covered in cracks, they shattered and fell from the soldiers' bodies, but the soldiers had the same expression as Song Didi, watching the fleet that were enveloped in flames and explosions. Is this truly what we can achieve? Many of the soldiers hugged their heads subconsciously, they could not believe it. Those were warships, in the blue world, every single time the humans' warships appeared, they could only escape. If not for the blue world being a natural protection that stopped the warships, the blue world might have been ravaged long ago. The blue dwarves were experts in throwing at long distance and the black gold was suitable as warship weapons, and thus storm was the perfect combination of these two. The strength of the blue dwarves' arms were strengthened from the armor, allowing their ability to throw to become even stronger. The light balls that were comparable to shots made by warships' weapons, although they could only sustain 24 shots, but it was more than enough for a blue dwarf. The storm was a one-time use type of weapon. Clank clank clank, Song Didi shrugged off the remaining pieces of the armor and shouted in excitement, "Do not leave any alive." The other soldiers were awakened from their stupor. They took out their spears and rushed forward along with Song Didi. Boom! An unprecedented fire suddenly exploded from Ying Yan's warship. It had completely exploded, the immense wave shot towards the awakened army, causing the front lines to turn sluggish. When the fire disappeared, there was no one left in front of the awakened army. And at that moment, the massacre in the bright symbol stronghold was nearing its end. The exploding sounds of the warships outside caused all the pirates who were in peril inside the stronghold to lose all hopes of resistance. They were after all pirates, their determination to fight was never as strong as the elites of the honorable martial continent, and the elites fighting amongst them were still resisting in the corner. But very quickly, these honorable martial continent elites were all killed. Bright symbol stronghold, cleared. 3 hours later. Do you understand your mission? Bing looked at Xiaoyuan and asked. This subordinate understands. Xiaoyuan replied calmly, his tone did not have any traces of excitement or undulation, as though he was answering an ordinary question. Bing nodded his head in satisfaction. Xiaoyuan's state of mind was strong, and with the bright symbol stronghold in his hands, Bing felt relieved. After completing the installations inside the bright symbol stronghold, and relying on Xiaoyuan's outstanding defense abilities, even if bright symbol stronghold was not an invulnerable stronghold, it was definitely a tough nut to crack. I'll leave this place to you, dot. With that, Bing brought the majority of the troops and left. Xiaoyuan watched as they left, his calm gaze finally revealed a trace of movement. He knew that the following battles would be extremely difficult, but wasn't that what he had been looking for? His gaze became calm again, and he spoke, gather the captives to form groups to repair the gates. Get the defensive layout of the bright symbol stronghold out. His guard over the bright symbol stronghold would become one of the iron locks of the pontoon bridge. And no one would be able to pass through his territory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, The Pack of Hidden Energy Vortices. Chapter 663, The Pack of Hidden Energy Vortices. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian did not have many cards left to play. Bing had taken all the elite armies, and what was left were the disciples of the three families, Libra, Cancer and Aquarius, and the Precious Bright Village Regiment. The Precious Bright Village Regiments was improving very quickly, and the continuous high intensity of battles made them give off a slight feel of elites. But as their starting point was too low, they still had a long route to becoming true elites. So currently, they only had one use, for defense. The good news was that through the rush work, the stronghold at the estuary had completed its preliminary stages and could be used. Bu Zifei looked at Tang Tian. He was a stranger towards this big boss, and whenever they talked, the conversation would end in less than 10 sentences. The big boss did not seem to probe into the matters of the continent, and would train every day, frantically. It seemed as though everything were left to his direct superior Master Bing to supervise. Compared to Master Bing, who could do everything, to Bu Zifei, the big boss was a blur. To Bu Zifei, he thought that Master Bing hoped that he would be able to help the big boss protect the Shan continent. It seemed as though the big boss did not have any ability to lead. Bu Zifei wanted to speak, but he was interrupted by a voice. You, and you, bring everyone, prepare to attack. Tang Tian pointed at the disciples and gave the command. A newborn calf would not fear the tiger. Not only did the disciples not show any fear, they were extremely eager and were cracking their knuckles. Bu Zifei jumped. It was too messy. He immediately panicked and stopped them. Master, our strength is at a disadvantage. We should use the defensive abilities of the stronghold. It is just a group of pirates. Tang Tian extended his hand out and stopped Bu Zifei, his face filled with disapproval. He did not even give Bu Zifei any chance to speak. He brought the disciples and flew out. Bu Zifei's face turned pale. He thought that the big boss might be unreliable, but he never thought that the big boss would be completely unreliable. The Shan continent had fought 2 head-on clashes and won, so what ordinary pirates would dare to find trouble at their door? Bu Zifei knew that the pirates incoming were most likely a powerhouse. Even if they stayed in the stronghold for defense, Bu Zifei did not have much confidence as well. The opponent chose such a time to attack. That meant they had obtained news and did not underestimate them. But the disciples were weak, and to go out to fight, wasn't that suicide? He could only watch as Tang Tian led the group of people and rushed out of the stronghold. Bu Zifei clenched his teeth and followed along. It was not enough to defend the stronghold with the Precious Bright Village Regiment. He was not the one to lead the Precious Bright Village Regiment, and thus his fighting ability could not be completely displayed. The relation and communication between the commander's armies cannot be disregarded. Without an outstanding commander, the army would just be a mob. And if they were not familiar with each other, the army might be powerful, but if the general could not do much, they would be useless. Compared to that, although all the single combat saints had difficulty fighting with armies, but the restrictions and confinements faced by them were fewer. Only after they rushed out of the stronghold and into the sea of energy did Bu Zifei come to his senses. He did not have the intention of rushing out. His personal strength was average, and at any crucial moment, he would be unable to save the big boss. But thinking about it, guarding inside the stronghold would just be sitting and waiting for death. Alright, maybe if things are going south, I can turn and escape. He felt remorseful. In truth, he was completely convinced by Master Bing. The profound and mysterious Master Bing was like a god of war in his eyes. To be a subordinate of such an outstanding commander awaiting orders was the fortune of any lower-ranked commanders. Bu Zifei had spent his days being cautious and conscientious, and felt that Shan continent had a great future, and he could not let himself fall. But he did not wish to be a captive ever again. When he thought about the uncertainty of having to escape to survive, bitterness flooded his taste buds. Bu Zifei felt dejected. The god of war commander is actually assisting a bold but not very astute sovereign. Master Bing is truly unfortunate. Maybe it was an ego thing, but Bu Zifei's emotions became slightly better thinking about that. He blindly followed suit behind Tang Tian, watching quietly. Tang Tian did not care about Bu Zifei. He had his own ideas. He was clear of what he could and could not do. Bing could lead the regiment to protect the stronghold, but in the same situation, he would lead it to failure. Because he did not know how to. Defend was not in his dictionary right from the start. After fighting so many battles, Tang Tian had gradually understood a superficial logic. Fighting in wars and brawling were the same. One had to use all of his advantages and avoid using his weaknesses. What is my advantage? To attack. Although there is a fleet ahead, and my offense is not very powerful, but obviously it is stronger than my defense. So Tang Tian never thought about staying back for defense. He was different from Bu Zifei, a mature and decisive commander, and analyzed things differently. Tang Tian relied more on his astonishing intuition in battles. The analysis in black and white did not mean anything to Tang Tian. It was not that they were useless, but he did not understand them. It was like the stronghold at the estuary, it was a defensive weapon, but Tang Tian was not familiar with it at all. To use what at which part, how to utilize its strongest fighting abilities, Tang Tian was confused by those things. Compared to that, Tang Tian was more familiar with the danger inside the sea of energy. Fighting in familiar territory was never wrong. It was not only Tang Tian who felt that way, the disciples from the 3 families who had been through the long-distance training, adding that they had continued to train by themselves, felt extremely familiar with the sea of energy. Drunk on Saint Blood trembled slightly in Jing Hao's hands, the sword blade was buzzing, attracting the surrounding energy. The energy all around was being attracted and surged rapidly towards Drunk on Saint Blood, drawing a perfect circle at the blade tip. The circular sword aura flickered, then faded, but its suction force suddenly became stronger. The surging energy became faster and faster, and a complete energy vortex formed quietly. The newly formed energy vortex was dim and void of light, it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. It was the nascent stage of an energy vortex, in which as time goes by, it would gradually become stronger and brighter. The strong suction force would give rise to the light scars, and like the occasionally seen energy vortex, could become a leviathan that spanned over 1,000 li. But to Jing Hao, the nascent energy vortex was enough. Satisfaction could be seen from his face, his legs moved and his body flickered. He appeared at another location, following a set pattern. He ignored the pirate fleet that was drawing closer, and continued to draw out more vortices. He only stopped 10 minutes later. He raised his head and looked at the fleet of pirates, who had already barged into his formation of vortices. Inside this vast area, he had drawn over 6,000 energy vortices in a breath. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fu Dongku was extremely careful, cunning people were the most cautious, although he enjoyed living life on the edge, but to be able to be successful every round, it was pertinent to be daring yet scrupulous. How much longer till we reach the estuary? About half an hour. Speed up 10 minutes later. Yes. Everyone became tense, increasing speed meant that they were approaching battle. All of them knew of the Shang continent's reputation, and Fu Dongku had brought many sieging frigates meant to handle the Shang continent's stronghold. Sieging frigates were effective against strongholds, but as it only had one purpose, there were many flaws to it. For example, its terrible defensive capabilities, or the preparation time it required. Suddenly, the body of the ship trembled. It was not a large movement, but Fu Dongku immediately frowned. What happened? Could be a hidden energy vortex. His subordinate immediately replied. Fu Dongku's tensed heart loosened up. Energy vortices were common, and the small energy vortices were countless and everywhere. For energy vortices to pose a threat to the ships, they needed to have a span of over 60 m. But such large energy vortices would release bright light auras and could be easily seen. Hidden energy vortices were the small energy vortex that are unable to release light auras. Such energy vortices were weak and could not hurt the defense of the ships. Just at that moment, the ship suddenly trembled incessantly. Boom boom boom. Exploding light auras continued to blossom, the lights flickering through the windows of the warship. What is going on? Fu Dongku stood up and bellowed. Hidden energy vortices cannot explode. Did we meet with something else? The soldiers controlling the navigation had ugly complexions on their faces, they did not know what was going on. Fu Dongku was suspicious, and with a stride he appeared by the window, and saw everything clearly. The warship was moving quickly, the energy barrier seemed to have touched something, causing flames to explode on their energy barrier. The explosions were extremely condensed, but fortunately the explosions were not strong, although there were movements on their light barrier, but it was not much influence. Suddenly, Fu Dongku thought about something, his complexion instantly changed, but before he could speak. Bang bang bang! Powerful explosions came up from behind them, the light that arose from the flames surged into the sky, causing his vision to turn white. The flames had enveloped a few of their sieging frigates. Fu Dongku's face turned green, the power of the explosions were negligible to his warship. But to the weak sieging frigates, it was fatal. Damn it, dot. The entire fleet was advancing at full speed, and like furious arrows, they surged into the pack of hidden energy vortices Jing Hao had laid out. Fu Dongku never thought that they would encounter such a situation, but he was experienced and knowledgeable, and knew that it was too late to slow down. they could only gather their remaining strength and escape the dangerous area. Advance at full speed. Fu Dongku's bellow sounded out towards the entire fleet. All the warships and frigates forced themselves to advance. Bang bang bang. Explosions continued to occur on the sieging frigates, shining on Fu Dongku's green face. He was already completely infuriated. When the explosion stopped, it meant that they had already rushed out of the dangerous pack of hidden energy vortices. Report to me the casualties. Fu Dongku gritted his teeth and said. We have one sieging frigate left, the rest all suffered from different degrees of damage. A subordinate reported with trembling voice. Bang! Fu Dongku struck his fist on the table in anger. He had brought 20 sieging frigates, which was his most important card to devastate the Shang continent, but who knew that before they have reached Shang continent, they would actually lose everything? Damn it! There's someone there! A subordinate cried out. Fu Dongku immediately raised his head up to look, shock bursting through his entire body. Inside the shadows of the sea of energy, there stood a strong swordsman, seemingly aware of his gaze, wielding the large sword in hand, pointing straight at him from afar, the sword tip suddenly slashing down through the void. Fu Dongku's green face turned jet black. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, Tang Tian's Plan. Chapter 664, Tang Tian's Plan. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Fu Dongku held back the rage in his heart, although he did not recognize the powerful swordsman, but to do such a provocation, he was 90% from the Shang continent. He did not lose his rationality. The opponent's provocation was meant to attract his attention and make him distracted. He took a deep breath. His main objective was to attack the Shang continent. The opponent was only one person, and was unable to change the course of the situation. Fu Dongku calmed down, the rage in his eyes dissipated. He suddenly laughed. The opponent had used such an underhand move, which further proved his understanding that they had exhausted all of their abilities. Even if their sieging frigates were destroyed, Fu Dongku had the absolute self-confidence that their remaining forces were sufficient to trample the Shang continent. The only difference would be that it would be slightly more troublesome. Whether or not the pack of hidden energy vortices were man-made, who cared? Our target is the Shang continent's estuary. Fu Dongku calmly gave his order, drumming the morale of his soldiers, causing them to immediately calm down. This was the real commander they trusted. This was the East Divergent Fox that was unstoppable. Jing Hao saw that the fleet was not affected at all, and was somewhat regretful. He turned and flew towards the same direction as them, as he knew what they were trying to do. The pirates were definitely not any ordinary pirates. To be able to stand such a provocation and remain calm, their general was definitely a formidable one. But, you guys have definitely looked down on one person. Jing Hao skillfully moved in the sea of energy. His face remained astonishingly calm, his deep serene pupils seemed to reflect his indifferent state of mind, only a faint smile at the corner of his lips revealed the curiosity of his heart. He truly was curious. How would Tang Tian deal with these pirates? Young lad Tang definitely did not have any relation towards plans and schemes, but every time, he would use extremely weird methods and all his inconceivable victories would always cause others to become dumbstruck. And many times, his victories would be so bizarre that even the old-timer Bing would not understand. And the truly scary thing about him was that he had never lost. I wonder what will he do this time? It truly piques my interest. Jing Hao started to move faster. Tang Tian and the rest already saw the firelights and immediately guessed that it was Big Brother Jing Hao. This made him excited. He felt that his train of thoughts was right. The Sea of Energy had many places that could be used. Don't use star treasures, we will launch a sneak attack. Tang Tian immediately stopped the disciples who were about to activate their treasures. The treasures would release light auras and would attract attention. Hearing that they were about to launch sneak attacks, they stopped. Bu Zifei, who was behind, secretly shook his head. It was a terrible decision. Although a sneak attack would be unexpected, but the other party had a fleet. To use their physical bodies to handle a fleet, there was no chance of winning at all. But he kept quiet. He knew that regardless of what he said, the big boss would not listen. And all of the amateurs were just listening to him. Tang Tian got everyone to huddle. There's still time, everyone come, think of a way. How can we sneak attack here? We cannot get too close. If we get too close they will be ready for us. I remember there is a place with a lot of energy. Why not lure them there? And then explode the energy there? Are they that stupid? All of the amateurs started to come up with all sorts of ideas, causing Bu Zifei to disapprove in his mind, completely disappointed. He was initially sort of expecting something, that although his big boss was not that reliable, but since he could even get Master Bing to follow him willingly, he would have some sort of specialty. But at the moment, Big Boss' performance is truly clumsy. That's right, clumsy. To rashly rush out without any sort of a plan, and to even ask a group of amateurs that did not know anything, if that isn't clumsiness, then what was it? Bu Zifei was unhappy. He felt that no matter what the big boss thought, it would be better asking him than the amateurs. Furthermore, he was a silver grade general. In the vast star continent, he was the main commander of the main force. From whatever angle, he should be more trustworthy. Could it be that Big Boss is biased against me? Bu Zifei did not say anything, but he tossed that idea to the side of his mind. It should be because he isn't familiar with me. But, what idea can they come up with? Bu Zifei frowned and racked his brains, but found that he had no idea as well. The disparity in power between both parties was too large, and the only way was to borrow the power from the Sea of Energy? But the Sea of Energy around the Shang continent did not have any dangerous parts at all. There was no other way. Bu Zifei helplessly realized that even if the big boss asked him, he could not give any useful suggestions. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved towards Bu Zifei. Bu Zifei was startled, and subconsciously went over. Tang Tian asked, if you bring the precious Bright Village Regiment to garrison at the stronghold at the estuary, how long can you hold for? The precious Bright Village Regiment? Bu Zifei replied, if there are sieging frigates, at most 10 minutes. If there are no sieging frigates, we can last for half an hour. Bu Zifei's reply was not fabricated. He had already done some training, not with the family disciples. They could not even have energy synchronization. For garrisoning or defense, they were useless. So from the start, he could only rely on the precious Bright Village Regiment. Great! Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Go back now. Remember, you must hold on for half an hour. The rest of you, follow me. With that said, Tang Tian suddenly flashed 300 MOA, causing the three family disciples to awake from their daydream and follow along. In the blink of an eye, only Bu Zifei was left in his original position. Hey, what the hell is going on? Bu Zifei was startled. He had accepted the order without using his brains, causing him to panic. Returning to defend for half an hour, is there a reason for it? There was no meaning for it. The enemy was approaching, and the sentries had already informed them of their fighting strength, 3 warships and 6 medium-sized frigates. With such a strength, they could easily trample over the Shang continent. What can half an hour do? Can half an hour give them a chance to win? Bu Zifei felt that it was ridiculous. Forget it, why bother wasting time with this bold but stupid and disordered person? Since there's no hope left, I should just run away. He was just about to step forward, but looking around him, he suddenly became flustered. The world is so big, where can I go? I had enough humiliation from being a captive. Am I going to be an army deserter now? No, I cannot be an army deserter. I can be defeated, I can lose, I can be a captive, I can surrender, I can die, because I know even in those situations, I tried my best. That is the result from the war, albeit a bad result. But an army deserter? That is cowardice, to not even have the courage to fight. No, I cannot escape. I am a general myself. Running away from war isn't humiliation, that is letting go the last bit of dignity of mine. Determination slowly filled Bu Zifei's eyes. He patted his clothes neatly, and then bowed towards the direction that Tang Tian disappeared in. This bow is to convey my will to fight, this bow is to convey my dignity. Half an hour, right? Then I will make it. If I can't, then I'll die. As a man of the army, it isn't much to die in the battlefield. He turned and flew towards the Shang continent's estuary. Big boss, where are we going? Yi Laoer asked. We are going into the undercurrent region. Tang Tian replied without turning back. Undercurrent region? Everyone was stunned. The undercurrent region was extremely close to the Shang continent's estuary. It was a region where the energy flow was extremely chaotic, and if careless, anyone would be pulled in and die. The energy was extremely berserk inside, and was marked as a dangerous area. Undercurrent region? Suddenly, a familiar voice came up. Tang Tian jumped in fright, but immediately became joyous. Not far, Jinghao stood straight with his sword, smiling at everyone. He had initially wanted to return to the Shang continent to support everyone, but he did not expect to meet Tang Tian and the gang halfway, and thus ran over. Big bro Jinghao, was it you just now? Tang Tian asked impatiently. Jinghao nodded, and told them of what happened. Hearing that their sieging frigates were nearly destroyed, Tang Tian revealed a crazy yet joyous expression, and clapped his hands. That's great. Then Bu Zifei can last for more than half an hour, but... Half an hour? Hearing that, Jinghao knew that Tang Tian was up to something. You have a plan? We can lay an ambush in the undercurrent region. Tang Tian explained, the enemy knows that we are short of manpower, but they will never expect us to split our forces. The undercurrent region is dangerous, so they will not think that there will be people hiding there. We will wait for them to fight in full swing, and will suddenly appear behind them fiercely. That will be fun. Jing Hao muttered, the undercurrent region is extremely dangerous. It will not be a problem for the both of us, but it will be for them. Jing Hao's words did not have any intention of belittling them. Even the arrogant Yi Lao heir did not dare refute against him. Even though they had refined themselves in the sea of energy, but no one dared to enter the undercurrent region. We have star treasures. Tang Tian had thought about it, Aquarius, Libra, and Cancer, which all have expertise in defense. I have been inside the undercurrent region before. With the help of star treasures, I believe that they can stay inside. Jing Hao thought for a moment, then nodded his head. If that's the case, then we have some hope. But what do we do with the warships? Their defensive capabilities are too powerful. They place emphasis on their defense and lesser on offense. Even if we manage to get behind their warships, we will have difficulty penetrating through the defense of the warships. I have a plan, I'll let you know later. A cold glint flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. Let us enter the undercurrent region first. Everyone was extremely familiar with the terrain around the Shang continent's estuary, and a few minutes later, they arrived at the undercurrent region. The undercurrent region was like a black sea, engulfing the light around it. The chaotic black energy churned restlessly. The disciples of the three families were slightly pale. The undercurrent region was the sea of energy's blacklands, and even warships were extremely afraid of the undercurrent regions. Quick, everyone activate your star treasures and get in. Remember, use all your strength to activate your star treasures. Tang Tian said, Big Bro Jing Hao, go in first and take care of them. Jing Hao nodded and took the lead, rushing into the undercurrent region. Everyone else looked at each other with looks of hesitation. If you are all afraid of this, how are you guys going to take revenge in the future? Tang Tian snorted, causing their eyes to flush red. Big boss, you don't need to aggravate us. Who doesn't go in is a useless scoundrel. Yi Lao heir snorted, and rushed in. The other disciples followed suit. When the last disciple entered, the pirates from far away entered Tang Tian's vision. With a cold glint in his eyes, Tang Tian entered the undercurrent region without a word. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, Wu Wang Hai's Blessings. Chapter 665. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. After entering the undercurrent region, Tang Tian felt his vision go black. Many figures with light regiments enveloping them appeared in his vision. All of them had looks of apprehension. The light regiments were extremely stable. But for some reason, Tang Tian wanted to laugh. When you guys get stronger, you guys can come here to train. Tang Tian suddenly said words that were out of the blue. Little Fool flew out from Tang Tian's body. He curiously looked around his surroundings. The last time Tang Tian had entered the undercurrent region, he was training. The energy in the undercurrent region was extremely peculiar. It was a bit similar to the void dark flames, but it was more heterogeneous. But to him, it was a good place to train. He drew out the Saint Sword Ocean Prison. Ocean Prison flew around in the chaotic energy like a fish in water, occasionally releasing cries. Drunk on Saint Blood released a buzzing sound in Jing Hao's hand, as though it was looking down on Ocean Prison Sword. The disciples from the three families opened their eyes wide. They had never heard or seen before a sword that seemed to have a mind of its own, as though it was alive. The Ocean Prison Sword that received the mockery seemed to be enraged. It exploded forth with its black flames. The dense and pitch-black void dark flames transformed into many black fire dragons that were extremely ferocious, dancing wantonly around it. The berserk killing intent enveloped everyone, causing the faces of the disciples to be filled with shock. How could the black drunk on Saint Blood be willing to submit to it? Enraged by the provocation, a row of blood-red words erupted on the black sword blade. Satisfaction from only Saint Blood. It was alluring and bright, and at the same time the stench of blood filled the place. It was as though the black chaotic energy in the undercurrent region had been dyed a layer of blood. The shocked-filled disciples instantly became as pale as paper. They had never seen such a ferocious and intense sword. Furthermore, there were two. Little Fool looked at drunk on Saint Blood in Jing Hao's hands. He knew that the sword was tyrannical, but he never thought that it would be able to suppress the Ocean Prison Sword, even after it had evolved. If looked carefully, one would realize that on the foreheads of the few black dragons flying around Ocean Prison Sword, there would be a faint rainbow-colored imprint, which was the spirit-devouring flame. A savage sword worthy of contending with drunk on Saint Blood. Little Fool trained in the sword, and was naturally favored by the swords, although the stench of blood on swords was not to his liking, but for a sword to evolve to such a level, it definitely had a glorious past. But the characteristics of the energy inside the undercurrent region was extremely similar to the void dark flames, and to the Ocean Prison Sword, it was extremely beneficial. Little Fool suddenly thought that maybe the ocean prison sword could undergo its second evolution. The sword followed his thoughts. The few black dragons around ocean prison sword opened their mouths. Sigh. The dangerous and powerful energy inside the undercurrent region surged into the dragons' mouths. The dense black void dark flames immediately strengthened, becoming gloomy. Even the sword blade seemed to be completely engulfed by the flames. Far away, at the void of ocean prison, Wu Wanghai opened his eyes, his face filled with shock. The ocean prison that was beneath his body was formed by the void dark flames. Boom, a black column of flames appeared behind him and shot up. After that, another thick column of flames shot out of the void. It was as though ocean prison was churning. My student, for you to reach this level. Wu Wanghai was at a loss. The ocean prison sword drew power from the boundless and boundless ocean prison. When Wu Wanghai was bestowed as a saint, he used the void dark flames of the ocean prison to form a sword, bestowing it with a soul, and his own spirit needed to stand guard inside the boundless ocean prison. He called it stand guard, but it was similar to imprisonment. A few decades before, someone broke into the void and begged him for a trace of the ocean prison sword concept. He was a rather interesting person, so Wu Wanghai agreed. Wu Wanghai knew that the person did not only beg him for the sword intent, because inside the palace that never saw the sun, many saint sword concepts were sealed. That quiet young man was an extremely good student adored by Wu Wanghai. He also pitied the young man who carried the responsibility of an important mission. With this, he gave his all to impart and instruct the young man. The young man did not disappoint his expectations, and grew at godlike speed. With such an outstanding student inheriting his legacy, his own imprisonment inside the ocean prison had worth. But he raised his head and looked at the void dark flames that surged into the sky, and the ocean prison beneath his feet was faintly losing its ferocity. He revealed a smile on his face. Your accomplishment, are you finally able to break through my imprisonment inside ocean prison? That is great. 1,500 years of darkness, 1,500 years of dullness and boredom, finally my successor is here. I have waited too long, and am already impatient. You have limitless potential, and as your teacher, I am gratified, I am proud. This is the heartfelt joy of a teacher. My student, let me help you with one last burst of strength. Wu Wanghai opened up his arms, his black hair danced in the void, the ocean prison that was churning started to become even more fanatical. His body started to fall at great speed, like a sword, he dropped into ocean prison. The berserk ocean prison immediately calmed down. The ocean prison sword was fanatically absorbing the black energy current. It was like a bottomless pit, greedily taking up all the energy around it. The dim flames enveloping around the sword blade became extremely dense, when suddenly, Little Fool's eyes opened up as he stared intently at the sword tip. The black flames quietly congealed, as though it was forming into another sword tip, but suddenly, the congealed sword tip disappeared. Wait! Something's wrong. The congealed sword tip was still there, but it had become transparent as air, so it was almost undetectable inside the undercurrent region's energy. A thread containing thoughts of blessings transmitted into him, causing Little Fool's body to tremble. He was extremely familiar with this thread of thought. The years of him learning the sword flew past his eyes. In those dark and cold days, there were no joy, only stifling and chokingly bitter training, and the thread of thoughts was the only smear of warmth he had. It was also why he learned the ocean prison sword best. He had never spoken to the thread of thoughts, he only quietly felt it and listened to it. From the start, he had always thought that the thread of thought was ocean prison sword's sword concept. Little Fool's mouth trembled, he did not say a word, and only after a moment did he quietly mutter, "Thank you, teacher." Jing Hao noticed the thin and delicately transparent ocean prison sword that continued to form. Drunk on saint blood continued to struggle, burning his palm, but he remained motionless as though he could not feel it. His eyes were fixated on the birth of the new sword inside the black flames, his eyes filled with admiration. He could clearly feel that the sword body's will was going through a transformation. That was why Drunk on Saint Blood was jumping so much, because it could sense the appearance of a sword capable of rivaling it. The ocean prison sword that completed its evolution floated quietly in the air. The berserk and chaotic energy flow inside the undercurrent region quickly calmed down, as though it was after a torrential storm and everything had become quiet. The pressure on everyone relaxed, but no one had noticed it. Everyone was fixated on the extremely thin and delicate ocean prison sword. It was as the sword concept had congealed into essence and was protecting the undercurrent region. Tang Tian looked at Little Fool, but did not say a word. Ocean prison sword's evolution was a huge leap in power, like giving a tiger wings. He could feel the exponential increase in strength of Little Fool, but Tang Tian was not the least bit happy. He and Little Fool's minds were connected, and he felt the thread of thoughts, and could also feel Little Fool's emotions. He thought of Ghost Claw. He shook his head, and threw away the yearnings in his mind. He subconsciously clenched his fists tightly. Ghost Claw, I am no longer a kid, I am already an adult, I have my mission, I have my responsibilities. I will bring everyone to win. Ghost Claw, I will definitely be even better than what you thought I would be, but... The young man's heart was filled with determination as tough as steel. Tang Tian did not make any sound and quietly left the undercurrent region and looked towards the estuary. Over there, the battle had already begun. Boom boom boom. Attacks struck onto the stronghold's light barrier like rain, causing it to tremble endlessly. Bu Zifei was secretly joyous. The opponent only had 6 sieging frigates, thus their offensive ability became extremely limited. If not, they would have been in trouble. But he knew that even if there were no sieging frigates, it was only a matter of time before the stronghold was breached. 3 silver-grade warships and 6 silver-grade frigates, this was an extravagant fleet that no pirates could have. Bu Zifei guessed that the commander of the fleet was someone he knew. But he quickly realized that the precious Bright Village Regiment's battle ability was far stronger than he had anticipated. After going through 2 difficult defensive battles in the Sword Forest stronghold, their strength had improved tremendously. It was not just their synchronization frequency written on paper, but the quality of the state of mind. Bu Zifei knew that these invisible factors pertaining to their battle ability were extremely important. The intense barrage of cannon fire from the enemy did not cause the soldiers to panic, but instead relaxingly ridicule and tease each other. Master Bing had planned out an extremely shallow tactic for them, and under their surprising synchronization, the might produced was outstanding. Bu Zifei acutely sensed that the precious Bright Village Regiment proved to be a threat to the enemy. Especially their synchronization frequency, it was extremely high, which meant that if they could gather even more soldiers, they could definitely launch powerful attacks. Realizing this point, Bu Zifei's outstanding qualities as a silver-grade general immediately flourished. Firstly, he requested for 50 men to collaborate for attacks. This degree of attack would prove a threat to frigates but not for the warships. The frigates had no choice but to retreat, but the frigates' attack range was not as powerful as warships, which also meant that their attack would lessen, and the threat on the enemy would lessen as well. The opponent's general was obviously unhappy, and quickly made a reaction. The 3 warships formed a meat shield and protected the 6 frigates. Seeing that pressure was building up on the enemy, Bu Zifei sneered. For the sake of allowing the frigates to be able to reach the stronghold, they had to drive the warships closer to the stronghold. Under the intense attacks, the energy barrier of the stronghold was in danger, and the counterattacks of the stronghold started to become weaker. Their men should have run to maintain the energy barrier. If we maintain full force attacks, they can only last for 3 more minutes. The adjutant reported. This is truly easy. Fu Dongku chuckled. He was extremely relaxed. Victory was right in front of him. As long as he destroyed the energy barrier, it was practically opening the door to the stronghold. Suddenly, a dry crack sound came out. The stronghold's energy barrier shattered. Fu Dongku's expression froze, his face immediately changed. Shit. Bu Zifei looked at the time, 22 minutes, but he could not care anymore. A look of determination flashed past his eyes. Seeing that their synchronization were completed and that light auras had enveloped them, he shouted, "Get ready!" Crack! The energy barrier shattered. Kill. Chapter 665, Wu Wang Hai's Blessings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, Tang Tian appears. Chapter 666, Tang Tian appears. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. A glaring light burst out. Boom! Fu Dongku felt the glaring and intense light flooding his vision, causing him to temporarily go blind. The warship beneath his feet trembled intensely, and in that moment he felt that he could not stand steadily, as though he was in a torrential storm. In the next moment, an ear-shattering explosion came forth, causing everyone to be deaf and blind. Fu Dongku's mind became blank. It was not cowardice, it was human nature. After a few seconds, he regained his focal length, and was immediately shocked of the scene. Around 2 kilometers away from them was another warship, completely enveloped in flames. The soldiers wanted to rush out of the warship, but they were unable to struggle out of the terrifying flames. Crack crack crack, dot. The bitter sound of cracks sounded out, causing Fu Dongku's skin to go numb as he witnessed the warship in front of him form cracks and split into 2, becoming 2 enormous regiments of flames. Fu Dongku was not an amateur, but it was his first time seeing such a tragic scene. It was a silver-grade warship. A medium-sized silver-grade warship had outstanding defense capabilities. And with it was its equally powerful construct. With its weapons, this silver-grade warship cost at least 200 billion cloud coins. 200 billion cloud coins burnt in front of him, causing Fu Dongku to be stunned. The loss made his heart bleed. Ambush! It was an ambush by the enemy. Fu Dongku trembled and suddenly shouted, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" The opponent had controlled their urge to attack from the beginning, forcing their frigates to move back and their warships as a meat shield. They then deliberately weakened their firepower, giving off a false sense of weakness, making it as if they were under increased pressure. The warships went too close, and thus were unable to avoid the attacks. The entire plan, each and every single consecutive move, if they were to restart, Fu Dongku knew that he would be fooled again. It was a powerful plot. Fu Dongku forced himself to calm down. If the reports were true, then it would be pointless for the other party to plan any ambushes, because they had insufficient strength. Such a plan would not allow them to obtain victory at all. Unless... Fu Dongku's heart jumped. All of this was a ruse? They leaked the information that the Shan continent was empty on purpose? And the information of the pontoon bridge was false? Countless of thoughts swept in Fu Dongku's mind. The more he thought, the more terrified it became. The cunning paranoia made his self-confidence sway. He decided to retreat and watch the situation. They retreated to a distance of 30 kilometers. The enemy's warship was getting closer and closer, causing Tang Tian to be extremely calm. Bu Zifei's move had also shocked him, but very quickly, he was rather impressed by it. Seems like that sissy has some standard after all. He did not blindly depend on the stronghold's defense to delay time, and was actually able to destroy an enemy warship. This led Tang Tian to feel some respect for him. Seeing that the pirates were being shocked like a flock of birds and retreating anxiously, Tang Tian was even more ecstatic. It was as if they were serving themselves up on a silver platter. They saved a lot of time on traveling. They reached the back of the fleet, in which Tang Tian gave the rest a gesture. Everyone was extremely excited. All of them were holding a star treasure each but had not activated them. Begin! The moment Tang Tian instructed them, they activated the star treasures in their hands in unison. One after another of light regiments quickly lit up. All those slumbering treasures were summoned awake, and the martial spirits that originate from heaven's road, upon experiencing the dense energy, all started to leap out in joy. They started to absorb the energy greedily. All the energy started to surge towards them frantically. They were in the sea of energy, where there was no lack of energy. Every treasure became like a vortex. This time, Tang Tian had spent quite a bit. The treasures in their hands were all silver-gray treasures. But they were suppressed by their owners. The treasures being suppressed were getting restless, struggling inside the hands of their owners. For 700 silver treasures to struggle at the same time, it produced a moderately large disturbance. The distance between both parties were too close, thus causing them to be detected. "They are behind us!" One of his subordinates screamed, causing Fu Dongku to rush to the window. Outside of the warship, there were many human figures with small light regiments faintly discernible in their hands. Not good. An ambush. Fu Dongku's face changed, the tone of his voice immediately changed. "We leave this place now." Just at this moment, a shout came out from outside the fleet, "Throw them!" Tang Tian's order made everyone feel as if a burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The treasures in their hands were burning like melting steel, and they threw it towards the fleet. After that, every single one of them turned and ran without hesitation, all of them scattering agilely as though there was a rabid dog chasing after them, completely ignoring their bearings, stance or image. They looked fearful of something. The light regiments were not fast, but the distance between both parties were too close, that the fleets were unable to dodge the lights. The lights that were in their hands started to swell at an alarming rate upon being thrown, becoming the size of a basin in midair. They were a myriad of colors, with vortexes on their edges. They were still growing extremely quickly. The intense sense of danger swept over Fu Dongku. His eyes were covered in fear. He felt as if he was being plunged into a well, covered in sharp blades and knives. All the energy in the surroundings were surging towards the lights. The star treasures that had lost control were absorbing energy at a berserk rate, causing rays of dazzling light scars to appear in the sky, like shooting stars streaking across the sky, formed by the friction between the fast and slow-moving energies. Very quickly, more and more light scars appeared, making them look like rain, pouring down from all directions towards the treasures. "We need to leave now!" Fu Dongku roared. His eyes were flushed red, like a gambler at the end of his road. "The warship is being sucked in!" The subordinate's voice was filled with fear and despair. After activating the star treasures, they were actually suppressing the treasures from losing control. But after the suppression, these silver treasures were finally able to draw the energy from their surroundings unimpeded. The endless energy allowed the martial spirits inside the treasures to quickly grow. As they continued to strengthen, their absorption power became even more powerful. 700-odd silver treasures absorbing at the same time caused all the energy in the perimeter of 50 kilometers to be pulled in. Even the undercurrent region that Tang Tian and the rest were in was not spared. The black energy chaotic belts that resembled black cloths started to be pulled into the lights. Fu Dongku's fleet was at the center of the vortex, how could they escape? Tang, Tian and the disciples did not even turn back to look, they were trying to run with all their might, trying to get as far away as possible. They knew how terrifying were the lights, for they had absorbed all the energy in the southern islands the previous time. They were currently in the sea of energy, where every inch of space, there exists extremely dense and viscous substance like energy. Run! Run with everything you got! That was the only thought in everyone's mind. The terrifying sucking force behind them shook the energy around them. They were like fish swimming against the current, every step was extremely difficult, their speed quickly slowing down. A groan sounded out beside him, causing Tang Tian to turn. He saw a disciple losing control of himself, in a blink of an eye, he was being flung out. Tang Tian's body flickered, he appeared beside the disciple and grabbed his collar, and bellowed, "Watch yourself!" With that, he threw the disciple to one side. If it was an ordinary day, with Tang Tian's strength, he could fling the disciple out 300 m, but at the moment, he only threw him out 30 m. More and more disciples started to reveal fatigue, causing Tang Tian to become alarmed. The suction force behind them was becoming stronger and stronger. If they did not escape from the perimeter, they would once again be pulled into the vortex. "Get behind me!" Tang Tian roared. He rushed to the front of the team and welcoming the torrent in front, he fiercely punched forward. Boom! The torrent became chaotic, and with the space in front of him being blank, Tang Tian went forward. Before the torrent converged again, he punched out. Boom boom boom! Tang Tian was like a bulldozer, rushing through everything. The disciples behind him felt the pressure on them lessening, all of them regaining their senses. Suddenly, a small head bore its way out of Tang Tian's clothes. It was actually Aya. Its eyes were bright. "Isn't this what I do best?" Drill drill drill, it howled out once, and jumped out of Tang Tian's bosom. With the small flag on its buttock fluttering in the air, it waved its fists and started to drill. Although its fists were small, but they were extremely strong and had a high frequency of attack, it could actually form out a path. In the blink of an eye, there were a group of people following behind it. Childish, little fool glanced at the excited Yaya who was howling crazily coldly. He remained expressionless as he suddenly appeared in front of a group like a ghost. With the transparent ocean prison sword in hand, he thrust it out. A light barrier in the shape of an umbrella expanded out from his sword tip, Ursa Major Star's umbrella. Stars rotated on the surface of the umbrella, producing a thin layer of mist. Little fool remained calm. Ocean prison sword had completed its evolution, and had become extremely powerful. Even in the face of the torrents, he was having it easy. The disciples around immediately scuttered behind little fool. Jinghao chuckled. He raised drunk on Saint blood and slashed at the torrents in front of him. Sigh, the energy ahead of him ripped apart, and the disciples behind him felt the pressure on them lessening. When he saw that the torrents were converging again, Jinghao would slash again. One slash after another, Jinghao used drunk on Saint blood casually, and a group of people gathered behind him. With them leading the way, their speed increased greatly. But to travel for 25 kilometers, they required 10 minutes. And in this 10 minutes, it felt like a lifetime. Ordinarily, the distance of 25 kilometers only required them the time it took to speak. The suction force behind them grew weak. They knew that they had escaped danger. Many of them sat down on their buttocks without a care for their image, while the disciples who still had strength had their hands on their knees, gasping for breath. "Oh, my God! Look!" A voice came out, attracting everybody's attention. Everyone turned their heads to look. The scene in front of them caused all of them to become dumbstruck, some even holding their heads in disbelief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, Do you want to be friends or enemies? Chapter 667. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The 700-odd treasures had formed a humongous vortex. It was a myriad of colors, like a rainbow vortex of dyes being mixed together. The illumination in the center became more intense and brighter, as it started to blaze to the point of being like a sun. Even the treasures inside could not be clearly seen. Inside the colorful vortex, the entire fleet was trying to escape, but they were turtles trapped in nets. It was difficult for them to escape. What was worse was that the energy barriers of the warships, under the intense attack of the energy lights, started to waver. The high-speed energy light were stronger than the arrows, and being so concentrated, they could not avoid the arrows. Bang bang bang! The first to explode were the 6 frigates, which became 6 large regiments of flames. Dazzling flames that existed for only a second, in which the bodies of the frigates were instantly shattered and absorbed into the vortex. The remaining 2 warships were also in peril. Tang Tian was also shocked by the scene before him. He had thought that the plan would be possible, but he did not expect for it to be so shocking. The scene at the Southern Islands where everyone had activated their treasures in the Southern Islands on the Black Arrow warship had left a huge impact in him. He felt that inside the sea of energy, the results would be better, but he never thought that it would be so effective. If they had not been careful and escaped, they would be trapped inside as well. Tian had lingering fears. He had completely underestimated its power. If not for them being able to escape well, it would not be them but the disciples that would be trapped in there. The vortex was quickly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the warships that were struggling inside the vortices were becoming more and more sluggish. Their light barriers shattered. Bang! One of the warships exploded into flames, and the remains of that warship were sucked into the dazzling light of the vortex. Bu Zifei stared at the gigantic energy vortex. His hands were cold, his face pale white. Facing the terrifying energy, the powerful warships were actually not able to defend themselves in the slightest, and they could not even struggle out of the suction force. Bu Zifei's mental state was struck the heaviest. His state of mind was in a daze. He had seen energy vortices before, and he had seen countless of energy vortices much bigger than the one he was currently facing, but he had never thought there would be a day that there would be people that would use the power of the energy in battle. A fleet consisting of 3 silver-grade middle-sized warships and 6 silver frigates, such a lavish matchup, were actually completely destroyed, even before they could counterattack. It was a sense of helplessness. Bu Zifei was somewhat emotional. He knew how much manpower, wealth and time was required to build up the enemy fleet. But in the blink of an eye, everything was gone. It was close to 1 trillion cloud coins. Such a complete set of elite army to be wiped out. To any powerhouse, it was painful to the bones. There was not resistance, no intense battle, only one perfect ambush. What was that just now? What did Big Boss and the rest of them throw? Bu Zifei's heart trembled, his complexion revealing red and his heart thumping with excitement. Such a horrifying power, it could possibly change the way of war, and to any knowledgeable general, it was too much of details that were out of the norm. Big Boss actually had such a powerful weapon in his hands. Bu Zifei took a deep breath. He forced himself to be steady. In the darkness, there were countless of eyes watching. He believed that the battle would spread throughout the southern region in the next day. No, spread throughout the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy. Before anyone was made clear of the situation, no one would dare challenge them. Which meant, they were temporarily safe. But one question remained in Bu Zifei's mind. What was that? What? Energy vortex? An entire fleet destroyed? What joke are you making? The lords of the few continents received the reports from their scouts, and their first reaction was disbelief. They had never heard of someone being able to use energy vortices, and the laws inside the energy vortices were never very high-grade laws. To destroy a fleet that had 3 silver middle-sized warships, how big would the energy vortex be? But when the battle recording landed in their hands, they were forced silent. The most direct report, Bing suddenly realized, was that the number of pirates around the pontoon bridge had decreased. And the originally quiet continents had all sent out representatives to show interest in complying with the alliance. Every continent's representative, before passing through Shang Continent's estuary, would linger and look at the enormous energy vortex. Seeing the real thing always caused a bigger impact from the recordings, especially thinking about the gigantic energy vortex was actually man-made. All of them could not help but breath in cold air. Bing quickly rushed back from the pontoon bridge and saw the energy vortex. His mouth twitched, and with gritted teeth, he said, "What a waste." Bing's face turned back. Since Tian went to the White Sands continent, he did not learn anything but using money to smash people, and the fact being that he learned it by himself. 700 silver-grade treasures were not cheap even in Heaven's Road. If sold in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, its worth might not be equal to the fleet, but it was definitely only slightly cheaper. Bing had to go through a lot of difficulty to push through the pontoon bridge, each step he took being extremely heavy. But for Tian, he just used treasures to drown the enemy. That fool took it so easy, but here I am as tired as a dog. Bing had initially prepared himself for a bitter battle, facing the big enemies. He had garnered high morale, but in the end, he was merely sent back hurriedly just for negotiations. That's right, negotiations. All of them were actually frightened by Tian, that fool, truly weak people. Bing felt the restraint enclosing on him. He had prepared for a big battle, but someone had to tell him that the game was over. The feeling was extremely stifling. Black-faced Bing looked at the representatives with eyes that did not show any friendliness. "We investigated, it's the East Divergent Continent," Richard said excitedly. He had already been promoted to the Chief of Intelligence, and put even more energy into his work. Fu Dongku's army had suddenly disappeared, and they publicized that he went out far to train. Coincidentally, they had a fleet of 3 middle-sized silver-grade warships and 6 silver frigates. "Heh, I never thought it would be Fu Dongku to die under Big Boss hands. He did not die in vain." Richard was definitely excited. East Divergent Fox Fu Dongku was a famed great general, and this was a huge achievement. He was recruited by Tang Tian, and thus respected Tang Tian greatly, and thinking that the East Divergent Fox had died under Tang Tian's hand, he thought that it was not a humiliation. Of course, to be defeated by me, that is his glory. Tang Tian said happily, his nose pointed towards the sky. Bing remained indifferent. He had never heard of the name Fu Dongku. He had no interests in such generals. Furthermore, when he saw how Richard was like, he felt disgusted. Humph, this guy truly bootlicks well. But, East Divergent Continent. A cold glint flashed past Bing's eyes, and the smile on his face also became colder. Inside the Sword Forest Stronghold Hall. You guys can't do this. The representative of East Divergent Continent waved his arms, his face filled with rage. The other continent's representatives were taking in joy from the East Divergent Continent's calamity. The situation in front of them was favorable to them. The pontoon bridge was a huge cake, and the fewer people sharing it, the more could be given to them. So when Bing refused East Divergent Continent, almost everyone agreed to it. Tang Tian could not be bothered about it. To want to share the profit after attacking the Shang continent, where on earth was there such a good thing? Bing stood by one side, smoking his cigarette and ignoring the rest. Regardless if it was Bing or Tang Tian, they were not people who returned good for evil, and they did not keep their hatred overnight. You will all regret it. The representative of East Divergent Continent said spitefully, no one will ignore the existence of the East Divergent Continent. He had decided, when he returned to his continent, he would find a way to stop the Shang continent's alliance. Suddenly, a subordinate barged into the hall, his complexion pale, his face filled with fear. Everyone all looked at him, and the representative looked at him angrily and bellowed, "Who allowed you in?" "Master, not good." The subordinate was trembling. Everyone all perked up their ears, only Bing remained indifferent, continuing his smoke. Everyone else's ridiculing expression made this representative even angrier. He smacked the subordinate and scolded, "Is the sky falling? What are you panicking for? Go back and reflect on your actions." "Master." The subordinate ignored the palm print on his face, and said, "Pirates, there are pirates, it's over, the East Divergent Continent is finished, the East Divergent Palace is being burned to the ground." Bang, the entire hall erupted, all the representatives stood up, all of them were shocked. The East Divergent Palace, that was the palace of East Divergent Continent Lord, being burned to the ground, meant that East Divergent Continent was being destroyed. The East Divergent Continent's representative felt as if he was punched in the brains, his world was spinning and only regained his senses after a long time. He turned and pointed at Tang Tian, and laughed bitterly, "Why you're so vicious." Tang Tian glanced at him once, and said indifferently, "You started it first, don't blame me for returning it to you." The entire hall suddenly became quiet, all the representatives of their respective continents looked at Tang Tian in fear. Even the representative of the East Divergent Continent did not expect that Tang Tian would admit it. But to this naked disregard, it made him feel even more furious. He coughed out a mouth of blood. Cough, cough, cough. The intense coughing sound broke the silence. After hearing Tang Tian's words, he swallowed the smoke that was meant to be puffed out, inducing the violent cough. He scolded in his mind while coughing, "Idiot, how can you admit to such a thing? If I had known earlier, I would never allow this idiot to speak." After making sure that it was the East Divergent Continent, Bing had sent Shursen out, and intended to follow their enemies and disguise themselves as pirates and smash the East Divergent Continent. Who knew that Tang Tian would be even more ferocious? Upon hearing Bing's plan, without saying a word, he went to find real pirates. Contacting Lian Bo Jun through Suabai, he used 100 black gold warship weapons to purchase the Black Dragon pirates. Bing finally saw how the tyrant Tang fought. After losing Fu Dongku and his fleet, the East Divergent Continent were at their weakest, so how could they fight off the crafty Lian Bo Jun and Shursen's powerful underworld continent's demonic mounts? The East Divergent Continent's armies quickly depleted, Lian Bo Jun and Shursen easily found their flaws and killed their way up to the palace. In truth, this result far exceeded Tang Tian's anticipation, but he did not feel the least bit guilty. But at the moment, everyone was looking at Tang Tian in fear, as if they were looking at a demon from hell. Tang Tian could not care, the East Divergent Continent was already an enemy in his mind. He would never be lenient to his enemies. Tang Tian, who was impatient, did not even bother beating about the bush. He suddenly stood up and looked at all the representatives, and immediately revealed the killing intent on his face. "As friends, we will share the food together, enemies will just have to die, so people, do you want to be friends or enemies?" Chapter 667, Do you want to be friends or enemies? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, Frost Mountains. Chapter 668, Frost Mountains. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and R. Screw fiddled with the components with full concentration, like a kid playing with his most adored toys, and did not even raise his head once. Without resting, he lost himself as he dabbled in the trash. Luckily for him, he was a spirit general. Before Sai Lei left, she had told everyone not to disturb him. But the old men of the Blood Meridian's laboratory were worried for him, and every day they would take turns watching over Screw. Old Man Fei drank his tea, watching Screw, who had buried his heads in the components, and was slightly surprised. In terms of age, Screw was a spirit general from 10,000 years ago, much older than the ages of everyone in Blood Meridian's laboratory combined. But Screw, who looked like a child, made the old men all feel remorse that they did not treat him well. He is truly a naive spirit general. Old Man Fei looked at the time. It's almost time. As expected, Screw dropped the incomplete thing in his hand and walked over to the side of the training grounds. Every day, at the same time, Screw would put down the components and walk over to the training grounds and watch the mechanical martial artists train. He would quietly observe the mechanical spirit weapons running back and forth, plowing in the mud. The intense collision and dashes in his eyes was so familiar yet so strange, causing Screw to be in a daze. No one knew, but every day at this time, memories would surface in his mind. Could it be that I used to watch this scene in the past? He was in a daze. He shook his head to remove all the chaotic thoughts away from his mind. He then focused on the training grounds again. The training grounds were holding 1-against-1 sparring. The number 23 soldier had lost again. He had revealed an opening at his right rib which was caught by his opponent. He suffered an injury and lost. A few memories surfaced yet again, the indistinct images overlapping with what he was seeing. For some reason, he felt that number 23 soldier should not lose, although he had already lost 22 consecutive rounds, which was just a number away from his assigned number. Suddenly, he walked into the training grounds. Old Man Fei's eyes became wide opened. The cup that he had brought to his mouth stopped there, and he did not move an inch. After so many days, it was Screw's first action. Duan Mu, who was facilitating the training, immediately got the soldiers who were training to stop. All of them looked at Screw, who had barged onto the training grounds, in surprise. No one dared to scold Screw. They all knew of the badly injured spirit general, but they did not understand what Screw was trying to do. He walked over to number 23. Do you want to win? The training grounds became dead silent. Everyone were dumbstruck by Screw's words. Number 23 looked at Screw blankly, and subconsciously replied, yes, I do. Put on your mechanical weapon and follow me. Screw said that, then turned and headed towards the pile of mechanical weapon components. Duan Mu reacted faster than the soldier, and immediately bellowed, why are you still standing there? Go. Number 23 immediately crawled up and followed Screw. Duan Mu's eyes flashed a look of envy. It was fortune that could only be chanced upon and not sought. But he quickly regained back his composure. Duan Mu, who was held as weapons rack, had long become the chief training facilitator of Three Spirit City, and was responsible for the martial techniques passed down to the soldiers, and was satisfied with his life. A badly injured spirit general and a mechanical spirit weapon walked together. The news of mechanical Grandmaster Sai Lei returning to the Taurus constellation spread like the wind. The Taurus constellation had declined over the past few years, and there were no major figures birthed from the Taurus constellation. All of the seemingly talented geniuses were missing or addicted to the life of luxury and remained unknown. As one of the 12 ecliptic palaces, the Taurus constellation used to be illustrated like the glorious Taurus palace made with golden walls, which bustle with activities daily, but inside the palace walls, the inner walls had started to erode and peel off. Cracks, spider webs and dust covered the place. For the past few years, Sai Lei's name was never associated with the Taurus constellation. Until recently, with the strength of the Ursa Major constellation, Sai Lei, who was held as the current generation's top mechanical grandmaster, her name spread far and wide. And thus, the news of her roots from the Taurus constellation became widely known, and caused Sai Lei's name to become extremely popular in the Taurus constellation. The Taurus constellation had sent out a large-scale welcoming army, with Prince Bradley personally leading the army. They headed to the Star Door there to prepare. There was never such a large-scale treatment in the Taurus constellation, and naturally it brought about criticism. I truly don't understand, cousin brother, just for one woman, we have to make such a huge formation? Austin whined. He was also a prince, and had grown up together with Bradley. The two of them were very close, and thus spoke very casually with each other. He continued to whine, I hope she is a beauty, if not it will be a waste. Bradley laughed, don't you worry about this, Sai Lei is a publicly known great beauty. Different from Austin, who was good-looking, Bradley looked to be more earnest and honest. Young barbaric Prince Bradley could be considered the only consolation that the Taurus constellation had for the past few years. Although he was not as prestigious as Tang, Tian or Sima Xiao, but his steady style of working had earned him praise. Austin laughed, hope that the Yifan family can produce beauties? If the Yifan family had women that were half as pretty as their maids, the Yifan family's door would have long been trampled over already. Bradley laughed, but did not say anything. What does our king truly want? Austin suddenly asked with curiosity. This is a definite slap on the Yifan family's face. How can that old gangster in the Yifan family bear to swallow this down? Dao Dun is fiercer than us. Bradley kept the smile on his face and said, she that trash, all of his missions failed. They found out that Madame Chushi had poisoned Sai Lei's mother that year, and then also found out that there are reports stating that Zhang Minghe's attack on Three Spirits City was also linked to her. The Chu family and the Honorable Marshal Group were always very close, so Madame Chushi is already in prison. Because of this, the Chu family went up to the Yifan family's door, resulting in Dao Dun, that old gangster, coming out and causing a ruckus, and they almost ended up fighting. So fierce. Austin took a deep breath. He suddenly remembered something, and his eyes grew round. She was the Yifan's family successor, but now that he is being sentenced to punishment, did they say who was replacing him? Could it be that that old gangster will want Sai Lei to take over? If you can think of that, I think that the old gangster will have already thought about it. Bradley said indifferently. Absurd, that's crazy. Austin muttered, I don't understand what's so good about that woman. All of you are going overboard. Isn't it just one Ursa Major constellation? The Honorable Marshal Group hasn't even lost. Bradley knew that his younger cousin brother had good feelings towards the Honorable Marshal Group, and he did not refute him but merely laughed. Out of the two, one of them will definitely fall. Austin snorted. The Honorable Marshal Group has been in Heaven's Road for over 100 years and has unfathomable roots here. How can a small constellation like the Ursa Major constellation compare to them? If Ursa Major constellation is a small constellation, then what is our Taurus constellation considered as? Bradley asked indifferently. Austin choked. The constellation's weak strength was something everyone knew about, and all the contradictions about it had been surfacing recently. For the past few years, none of the aristocratic family disciples could be considered as talented geniuses, and since they held a lot of resources, the talented geniuses from the ordinary people were scouted away by other constellations. But the people beside Austin and Bradley did not join in the conversation, but they thought about the meaning behind Prince Bradley's words. They're coming. Someone bellowed. The star door ahead of them started to dazzle with a bright light aura. A silver mechanical leg extended out from the star door, followed by a mechanical spirit weapon that walked out. All the influential people of the Taurus constellation immediately became curious. The mechanical spirit weapon in front of them was completely different from the ones available from the market. It was obvious that the Ursa Major constellation had specially designed mechanical spirit weapons for their own armies which outsiders would have no way of purchasing. Compared to ordinary mechanical spirit weapons that were roughly 4 to 5 m tall, the mechanical spirit weapon in front of them was much skinnier, its height roughly 2 m tall, slightly taller than an average person. There were no heavy and big mechanical components on its body, but it had beautiful curvatures like flowing water tightly wrapped around the mechanical martial artist's body. There was no excess obesity, but instead looked like a silver armor. The transparent wings on its back were extremely eye-catching. What surprised people the most was that the thin and graceful mechanical spirit weapon seemed to be extremely heavy. Every step it made would cause loud rumbles. It must definitely be the latest mechanical spirit weapon from the Ursa Major constellation, Frost Mountain. Many people wished to record everything they saw about it down. The news of Frost Mountain had long spread. It was said that it was Sai Lei's best work. To personally see it today, how could they let go of such an opportunity? And compared to other constellations, the sudden prominent Ursa Major constellation was extremely mysterious. They had appeared in the sky without warning, causing the Taurus constellation to become extremely curious about them. One after another, the silver-clad armored soldiers walked out from the star door like gushing water. Throughout the entire process, there were no clamors, only the rumbling of the mechanical spirit weapons. Luan walked out of the star door. Seeing the crowd in front of him, he frowned. The distance between them was too near, and an accident could easily occur from such a distance. For the mission, they had fought plenty. Finally, it was Luan and Chen Zilin that came up as successful partners, earning the glorious mission to protect Big Sister. Luan definitely did not wish for any accident to occur. He controlled the mechanical spirit weapons and walked towards the crowd. Although Austin felt tensed, but he forced a smile out. But before he could speak, the martial artist that walked over spoke. All of you, retreat back 60 m. Austin's smile froze. Everyone's expression froze on their faces as well. All of you, retreat back 60 m now. In the dead silence, Luan repeated once again. His tone was unquestionable. It was direct and efficient, clear for everyone to hear. No one moved, causing Luan to squint. A threat of killing intent surged out from his eyes. Clang! He drew out the silver broadsword from his back. Clang! All the soldiers behind him also drew out the silver broadswords from their backs. Every single one of you here, retreat by 60 m now. Luan said each word by word slowly, killing intent soaring and enveloping the entire place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, Bradley's Sigh. Chapter 669, Bradley's Sigh. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The dazzling silver broadswords revealed cold glints. Austin's mouth opened up widely. He stared at the sword-drawing soldiers filled with killing intent blankly. The extremely cold killing intent enveloped him, and in that moment, he felt as if he was in a snowstorm. His skin started to become numb. Growling. The sound of grinding came out from Austin's teeth. His face was distorted with fear. Bradley sighed in his mind. It was his own territory, yet he was being threatened at sword point, and for his sigh to behave so clumsily, the Taurus constellation had truly fallen. His eyes landed on the other party's formation as he swept back and forth. Amongst the soldiers was an important person. That was the true core of the other party. Being extremely tight and disallowing anyone from entering, their killing intent were in unison without any flaws. They were experts, but Bradley's heart shook. He had never heard of the Frost Mountain Army in front of him before, thinking that it must be a newly formed unit in the Ursa Major constellation, but they were actually experts. The man in the lead had a valiant and powerful aura, which was most probably the commander of the Frost Mountain Army, and the one hidden behind should be his deputy. Seeing the motionless unit, Bradley was fully aware of them being a problem. They were not reasonable and were continuously suppressing their enemies. Their advantage would only grow larger and larger unknowingly. Such enemies were the most terrifying. Such a deputy could only be chanced upon. They played a huge role and could completely release the dauntlessness of their commander. This unknown army to actually be deployed so extravagantly, how overflooded are the geniuses in Ursa Major constellation? Bradley did not feel upset, and his face revealed a thin smile. He raised his hands up to show no hostility, and gradually walked over to Austin's side. He grabbed Austin, whose hands were trembling. Bradley felt even worse, and spoke out loud, "Everyone, step back." The welcoming troops awoke from their daydreams and retreated anxiously. Their formations had become extremely terrible, like a group of scattered soldiers. Bradley could not help but look at the army in front of him that seemed to be nailed to the ground. The army that was as strict and sharp as a sword made his face heated. The disparity is too great. He involuntarily thought about the Honorable Marshal Group's army, which was one of Heaven's Road's strongest army. The Honorable Marshal Group's army were equally strict and neat, but what was different was that their army had an aura of arrogance and overbearingness, but the Frost Mountain army in front of him gave off an aura of an all-out force ready to give it their all. One was like nobles familiar with martial techniques, the other were like fugitives fighting for their lives. Who was stronger, Bradley did not know, but he had to admit that the Taurus constellation's army were not strong enough to fight either one's. Rumble. The silver figures all started to advance quickly, the dazzling transformation which resembled liquid silver, adding the stifling atmosphere around them. They changed their formations. Formation complete. Behind his armor, Luan revealed a look of satisfaction. No matter where the other party attacked from, they could defend against it. Although Luan knew that no one would dare to, but he would definitely not make such a mistake. Coming from the Lupus constellation, he was born in poverty, but unexpectedly he entered the Sky Marshal Wolf Academy. But he was never satisfied with himself. He cherished his life so badly, a life that he had never thought he would have in the past. Luan was one of the talented geniuses from the Sky Marshal Wolf Academy, with the temperament of a potential general, although he was usually gentle and quiet on a daily basis, but when it came to battles, he would become ferocious and brave. Matched with Chen Zilin, who was mostly quiet yet quick-witted, the two of them got under the limelight competing with each other inside Ursa Major constellation. Tang had easily given the task to them, also for them to grind themselves. Luan turned and looked to the back, nodding his head indicating that it was safe. The star door became bright again, causing Bradley to look towards it. He was curious. Silei's name had passed around from family to family in Taurus constellation, but Bradley knew more. He had even seen Silei's image before, and knew that she was a great beauty. Just as everyone was thinking, that Silei was about to appear, the ones to take the lead were a few extremely cold-looking people. Upon appearing, they looked around slowly. Everyone's hearts were completely shook, all of them lowered their heads, their faces revealing respect. Saints! Every single one of them were actually saints. The saint unit of Ursa Major constellation was already well known. The number of saints they had far exceeded the Leo constellations, and was only second to the Temple of Honorable Marshal Group. It was just that Ursa Major constellation's saint unit were mostly independent saints and were not overly powerful, so its fighting unit was behind Leo constellation, and was currently recognized as the third strongest. But independent saints were still saints. The suppressive pressure released by saints immediately enveloped the entire field. If we were to say that the Frost Mountain army gave off a shocking feeling, then the power from the saints subdued them. The accompaniment of 8 saints was a huge lineup, and completely intimidated everybody. Tang Zhou knew how important Psi Lei was to Ursa Major constellation, and in truth was not supportive of Psi Lei going back to the Taurus constellation. To him, although the Taurus constellation was also a 12 ecliptic palace, but their strength was something that could not compare with Ursa Major constellation anymore, and they could simply refuse them and not afford to make any mistakes. But since it was Tang Tian's decision, Tang Zhou decided to give it his best. Bradley was no longer smiling, he was already gasping for breath. He long knew of Ursa Major constellation's strength, but to personally witness it, he was completely stunned by the power Ursa Major constellation was displaying. Aren't they independent saints? Why are the auras coming off from them even more powerful than the old geezers in the Taurus palace? Bradley was suspicious. Suddenly, a bright light intruded his vision, and he could not help but look over. Dressed in a black evening dress like a black blooming flower, her body was a perfect silhouette, her sharp chin accentuating her beautiful face. She had bright glossy lips contrasting against her flawless skin, along with her fiery wavy hair that covered her shoulders matched with a languid and heck-care attitude. Under her long eyebrows, the blue eyes were so attractive, yet revealing a hard-to-get-close-to and cold attitude. The 3 moles beneath her left eyes increased her coldness and eroticism. Bradley stared at Psi Lei blankly, the image could not compare to the real person, she was too beautiful. Time seemed to have stopped to crawl. Everyone was stunned, they had all heard of Psi Lei's beauty, but to personally see her, the impact was much more intense. Even Austin had forgotten about his fear, his mouth was wide opened, he looked at Psi Lei like a blockhead, drool seemingly dropping from the corner of his mouth. Psi Lei did not even look at them, she walked ahead leisurely, with an extremely cold voice, "Is the carriage ready?" Wearing high heel shoes hurt, Psi Lei scolded in her mind. "Tang Tian, you asshole, are you deliberately making me do this?" The more she thought about it, the more plausible it was, she got even more pissed seeing the stares from Bradley and the rest. "I haven't even finished my work in the lab, and you want me to waste my time here? Damn you, Tang Tian." Thinking about how Tang Tian had set the direct correlation between her sleep and budget, Psi Lei became furious. "Beautiful Grandmaster Psi Lei." Bradley walked up and bowed and spoke respectfully, "I am Prince Bradley, we welcome Grandmaster to Taurus Constellation, the carriage is ready and is waiting for your orders." Behind him, a gold Taurus monarch carriage sat there quietly waiting. Psi Lei ignored him, and turned to Aluan, "Xiao Aluan, where's the carriage?" Xiao Aluan. Aluan was a man of steel, but to be called Xiao Aluan in front of everybody, his face flushed slightly red. He secretly told himself that it was bad luck, but he was helpless against it. Big sister is not one to offend, this had become the publicly known rule in the army. Everyone saw Psi Lei as a hungry tiger, she was unreasonable and tyrannical, and whoever dared to provoke her was seen as tired of living. Aluan felt that it was weird, how come the Taurus constellation could not see it and would provoke her? "It is already prepared," Aluan said without hesitating. A simple silver carriage came out. It was a frequently used battle carriage, mainly for transporting soldiers or supplies. Not every army had Aquarius martial artists, unless they were Aquarius martial artists, the Aquarius vase and related treasures could be used to their best potential, if not, the carriage would only be a transport tool, never to be utilized to its potential. Ursa Major Constellation had always tried recruiting Aquarius martial artists, but to no avail. Their business ambience was extremely well known, and the martial artists were all well-to-do as well, and thus looked upon Ursa Major Constellation treatment in disdain. Seeing the carriage that Aluan had prepared, Austin and the rest all revealed looks of disgust. Truly a group of country bumpkins. In front of the glorious and majestic Taurus monarch carriage, the battle carriage looked extremely bitter and poor. Many of them became even more arrogant. Ursa Major Constellation are truly people that recently got rich, in front of us aristocratic families with rich histories, they are so poor. In the pleased looks of these people, Psi Lei chose to board the battle carriage without hesitation. Bang! The slamming of the carriage door shook Bradley and the rest awake, all of their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Is this woman crazy? Too rude. She is too rude. Does she not respect us at all? Does she think that in front of our Taurus constellation, she can be arrogant or something? We actually welcome such a brute, rude and obnoxious woman. Who does she think she is? The remarks and angry scoldings caused Bradley to become annoyed. He roared, "Shut up!" All the clamor stopped abruptly, everyone looked at Bradley. To them, the prince must be infuriated by Psi Lei's actions. Bradley took a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. He had long known that the mission would not be easy, the hatred between Psi Lei and the Yifan family had not dwindled down, so her feelings towards the Taurus constellation would not be good either. But in his eyes, the Taurus constellation was still an old tyrant, and to the Ursa Major constellation, they were also very important. If they were to truly offend the Taurus constellation, the Ursa Major constellation would be making a very powerful enemy without reason, and Bradley believed that Psi Lei could understand that point, so she would behave herself and not go too far. But the current him suspected that his judgment had gone wrong somewhere. Sai Lei's bearing had completely exceeded his anticipation. Sai Lei did not even give them any face, and completely ignored them like air. It was illogical. Bradley told himself that it was Sai Lei deliberately doing so, but for some reason, his heart felt that there was something else. His gaze landed on the simple carriage. In the next moment, he understood. Taurus constellation was like the extravagant Taurus monarch carriage. It looked beautiful, but it was brittle and weak, while the Ursa Major constellation was like the battle carriage, with a bitter and ugly exterior, but was actually powerful and energetic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, You Will Not Understand a Tyrant's Thoughts. Chapter 670, You Will Not Understand a Tyrant's Thoughts. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The southern region had recently been extremely rowdy, but the biggest news was undoubtedly the Southern Alliance of the southern region. The southern region had always been outstanding heroes who lived side by side, and there would always be new organizations appearing daily, and it was a very normal occurrence for new powerhouses to appear. But this time, the Southern Alliance was like a heavy grenade thrown by the southern region, attracting the eyes of the entire region. Just by looking of the members in the Southern Alliance, everyone knew of its weight. The White Sands Continent, Ming Continent, Yuan Continent, Lehigh Continent, just these four names were enough to shake southern region, because these four continents were in the top 20 continents of the southern region. Other than that, the Bai family was a well-known aristocratic family that had been in position for many years, and there was also the Su Ji Worldwide Commerce, which was one of the top 5 weapons trading business in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. How could this not raise any eyebrows? Due to its location, the Rainbow Continent was also pulled into the Southern Alliance. One should not look down on its strength as well. But the leader of the alliance was not any overlord, but some unknown continent, the Shang Continent. To the Sacred Saint Galaxy, it was an extremely unfamiliar name, and was practically the first time many people had heard about it. And for those who understood the situation, they were even more surprised, because they knew how poor, stricken and barren the Shang continent was. But, when more and more information were revealed, people were shocked to realize, the weak Shang continent was truly the one in control and leading the entire matter. For the sake of restoring the pontoon bridge, the vast Star continent caused friction with the Shang continent while trying to recruit citizens as manpower, causing both parties to erupt into battle. Surprisingly, the vast Star continent that was ranked top 10 lost to the Shang continent twice, and thus plunged the vast Star continent into a state of peril. After the vast Star continent lost their armies, they handed the pontoon bridge over to the Shang continent, while the Shang continent surprisingly took on the pontoon bridge with the intention to create the Southern Alliance to benefit everybody. The Shang continent's alliance plan received cold shoulders, while the East Divergent continent, hearing the news, sent out an army disguised as pirates to ambush the weakened Shang continent. But the Shang continent once again came up victorious magically. The East Divergent Fox Fu Dongku was defeated and killed, and their fleet was completely destroyed. A mysterious and powerful new weapon surfaced out from the water. Following that, the East Divergent continent met with the baptism of pirates. The East Divergent palace was destroyed, causing the continent's future to fall into unprecedented darkness. The Shang continent's vicious hands shook the spectating continents, and thus the Southern Alliance was formed smoothly. The mysterious Shang continent that came out from nowhere with an unknown history, but the Southern Alliance was a huge figure, and immediately caused the other continents of the southern region to feel bone-chilling cold. The various continents near the Southern Alliance all pleaded to join in, and in a short time, the Southern Alliance jumped from 8 participants to 32. Such a fearsome powerhouse caused the entire southern region to become silent. With the current Shang continent becoming well known, and with the formation of the Southern Alliance, the newly expanded estuary was forced to once again expand. With the expansion of the Southern Alliance, the problem of manpower diminished, and the progress went smoothly. Every warship or frigate that passed would enjoy the scene of the gigantic energy vortex and the light regiment in it, all of them revealing faces of respect. One silver-grade warship which held Fu Dongku was plunged into the light. This became a legend passed down by people. A person's power could actually reach such a state. The energy vortex at the Shang continent's estuary manifested as the impressive achievement of the Shang continent. Bing found Tang Tian, who was squatting down by the side of the light regiment. "There's something forming inside, I can feel it." Tang Tian's expression was serious. Bing did not doubt him. Tang Tian's sharp intuition was something everyone knew of, something that was tested again and again and proven time and time again. Bing asked, "What is it?" "I don't know." Tang Tian shook his head, but in between his eyebrows, there was excitement. It must be something powerful. Bing shook his head and threw this question to the back of his mind. To him, the light regiment of the vortex was like a battle monument, staying fixed there. It was a more fearful thing than any treasure could be. He came to find Tang Tian for another matter. His eyes was deep, with a look of worry. Our progress is going too fast. Tang Tian was startled for a moment. He raised his head. Isn't fast good? More haste, less speed. Bing said. But we have achieved everything now. Tang Tian rarely saw Bing's worried look, so he asked, what problem is there? Many. Bing sorted out his thoughts. We have expanded too quickly. Now the Southern Alliance is like a sheet of loose sand. Everyone is fighting for themselves and it is extremely chaotic. Every continent has their own benefits, and have their own armies. We do not have one in command, and they will also not listen to us. We need to think of a way to sort this out. That is the biggest problem. Tang Tian felt his head hurt listening. Bing's words were too fast, so he could only ask, what do you suggest? I have nothing. Bing's face was dark and helpless. You know, this is no longer under the problems of war. Honestly, I am only good at fighting. Tang Tian, who was already massaging his temples, tried to use his brains to sort out Bing's words. After a while, he said, that also means, your actual problem is that they are not obedient. That's right. Bing felt that Tang Tian got the right words. That's easy. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief, revealing a look of cheekiness. If they are not obedient, just beat them? Didn't you train soldiers just for that? They are our allies, not our subordinates. Bing reminded Tang Tian, we are unable to take action on allies, it would cause a mutiny. Bing felt that he was being stupid, to actually bring such a complicated and profound problem to ask the fool, thinking that he was recently going crazy. His brain was fried, to actually do such an unreliable thing. Alright, who should I look for to discuss this? Pa? Hand towel. Bing was racking his brains. Oh yeah. Tang Tian felt that Bing was right. To his understanding, an alliance was like a partnership, and he could not fight his partners, so what should he do? If someone was being disobedient, and he could not be fought, how should we handle him? Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He suddenly clapped his hands. I got an idea. Bing, who thought that he made a mistake, could not even bother looking at him, and was completely unmoved. This fool can think of an idea? Hee. Bing, who sneered in his heart, felt that he should have laughed out loud. We can bribe them. Tang Tian was giving off the aura of a tyrant and spoke tyrannically. If we can't beat them, we can bribe them. Just like how we used the pontoon bridge to bribe them. What use will that make? Bing thought that it would not work. The pontoon bridge's only benefit was barely able to make them ally with each other, and you want them to give up their armies? That is impossible. Then we will use more money. Tang Tian was completely biased to his train of thoughts and said without hesitation. Bing rolled his eyes. You think pontoon bridges are vegetables growing on the side of the road? If you want one, there will be one. There are. Southern region has many pontoon bridges. Tang Tian said as a matter of factly. But they are not ours. Bing blurted out. Tang Tian looked at Bing as though like he was looking at an idiot. If we take them down, wouldn't they be ours? To be looked at by Tang Tian with those disdainful eyes caused Bing to feel extremely bad, but as it happened, Tang Tian's idea was rather constructive, and he was not a mature famed grade general to reject it purely because he wanted to reject the idea. But very quickly, he found another problem for Tang Tian's problem. Who will fight? Us? With just our strength, how do we fight? This is just a long-term goal. It looks to be perfect, but everyone isn't stupid. No one will let go of what they have now just for this. Even if we have no way to gain more benefits, but at least we can help preserve their current benefits. Bing went straight to the point. But he was obviously unable to understand the thoughts of a tyrant. Tang Tian waved his hand. We will use other things to bribe them. Star treasures, black gold, whoever listens to us, we will give some to them. Whoever follows us, we will make their army stronger, and then we will attack the pontoon bridge. Whoever does more will get more of the share. Bing was startled. His idea. Only we have all these things, whoever we give or not depends, the final call is still us. We will make use of something that others don't have to bribe them, it is definitely more worth than money. Ho, just like how I used the Empyrean ice tree spears that time, uncle, you did not see it, but everyone was going crazy. Tang Tian said in elation, no one else has our treasures. What is this called? Good currency? No, bestsellers? Anyway, this is what I meant. It might work. Bing's mind was thinking very quickly. He very quickly found out the essence of Tang Tian's suggestion. Using short-term goals to separate them, allowing those who followed to obtain more benefits, causing these allies to earn more benefits, causing them to be willing to renounce their own authority. Bing then thought about a problem. What about the honorable Marshall continent? With so many star treasures appearing, they will definitely know about it. They will know about us sooner or later. Tang Tian was like a gangster, killing intent soaring, at most we will all fight. This is the southern region, not their region. Bing nodded his head. That's right, if the Honorable Marshall Continent sends their soldiers, our Southern Alliance has the advantage, and this will cause the Southern Alliance to be even more firm. No, it might even cause the entire Southern region to become one. Then for what reason should we be doing this? Bing then threw out another question. We need a reason to bribe them. If not sending them gifts for no reason, they would think that it's normal for us to gift them things. Tang Tian thought about it very quickly. He's right, we cannot give them money, they have to work for it. Eliminating the pirates. Tang Tian had plenty of his own evil tricks, and scoffed. Lian Bojun said, the Honorable Marshall Continent had made many pirates enter the southern region. Then let us eliminate them, it is just an honorable thing to do, anyways pirates are always a pain for everybody, it will be us being righteous. Tang Tian imitated little Susu's tone while saying the last sentence. Bing could not help but to praise, what a perfect plan. Since when did this brat become so clever? Bing looked at Tang Tian like it was inconceivable. Was this thorny situation just unraveled by this fool? Did this fool's brain undergo some transformation recently? You need to understand how to spend money as a person, and not be stingy. Tang Tian started to berate him, and then became pleased. I know uncle, you must now be feeling respectful and revering this godlike young lad now. Alright, don't revere me too much, just a bit will do, that is the advantage of youth. Bing felt as though he had swallowed a fly, his face instantly turning black. This fool. There were already people thinking of eliminating the pirates already. But when the star treasures, black gold weapons appeared in front of everybody, all of them were immediately burning with passion, although there were still many spectators, but there were some people who wanted to join. Southern region, the southern region belongs to the Southern Alliance. When Tang Tian shouted out those ambitious words, it caused the entire discussion room to explode, everyone became extremely excited. The southern region had always been a free land, and no one had ever said those words. Everyone was shocked by Tang Tian's ambition, and were deeply attracted to the scene before them. A fearsome tiger called the Southern Alliance quietly awakened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, Respective Preparations. Chapter 671, Respective Preparations. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. As for how Bing organized the various armies of the continents, Tang Tian did not cut in. Although he would time and time again grasp the opportunity to ridicule Uncle Bing, but as for the matters of the army, Tang Tian tactfully handled it over to Bing. However, Tang Tian had his own ideas. After going through various battles, especially the recent one where he fought Fu Dongku personally, it gave him even more experience. The vortex with the light regiment was a masterpiece that came to him miraculously, but what left an even deeper impression on him was at the last moment where he, Jinghao, Little Fool and Yaya brought everyone to escape the suction of the vortex, escaping narrowly. He saw the use of experts on the battlefield. To a standard traditional army, Tang Tian did not know and understand much. But he understood that the current situation was not one where Bing could manage it alone. Since I am the main commander of the army, then naturally I should accept more responsibilities. If I can gather the experts to fight in the battles together, that would be a huge deciding factor in a battle. Jinghao, Lingsu, Crane and Little Fool, all of them are powerful, and I even have magic flute. No, they are not enough. What a pity that the strength of the 5 families are still weak, although they are saints, but as compared to Heaven Road saints, they are still far lacking. The Sacred Saint Galaxy's martial technique system is too crude. If only the people from Saint's unit were here. Not much, just 20 of them should be enough to sweep the place. Tang Tian shook his head. Before the passage in the blue world had been made, the idea was not feasible. The passage in the blue world could not be opened so easily, the vast blue sea that made them feel overwhelmed, it was partly due to luck that they managed to escape it. Although the awakened army was not weak, but the distance to form the passage between both worlds was too great, and it still required time. Although the idea was currently not feasible, Tang Tian kept it in mind. What they needed now was to quickly increase their individual strengths. The Southern Alliance were to begin eradicating the pirates, and with the large quantity of star treasures appearing, the Honorable Marshall Continent would definitely know that people from Heaven's Road have entered the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and the Honorable Marshall Group will only require a bit of time to confirm their identities. At that time, they would be facing immense pressure. The Honorable Marshall Continent would spare no effort to destroy the Shang Continent, and Ursa Major Constellation would be the target of attacks from the Honorable Marshall Group. The attacks would be extremely powerful, and the Honorable Marshall Group might give up on attacking the Leo constellation, and send everything they have to the Ursa Major constellation. Instead, they need not worry much about the Sacred Saint Galaxy, for the Honorable Marshall Continent's large army to move in an expedition would not be easy. Regardless of anything, they cannot allow the Honorable Marshall Group to struggle out of the quagmire with the Leo constellation. What should I do? Tang Tian very quickly thought of a simple method, which was to help the Leo constellation. But the relation between the Ursa Major constellation and the Leo constellation was average, and there were even some slight conflicting views between the both of them. It was seemingly impossible for a profound collaboration. After bribing the partners of the alliance, Tang Tian had learned a little something. Star treasures. The treasures could evolve in the sacred Saint Galaxy, something which he had tried and tested. If I am able to provide treasures that have gone through evolution to the Leo constellation, wouldn't it be giving wings to a tiger? And to Tang Tian, it was an extremely simple job. So he started to grasp on how to allow treasures to increase grade and evolve. He took out a treasure. It was the bronze gloves from the Lupus constellation. He activated the gloves, which very quickly started to absorb the energy, and as time passed, the bronze gloves gradually grew a layer of faint silver. But after 2 hours, the gloves stopped absorbing energy. Tang Tian looked over it carefully, and realized the gloves did not increase in grade. Tang Tian took out a few treasures, and going through the same motion, he tested out 6 treasures, in which 3 completed their evolutions. He then tried it with silver grade treasures. After trying with 6 of them, only 1 managed to evolve into a gold grade treasure. Gradually, Tang Tian found out a definite set of rules whether or not treasures could evolve, which had to do with the martial spirits in the treasures. This relation was not due to the simple strength of the martial spirit, but its purity. The purer the martial spirit, the easier for it to evolve. This discovery surprised Tang Tian. He used to think that there were nothing crucial about the purity of the martial spirit inside the star treasure. Tang Tian shook his head. It was easier to raise the power of the martial spirit, but he did not know of any methods to raise the purity. But he did not think much about it. He did not have much time. He took out a few Leo constellation treasures that he had prepared, and began to strengthen them. The vast star continent was worrying about their bleak future. Everything that had happened seemed to be a nightmare. After hearing the news of the Southern Alliance, General He Cg became ill. The days to him had become extremely bleak. Everyone knew that the general was nearing his end, and many of his students would come to visit him. With the emergence of the Southern Alliance, the vast star continent had become the biggest loser. Yang Ziqing had aged in the past few days. His hair had turned white, but he did not quit. With the formation of the Southern Alliance, He Cg's so-called plan had become the biggest joke. The current prestige of the continent lord had also fallen drastically. In the eyes of the citizens, the vast star continent's current situation stemmed from the forced tax and levies set in place by the continent lord. All of the aristocratic families who had lost a great deal of their wealth were furious with the continent lord. Under the underhanded management of Prince Hai, all of these angered aristocratic families criticized the continent lord unbridledly. General He Cg was ill in bed, causing the army to become separated quickly, and many of the commanders had shown interest that the vast star continent needed a new direction. To the drowning vast star continent, this division was poison. For the sake of appeasing the aristocratic families, the continent lord chose to leave his palace, and gave the position to Prince Hai. Yang Ziqing persevered on under this situation. He was filled with fear. Looking back, he still did not understand where did they start to lose. Everything came from the group of people of the Shang continent, which still remained a riddle. Their initial plan to use the Shang continent as a protective barrier completely went down the drain. The current vast star continent was already set to shiver in cold under the shadows of the Southern Alliance. The Shang continent's every movement was completely unanticipated. No one knew what they would do. And the vast star continent's every movement had fallen into their hands. Yang Ziqing was both mentally and physically exhausted, but he knew that the only path for vast star continent was to join the Southern Alliance, and become one of the shareholders in the alliance, for them to be truly safe. But his suggestion was met with objections and ridicule from Prince Hai and his team of authoritative figures. They placed emphasis on regaining what belonged to them, and once again bask in the glory of the vast star continent. To them, Yang Ziqing was a timid mouse, an extremely weak being, a vermin. Many of Yang Ziqing's friends started to maintain a respectful distance from him, as though he had some infectious disease. All of them started to avoid him. Yang Ziqing wanted to knock on their heads for them to think clearly. What was going on with them? Have they all lost all sense of rationality? The current vast star continent, what can they bring to try and reclaim the pontoon bridge from the Southern Alliance? In truth, Yang Ziqing did not know what he was persevering for. It was too late to build a new continent lord manor, so they used one of the aristocratic manors for the continent lord. Currently, the manor was heavily guarded, guards every 10 steps, sentries every 5, all of the soldiers were there, as though they were waiting for a great enemy. Inside one of the secret rooms of the manor, Prince Hai was 56 years old. He was a rather stouty man with an amiable smile. In the reign of the previous continent lord, he did not seem to have any bit of existence, and successfully made everyone oblivious to his existence. Until when the opportunity arose, he swooped in from the darkness like a venomous snake and gave a fatal blow. He effortlessly took over the position as continent lord, proving that his methods were truly shocking. But at the moment, he was enjoying the view of a beauty in front of him. Who would have known that the beauty was the commander of pirates? Your suggestion is brilliant. His speech always seemed very casual, his words were pleasing to the ears, but we have suffered too much and are not able to fight against the Southern Alliance. He did not seem to be ashamed of his weakness. Lady Rose slightly rose out of her seats, the smile on her face was gentle and harmless. You're right, if you just rely on the vast star continent, you will not be able to pose as a threat towards the Southern Alliance. But if you have a powerful ally, then it can become a possibility. You have trouble preserving your own lives too. Prince Hai's gaze turned sharp, although his smile remained gentle. Recently, the Southern Alliance has been sweeping up the pirates. Oh, I understand, you are in a tight spot. In a tight spot? Lady Rose laughed. What do you think the pirates think about being in a tight spot? Even if the Southern Alliance takes over the entire southern region, we can still go to the eastern region. From what I heard, the Southern Alliance said that the southern region belongs to them. I am curious, where will your continent go to? Prince Hai's expression did not change, he laughed. Those words are nice to listen to, who knows if they would suddenly start saying that the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy belongs to the Southern Alliance. They can say what they want. Lady Rose said calmly, but the Southern Alliance is right behind the vast star continent. Honestly, I am very curious, why are you guys not joining the Southern Alliance? But now I understand, anyone can join the Southern Alliance, but you, Prince Hai, cannot. Prince Hai's eyes constricted to the size of a needle. She was right, anyone could join in the Southern Alliance, but he could not. He had obtained his position because he chose to side with the influential aristocratic families that were suffering from losses. If he were to join the Southern Alliance, all of these angered supporters would pull him down from the position. He had not gotten enough of being the continent lord. My lady's eyes are truly sharp. Prince Hai decided not to beat about the bush. I think that Lady Rose isn't a pirate either. That's right, I come from the honorable Martial continent. Lady Rose straightened her back and puffed out her chest, arrogance showing on her face. Prince Hai looked at Lady Rose in a daze, as though he was struck by lightning. He had thought that she might be from a huge backing, but never thought that she would be from the honorable Martial continent. We are too far to launch an attack. Between us, you are close enough, and our interests are aligned with each other. We have a common enemy. Lady Rose might be smiling, but her gaze was as sharp as a sword. The Shan continent, as long as they are destroyed, the Southern Alliance would be a pack of beasts that has lost its leader. They will start to kill each other. Only by doing so can the vast star continent rise to prominence again, and with the help of the honorable Martial continent, the vast star continent will become even stronger than it was. You know we can do it. Only, we want the Shan continent. Her tone was as tough as steel, resonating out as though it had substance, her expression extremely confident. Prince Wang's face was extremely dark. After a long while, he raised his head once again. How do you suggest doing it? Lady Rose laughed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672, Jerome's Arrogance. Chapter 672, Jerome's Arrogance. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Up ahead is the pristine gravel city. Bradley maintained a shallow smile on his face as he hastened his pace to walk beside Aluan. In the past few days, he had not even seen Sai Lei once. Sai Lei remained inside the carriage without revealing herself, and all of their requests to meet were rejected. All of the nobles of Taurus constellation were fuming. In their eyes, although the Ursa Major constellation was currently powerful, but their roots were too shallow, and did not have any history to them, just a newly uprising constellation which was usually looked down on. Initially, they felt that with their grand welcome, the Ursa Major constellation would be moved to tears, but who knew they would actually completely ignore them as though they were nothing. How could they not be infuriated? So what if you're a mechanical grandmaster? The rest of the troops that participated in the welcoming all watched by the side, all of them negative towards her. The only one who remained courteous was Bradley. We have prepared lodging for all of you over at the pristine gravel city. We can take a short rest there. Bradley explained. After going past the pristine gravel city, we will journey straight for 5 days over a wasteland. Lewin nodded his head. I will ask young Mississippi. He then went over to the carriage and reported the journey. Inside the carriage, Sai Lei was dressed in pajamas, her hair was in a mess, completely the opposite of the goddess demeanor she had previously. In front of her, the table was covered with all sorts of drafts. She kept on muttering to herself, her eyes were bloodshot, she had not been sleeping for the past few days. Going out has its benefits, at least no one is forcing me to sleep. Sai Lei bit her tongue and continued to work. Luan's report interrupted her work. Hearing that after the pristine gravel city was a few days of wasteland, Sai Lei thought for a while, and decided to rest and reorganize there. She was a workaholic. Inside the carriage, it was filled with all sorts of materials, documents, and even bathing tools, everything brought without any considerations. But since she was a woman, she never felt anything whenever she was immersed in her work, but upon getting out of the state, she thought about being able to have a good bath in the city. Her mood brightened up. Hearing that Aluan had agreed to rest in the pristine gravel city, Bradley heaved a sigh of relief. In the past few days, regardless of how much he tried to court their favor, it would end up fruitless. But he continued to follow Aluan blindlessly, so much that amongst the aristocratic families, there would be the ridicule of being snubbed despite showing good intentions. Bradley was the only one with a deep impression of the strength of the Frost Mountain Army. This is a real powerful army. They were strict and disciplined, did not know fatigue, never slacked, and were forever being cautious. They were meticulous and did not have any hair out of place, causing Bradley to occasionally feel that they were overly rigid and making a big fuss over the minute issues. But he had to admit, the Taurus constellation did not have any army that could compare to the army he was looking at. He knew that recently, the Ursa Major constellation had built up a few armies. All these armies came from splitting up a mechanical army. With the fading out of the traditional armies, a new generation surfaced. Mechanical armies became their main forces. The Ursa Major constellation held a tradition of usually attaching importance to younger people. All of their higher-ups were all extremely young, and out of the few armies, the only one that could be hailed as an old general was the commander of the Plateau Army, Ta Dun. But Bradley never expected for the young commanders to be so outstanding. Especially Aluan, Bradley could not see the arrogance or recklessness of a youngster in him. He was trained to the point that he resembled an old general that had been in the military for decades. When the mechanical army was split up, Bradley sighed. The Ursa Major constellation's most prestigious two large armies, the Lupus army led by Tang, and the other was the mechanical army led by Bing. For such elite and prestigious armies, they should keep their traditions and rules. As traditions and rules decides the temperament of the army, and was the most valuable asset of an elite army. Splitting up the army meant destroying everything, and a few cannon fodder could never compare to a true elite. Tang, Tian and Bing had not revealed themselves for a long time, causing many people to suspect that something had changed in the higher-ups of Ursa Major constellation. Who knew that? Bradley's attention returned back to the army. He informed everybody about Sai Lei's agreement to rest in the pristine gravel city. Austin then volunteered to go ahead and remind the city to do preparations. Austin obviously harbored malicious intentions. After receiving the cold shoulder, he was completely infuriated. Since when have I ever been treated like that? The arrogance of the army ignoring him made him even more angry. He decided to do something about it. They are in the Taurus constellation, not the Ursa Major constellation. Austin went over to the pristine gravel city. As one of the important cities of the Taurus constellation's Bullhorn region, the pristine gravel city had an elite army garrisoned there, the Bullhorn Army. The Bullhorn Army was one of the Taurus constellation's most elite armies. Their equipment were lavish, they were powerful and had never been defeated. Coincidentally, the commander of the Bullhorn Army, Jerome, was Austin's playmate since young, and the two were extremely close. Jerome's position was due to Austin pulling the strings from behind. When Jerome saw Austin arriving, he was extremely pleased. "Austin, what are you doing here? Don't talk about it." Austin said angrily, "My dad got the able-bodied people to accompany Bradley to welcome a woman." "What woman? You're talking about Grandmaster Sai Lei, right?" Jerome laughed out loud. The news of Sai Lei wanting to come back to Taurus constellation had been passed around. He looked at Austin. "Seeing the way you are, could it be that she is not as pretty as rumored?" Austin shook his head. "No, Sai Lei is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." "Then why the mood?" Jerome became curious. He knew his playmate from young, and knew of his mood regarding women. As long as it was a beauty, Austin would always become passionate. "They are bullying us." Austin's face turned green as he explained about everything that had happened. Jerome's face also became ugly. Regardless of how valiant Grandmaster Sai Lei was, they were in the Taurus constellation. How could they endure other people strutting around? "They really did that?" Jerome asked gravely. Austin straightened himself up. "Jerome, do you think that I will be talking nonsense here? I am a prince of the Taurus constellation, and have lived here for many years." Jerome was quiet for a long while. "What about Bradley? Why did Bradley not show any disapproval to them?" Austin sneered. "Bradley? He is still hoping to curry favor with the Ursa Major constellation. He started imitating Bradley and said, out of the two, one of them will definitely fall." Jerome raised one eyebrow, and with a tinge of arrogance, "Bradley is underestimating himself too much. Since when has our Taurus constellation fallen to the point that we need to fawn upon the Ursa Major constellation?" "That's right, Jerome," Austin said excitedly. "You are truly the person worth relying on. Bradley threw away the most valuable traditions of our Taurus constellation. I think Bradley has his own considerations." Jerome cut Austin's words. He did not wish to join in the competition amongst the higher-ups with authority. But as a military man, he had his own pride and arrogance, thinking about how an unknown army was strutting around on his homeland. A fire burned in his mind. Being the commander of the Bullhorn Army, no matter what, I will never tolerate any armies being rampant in front of me. Austin waved his hands excitedly. Jerome, what should we do? Jerome spoke in a serious tone. Since Grandmaster Silay came to our Taurus constellation as a guest, then the problem of safety naturally falls on us to handle it. We will welcome Grandmaster Silay, and must definitely let her feel at home. Austin understood what he meant and laughed. Woo woo woo. The gloomy bugle horn sounded out from the barracks, and the Bullhorn Army quickly gathered. On the platform, Austin watched in shock. The entire army only took 5 minutes to gather. The troops beneath the stage had a tight formation, it was squared and the edges were extremely sharp, they were extremely silent, and their killing intent pervaded outwards. Austin could not help but praise, Jerome, I was right to pick you. You are truly a famed general. Let those assholes of the Ursa Major constellation see what a true elite is. Jerome's eyes flashed a trace of arrogance. He had the ability to be arrogant. The Bullhorn Army had transformed in his hands, and became extremely powerful. Maybe we can have some exchange. Jerome sneered, and his face immediately darkened as he bellowed, move out. Rumble rumble, dot. The silver tide rushed along the street. Their footsteps caused the citizens of the pristine gravel city to stop in their tracks. Above the silver tide flew 10 saints who followed behind tightly. The Bullhorn Army was a heavy armor unit. All of them were donned in silver-grade Taurus armor. The Taurus constellation's unique characteristic was that they could mass-produce, and the equipment they had was easily recognizable, because their helmets would always have a sharp bull horn. To other constellations, their problems were with armor, but the Taurus constellation could fully equip an entire army with armor. The unison silver-colored armor was of superior quality, something that was rarely seen in the entire Heaven's Road. Aluan suddenly stopped. He had sensed the rumbling on the ground. He immediately judged that there was a group of people approaching them. At a glance, Shua, he drew his silver broadsword, incoming attack. This was the experience that Aluan had gained for himself. In a foreign environment, as long as he encountered a special situation, the most direct method would be using the words incoming attack to warn his comrades. These 2 words were the most effective, and could cause all of the soldiers to immediately be at their fullest attention. In the distance, a silver tide rushed towards them. Aluan remained calm and unmoved. But very quickly, his eyes constricted. The other party's assault did not have any intention of slowing down. 4.5 kilometers, 3.6 kilometers, 3 km. Aluan's eyes immediately turned cold. He raised the silver broadsword high in the air. With the speed of the enemy, 2.4 kilometers was the safe distance. 2.4 kilometers. Without any hesitation, Aluan pointed his silver broadsword ahead, and roared, units behind protect the carriage, front lines, follow me to assault. 500 Frost Mountains moved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, 3-Step Strike. Frost Mountains. Chapter 673, 3-Step Strike. Frost Mountains. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Seeing the Bullhorn Army approaching, Bradley could not help but reveal a smile. Jerome was truly outstanding. The silver tide rolled and rolled with their tight formation. The impressive impetus caused Bradley's few days off to feel much better. I also have grandmasters and elites in the Taurus constellation, and I have powerful generals. He did not realize that unknowingly, the pressure on him from the Frost Mountain Army had increased so greatly. It was not only Bradley, even the other nobles were all pleased. Who can stop that momentum? Too spectacular. Oh my god, that silver tide is truly too powerful. Master Jerome is truly outstanding. Given enough time, maybe he can create another Taurus army. But discussions came up all around, making Bradley emotional. Just like the silver frost mounts of the Aries constellation, in the Taurus constellation's history, they once had an awe-inspiring army that was prestigious in Heaven's Road, the Taurus Army. This Taurus army was history's strongest heavy armor army. Dressed in golden Taurus armor, they were invincible. That was the time when the Taurus constellation was at its peak, 160 gold armors, something that the current generation could not think of. Gold armors were the symbol of the Taurus army. The gold bull horns that dazzled with light auras and cutting edges shook the entire Heaven's Road. But through the passage of time, the Taurus constellation started to decline, the Taurus army started to wither as days passed, and gold armors became fewer and fewer, and the once strongest heavy armor army disappeared in the river of time. To any soldier who had knowledge of the Taurus constellation, for the Taurus army to reappear once again was their final target. The Taurus constellation has fallen for too long. Bradley sighed once again. Their position that remained stagnant caused the Taurus constellation to lose their desire to improve. The higher-ups were addicted to enjoyment and pleasure, and this bull became skinnier and skinnier, weaker and weaker. Currently in the 12 ecliptic palaces, the one that in the most similar situation was the Aries constellation. The Aries constellation already had a powerful martial artist, Ling Su. Bearing the burden as the inheritor of the silver frost mounts, with the silver frost sheep horn seal in hand, although he never returned to Aries constellation, but Ling Su had become the idol that many of the Aries citizens admired. Bradley had secretly studied the matters of the Aries constellation. They had been secretly moving. All of the dissatisfied youths of the Black Feathers Mount were moving in the shadows. It was said that they were building new silver frost mounts. Rumors said that the leader of the new silver frost mounts was Ling Su. At least Aries constellation has Ling Su. Bradley was lost in his thoughts, but the surrounding cheers caused him to awaken. But Jerome is still doing rather well. We must let these recently rich people take a look at us. Let them witness what are real elites. Beat them down. The emotional crowd was already talking incoherently. Bradley understood the irritation everyone had suffered for the past few days, and smiled. He also thought that showing off to Sai Lei and her army would be good too, suppress the momentum that the Frost Mountain army was showing. If not, they would be underestimated and trampled all over. Rumble rumble, the silver tide of Bullhorn army surged frantically, the ground trembling incessantly. Their speed was extremely fast. Bradley turned his head towards the Frost Mountain army to look at them with elation. He wanted to see the face-off the arrogant army. His gaze landed on Aluan. He could not help laughing. All of their faces were tightly covered, and he could not see any expressions. What a pity. Suddenly, the smile on his face turned sluggish, because he saw that Aluan had suddenly retrieved out his silver broadsword. Before he could even react, Aluan's thunderous roar exploded. Units behind protect the carriage, front lines, follow me to assault. Wait a minute. Bradley's face turned pale white like paper, his face transformed from confusion to unlimited fear. Before he could even make a sound, a gigantic rumble came out. 500 frost mountains stomped on the ground at the same time, causing a gigantic shake, causing everyone to become unstable. The low resounding bass sound caused their eardrums to resonate, and dust immediately filled the sky. One after another, silver figures shot out from the dust-filled area like arrows. Rumble rumble. The blood from the faces of the nobles had been swept clean completely, their expressions filled with fear and shock. Comparing the two armies, Bullhorn army's assault could cause them to feel the ground trembling, but now they were unable to stand steadily. They plopped to the ground, and a few timid ones immediately defecated. They have 10 saints, do we go up to help? Meng Ta arrived beside the carriage and asked. Tian, let us welcome back Meng Ta, the cunning saint that joined Tang Tian in the ancient cold city. Although they only had 8 saints while the Bullhorn army had 10, but Meng Ta was not afraid at all. For the entire period, by relying on Ursa Major constellation, their strengths had soared exponentially. No need. Sai Lei said lazily, it is a good time for them to test themselves out. Let us see what else the Frost Mountains can improve on. Frost Mountains. Ursa Major constellation's newest mechanical spirit weapon, made from almost all of Ursa Major constellation's mechanical laboratory's newest techniques condensed together. Sai Lei had thrown a lot of blood and effort into it. It was even smaller in size, even stronger and far more agile, and was the strongest mechanical spirit weapon to date before she had thought about the Saint armor for saints. Just like its name, Mountain represented its mighty power, and Frost to signify its cold cutting edge. Like her, Aluan had plenty of confidence towards the Frost Mountain. He was unable to understand how the Saint armor, depicted by Miss Sai Lei, would be. He already felt that the Frost Mountains were the world's strongest mechanical spirit weapons already. They were the army that won against the other armies consecutively in sparring sessions internally, obtaining the first batch of Frost Mountains, and their army were thus hailed the Frost Mountain Army, causing the other armies to be jealous, and it was the proudest affair of Aluan's life. In the sprint, the silver broadswords drooped down by their sides, sword tips aimed at the ground. Relax your wrists. Relax your shoulders. Watch your step. Control your breathing rhythm. Aluan in a state of battle was a completely different person. His roar was everywhere and filled with enthusiasm. The soldiers under him all liked his roars. Although they were long familiar with the routine, but the roars of their commander raised their morale, and set off a flame that blazed in their chest. And their deputy commander was the opposite. He was invisible as though he was not there at all. But once Chen Zilin was not around, the result of this difference, that was an extremely smooth and comfortable feeling, would become like a rusty gear without oil. The dash of 500 men with their aura blending together without any leakage, this was a true flowing liquid silver. The distance between both parties quickly drew closer. Jerome's eyes constricted. He initially planned to stop at a distance of 90 m away from the other party, but he did not expect them to charge towards them as well. But following that, a sense of anger surged up. He completely believed Austin's words now, they were truly too rampant. They are in the Taurus constellation's territory. To do such a thing, they are completely not putting us in their eyes, but... In the next moment, he made his decision. Even if he were to suffer punishment, he still needed to teach the group of people who have an exaggerated opinion on their own abilities a lesson. Full force assault. The anger-fueled order resonated across the entire army. The Bullhorn army suddenly increased its speed. Aluin immediately sensed the final increase in speed of the other party. He sneered, and then bellowed, "Prepare for 3 steps." The sprinting army immediately bent their waists. 3 steps. Aluin's roar was like a thunder that clapped above everybody's head. Everyone stepped out heavily at the same time. The monstrous power of the Frost Mountains were displayed to full saturation. It was like 500 heavy sledgehammers slamming the ground at the same time. Boom! If one were to overlook from the sky, they would be surprised to see that the ground that Aluin was standing on had sunk in by half a meter, forming a large and flattened concave depression. A large group of silver figures suddenly shot forward from the pit like lightning. In a moment they appeared 60 m away from their originally position, and they smashed the ground once again. Boom! The ground sunk in again, and they shot forward once more, and they smashed the ground, yet again. Boom! The 3rd step was as fast as lightning, as heavy as thunder. The 3 steps sounded like one. Everyone's ear buzzed, the scene before them dazzled. The Frost Mountain army had already appeared 300 m away from their original position. Jerome was deeply shocked. He only saw the scenery before him dazzle, and the other party were actually less than 300 m away from them. What sorcery is this? Before he could even react, the thunderous roar came up from ahead, "Kill!" At their very last step, their power had reached the pinnacle. 500 frost mounts soared into the air and appeared 30 m in the sky in an instant. All 500 frost mountains held their broadswords high up in the air. All the skinny frost mountains, at that moment, was brimming with powerful and beauty, like 500 lean soldiers raising their swords in anger. Time seemed to have stopped in that moment. Kill! Aluin's roar broke the silence. 500 silver broadswords, borrowing the momentum of the charge, smashed down. 500 sword auras, like thousands of converging tributaries connecting to a large river, bringing forth dazzling light scars, entering Aluin's sword. Aluin's entire body was enveloped by a congealed substance like light aura, like a war god descending. The tyrannical and absolute aura felt like a mitai was above suppressing down, causing everyone to feel choked. 3 steps strike. Frost Mountains. The ones to have a change in expressions first were the Bullhorn army's saints, who were calm and steady unlike Jerome. Their attention were placed mostly on the 8 saints around the carriage, in which gave off auras that made them suspicious. They initially did not plan to do anything, thinking that Jerome could handle it, but on the other side, they hoped that the 8 saints would not do anything. But Aluin's technique immediately made them throw their plan away. Their bodies suddenly disappeared, and appeared right in front of the army. Aluin's sword aura had arrived. The vast and broad 90 m sword aura released a tyrannical power that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth in half. Any ordinary sword aura's whistle would be sharp, but this sword aura's whistling through the air sounded like countless of fragments of vibratos gathering into a rumble, inducing a crushing feeling in everybody's heart. Every inch of their skin were shivering, and their scalp turned numb. The 10 saints took action at the same time. Various light auras appeared before the sword auras. Boom, dot. A dazzling light aura blossomed, like the sun exploding. The eye-piercing light aura caused the entire place to turn white. The terrifying white light seemed to even block off all sound, causing them to become open. Aluin, who received the counterattack, felt a force that could shatter him into pieces surging towards him, and almost at the same time, Chen Zilin, who was beside him, released light aura from his eyes. The power that surged Toei's front immediately broke apart, breaking into pieces and spreading throughout the troops. A few seconds later, Jerome, who was overwhelmed with shock, regained his composure. His entire unit were swaying unsteadily from side to side. The 10 saints that took action at the same time were able to block the sword, but the power from the aftermath was enough to tear apart the army formation, causing them to be in a terrible mess. Suddenly, Jerome's pupils constricted to its maximum. In front of him, the 500 frost mountains held onto their swords and stood extremely straight, like 500 war god statues, vapor rising from their bodies, releasing their passionate fighting intent. Jerome's eyes burnt red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674, Bradley's Beseech. Chapter 674, Bradley's Beseech. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The attack that was dissipated by Chen Zilin entered Aluin's body, but it did not stir the man of steel. He stood still like a statue, as though he did not care. Because of Chen Zilin's existence, he could test some dangerous and powerful offense, which created the 3-step strike. He had absolute trust in Chen Zilin, allowing them to be connected at an extremely deep level. Luan, the one without any fear, was like a wild beast. The tenacity and dauntlessness of a lupus man was displayed through him in saturation. Luan observed the messy enemies in front of him. He maintained his cautious posture, while his army maintained their offensive posture, just to add pressure to the other party. Although the other general's face was slow and startled, but the soldiers were filled with fear and numbness, showing that this army had already lost its ability to fight. But Luan did not relax because of their expressions. If they were not in their territory, he would already had borrowed the momentum to kill them and completely obliterate them, and wipe out any possible dangers. Luan's eyes were serene and unfathomably deep, such a reckless way of attack, but there were not a least bit off ripples of the light scars. This was Luan. Resolute and fearless, valiant and calm, the demeanor of a great general. Jerome's face was pale white, his hands were weak, the temperament revealed by the enemies in front of him made him afraid to do battle. He could not find any bit of courage to go against them. At that moment, he was filled with shame and defeat. The bullhorn army that he had improved with utmost care was actually not able to take a strike, and under the attack of a nameless army, had become disorderly and were utterly defeated. For a moment, he was at a loss and did not know what to do. No one said anything. It was a big wilderness, the entire place silent with only the sound of wind blowing and spreading the heat soaring from the Frost Mountain soldiers. They were the same silver color, but they were entirely different, dazzling so brightly that the Taurus people felt pain in their eyes. They wanted to close their eyes, but the scene seemed to have some attractive force. They were unable to do so and could only watch on. They were lost, afraid, overwhelmed with shock, in a daze, in a despair. Their expressions were sluggish, their lips shivering. Even the 10 saints who blocked the three-step strike currently were speechless, their hands were trembling incessantly. Suddenly, rumble rumble. Footsteps broke the silence. From the frozen silver, a mountainous figure stepped out. Before the soldiers could even regain themselves from the shock, Jerome's eyes that had lost its focal length regained his some expression. Luan stopped 30 m away from the other party. He stabbed the silver broadsword into the soil. This is... Jerome's heart shook. The hand holding the silver broadsword trembled. A sharp sword aura effortlessly cut through the ground, like cutting through paper. The line extended out into the distance. A straight sword trace blocked Bullhorn Army's front. Whoever dares offend the diplomacy will be killed. Luan threw those words down, and without even looking at Jerome, he returned back to his troops. Blood surged up Jerome's head, his face became flushed red, almost seeping out from his pores. He clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. This line had drawn into his heart. It was a warning, not to step over the line. But, this is the Taurus constellation, this is our land. The Taurus constellation people blew up like volcanoes. They were infuriated and started scolding out loud, putting stuff saying they would show Luan and the rest. Bradley's face darkened as he sought an audience with Sai Lei, in which Sai Lei did not reject this time. For your noble side to do this, you are clearly provoking us. Bradley stared at Sai Lei, his tone ice cold. Is that so? Sai Lei replied languidly, they are just being responsible, protecting my safety. Is there a problem with that? Wasn't it your noble side's army that purposely started charging towards us, seemingly showing us hostility? They were just thinking of rushing over to welcome your noble side, and yet were met with your attack. Furthermore, this is the Taurus constellation. Bradley said emotionlessly, whatever we do we need your agreement? You're wrong on one point, this is the Taurus constellation, but for now. Sai Lei replied lazily, with its current look, it would be difficult to hold for another few years. Bradley laughed in anger. Oh, could it be that the Ursa Major constellation wishes to dip a finger into my Taurus constellation? Young Miss Sai Lei, although you are our guest, but there is a limit to our patience. It was you who begged me to come. Sai Lei interrupted his words. She glanced at him, and revealed a smile of ridicule. You want me to go now? That's good, time is tight for me, I still have many tests to run. If the Taurus constellation doesn't welcome me, I will leave immediately. Let's not waste everybody's time. Bradley choked. Damn it! He felt a flame blazing in his chest. He knew of the contents of the compromises made, which at the moment was like a blazing tongue licking all over his heart. Sai Lei's eyes turned cold, and said indifferently, what does it have to do with me whether or not the Taurus constellation live or die? Don't even start with the Efan family, I did not find any trouble with them, they shouldn't thanking me profusely already. If you are still wallowing in your ancestors' era, then we have nothing much to talk about, a broken home destined to wither away, let's not waste my time. A broken home destined to wither away Bradley's mouth felt extremely bitter. He wanted to raise his voice to refute the other party, but when the 10,000 words reached his throat, it seemed to be locked down by something, and he could not say a thing. This should be one of your strongest armies already. Sai Lei acted as though she did not see Bradley's facial expression, and continued to speak, to be defeated in one move. Oh, I should not underestimate you guys too much, maybe you can last 2 bouts. Silei's words were like a venomous sword, stabbing right into Bradley's chest. You coming here is just to humiliate us? Bradley spoke through his gritted teeth with a flushed face, his eyes spewing fire of rage. Humiliate you? No, no, no. Silei stood up. She stood atop the carriage, looking down with a look of ridicule. Are you worth me humiliating? You guys are nothing, and are even beginning to dwindle down the wealth your ancestors left you. All of you are wearing patched robes, deadly earnest and lying to yourselves, telling yourselves how luxurious all of you guys are. Such people, are you worth me humiliating? Bradley's face was a mix of green and red, the rashness burst in his heart dropped. They are here just to humiliate us. They are not sincere at all. Without any sincere compromises, nothing can be changed. If this goes on, we will just be further humiliated by them. I came to the Taurus constellation for only one purpose. Silei's words caused Bradley, who was about to turn and leave, stop. I just wanted to see the prestigious and famous Taurus army of the past, if they had left a bit of seedlings, and where can I find some hope of reviving it? Bradley's entire body trembled. He looked up in disbelief, and stammered, Taurus army, revive the Taurus army, but... Silei ignored him, and continued to mumble to herself, but, what does this have to do with me? Whether or not the Taurus army is revived, has nothing to do with me. You can revive the Taurus army? Bradley walked up suddenly. He was extremely emotional, every single muscle in his body was shivering in excitement. But in just half a step, he was locked down by cold killing intent. Meng Ta and the rest looked at him unkindly. Bradley, who was excited, continued to walk towards Silei. Chi, his body suddenly had criss-cross of cuts all around him, blood flew everywhere, the killing intent of Meng Ta and the rest had congealed into blades. Bradley ignored them, his eyes only had Silei. He asked while trembling, you truly can revive the Taurus army? Silei was stirred, seeing Bradley's emotional face. She was secretly moved. Not every person here is willing to sink into corruption. She raised her hand as an indication for Meng Ta and the rest to stop. It is just a thought of mine. Silei said honestly, the Taurus army has disappeared for so many years, whether or not it can be revived, I do not truly know. The most important thing for the Taurus army is the gold armor, that I have some ideas for, but you have to know, just by having an armor does not mean. I will join you. Bradley had already completely ignored everything else. He suddenly knelt down on the ground, and started to beseech Silei. He was so excited that his speech was incoherent. Please let me join you, regardless of any conditions, I wish to participate. I want to revive the Taurus army, I want to revive it. His incoherent speech was mixed with crying, tears falling into the soil beneath him. Silei looked at Bradley in surprise. She never expected this. Just as she thought that Taurus constellation was too corrupted beyond saving, there were still people holding on to the dream, willing to give up on everything to realize the dream, abandoning their dignity and painfully beg for it. She had only seen such passion in the Ursa Major constellation, and she always thought only they had such temperament. Everyone by the side watched in surprise, watched Bradley lose control, and after that short silence, they flew into roars. Their faces were smeared with anger, disdain, shameful expressions. Some of them could not help but cover their faces with their sleeves. God! What has happened to the Highness? Too embarrassing. Revive the Taurus army? Such nonsensical things, for His Highness to truly believe it for real, he is too naive. That's right. Does the Highness think he is the only one that cares for the Taurus constellation? Too rude, this should not be happening, that. Bradley, who was kneeling on the ground, was shivering all over. His fists were clenched to the point that his fingers were white. All those words cut him like sharp blades. Can you hear their words? I only have this thought, just for this thought, is it worth it doing this? Silei's words sounded out from above. She stood on the carriage, looking down at Bradley. Bradley raised his head up, the tears had already stopped. Deep inside his eyes, the profound pain and grief were still visible, but his face had a boundless determination. As long as there is a bit of hope, Bradley will sacrifice his life without sparing anything. Not everyone will understand you, maybe you will be ridiculed, you might even lose your current position and lose everything, and with the potential result of nothing, obtain absolutely nothing. But Bradley raised his head, and locked eyes with Silei. He was like a soldier as he spoke loudly. There are no dreams that require no sacrifice, I am willing to give up anything. In those eyes, flames were combusting. Silei smiled sweetly, and said meaningfully, welcome aboard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675, A New Phase. Chapter 675, A New Phase. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. When Leon sees these treasures, he will definitely be dumbstruck. Tang Tian looked at the floating treasures in front of him with pleas. All of them were treasures of Leo constellation. The densely packed treasures were dazzling with attractive light auras, majority of them had revealed a faint gold color, and the golden bright dazzling gold treasures had increased by 15. No one bothered about him. Beside him, Ling Su, Crane and Jing Hao were lying down. They were so tired they could not even lift their fingers, they were paralyzed by the sea of energy and were lying down motionless. They were all grabbed by Tang Tian, all of them were forced to bring the treasures out, which was an exhausting task. Tang Tian felt that his idea was too powerful and brilliant. He did not have many treasures from Leo constellation, and even when he got the Ursa major constellation to secretly purchase them, he only got 200 pieces, and the majority of them were ordinary. The Leo constellation did not spread their treasures out much. Liang's group of battle-crazy subordinates all fought for treasures, and as there were many of them, they did not even have enough for themselves. They gradually found the knack to strengthening the treasures. 200 pieces, not one of them were gold-grade treasures, but currently, 15 of them were gold-grade, and out of the remaining 180 treasures, half of them were half-step gold-grade treasures, the remaining half were all at the peak of the silver grade. If these treasures were placed in Heaven's Road, it would definitely shake the entire place. To Leo constellation, this was already regarded as a battle-grade supplies. Treasures was the foundation of any constellation's strength, and even the spirit treasures used by saints were refined out from star treasures. 15 gold-grade star treasures, each commander could have won, just with that point would increase the fighting ability of Leo constellation by a level. After a and NBSB moment, Jing Hao, who got back some energy, asked curiously, will this method really work? It should, but we need to meet Liang first, before we will know. Tang Tian scratched his chin. In truth, he was not too sure either. When the Lion King Liang hailed himself as He Gemin, Tang Tian was not born yet, and from young he grew up hearing and knowing the legendary hero and his battle achievements. It was not only him. Whenever Jing Hao and the rest thought of Lion King Liang, they would all quiet down. In the history of the 12 ecliptic palaces, there were all sorts of rich and power families, but in the recent 100 years, the most dazzling constellation belonged to the Leo constellation. If the 12 ecliptic palaces were Heaven's Road brightest and most dazzling constellations, then Leo constellation was as bright as the sun. And the one controlling it was Liang. He had brought his own companions, overcame all their obstacles, penetrated into the most dangerous of places, and started his own Leo constellation. That glory was able to match him up with any famous heroes in history. He was hailed as Lion King, but there were others who called him the Great Liang. No one had the confidence to convince this powerful existence. There's nothing difficult about it. Tang Tian snorted, a strange light flickering in his eyes. If he doesn't agree, we can just EP it for ourselves. If they dare to try any dirty tricks, we will just defeat him. On his last sentence, Tang Tian's expression became ferocious. Everyone was dumbstruck. Has he been like this recently? Jing Hao muttered. Coming from the Honorable Marshal Group, he understood Liang more as he treated him as an enemy. In the higher-ups of the entire Honorable Marshal Group, everyone was fearful of the Lion King, even if he had aged, and he knew that there had always been a saying amongst the higher-ups, the best time to attack Leo constellation was when the Lion King dies. In their eyes, although Andre and the rest were powerful martial artists, but compared to Liang who, with his bare hands created the powerful kingdom, they were still far lacking. Kill Liang. Trample on Leo constellation. Ling Su without hesitation entered a fanatical state, and jumped up. He was extremely excited, his eyes lit up, the orange pupils blazing with fire. He was completely in a trance because of Tang Tian. He wanted to fight into Leo constellation right at that moment. Tang Tian's idea is too awesome. Whoever that Liang is, even if he is the Lion King, as long as I defeat him, I will become the world's strongest martial artist. Ling Su's blood was boiling, every single pore on his body was emitting fighting intent, immersed in the state of fanaticism. Two lunatics. Crane looked at the two of them shouting up and down, and could not help but facepalm. The two of you, can't you act normally? You're dragging down the image of Ursa Major constellation and the Shan continent. Jing Hao had the same sentiments. Are we truly letting him talk to Liang? Only he can go back. Crane was helpless, his mental state cannot be cured, but I heard that Liang himself is not normal too. I hope that they do not fight. That beautiful image, I dare not even think of it. To think about Tang Tian and Liang. Jing Hao trembled. He had never felt himself as one to cower in fear, but compared to crazy Tang, he was still lacking something. Alright, there will always be something lacking when comparing with a lunatic young man. Jing Hao consoled himself. Crazy Tang, why not we just set up an ambush and get rid of Liang? Crazy Tang, I will stay in ambush behind you, and wait for your signal. Then I will spear him to death. Spear to death. Spear to death. Seeing that Ling Su had completely gone crazy, Tang Tian sensed that it had become bad, and immediately kept all the treasures and slipped away. Crane and Jing Hao had long disappeared. No, let's fight, I want to fight, which of you can come and fight with me? Where are all of you? Ling Su was startled for a moment, he then looked around, looking for an opponent to fight. Returning back to his residence, Crane thought about the Sagittarius constellation. Regardless of anything, the Empress is my aunt. The Sagittarius constellation is slightly weaker than the Leo constellation and the 12 ecliptic palaces, although they are powerful, but their resources and economy are not outstanding enough. And my aunt doesn't seem to care about the politics going on. But, no one dares to look down on Sagittarius. The Empress who doesn't care about politics is one of the strongest martial artists. Crane knew of Crazy Tang's plan. Crazy Tang hoped to form a communication with the 12 ecliptic palaces and fight against the Honorable Martial Group. Crazy Tang's plan had been scrutinized by Crane, and the possibility of success was very high. Because in Tang Tian's hand, he held an irresistible bargaining chip, the ability to strengthen treasures. In the entire Heaven's Road constellation system, it was built upon the star treasures, so its importance was of paramount. He then began to write a letter to his distant Empress aunt, and suggested her to send over a batch of Sagittarius constellation treasures to Three Spirit City, and suggested her to collaborate with the Ursa Major constellation. With all the analysis on pros and cons, he then wrote about the inside information regarding the Honorable Martial Group. Writing to this point, Crane suddenly realized, them and the Honorable Martial Continent, including the battle between Honorable Martial Group and Heaven's Road, have entered a new phase. Up until now, both sides did not have any space to withdraw or compromise, as both sides completely understood their enemy's intent and their own situation. Information indicating that they came from Heaven's Road might have most probably reached the Honorable Martial Continent. Following that, they would send their forces to engage on destroying the Shang Continent. And as the spokesperson in Heaven's Road, the Honorable Martial Group will launch its forces on the Ursa Major constellation with an unprecedented ferociousness. The battle would enter an extremely bitter and desperate stage. Has Crazy Tang already thought about this? Crane became alert and continued to write. Honorable Martial Group is not only Ursa Major constellation's enemy, they are the enemy of the entire Heaven's Road. Their existence is for the sacred Saint Galaxy to enter Heaven's Road. We have sought information regarding the time for the star door to open, and finally obtained some results. 10 years later, the star door connecting the sacred Saint Galaxy and the Heaven's Road will open, and at that time, the war between the two worlds will be inevitable. Heaven's Road's abundance of spirits is a place that they must have. Crane did not know what influence he would cause to his aunt, but he still wrote the letter earnestly to completion. There were Sagittarius constellation people in Three Spirit City, and the letter would very quickly be sent to the Empress. After finishing the letter, he then wrote a letter to his great clan elder, and carefully noted down all the enlightenments he had regarding the martial techniques of Crane sect. After his continued improvements on the Crane sect's martial techniques, Crane sect quickly grew stronger at an alarming rate. The Crane sect followed and complied with the traditions of the ancient sects, although their martial techniques were completely different from the old martial techniques, but the traditions had not been lost, and the disciples had extremely deep foundations. When Crane found the legacy and returned it back to Crane sect, the Crane sect found their hope and confidence again. The Crane sect that had remained silent for hundreds of years, obtained even more intense yearnings. The Ursa Major constellation's dense energy concentration, along with Tang Tian learning some of Crane sect's martial techniques in the past and Crane's important position to the constellation allowed Crane sect to live comfortably. They were like a sponge that greedily absorbed their share. With their sect's strictness, it won them respect. The great clan elder smiled as he gazed down the mountain. There was a large crowd of people at the foot of the mountain. The Gruss Mountain was as steep as a sword, formed at the side of the mountain as though a sword had cut off a horizontal piece of land that was as smooth as a mirror. The words Gruss Academy appeared at the top. It was majestic and full of life. Today was the first day of Gruss Academy's opening. The Crane sect received Tang Tian's care, and they decided to build up the Gruss Academy, to publicly pass down the Crane sect's martial techniques to the Ursa Major constellation. The opening of the Gruss Academy caused a sensation in the internal department of the Ursa Major constellation. In the past, no one knew of the Crane sect's decline, but the current-day Crane was one of the top figures of the Ursa Major constellation. Bear King Tang Tian had personally admitted to learning the Crane sect martial techniques before, adding that the Crane sect's martial techniques were based more on being confident and at ease and extremely agile. Many youths rushed for it like ducks. Down below the mountain, the hubbub of people was lively. The flourishing scene beneath caused the entire Crane sect to be unable to conceal their happiness. No one would have thought that the hubbub would cause the entire Crane sect to be so emotional. Countless white figures flew down from the mountains, all of them resembling agile white cranes, causing the disciples to be even more excited, and their hearts to fawn over them. The Crane sect's revival is the fortune of my generation, but... The great clan elder muttered, he never thought that he would be able to witness such a scene in his life. Even if headied at this moment, he would be content. All around, no one was feeling sad. The Crane sect's decline and defeat seemed like just yesterday, and no one was willing to go back to it. This is all thanks to Crane. Yes, ancestors in the heavens, please protect my Crane sect forever. Everyone was emotional. The great clan elder was quiet for a moment, then spoke solemnly. Crane is still young, but is fighting endlessly outside, earning our crane sect this blessed land. We cannot just bask in the fortune happily in the back. Crane sect disciples yearn to obtain the strength of gold-ranked martial artists, and head on to increase the power of the armies. The Ursa Major constellation's future, our crane sect's future, requires everyone in the crane sect to uphold and defend it together. Yes. Everybody bowed and replied in unison. From henceforth, in the armies of Ursa Major constellation, a legend was born, the Sword Emissary Crane. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, Military Conference. Chapter 676, Military Conference. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Three Spirit City was heavily guarded, at an unprecedented scale. There were endless numbers of patrols on the streets, all the hotels, houses, were being checked once, something that had never happened before in the history of Three Spirit City. The various star doors around Three Spirit City were being monitored strictly, and the garrison armies were all positioned tight, in a state of pre-war. All the spies hidden in the dark all knew that something big was about to happen in Three Spirit City. But they dare not move recklessly. The current Three Spirit City had long been forged into a city like a steel bucket be the Ursa Major constellation. Ever since the last ambush, Three Spirit City was continuously combed endless off-times inside and out. Three Spirit City had already become the Ursa Major constellation's most famous strategic town, but this important town was attracting very important figures. The massively guarded star door started to produce out the authoritative figures of the Ursa Major constellation: Long Shou Jing, Ta Dun, Magic Flute, Hunter Adrian, Xiao Wu. Every person who witnessed the scene were overwhelmed with shock. Even the slowest person knew that an extremely important matter had begun at Ursa Major constellation. A military conference that concerned the future of Ursa Major constellation was about to begin, and almost all the corps members and commanders of the various armies were gathered. Bing's time was tight. He was about to take charge of the structural change for the various armies for the mission on eliminating the pirates. It was the most crucial step for them to stabilize the Southern Alliance. If this could be completed smoothly, the entire Southern Alliance would truly be in their control. But it would not be completed so easily. Even if they had treasures as bargaining chips that everyone wanted, it was still an immensely huge and difficult task. But the military conference directly affected their future military and BSP campaigns. They needed Bing to leave the Shan continent to participate. If the Honorable Marshal continent knows of our identity, then the Honorable Marshal group will definitely give their all to attack us. This attack will be unfathomable and without rationality, because it means that their identity has been exposed, and they will soon become the enemy of the entire Heaven's Road. They have no way out, and thus will give it their all to attack. And at the same time, the waterway that we have to the sacred Saint Galaxy will be made known. Our actions at Wuan Star cannot be hidden from them. Tang Chao's cold voice resonated in the conference room. When the enemy investigates and knows of the strategic importance of Wuan Star, they will without hesitation launch a full-force attack there, and seize the path from us. I suggest to increase the forces stationed at Wuan Star. To us, Wuan Star's strategic location is equally important and cannot be lost. Tang Tian nodded. You will arrange the garrisoning of the armies. Other than that, move the entire Saint unit over to Wuan Star, to prepare for battle at any time. The few corps members of the Saint unit answered, yes. From the start, the Saint unit had been rather free. In the Ursa Major constellation, they were treated extremely well, with all the most outstanding train. ING conditions, there was nothing strict about them, thus attracting even more independent saints that joined in their cause, and has been increasing in size since the start. But the most prestigious part about the Ursa Major constellation was not the Saint unit, but the armies. Every single army was deeply respected by the citizens, while very few people knew of the Saint unit. The majority of the military successes and achievements were obtained with the appearances of the armies. No one liked to feel pressure, and furthermore, how could the high and mighty Saint unit? In the entire Saint unit, every single member longed to prove their worth. Hearing Tang Tian's order, all of them clenched their fists tightly filled with fighting spirit. Although the entire Saint unit was excited, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The commanders of the various armies had their backs straight, their sensitivity to wars were at a degree higher than the Saint unit, and they could sense the impending Great War. To even mobilize the Saint unit, will this be the decisive battle? The commanders were all brimming with radiance. All of them were battle fanatics. Not only were they not afraid of battles, but were instead yearning to engage in some. I require assistance. Bing suddenly said. He looked at Tang Tian and threw out his problem. The conference room quickly quieted down. The commanders were surprised. From the start, Bing was always the one commanding all the battles. Tang Tian had never put his hand in, and furthermore he was mostly on the front lines relying on his own personal strength. But Bing did not throw off his gaze. He was confident in Tang Tian. Tang Tian's words the last time had made him have a sudden flash of insight, and also made him suddenly realize that Tang Tian was clear of the situation unlike in the past. He had extremely sharp intuition when it came to battle, and even displayed the same level of intuition in large-scale wars. It was just that Crazy Tang's logic was peculiar. But even Bing had to admit, although Tang Tian's logic was as crazy as his personality, he was still logical. All the weird logic was formed because of Tang Tian's extreme intuition in battles. Furthermore, his completely differing logic was forever unexpected, to even cause Bing to be dumbstruck. Bing was very excited to see how the Honorable Marshal Group would look trying to fight against Tang Tian. What assistance? Tang Tian was startled. Although we have already confirmed the plan regarding the mobilizing of the Southern Alliance armies, but we are still too weak, and it is not enough just relying on the Swift Army and the Skull Unit. And it will still take us a long time to truly allow the two to become the true core armies. The Honorable Marshal Continent will not give us enough time. I need some able fighting power. Bing explained his need of assistance. So that's the case. Tang Tian scratched his chin. He suddenly thought of an idea that he used to have, and his eyes lit up. Let Han Bing Ning and the rest go, and gather all the gold-ranked martial artists with zero energy bodies. Tell Song Diti's awakened army to come in. Zero energy bodies? Bing was startled for a moment, but then he realized what Tang Tian was driving at. You want them to operate the warships? Yeah. The zero energy body is heaven sent to match with warships. They are immune to the energy charges, and our warship's power will be greatly increased. Tang Tian was excited, but he suddenly became gloomy. It is just that the road will be dangerous. Bing became gloomy as well. Han Bing Ning, who was at the back row, suddenly walked forward. We want to go. Emily stood up. He pouted with dissatisfaction. Crazy Tang, so what if it's dangerous? Where is a place that isn't dangerous? The old and wise Liang Qiu spoke out. We can't help much here anyways. Why not let us go to the Sacred Saint Galaxy? Although it will be dangerous, but if we are successful, then we will be able to help out. The benefits outweigh the risks. The others nodded their heads. They were the first batch of people in Ursa Major constellation to experience the reducing energy transformation, in which their strength prior to it were already at the gold-grade martial artist stage. After the reducing energy transformation, it became even harder for them to coordinate with armies. The Ursa Major constellation had always wanted to build a zero-energy body army, but at the moment, they were still in the testing phase. But to be able to operate warships roused even more of their interests. When Sai Lei obtained the designs and plans for the warships, it was as if they had gained the most precious treasures. The great amounts of warship weapons that Tang Tian brought over allowed Sai Lei the opportunity to proceed with many tests, in which Han Bing Ning and the rest participated. It was affirmed that zero-energy bodies were truly immune to the energy charge brought about by the warship weapons. The firepower they were able to produce were easily 3 times stronger than the equal-grade warship weapons' most intensive firepower, easily. This astronomical figure, if adding a general that could guide them, they could completely become a huge threat in battle. When they heard Tang Tian's suggestion, they immediately wanted it to happen. Regardless if they were martial artists or soldiers, they could only prove their value through battle, and only through victories could they earn respect. They were in their prime, how could they stand in the backlands? Tang Tian looked at the companions that came with him all the way from Wuan Star. Seeing the flames in their eyes, it felt as if they were back in the academy. He suddenly laughed, and patted his chest. Don't worry, I'll bring all of you in, At that time, everyone can fight side by side together again. The conference room immediately exploded into an uproar. Many of them were against it to the point that even a few had stood up to stop HM. Tang Tian extended his hand out and stopped them from speaking, then spoke calmly and with determination. If from the beginning, there was no safe haven. In Heaven's Road, there is the Honorable Marshal Group in the Temple. In the Sacred Saint Galaxy, we have already engaged in the final battle phase with the Honorable Marshal Continent. At any time, at anywhere, it will be dangerous. Regarding leading the group, I have been through it once. Other than me, who else has done it? If we are able to deliver them into the Sacred Saint Galaxy, then our strength in the Sacred Saint Galaxy will completely evolve. We have to gamble on this. No one could advise him against it. Amidst the silence, only Iamoli laughed out loud. Crazy Tang, you're truly the most loyal. Tang Tian looked at him with happiness. The two of them were winking and looking at each other as if there were no one else in the room. Bing could no longer tolerate it, and coughed. Then we will do all of this, and start preparing for it. What constellation should we join forces with first? Tang Chou asked. Everyone became alert. They had started calculating. It was not feasible for the Ursa Major constellation to fight with the Honorable Marshal Group alone. Although the Ursa Major constellation had become much stronger in the past 2 years, but if not for the Leo constellation hindering and fighting it out with the Honorable Marshal Group, their days would not have passed so easily. Join forces with which constellation? Tang Tian scoffed. No, we will first inform everyone of the existence of the sacred Saint Galaxy. We will tell them, we have found a waterway leading to a brand new world. We're not telling them about the Honorable Marshal Group? Bing could not resist to ask. No, we will first bring out a few materials and treasures from the sacred Saint Galaxy. Tang Tian's evil tricks were starting to flow out. He had racked his brains to think about it. We will first make a ruckus about it, and whatever we can sell for high prices, we do it. Let us earn a bit first. All of these constellations will definitely not want us to take this profits alone, and will beg to join us. At this time, what can the Honorable Marshal Group do? Tang Tian suddenly asked. They will attack the Wuan Star and attempt to seize the waterway. Tang Chou said without hesitation. Tang Tian's evil tricks continued to flow. We cannot leak anything out. The Honorable Marshal Group will think we have not found out anything about them, and most likely will look for us to collaborate. If they want to buy, we will sell. They are rich anyway. They speak about collaborating, we will agree to it. After that, we wait for them at the Wuan Star. Tang Tian's expression suddenly became ferocious, his killing intent soaring. Everyone's eyes all gleamed with light auras at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677, Lion King Leong. Chapter 677, Lion King Leong. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre. After the meeting had concluded, the entire Ursa Major constellation started to move extremely quickly. Every core member that had participated in the meeting had gloomy expressions with a tinge of alertness. They all knew that the curtains to the decisive battle had been drawn. It was a long and challenging military campaign that was inevitable, regardless of whether it was the Honorable Marshal Group and Temple or the Honorable Marshal Continent. They were both mature and huge figures in their own worlds, and had a deep reservoir of wealth and power. It was no longer like the friction in the past with the Honorable Marshal Group. It was the decisive battle that one side would have to die before anyone could reset. The brutality that it had become was extremely numbing. Instead, to the ambitious youths of the Ursa Major constellation, they saw it as an opportunity to prove themselves. They longed to do battle, looking forward to achievements, their passion and desire to stand firmly in the position as the Istanbul old generals. Formed through the flames of war, the youths the Ursa Major constellation never failed in battle. The traditional provocations and challenges had become a habit to them. Even if their current enemies were the Heavens Roads Rollers, they did not have any restraining fears. They were like their king, someone who never knew what was fear and cowardice. Everything was conducted regularly and thoroughly despite the stifling and nervous atmosphere. 2 days later, the news shocked the entire Heavens Road. Ursa Major constellation had announced that they found a brand new world. The news spread like wildfire. All the citizens of every constellation were talking rowdily about the news. It had quickly become the hottest topic discussed. Following that, the Ursa Major constellation started to showcase large quantities of products that came from the New World, crystals with extremely high energy concentration, grass and wood that contained sword concepts in him, all sorts of strange weapons. Nothing was more convincing than actual products. Everyone was completely convinced that at the end of Heaven's Road, there was a world completely different from the Heaven's Road. This made everyone extremely curious. What was the new world like? Ursa Major constellation then announced that they were conducting auctions. To auction the things from the New World, any powerhouses or constellations were free to participate. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the Ursa Major constellation, and almost every constellation sent out their own representatives, hurrying over to the Ursa Major constellation through the days and nights. All of them would meet with many other groups that were quickly advancing towards the Ursa Major constellation. Many independent, scattered and ambitious people had dropped everything and rushed towards the Ursa Major constellation, thinking of participating in dredging up the land of gold. Everyone knew that the Ursa Major constellation had already obtained a key opportunity for any future competition. In the future, as long as the Ursa Major constellation was able to secure this estate, they would undoubtedly be the tyrant of Heaven's Road. Almost everyone favored the odds of the Ursa Major constellation being the Heaven's Road future tyrant. To the other constellations, it was a worrying thing, but to try and seize such a big cake from the prestige and powerful Ursa Major constellation, how much would be sacrificed? The Ursa Major constellation was overcrowded, especially Bear Head City that was the place where the auction would be held. Countless people had come from afar, just to have a glimpse of the grand affair. After the meeting, the Three-Spirit City had become calm again, the tight security had been lifted, all the armies that had been garrisoned there quickly headed towards the Ursa Major constellation. All the indications had pointed towards the Ursa Major constellation's future, and thus the plan to shift Three Spirits City over to Bearhead City. All of Stealthy's spies then realized the tight security for the past few days were just for their internal department to discuss about the new world. Tang Tian did not leave Three Spirits City yet. Three Spirits City that had become peaceful again, and was bustling with activity, it was currently the Heaven S. Road's Mechanic City, the place where countless of mechanical engineers and mechanical martial artists gathered. The majority of the independent mechanical engineers made their homes there. On one side, there were many of the same profession there, they could advise and spar with each other, and the other was that manufacturing mechanical weapons required a great quantity of materials, and Three Spirits City was loaded with materials. As long as anyone had the funds, they could easily obtain all the uncommon materials. As the demands were immense, many trading companies had been established, with caravans moving day in and day out with endless flows. Three Spirits City had specialized collaborating trading companies, and thus the resources inside the bronze camp was quickly depleting. As per usual, the transport fleet would enter the bronze camp on schedule, and everything ran as normal. But a carriage stopped by the side, in which Tang Tian had been waiting for. The carriage door opened and a tall, sturdy and imposing figure jumped down. When he landed, he immediately noticed Tang Tian, who was waiting in the distance. Although he had seen Tang Tian's image countless of times, but to personally look at him in the flesh, he still felt shocked by Tang Tian's youth. The young hero, he praised with his deep and low voice, which had a tyrannical might to it, brimming with self-confidence and power. Worthy of your style, you're matchless beneath the heavens. Without feeling a bit of embarrassment, Tang Tian replied, the great Lion King Lei, welcome to Three Spirits City. The two looked at each other and laughed. Everyone around was filled with reverberation. When the two spoke, no one dared to make a noise. Lion King Leong was like a dazzling sun. There was a natural pressure emitting off from him, causing the air around to seem to combust. As for Tang Tian, who stood beside Leong, he did not have any emotions, as though Leong's powerful aura did not affect him the least bit. He stood there basking in the aura as though it was normal. One was the tyrannical and strong Lion King, the other, the young Bear King that swooped down from the skies. Leong had been secretly observing Tang Tian, and despite the calm appearance he was showing, he was filled with shock and surprise. He could see fearlessness in the young man's clear eyes, the burning willpower, the contempt in ruling by power. It was as though he was looking at himself when he was younger. He could not help but think of his sons. He had initially thought that Andre and the rest were outstanding, but upon seeing Tang Tian, he then understood the great difference between them. He controlled the distracting thoughts in his mind, and was instead met with competitiveness. His territory had long been stable, his name had reached far and wide, and even the honorable martial group did not dare be reckless with him. In so many years, how many people would even be able to speak a word with him? He was long used to his tyrannical lord position that shook the heavens and earth, and he could even look down on the honorable martial group. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. If he wanted war, he would give war. He had always overlooked down at others. But facing Tang Tian, he could feel the same aura and power as himself. It was the feeling of meeting someone the same as you, a new competitor, causing his heart that slumbered due to loneliness to wake up once again. He could not help but smile and look around. Is this Three Spirits City? The first city in Heaven's Road built on mechanical weapons. Its name has since flourished. You will have to bring me to take a good look around it. But he was not in the least bit anxious in his arrival, but instead felt it was a good opportunity to judge Ursa Major constellation's strength. The strength of the Ursa Major constellation was a mystery to everyone. To be able to personally witness and observe them, Leong had decided to assess them. A lion will never make friends with wolves and jackals. Tang Tian did not think too much. He generously brought Leong around to observe even the base. But even Thuff was the one leading. The person to actually describe and provide information was Pai Pa. All the additional constructions and various new technologies that had been formed were all a strange sight even to Tang Tian. Pai Pa explained everything detailedly. These are the Frost Mountains, and the main force of our mechanical spirit weapons. Its weight is a third of any ordinary mechanical spirit weapon, using a brand new type of metal with the appearance of silver and high defensive capabilities. Without an energy barrier, it can block off 5 attacks of a gold-ranked martial artist. It uses many new technologies. It's equipped with 7 different card slots, the lowest requiring silver-grade spirit cards, and can even use gold-ranked spirit cards. And all the martial spirits placed inside the spirit weapons are all battle spirits. We have filtered through and conducted integration with a large quantity of shattered battle spirits, and chose out martial spirits with fighting abilities of the silver rank. Silver-ranked martial spirits? Leong interrupted Pai Pa. Pai Pa explained, yes. After much research on martial spirits, we have classified the strong and weak martial spirits. We used the most ordinary grading system of gold, silver, and bronze. Silver rank martial spirits indicate that their intellect has reached the level of a silver rank martial artist. But as we chose all the battle spirits, they are all stronger and more experienced in nature, so they are slightly stronger. Liang frowned. They can replace martial artists to fight? No. Pai Pa shook her head. The martial spirits inside mechanical spirit weapons can be considered as assistants. They have better and finer control over true power, and help the martial artists focus better, placing the burden off battle onto the martial spirits instead. Liang started to have an interested expression. To Leo constellation, mechanical weapons are a new discovery. The Leo constellation did not have a mechanical army, and all the special mechanical spirit weapons made him feel as though he had dived into a brand new world. But as Pai Pa explained more and more, his expression became gloomy. As someone who had experienced many battles, he understood fighting very well, far more profoundly than any martial artists or generals. The existence of mechanical spirit weapons made the complicated fight simpler, and the demands and the qualities of the martial artists or soldiers to become lower. How long does it take to groom a qualified mechanical martial artist? Liang asked. Pai Pa could not help but admire him. He truly was the Lion King, as he was able to grasp the problem quickly. Without hesitation, she replied, the preparation in our mechanical martial artists' barracks for silver rank students to be prepared is a year. In a year, our talented students will be able to fundamentally obtain the essentials. In 3 years, they will become veterans. For the bronze rank students, they will require more time. The initial essentials will take 3 years. Liang took a deep breath. He knew what that meant. Although a traditional army was powerful, but that was through the long process of selection through countless people. And once a battle was in a stalemate, many soldiers would die, and thus a need to replenish the army, but the power of the army would drop. But a mechanical army could keep on replenishing. As he continued to observe, Liang's mind became more and more surprised, until he noticed a figure that was constantly sprinting back and forth on the training grounds. He subconsciously stopped in his tracks, and the forced emotionless and expressionless face finally changed. On the mechanical spirit weapon, a blood-red number was smeared. Number 23. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, Ugly Monster. Chapter 678, Ugly Monster. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Colin had always felt that his talent was poor. It had been proven in training. His results were always on the borderline. If not for instructor Duan Mu's patience, Huold had long since been kicked out. Colin knew it for himself. That was why he was extremely hardworking, hoping to use his hard work to make up for his lack of talent. He was one of the most hardworking students in the training barracks, which was the reason why instructor Duan Mu never gave up on him. But reality was cruel. No matter how hardworking he was, his results were always hovering around the borderlines of passing. A qualified student? Colin would always laugh bitterly at his own results. The competition in the training barracks was far more intense than what outsiders could ever imagine. The years of decline that the mechanical martial artists had endured, their passion had become volcanoes spewing out densely. Any mechanical martial artists from any constellation in Heaven's Road, as long as they had a bit of ambition, they would travel far and wide through difficulties to reach Three Spirits City, to achieve their dreams in this sanctuary. The number one training barracks for mechanical martial artists. There was no second. Without even speaking about being on par, there were no other training barracks that could even come close to Three Spirits City. When all the other constellations were still thinking whether or not it was the time of decline for mechanical techniques, it was Ursa Major Constellation's mechanical army that prospered, killing in all directions, to the point that they could consider themselves as the originators of mechanical techniques. With the best instructors, the most advanced war tactics, the most advanced mechanical spirit weapons, every single mechanical martial artists firmly believed that the mechanical martial artists that walked out of Three Spirit City training barracks would be the most outstanding mechanical martial artists. In truth, Colin was not one that had no way out. He could graduate from the training barracks smoothly. Once they walked out of the majestic and grand bronze door, they would become the hottest mechanical martial artists in the market. There were countless people waving their money wanting to hire them, and their salaries would definitely be equal to gold rank martial artists. There were some constellations willing to hand out the position of commanders to attract them even. Salary, position, respect, they did not lack any of these. But every single member inside the training barracks only had one goal: to join Ursa Major Constellation's mechanical army. The most prestigious and strongest mechanical army. Only by joining one of Ursa Major Constellation's mechanical armies would they be able to control the most advanced mechanical spirit weapons, the strongest weapons specially built by Grandmaster Sai Lei. All the cool and ruthless battle weapons were on a totally different level than those purchasable on the markets. Only by controlling the strongest mechanical spirit weapons will one be worthy of having the most illustrious military achievement. No one knew who made up that sentence. It was highly toxic and fervent, frantically spreading throughout the entire training barracks. Colin was one of those who was struck with this poison. Deeply. But reality was truly dejecting. Every time after training, he would feel the fatigue and feel even more depressed. His biggest problem was that he could not coordinate with the martial spirit inside the mechanical spirit weapon well. Every mechanical spirit weapon would have a martial spirit, and the stronger the mechanical spirit weapon, the higher grade the martial spirit. The forte of a mechanical spirit weapon was that it did not need the martial artist to directly control the mechanical spirit weapon, and it was through guiding the martial spirit to control the mechanical spirit weapon. A martial spirit had its own consciousness, and it required a lot from the martial artist to want to tame it and get it to listen to him. On the battlefield, anything could happen, and it required a martial artist to be able to make a reaction in the shortest amount of time, and this also required the tacit understanding between a martial artist and the martial spirit. This coordination was the most important criteria for a mechanical martial artist. But Colin had a problem in this. He was unable to perfectly control the martial spirit inside the mechanical spirit weapon, and thus, in battle, he was always be slower than the rest by a tad. Even if he made the right decision and his counters would be simple and straightforward, but by a tad, made everything worse. He felt that on the battlefield, he was like a clumsy turtle. But, he was chosen by Screw. Screw, that's right, it was a very strange name. Colin heard it from others. It was said that Screw was a maintenance officer in the Southern Cross Army. Colin had went to investigate further, and it was said that in the Southern Cross Army era, it was mechanical engineers that took on the responsibility of maintenance officers. This made Colin extremely excited. The mechanical spirit weapons that Sai Lei had created bore a striking resemblance to the Southern Cross Army's mechanical weapons, and everyone guessed that Grandmaster Sai Lei was able to create a new generation of mechanical spirit weapons because of inheriting the legacy of the Southern Cross Army. The era of the three great armies was the peak of mechanical techniques. Screw must be an extremely powerful figure in that generation. Thinking about that, Colin became very excited. Maybe Screw can resolve the issue that I am having. But after that, hearing that Screw had lost his memories, it made his highly anticipated dreams disappear. What's the use of a spirit general that lost his memories? Screw's actions after that made him feel even worse. Screw took out a pile of trash from the components and started altering his mechanical spirit weapon. Not in the legendary laboratory, but just scrap components. Not the legendary Grandmaster, but a spirit general who had lost his memories. No matter how one looked, it was absurd. Colin tried to question Screw, but Screw did not speak a word, completely ignoring him. But Colin did not dare leave, because Screw did not give the order for him to leave. Screw's position was even higher than Instructor Duan Mu, and thus Colin did not dare to be disrespectful just because Screw was a spirit general. Ursa Major Constellation was different from other places. In the core circle of Ursa Major Constellation, spirit generals were important. And everything regarding military matters were completely run and commandeered by spirit generals, and they were long used to such a thing. Just when Colin thought that Screw had long forgotten about him, Screw completed redesigning the mechanical spirit weapon. Colin looked at the extremely ugly mechanical spirit weapon, dumbstruck. His heart was bleeding in pain. It's too ugly. Many large places of patches made it look like a beggar-type mechanical spirit weapon. All of its streamlined beauty had been replaced with bumps. All of its graceful joints were replaced with swollen joints that resembled steamed buns. When this mechanical spirit weapon appeared on the training ground, everyone's eyes towards Colin was brimming with sympathy and pity. Even the kind Duan Mu used his hands to cover his eyes. He could not bear to watch it. Felt that the previous envy towards Colin. Sigh, to think that I thought it was a blessing. What a pitiful child. Inside the mechanical spirit weapon, Colin so badly wanted to drill a hole and hide in it. But Screw remained expressionless, waiting for him to test out the mechanical spirit weapon. No one dared to go up and help Colin. Colin could only numb himself as he controlled the weird monster mechanical spirit weapon, rumbling towards the training grounds. After walking 6 to 7 steps, his attention was fully focused into the new mechanical spirit weapon. Because he realized, the mechanical spirit weapon did not seem to be as cumbersome as he thought it would, although it was not graceful, but it was not cumbersome at all. Colin then seemed to understand why. Because the martial spirit had been weakened, the originally silver-grade martial spirit had become a bronze-grade martial spirit. The martial spirit that was weakened, although it was not as intelligent, but at the same time, the demands it required from the martial artist was also weakened. It's just that. If the martial spirit is weakened, doesn't it mean that the mechanical spirit weapon is weakened as well? So I am just suited for a weak martial spirit. He stopped at the white lines by the side of the training grounds, and for a while, he remained in a daze. The training grounds before him was the most familiar place to him. It was this place where he had perspired Samick under the sun, fallen for so many times, failed for 18 times, and added his own quiet training in the night. A man without wings, but yearned to fly in the sky, is determined to fall flat on his face. Even if he were to struggle free from the gravitational force, it would only be for a few seconds. Colin calmed down and took a deep breath. He was familiar with the bronze-grade martial spirit in the mechanical spirit weapon. It was the familiar bronze spirit weapon that was used in training. Ka ka ka. The ugly and swollen monster half squatted. There will be an ending to this. This phrase flashed past Colin's mind. A smile of self-ridicule appeared on his lips, which soon after disappeared. Hugh was not the least bit regretful. He had harbored the dreams of entering this sacred haven, and with all of his might he had kept on working day in day out, never slacking, never giving up. That was why he did not regret it all. Come on, you ugly freak! Colin roared. He suddenly exerted force and rushed into the training grounds. Boom! A gigantic explosion occurred behind him, but Colin did not react to it. His expression froze in that second. He opened his eyes wide, not believing what was happening. The visor on his face had become flushed red. Unknowingly a spark had shot onto the visor. Like liquid steel out of the furnace, it splashed everywhere. Sparks. These are sparks formed by the friction in the air. The extremely high-speed mechanical spirit weapon dropped down from the sky like a boulder, with flames forming around it. The immense power had made him lose all control over the mechanical spirit weapon. Suddenly, he noticed something bronze quickly approaching. He shuddered. That's the bronze wall. He was completely stupefied. Bronze wall. At the end of the training grounds, there is a bronze wall. How is that possible? The width of this training grounds, but... Wait a minute, the bronze wall. Damn it! Colin's face flushed white. If he were to clash onto the bronze wall, he would definitely turn into a pile of meat. He forced himself to turn, transferring his power to the mechanical spirit weapon, in which a force multiple times Ophi's own surged like a tide, in a moment swallowing him whole. He had lost control once again. The extremely ugly and huge figure shot around with ear-piercing screeches, rushing forwards through the sparks, forming a bizarre arc, smashing heavily into the training ground. Boom! A ripple was formed from the impact, soil flew everywhere, and the sparks blossomed out in midair. All the students training were dumbstruck. They were completely overwhelmed and shocked by the scene. Duanmu's expression turned sluggish, his eyes filled with shock. Lion King's indifferent face was immediately filled with surprise, shock, disbelief. He was like a statue that stood there. The ripple swept across the entire field, and the soil that dropped like rain hit onto everyone's body. The blossomed flames in the air disappeared. In the training grounds, the ugly mechanical spirit weapon that resembled a malevolent monster stood very apathetically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, Niechio, Zhongli Bai in the Null Division. Chapter 679, Niechio, Zhongli Bai in the Null Division. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The negotiations with Leon went far smoother than what Tang Tian had anticipated. Who knew if it was the monstrosity that brought forth a shock to Leon, or that the Lion King himself was filled with the thirst to conquer the sacred Saint Galaxy, or the unfathomable hatred towards the honorable Marshall Group, but Leon immediately chose to form an alliance with Tang Tian without hesitation. He did not stay for long, because the Leo constellation was at the moment planning to launch a full-force attack on the honorable Marshall Group. Tang Tian's treasures were provided at an impeccable timing. To repay him, he gave 2 subordinates to Tang Tian. They're good, but I have no place for them over in the Leo constellation. Following me is truly a waste of their talents. To Tang Tian, Liang's words were for flaunting. But he had to admit that Ursa Major constellation's military system was much simpler as compared to the Leo constellations. The Leo constellation held the most perfect military system in Heaven's Road, with many outstanding military academies. The military men were revered and the higher-ups valued all of them, forming a favorable atmosphere. The youths of the Leo constellations were even more willing to become outstanding military generals than powerful martial artists. The Leo constellation never had a lack of military generals, and it was a common phenomenon to have surpluses off them. Niechio and Zhongli Bai were such examples. They were both brimming with talent, but they had zero experience. Leo constellation's various large armies were full, and they were not willing to waste their time on grooming new talents for the future or reserves. In truth, Leong himself was not willing to let the 2 of them go, but in the situation, he had no other ways left. The Leo constellation held the most perfect military general system, with the most military generals being groomed out endlessly. But their seniors were all sturdy and powerful young men with achievements under their belts and rich family experience to add. Ahead of Niechio and Zhongli Bai, there were countless people waiting in line as well, and although Leong admired the 2 of them, but he would definitely not disrupt the order and system just for the 2. The both of them knew that they had no opportunity in the Leo constellation, thus their eyes were set on the Ursa Major constellation. To outsiders, the Ursa Major constellation was full of famed great generals, and had a galaxy of talents, but the two of them saw it another way. The Ursa Major constellation's most outstanding generals were all spirit generals, although the Ursa Major constellation had worked hard in grooming out military generals right from the start, but it required time as well, and the youths needed time to grow, and needed real battles to prove their abilities. The both of them did not privately seek shelter in Ursa Major constellation, but took the initiative to find Liang and told him of their thoughts honestly. They did not know of the secret invitation sent by Tang Tian to Liang, but they thought that Ursa Major constellation did not truly want to ally with Leo constellation but in truth wanted to oust the name of the alliance. But they did not mind, raising the strength of their allies was also not a bad choice. After hearing the two's elaborations, Liang was quiet for a while, but still agreed to it. Tang Tian sized the two of them up. Nietzsche had a slightly round pale face full of baby fat and did not have a huge stature. He had short hair with large forehead, and was quiet and resembled a good student. The only unique thing about him was his eyes. His eyes were always shut, and his mouth always had a shallow smile. Tang Tian was surprised. Your eyes? Nietzsche bowed, and then said warmly, I was born blind, but then how do you command battles? Tang Tian could not help but ask curiously. By perception. Nietzsche's face had a shallow yet warm smile. This subordinate's perception is rather outstanding. Tang Tian was enlightened, but he had never heard of someone who was able to use their perception to command interesting. Tang Tian could not help but look at Nietzsche's eyes, and the smile on his face. His eyes then turned to Zhong Li Bai. Compared to Nietzsche, Zhong Li Bai was on the other extreme. His entire body had robust muscles, his face was jagged as though it was cut from an axe, with a small ponytail at the back of his head. His crude hair made it look like wires. His bean-sized eyes were solemn, and even by casually standing there, he gave off a dangerous feeling. He was like a wild beast ready to devour anybody that approached. Li Zhongbai was extremely tall, with a height of over 2 m. Tang Tian had to raise his head. What are you good in? Destroying. Li Zhongbai spoke with energy, as though his chest was the place where the voice came from. Upon speaking, he had squinted his eyes, releasing a fierce glint. Are you both schoolmates? Tang Tian asked curiously. We are not. Nietzsche's voice was gently and determined. No. Zhong Li Bai's tone was unkind. This subordinate hails from Lionheart. Zhong Li Bai comes from Raging Inferno Academy. Both academies are in an intense competition. Nietzsche spoke with his gentle voice. Arch enemies. Li Zhongbai snorted, releasing a cold intent. Tang Tian understood, and felt that it had become interesting. He scratched his chin and looked at them, and suddenly asked, do you guys wish to go to the Sacred Saint Galaxy or stay in Heaven's Road? This subordinate wishes to head to the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The Sacred Saint Galaxy. The both of them answered at the same time. They were both intelligent people, and knew that the current Ursa Major constellation structure had already formed earlier on, while the Sacred Saint Galaxy was still an unknown. Furthermore, they were both curious about the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The road to Sacred Saint Galaxy is dangerous. Tang Tian reminded the two of them. The profession of a military general is dangerous from the start. Nietzsche said. Not a problem. Zhong Li Bai said indifferently. Tang Tian cut to the chase, then let us establish the martial spirit contract. He decided to let Bing assess the two of them. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They were most worried about Tang Tian's unease with them. If boss is uneasy with you, it means that you will forever be unable to obtain true support, and to a military general, the result was catastrophic. They had initially wanted to fight in the big war, without any other intentions, and the martial spirit contract which could not be betrayed quickly earned them the trust. The two of them quickly established the martial spirit contract with Tang Tian without hesitation. Go and rest, we will move out in 2 days. Han Bingning was focused, her body as still as a boulder, her gaze never away from the sword tip. The gray flames on the sword tip seemed to be frozen, flickering at an extremely slow rate. Fine and minute frost was quickly forming in Han Bingnin's eyelashes, the indifferent frost infecting her eyebrows. In the distance, Liang Qiu squatted, with a thin layer of gray flames around his 10 fingers. He had a solemn expression, his 10 fingers seemed to be holding heavy balls, slowly moving around, his entire body drenched in perspiration. Imoli's eyes were enraged, the muscles all over his body tensed up, as though his clothes were about to be ripped. The gray flames on the blade's body danced all around. With every step, he would roar and slash. Every step seemed to be able to move mountains. Every roar was like claps of thunder, every blade forming gales. Sima Xiangshan was like a shadow, flying all around the training ground. His body brought forth a faint gray figure. The initially fleeting figure resembled a specter, very ean and unfathomable. These gray flames were the tiny null flames that they had grasped, the talent of the zero energy bodies. They had initially wanted to call it null flame, but Tang Tian had already used the name. And their might could not be compared to null flames, since inside the null flame existed in the devil flame. As it resembled a weaker version of the null flames, they had thus named it Tiny Null Flame. Although the flames were not as tyrannical as Null Flame, the might of the tiny null flames were shocking. The most direct reflection would be its ability to defend against a saint's spirit techniques, and if struck by the tiny null flames, it would be even more terrible. It had the effects of destroying energy, and permeating into the target's body, destroying the target's high concentration of energy. Even saints would be heavily injured upon taking a strike, as a saint's body's concentration of energy was even higher. Han Bingning and the rest were hailed as the Null Division. The current members of the Null Division had reached 2,000, mostly consisting of gold-rank martial artists who had completed the reducing energy transformation. After a long time, the Null Division were at a loss. The zero-energy bodies were powerful, but no one knew of the training after that. And after Tang Tian grasped the Null Flame, Han Bingning and the rest created the Tiny Null Flame, according to Tang Tian's experience. The Null Division's strength thus gained another metamorphosis. The Null Division had always been going through the training style of armies, and other than not having a general, the Null Division had no difference from a standard army. Han Bingning and the rest did not think about building an army before, but after that, they felt that their use would be to assume strong offenses for the armies, operating as vanguards and such. By going through the army training, it helped them assimilate better into armies. Ding ding ding, the bell for the end of training sounded out like a heavenly chime. Plop plop, all the tired people dropped their butts on the ground, all of them fell down, and only Han Bingning remained standing with her sword, gasping for breath and closing her eyes to recuperate. Howls of anguish from the nearby training grounds sounded out, causing everyone to inhale in cold breaths. But very quickly, everyone plunged into a state of silence. It was their last training before moving out. Normally, all of them hated training, but at the moment it did not feel that terrible, but instead they all felt a sense of reluctance. They were about to enter into battle, and it was impossible for them to train so relaxingly. Everyone laid on the ground, watching the sky, enjoying the silence. 10 minutes later, everyone had caught their breath and recovered slightly. The lingering sense of reluctance disappeared, replaced by curiousness. I wonder what the Sacred Saint Galaxy is like. Sima Xiangshan muttered. Could Xiao Shanshan be scared? I'm only scoffed, and raised an eyebrow towards Sima Xiangshan. Crazy. Sima Xiangshan rolled his eyes at I am Oli. It was not intellectual to get into a scuffle with him. I am slightly nervous. Liang Qiu laughed. He could not conceal his emotions. I heard that the people of the Sacred Saint Galaxy are born saints. I never thought that there would be such a terrifying place in the world. Everyone's faces were unwell. The saints in Heaven's Road were existences at the peak of the pyramid, but in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, it was a norm. The thought of a sea of saints caused everyone to feel the pressure. What's there to be afraid of? Emoli said unhappily, isn't Crazy Tang strutting around there? I want to go too. I want them to see the heroes of the Ursa Major constellation. Heroes of the Ursa Major constellation? You have such a big face. Sima Xiangshan sneered in ridicule. Are you saying my face is big? Emoli became enraged. You want to fight? You think by fighting, your face will become smaller? Face full of fat. Face full of fat, I'm going to kill you. Hearing Emoli and Sima Xiangshan fighting intensely, Han Bingning slowly opened her eyes. The crystal eyes that was pure and limpid, refracted the rays of the sun. I am finally able to fight alongside you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680, Unexpected Guest. Chapter 680, Unexpected Guest. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Before they left, Tang Tian brought in an unexpected guest. With soft and curly natural brown hair, the young man's refined face had a neutral look, as though he had not fully matured and had not gotten rid of his childishness. He resembled an obedient young man, but he was able to play with the clan unions in the palm of his hands, and from it, he took one step and sat down as the Scorpio King. With a series of tricks that caused rivers of blood to flow, his exquisite checks and balances brought Scorpio constellation into his palm. Assimilating all the unique spirit general devouring and merging techniques of the clan union, he unearthed the potential of a constellation of the 12 ecliptic palaces, the fallen Scorpio constellation, in his hands, gradually revived, and started to radiate with the radiance of a true 12 ecliptic palace constellation. The Scorpio constellation became stronger and stronger with each passing day, allowing its influence on Heaven's Road to expand. In the entire Scorpio constellation, they had long forgotten of the terrible days, and started to call out for the young Scorpio King. By his side was his inseparable senior brother, Qiuji Jun, dressed in casual white robes. His black hair was draped over his shoulders. His pale white appearance made him seem as though a wind was enough to blow him away. But no one dared to look down on this seemingly weak young man. He was Sima Zhao's sharpest blade, the great baptism of the Scorpio constellation. Half of it was executed by him. The two men with the most authority of Scorpio constellation. Sima Zhao's sudden visitation surprised Tang Tian. The both of them did not have the best of relations, and in truth, were actually enemies. To the youth who was an expert in trickeries and plots, Tang Tian did not have any good sense from him. Furthermore, he did not believe that the other party would have any good sense of himself. I am here for the sacred Saint Galaxy. Sima Zhao got right to the point without concealing anything. If I am not wrong, you have intentionally sent out the information. That means there is some trouble you have encountered in the sacred saint Galaxy, and you require the combined forces of the entire Heaven's Road to defend yourself in the sacred Saint Galaxy. Although there was some unhappiness between the both of us previously, but we do not have any benefits in conflict. Even if you have inherited the banners of Southern Cross Army, the grievances with the Scorpio constellation should have already dissipated. You do not need to doubt our sincerity, you can state your conditions. Tang Tian did not expect Sima Zhao's eyes to be so sharp. He had just released the information on the sacred Saint Galaxy, but Sima Zhao had already guessed the intentions behind it. The bravery needed to come up to the front lines alone was truly admirable. Ignoring the declining Aries constellation or Taurus constellation, even the stable and mature other ecliptic palaces, the young Scorpio constellation was displaying extraordinary vigor and bravery, somewhat similar to the Ursa Major constellation. Tang Tian did not know how to describe the quality of it, but it made him feel intimate and familiar to them. There isn't anything bad about working with Scorpio constellation, as what Sima Zhao has said, we do not have any benefits to be in conflict. But, what conditions should I raise? Trong. Tang Tian was racking his brains, thinking carefully, causing a slight headache. Sima Zhao was not in a rush. He casually sipped on his tea but secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Tang Tian did not reject instantly. It means that there truly is a play at hand. As long as there is one, regardless of what price, Hugh will not mind. Other people were still suspicious and in doubt of the existence of the sacred Saint Galaxy, but he had already seen it. Taking the first step in the opening of the sacred Saint Galaxy could profit endlessly in the future. The structure of the Heaven's Road had already been stabilized for a long time, and even the progenitors, the Honorable Marshal Group, did not dare to take over and annex other constellations. There was no more space for expansion in Heaven's Road, and to the ambitious Sima Zhao, it was the most depressing thing. With the appearance of the sacred Saint Galaxy, it immediately made him arouse interest, and after correctly guessing Tang Tian's intentions, he personally stepped forward without hesitation. Holding the waterway to the sacred Saint Galaxy in his hands, Tang Tian already held the boundless advantage for the future. As long as the waterway did not change hands, this advantage was not something anyone could try to take over. And what if they failed to defend the waterway? Sima Zhao had already scrutinized and researched all the battles Tang Tian had been involved in, and made a conclusion that Tang Tian and his people never made mistakes in the crux of battles. Tang Tian and his people were extraordinarily acute when it came to strategizing the crucial points, with extraordinary courage and decisiveness. He did not believe that the Ursa Major constellation's higher-ups would make such a stupid mistake. If he could not be the first, he would be the second, awaiting for the opportunity. In truth, although it was not in line with Sima Zhao's ambitions, but the Scorpio King's ambitiousness and ruthless character was at the moment a rising popularity with the people, it was something that once something goes wrong, he would always be able to maximize his own benefits. Since I am unable to compete to occupy the advantages for the future, then I will reduce my disadvantage as much as possible. Xiao Zhijun did not speak at all. He had been observing Tang Tian from the start. To him, his junior brother was already a genius that appeared once every few hundred years. With all of his sky and cloud toppling methods, many heroes were played into the hands of his junior brother. But, in Heaven's Road, there was one person that had always pressured his junior brother, and that was Tang Tian, who was right in front of him thinking. From his slow responses, he could tell that Tang Tian could not compete with his junior brother. If it was his junior brother, as long as the other party finished speaking, he would already have his answers and counterattacks prepared. Tang Tian frowned very deeply, as though he was racking his brains. Xiao Zhijun did not understand how a seemingly unintelligent person like him was able to lay down a foundation with his bare hands, and pressure his junior brother. Tang Tian completely ignored their gazes as he thought and calculated in his mind. In truth, the current political situation was linked in countless ways, becoming vague and unclear, and to Tang Tian it was truly a ball of mess. He was doing his best to calm himself down. What is the most important problem that he have to resolve now? The Honorable Marshal Group. Tang Tian effortlessly came up with the conclusion, that's right, the Honorable Marshal Group. Tang Tian's eyes gleamed with a fierce look. With the Scorpio constellation joining their ranks to defeat the Honorable Marshal Group, it was simply giving tiger wings. Sima Zhao himself is a military general. To be able to rise above the rest in the clan union, that was because of his dazzling military achievements. In terms of strength, the Scorpio constellation would undoubtedly make them stronger, but if news of it were to leak out and the Honorable Marshal Group were to get wind of it, then all the planning before would be pointless. Sima Xiao was good at reading faces. He immediately noticed the change in Tang Tian's expression, and knew that there was a reason that made Tang Tian hesitate. What reason can it be? Countless of thoughts flashed past his mind. He kept on thinking, and noticed that at the most tense and crucial period, Tang Tian was hesitating. But why is Tang Tian hesitating? Are the conditions not satisfactory? No, nothing has been made, but Tang Tian is already hesitating. That means it has nothing to do with the value. But Tang Tian is not rejecting, which means that this suggestion has moved him. But what can make Tang Tian hesitate even before setting the conditions? Sima Zhao's eyes suddenly shrunk. Tang Tian and the rest must be planning something. If not, he would definitely not hesitate. The matters that they are planning in the shadows must be extremely important, to the point that Tang Tian is worrying and complicating the issue. Yes, it must be like that. But what can be so important? Sima Xiao realized that he had missed out the most important part, but there were a plethora of things to tackle, and it was not easy for him to think at the moment. He needed Tang Tian to speak out first before he could express his attitude. If not, if Tang Tian rejects him, the matter would go back to where he first started. If you have any worries, I am willing to act as a hostage. Sima Xiao threw himself on the table without hesitation. Zhou Zijun's face changed. He wanted to stop Sima Xiao, but saw him raise his hands. Sima Xiao stared at Tang Tian. Godlike young lad, do not doubt my good faith. I heard that the Ursa Major constellation has many mystical places, and I plan to stay here for the time being. Regardless of what actions your side has to take, our Scorpio constellation will be your assistant. Our Scorpio constellation has the sincerity and the ability to help the Ursa Major constellation, but Tang Tian looked at Sima Xiao in surprise. He never thought that Sima Zhao's decision would be so determined, and did not hesitate to throw himself as a hostage to dispel all apprehensions on him. This guy is a gambler. But Tang Tian felt admiration and respect for him. Tang Tian suddenly had a brazen idea. Recently, I want to go into the Sacred Saint Galaxy to look around. What about it? Are you interested? Bringing this lunatic into the Sacred Saint Galaxy will be a good idea. Zhou Zijun's face changed again. If his junior brother stayed in the Ursa Major constellation as a hostage, if anything were to happen, he could at least attempt to save him. But if his junior brother were to enter the Sacred Saint Galaxy, then the Scorpio constellation would be pulled by the nose without any grounds to resist. Sima Xiao remained neutral and laughed. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. I am truly curious of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, but Zhou Zijun knew that the matter had come to an end, and he was helpless to change it, so he spoke out. I wonder if you can bring an additional person? This subordinate is curious about the Sacred Saint Galaxy as well. Sima Xiao looked at his senior brother apologetically. Senior brother, the Scorpio constellation still needs you to take care of it. If senior brother is not there, I am afraid Scorpio will not be able to stand firm. Zhou Zijun was beyond helpless, and remained quiet. If the two of them were to disappear at the same time, the Scorpio constellation would truly be in danger. And he knew for himself that his weight could never be comparable to his junior brother, and was unable to replace him. He was filled with worries, but Tang Tian's prestige had always been extremely good, and there was never once the herd that they would willfully slaughter the innocent. Compared to them, I am truly the butcher with blood on my hands. Zhou Zijun laughed bitterly in his mind, but he did not regret. Furthermore, as long as he held the Scorpio constellation tightly, his junior brother would always be safe. No one dared to think of what would happen if an ecliptic constellation disregarded all consequences and did what they wanted. Since it was already concluded, Tang Tian did not hide it from them. We will be dealing with the Honorable Marshal Group. Sima Xiao and Zhou Zijun's heart shook, but the both of them revealed their expressions shortly. In truth, it was nothing strange for the Ursa Major constellation to want deal with the Honorable Marshal Group, but Sima Xiao did not think that Tang Tian would choose such a time to tell them. In theory, it was not a good time to be the enemies of the Honorable Marshal Group. As time progresses, the battle between the Leo constellation and the Honorable Marshal Group will cause the Honorable Marshal Group to be even weaker. And the major constellation that was allying with other constellations would become even stronger. That was the best time to strike. The Ursa Major constellation must definitely have a reason to want to make a move against the Honorable Marshal Group. Sima Xiao did not want to think further. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were once closer to the side of the Honorable Marshal Group, but to them, they were not considered allies. And the Honorable Marshal Group is the biggest powerhouse. If they were to participate in the campaign to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, they will definitely want the bigger piece of the pie. Since it is so, we must get rid of them. A fierce gleam flashed past Sima Zhao's eyes. He stood up. You can count on Scorpio constellation for this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, The Gold Continent. Chapter 681, The Gold Continent. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Be alert, once more. De Xing's powerful voice sounded out in the training grounds. He had a tall and sturdy stature, and was also considerably down to earth because he came from an ordinary family, making him naturally approachable to the soldiers. Regardless of whether it was training or battle, he would always be in the lead, fighting alongside everybody else. He never took the superior ground, and was deeply respected and loved by the soldiers. In the southern region, the Rainbow Continent had an above-average strength. Although its location was superior, they did not have the qualifications to become a core member of the southern region. The current Southern Alliance had expanded to become a major figure. With 32 continents involved, it had already become the biggest collaboration body of the southern region. Stimulated by the Southern Alliance, many other continents of the southern region started to form up together, and countless alliances were formed. But, the Southern Alliance was still the biggest alliance in the southern region, and unexpectedly, when other alliances were slowly expanding, the Southern Alliance closed off their applications. To the outside, the Southern Alliance was conducting a series of reforms. After the reforms were completed, there would be no further acceptance of new members. The Rainbow Continent's higher-ups had always been pragmatic. They knew that other than their prime location, the Rainbow Continent did not have any other advantages, and they were much weaker than the others. And in truth, after the establishment of the Southern Alliance, even their advantage in their location became pointless, and if the Southern Alliance wanted to kick the Rainbow Continent out, they would not dare to launch an attack on the pontoon bridge. Amongst the core members of the Southern Alliance, the Rainbow Continent was the most cooperative towards the Shang Continent's army reforms. They had sent out almost all of their armies, and only left behind the Southern Rainbow Army commanded by De Xing. Strong. But the results shocked the higher-ups. The Southern Rainbow Army was not the strongest army of the Rainbow Continent, but Bing chose it. To be able to hold the position as a commander of an army after being born as a commoner, De Xing naturally walked an extremely long and arduous path. But he was extremely sharp towards opportunities. He did not have any queries or rejections towards Bing's requests, and did everything as asked. From the lowest ranked soldier, he took a step at a time up the rank ladder, and finally obtained the commander position at 45 years old. De Xian did not have much talent, but he was mature and firm with a strong standard. After interacting with Star Treasures for a short moment of time, he was immediately attracted to it. I never thought that there would be a day, the extravagant spirit objects, oh, they call it the Star Treasures, would assimilate and be equipped into my army. Just as other armies were still skeptical about it, the Southern Rainbow Army was already training according to Bing's plans. The Southern Rainbow Army quickly rose above the rest in the military reform, obtaining Bing's trust. When the training ended, all the tired soldiers got the chance to rest and did so, but not De Xing. He needed to always report back questions and feedback to Master Bing. Bing would earnestly listen to De Xing's reports. While training earlier, he stood at the side to observe, and already had answers to some questions, but needed time to slowly polish up the answers for the other questions. Any new forces added into the army, how to be able to unleash its full potential, how to allow the soldiers to be utilized well, all of these tactics and problems could not be solved with just a smack on the head. Bing knew of this, so he did not enforce in controlling everything, but firstly fumbled about in small-scale groups. From the current looks of it, the entire progress could not make everybody happy. Bing realized that the problem he was facing was the unprecedented complications in the future. The core members, the White Sands Continent, the Bai family, the Rainbow Continent, were more proactive, while the Yuan Continent, the Ming Continent, and the Lehigh Continent were much more passive. The Suji Worldwide Commerce, being a weapons trading company, did not show any interests in the army. But the White Sands Continent was still in its recovery stage and was not able to provide much strength. Bai Yue was interested in the military reform, but the Bai family was too far away, and the army still needed a few more days to arrive. Out of all the core members, the temporarily most compatible army was from the Rainbow Continent. Compared to the passive members, the other 24 continents of the Southern Alliance actually had some responses. All of these continents were smaller in power and much weaker, but Bing managed to pick 4 armies from them. The Yuan Continent Army of the Yuan Continent, the White Army of Center Park Continent, the Red Dragon Army off the Great Dragon Continent, and the Young North Village Regiment of North Base Continent. The selection of these 4 armies instigated ridicule amongst many. These 4 armies, other than the Yuan Continent Army, which was still rather known, no one had heard of the other 3 armies before. Let it be that they might be unknown, but one of them was even a village regiment. Was it a joke? Everyone had heard of the precious bright village regiment of the Shang Continent, but the majority treated it as a joke and never saw it as true. To personally witness Bing choosing a village regiment, the spectating continents all felt that Bing was messing around. Especially the Ming continent, the Yuan continent, and the Lehigh continent, the three of them were eagerly wanting to mock Bing. When they joined the Southern Alliance, they were initially not very willing, but it was the Shan continent's forceful behavior, along with Tang Tian's ferocious methods that shook them, and adding the immense benefits, they finally chose to join in. But in their hearts, they still had restraining fears towards the Shan continent. They were eager to watch how much Bing could joke about. If the plan failed, it proved that it was a huge joke, and would become a huge attack on the Shan continent's prestige. A leader with insufficient prestige was an opportunity to others. The armies that were not chosen felt extremely bitter. Only the chosen armies had the opportunity to equip spirit objects. The various continents knew the usage and power of spirit objects, but they were too valuable and expensive, and unable to be used in wars. In any place, the spirit objects could be sold for extravagant prices. In time, all sort of rumors started to spread in the Southern Alliance. Bing acted as if he never heard of them, and placed all of his time in the armies. To someone who had seen everything, all these small matters were pointless. He was a strategist, and clearly understood pros and cons, so Heck knew that as long as he won, he could change everything. But before that, he only needed to keep to his routine and implement his plans, and transform these armies into elites. As long as he had 5 elite armies, the Shan continent's control over the Southern Alliance would increase, and that time would be the true decisive transformation. As to his ability to train armies, Bing had definite self-confidence. In the midst of the suspicions and ridicule, the 5 armies started to test our brand new tactics. The 5 armies were not from any big continents, or held high positions in their continents, and naturally had low self-esteem. They cherished opportunities more, although it was a bumpy road, but they still gave it their all to train. Bing gave it his all, and in half a month, the situation had changed for the better. Bing believed that he only needed half a year for the strength of the 5 armies to surprise everyone. Furthermore, his enemy was also well versed in strategies. Lady Rowe looked at the report in her hand. Her expression was calm, but the hall was silent, and all the military generals standing straight could feel a formless pressure on them. The lady had already read the report for 10 minutes, and had not spoken a word. The delicate face did not have the usual charm and gentleness, but was releasing a cold might, causing all the military generals to stand extremely straight, their eyes staring at their noses. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. I never expected that they would have come to the sacred Saint Galaxy. Lady Rowe's mutters was like the autumn breeze bringing along an unspeakable killing intent. She raised her head, her beautiful face appeared in everyone's vision, only for them to realize that those beautiful eyes were actually shining like the stars. What I am going to say next is the deepest and most delicate secret of the Honorable Martial Continent. Those not willing to participate can choose to leave this meeting. Everyone's heart froze, but no one moved. Lady Rowe revealed a satisfied look. Very good, all of you did not disappoint me. For this plan, the Honorable Martial Continent has already worked hard at it for 500 years. Everyone's heart shook. On a black mountain range that penetrated through the clouds, there were densely packed mechanical spirit puppets traveling back and forth like ants. All of these mechanical spirit puppets were extremely strange and queer. Some of them dragged large cloaks filled with oars, whimpering as they moved. Some resembled insects, easily drilling into the sand, and every time they resurfaced, they would spit out oars. And there were some that had extremely large stomachs, that would heat up and produce steam, and with a loud bang inside the stomach, the oars would be shattered into powder in their bellies. This was the Gold Continent, the land where mechanical techniques were the most advanced, and such things were on norm. The usage of mechanical puppets had reached an astronomical level in the Gold Continent. Xiaoyao looked at the burning grounds, although he had seen it many times, but every time he saw it, he would be overwhelmed with emotions. The power of mechanical techniques always had that effect on others. But he did not slow down, he needed to return as quick as possible. The scene of the ore mine beneath him gave him some strength, lessening the fatigue in his body. 2 days later, Hafanali reached the Mountain Pass City. The Mountain Pass City was the Gold Continent's capital city, and was the most flourishing city of the eastern region. High-rise bronze buildings were densely packed together. It was a bronze forest. Many mechanic puppets of different shapes and sizes flew in the air, like the birds of a forest. Xiaoyao did not stop, he flew directly to the highest black structure, which was different from the bronze structures. This black structure's highest floor was pitch black, made from a unique metal. The structure looked like a crow's head. This was the most prestigious structure and the famous mark of Gold Continent, the Black Crow Building. It was made to commemorate the Gold Continent's saint creature, Black Crow. Gold Continent's mechanical technique's origin stemmed from the saint creature, Black Crow, in which when the ancestors were exploring, they chanced upon an unknown mechanical puppet remains of the Black Crow. Although this same creature was badly damaged, it gave the ancestors of the Gold Continent enormous enlightenment, and from there they expanded on the Gold Continent's unique mechanic techniques. The descendants later built the Black Crow Building as an indication to never forget their origins.
It was said that the same creature was placed inside the building, but the Black Crow building never publicly announced it, and being the most heavily guarded location, whether the rumors were true or false, no one could determine it.
After inspecting and verifying Xiao Yao's identity, the patrolling soldiers brought Xiao Yao in.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 682, Then, Bring It On. Chapter 682, Then, Bring It On. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The little brat is here. Are you sure?
Don't forget, no one is more familiar to the Southern Cross Army's scent than me.
When you left it to that brat, wasn't it for the sake of letting him find this place?
That's right, but you have to know, even if I were to do it again, who knows if I can reach the Sacred Saint Galaxy?
Like father, like son.
No, I was thinking that he must have endured countless of hardship on his way here.
I have promised my wife to take good care of him. If she who is in heaven knows about what I did, she will come and take my life.
The one to wear the crown must bear its weight. Your arts and literature seem to have gotten better.
You want to fight? You must be the real Gemini constellation, you change faces so quickly. Tian, remember that Gemini horoscope is one of two faces. Don't bullshit with me, let's fight. To talk about fighting, you must truly be bored. Relax, we will be busy soon enough. I'm truly looking forward to it.
When everyone's eyes were attracted to the Sacred Saint Galaxy items auction held in Bear Head City, a team quietly arrived at the Wuhan Star.
I never thought that the waterway would actually be here. Sima Xiao was enlightened.
The Wuhan Star had been under Ursa Major constellation's control for a long time, but no one felt it weird, and no one ever stopped Tang Tian from obtaining the Wuhan Star. The Wuhan Star was just a sideline planet with thin energy and no produce. It was not worth occupying. Everyone thought that Tang Tian had decided to take over the Wuhan Star because it was his hometown. Even the Honorable Marshal Group, a sworn enemy, would not and NB. Ong SP, fight Tang Tian because of that. The godlike young lad's method to resolve the problem was extremely cruel, and that was to directly start a war. This tyrannical, murderous ruler of the Ursa Major constellation did not seem the least bit political and intellectual. They only used one method to solve problems: starting wars. If they were unhappy, they fought. If there were disputes, they fought. If there were conflicting views, they fought. It was because the Ursa Major constellation's fighting ability was so powerful to the point of frightful that they won in every battle. Everyone could only obediently keep quiet towards this powerful explosive. No one dared to even tread lightly. If explosives were to explode, it would not be good for anybody. Sima Xiao glanced at Tang Tian. The seemingly brute person was in truth not as stupid as what people thought. He had never underestimated Tang Tian, but in truth, in all of his opponents, Tang Tian was definitely ranked top 3. But now, he had to admit that he was still underestimating Tang Tian. Under the brutal and explosive actions, there were always hidden motives, truly an unfathomable and cunning person. Sima Xiao quickly noticed the tense atmosphere in Wuhan Star, and immediately realized, you want to fight against the Honorable Marshal Group here? Niechio and Zhongli Bai, who were by Tang Tian's side, both had a look of surprise in their eyes. The two remained silent for a moment before revealing expressions of enlightenment. Sima Zhao's sharpness also caused Tang Tian to be surprised. He did not reply but returned with a question, how did you tell? Although Tang Tian did not directly answer him, but his words gave Sima Xiao the confirmation to his guess. Because there are slightly too many armies here. Sima Xiao explained, although I have not truly seen the layout of your armies, but I feel that the defense on the outside is placed more heavily than the inside. If you are talking about defending the place, then you should do the opposite. You said that you have a plan too, so it is easy to guess. Niechio and Zhongli Bai opened their eyes wide as they looked at Sima Xiao in shock. The both of them also vaguely felt the feeling that Sima Xiao had talked about, but the two of them never thought so far out. He is more outstanding than us. This conclusion was a heavy strike towards the two proud men. Even in the Leo constellation, where fearsome generals were everywhere, the two of them reckoned that they would not lose to anyone, but after arriving in the Ursa Major constellation, they felt even more arrogant. Comparing military generals, the Ursa Major constellation was still far from the Leo constellation. Along the journey, Tang Tian also gave them the responsibility of drilling the Null Division. Han Bingning and the rest might be fearsome and strong, but they were not qualified to be military generals. It was the first time the two of them interacted with zero-energy bodies, and this brand new power system surprised them, at the same time causing them to be excited. Old and mediocre military generals only wished for the usual things, and despised new things. But to the young and ambitious Niechio and Zhongli Bai who wanted to build up themselves, it was undoubtedly a feast. They were prepared to do hard work. But following their immersion, their raging hearts slowly went silent, becoming ice cold. because they realized that the Null Division's training plan was much more outstanding than the ones they had thought of. They were speechless. The two of them felt like they were laughable, previously thinking that with their strength, they could command an army without a problem upon entering the Ursa Major constellation. But the reality was cruel as they found out that they could not even compete with a training plan. The Null Division's own training plan was perfect and flawless in their eyes. They were ready to change some of the minute details that were seemingly incompatible, but as they were cautious, they thought about it carefully. They would realize after a while that all those seemingly incompatible details had profound meanings behind them. Expert. The entire training plan reeked of a true expert. In the short silence, the archenemies decided to work together. But the status quo stayed the same. Other than huddling with each other, they did not know of what to do. If they could not even complete the very first task that Tang Tian had given them, then their achievements would simply be unrealistic dreams. The two proud youths could definitely not tolerate it. The two of them racked their brains and discussed all day and night, with 120% of their concentration, far more than what they had put in for their exams. In the entire thought process, even though they had an intense quarrel, but there were some results. The two of them managed to formulate a vague plan, although it was not satisfying, but at least it did not look bad. When the two of them handed over their plan nervously to Tang Tian actually had newfound respect for them. There were not many changes in the plan, but Tang Tian could see that the two of them had spent a lot of efforts to optimize it. To be able to change Bing's determined training plans proved their worth and strength. Tang Tian then let Han Bing-ning and the rest test out their new training plan. The two of them became more honest with each other, and on the road they did everything conscientiously, causing the Null Division's fighting ability to rise to another level. But they were still struck a blow in front of the perverse Sima Xiao. They did not know him, and only felt that this boy next door was unfathomable. Are there truly many perverts in the Ursa Major constellation? The two of them looked at each other. That's right. Tang Tian did not hide. The Honorable Marshal Group will definitely investigate and find out that the waterway is in Wuan Star. I do not doubt that at all. I feel that this is an extremely good opportunity. Sima Xiao laughed. Of course it is. But this formation is too obvious. If even I can sense it out, I bet those old fogies in the Honorable Marshal Group will definitely sense it. That's true. Tang Tian scratched his chin. Sima Xiao's warning immediately made him notice his shortfall. If the Honorable Marshal Group were to invade, they will naturally launch sneak attacks, and might sense the ambush. But what about the temple? This is such an important place. The temple will definitely send out their strongest experts. Gold rank saints. Tang Tian's breathing became rapid. That's right, the temple will definitely dispatch their gold rank saints. In front of saints, whatever ambushes were pointless. The temple has the most number of gold saints. Sima Xiao laughed. His tone was casual, but the light aura in Heizes were ruthless. Gold saints, the strongest saints, holding unfathomable destructive abilities. So far, regardless of whether it was the Honorable Marshal Group or that was fighting with the Leo constellation, they had never mobilized their gold saints. This was because the Leo constellation also had their own gold saint, Lion King Liang. Other than that, the Sagittarius Empress was also a gold saint. The temple did not dare plunge themselves into a war between gold saints. But the Ursa Major constellation did not have any gold saints. Furthermore, the strategic significance of the waterway to the Sacred Saint Galaxy was too overwhelming. Even if it was the Leo constellation protecting the Wuan Star, the temple would definitely still launch attacks. So Sima Xiao was curious, what would Tang Tian do? His gaze never left Tang Tian's face, but he could not see any panic in Tang Tian. He was not afraid of his own safety. As long as he did not step out of line, regardless if it was the temple or the Ursa Major constellation, no one would make it difficult for him. He had the Scorpio constellation as his backing, because of his senior brother Chou Jun. When Tang Tian realized that he was most probably going to face against Gold Saints, he knew for certain that the temple would mobilize the Gold Saints. Not because of the strategic importance of the waterway to Sacred Saint Galaxy, but for the Honorable Marshal Continent. As long as they broke through the waterway between the Sacred Saint Galaxy and Heaven's Road, the Honorable Marshal Continent's great army would pour into Heaven's Road like a tide, engulfing and trampling over the entire Heaven's Road. But Tang Tian was not afraid. After so many battles, he knew that there was no use of fear and panic. Furthermore, it was as if there was a beast that was slumbering inside of him that had awakened. He was extremely eager. His current strength far exceeded that of his latest battle. In the Sacred Saint Galaxy, even a one-on-one was already unable to make him feel excited. Gold Saints, the legendary grade. That is the best opponent for me. How exciting will that be? Tang Tian licked his lips, his eyes were burning with fire. He was thinking, if little Susu knows that I have the opportunity to fight with gold saints, he will definitely be so jealous that he will be enraged.
How many gold saints does the temple have? Tang Tian suddenly asked.
A light aura flashed past Sima Zhao's eyes, this guy's determination. But he did not falter in replying, they should have a maximum of 5. He then explained his reasoning, if it was more than that, they would not be fighting with the Leo constellation for so long, they will definitely not hesitate to directly destroy the Leo constellation and destroy the 12 ecliptic palaces. If that's the case, then they will send about 2 or 3 of them.
The flames in Tang Tian's eyes grew more intense.
Sima Zhao was not used to the fervent fighting intent leaking out of Tang Tian's eyes. He subconsciously stepped back and said, it should be 2, they have a place that needs a person to stand guard.
The remaining 2 will be for the Lion King and the Empress.
So that's the case. Tang Tian muttered, his expression of fervent and fearlessness suddenly turned into a wide smile, revealing his pure white teeth.
Then, bring it on.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, The Honorable Martial Constellation, 2-in-1 chapter. Chapter 683, The Honorable Martial Constellation, 2-in-1 chapter.
Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Gold Saints, this name had a pressure of Mount Tai, causing people to choke and be unable to breath. The atmosphere in the Wuhan Star was as heavy as lead. The recently transferred over Saint unit were in preparation. Even the usually leisure Tang Chou had a solemn expression. If Tang Tian's conjecture were to truly happen, it meant that all of their arrangements had to be pushed over. No one felt that using their methods to fight against a standard army was able to fight against Gold Saints. No one knew how strong a Gold Saint was, and thus the pressure was naturally unprecedented. Different from how others were feeling, Tang Tian was brimming with fighting spirit, like a wild beast brimming with the thirst to fight to show off its strength. Although they did not receive any reports, but Tang Tian was sure that the Gold Saints would find them, because the matter was too important. He patiently awaited for the arrival of his enemies. While the entire Heavens Road was fixated on the auction in the Ursa Major constellation, the Aquarius King was worried.
He rubbed his temple. Have you investigated it?
The Chancellor of the Guard smiled bitterly. Nope, when the target died, there were no movements. He was killed by some sort of blade, and when he was killed, no one sensed it at all.
How do I account to the Honorable Martial Group?
The aged Aquarius King said helplessly. A clan elder of the Honorable Martial Group that had participated in the Aquarius Palace banquet was murdered, and upon being discovered, he was long dead. The Aquarius King was glad that everyone's eyes were stuck to the Ursa Major constellation. If not, this matter would definitely shake Heaven's Road, and the Aquarius constellation would be covered in dirt. The Chancellor of the Guards hesitated. We suspect that the murderer was the target's acquaintance, if not, with the target's strength, no one could kill him so silently.
Could it be an internal strife of the Honorable Martial Group? Do you think that reason can convince the Honorable Martial Group? The Aquarius King's tone became unhappy.
The Honorable Martial Group had exerted a large pressure on him, and even sent out their army, and if Aquarius Constellation could not find the murderer, they would take action. The Aquarius King was clear that the other party was just expressing their stance. In history, there were many times that friction had occurred between the Honorable Martial Group and the 12 ecliptic palaces, but never once did they initiate an attack on any of them, other than the Leo constellation. To many outsiders, they believed that Liang, with his bad temper, was the one to initiate and was responsible for the war between the Leo constellation and the Honorable Martial Group. The Chancellor of the Guards also knew that the Honorable Martial Group would not accept his suggestion, and said, I think the Honorable Martial Group is just finding a way out of the situation. Why don't we look for a convicto bear the burden, then we will compensate them further. This solution made the Aquarius King satisfied. Their thoughts were the same.
The Aquarius constellation and the Honorable Martial Group did know
have any grievances, and they had worked together many times, especially in terms of trading in business. The Aquarius King ordered, go and talk to them, no matter how much it requires, just pay it, do not complicate the issue. The human traffic was extremely flourishing. On one of the high-rise buildings that shot to the clouds everywhere, a roughly 30-year-old man looked down at the crowd that resembled ants. If Jing Hao was here, he would recognize the man. He was Clan Eldarin, the one who had recruited Jing Hao into the Honorable Martial Group in the past.
Master, this is the Aquarius constellation's reply, they said.
His subordinate stopped his report abruptly. Seeing the master raising his hand, he immediately swallowed his saliva.
It doesn't matter what the Aquarius constellation reply.
The man did not even turn back, and muttered, Lay on and the rest will believe that we will definitely attack the Ursa Major constellation. The Clan Eldarin revealed a faint smile, but this smile was not warm at all, but a formless pressure that would press down on people's shoulders.
The current honorable martial group was no longer as mighty and prestigious as the past.
The moment the temple surfaced, it meant that the honorable martial group had lost its control over the situation. The temple, being the much stronger powerhouse, caused the honorable martial group's authority to drop drastically. The true reason for their heavy losses were consecutively losing to the Ursa Major constellation. The once honorable martial group that was overflowing with power was somewhat thinning out. The authorities of the clan elders had lessened, but Clan Eldarin was an exception. In the current situation, Clan Eldarin went against the current and quietly rounded up a group of talents, causing his position to rise in the honorable martial group, and he has already become the top person of the honorable martial group.
Temple is thinking of that as well, but I am going to advise them against it.
Clan Eldarin's words cause all his subordinates to reveal looks of reverence. The temple had the superior position and all of the saints in there looked down on the rest, not even putting the honorable martial group in their eyes. Tob able to convince the temple, only the master had that kind of influence.
Calmly analyzing the situation, he unknowingly thought of the most crucial point, and after generously sharing it in the meeting, the wind blew in his favor.
After bitterly planning for over 10 years, my plan is finally able to come to fruition.
He did not know how to express his own emotions, anticipation? Eager? But why is there a mix of fear in it? What am I afraid of?
After calming himself down, he continued.
I told the other masters, why the need to attack and occupy the Ursa Major constellation?
Just for that waterway, we do have one already, we just need 10 years, and ours will naturally open. If we were to fight the Ursa Major constellation and seize the waterway, then we do not have any reason to stop the great army from coming in. His subordinates all showed suspicious expressions, because in their eyes, the mission of the honorable martial group in the temple was to welcome the great army.
This reason, how could they convince the temple and the other major figures?
But although Clan Eldarin was young, he had a high authority, and although they harbored their suspicions, none dared to say anything. They got rid of their thoughts and calmed themselves, awaiting their master to uncover the riddle.
As long as we put in all our efforts, we can definitely seize their waterway. But if the great army comes, then what are we to do? At the moment, we have not taken down any constellation.
Out of all the entire heaven's road's wealth, we only have a pitiful amount in our hands.
What have we done? Nothing. We can only be left forgotten. The higher UPS will just throw in a bit of tiny favors and grace to us, and leave us alone. All of his subordinates realized what he meant, and started nodding their heads. That's right. Master is right.
If that's the case, they could understand their future.
It was said that everyone in the sacred Saint Galaxy were all saints.
Just based on that point, it made everyone feel immense pressure.
That's why we are here.
Clan Eldarin turned and looked at his subordinates, with a smear of berserk in his eyes. Look at the ground beneath your feet. This is the wealthiest constellation of the entire heaven's road. It is said that they hold 1/8 of the entire heaven's road wealth. How rich are they? As long as we take them down, the wealth will be ours. With that wealth, we can create even stronger armies, we can groom even more gold-ranked martial artists, and we can do even more things. All of his subordinates were infected with his berserk. They started breathing rapidly, their eyes turning bloodshot and killing intent soaring into the sky. Money should be controlled by the honorable martial group. The ancient 12 ecliptic palaces are already withering. We need to bring a new order into Heaven's Road, an order encompassing all of the honorable martial group.
Clan Eldarin spoke slowly. Let's begin.
All of his subordinates bowed and quietly left the room.
Clan Eldarin stood by the window, looking out in a daze.
He finally understood what his fear was. The 100 years of structure would soon be completely destroyed, and everything was because of him. That strand of fear came from his enormous plan, and like a Pandora's box, even he did not know what would appear after. A man will be afraid of the unknown. As chaos surfaced, amongst the intense shouts of murder, citizens all around were filled with fear and panic. All the guards who were caught unprepared were immediately plunged into confusion. In front of the elites of the honorable martial group, they gave way at once. The saints in the city flew into the sky. They were enraged, their killing intent soaring as well. But very quickly, their faces of rage completely disappeared, replaced with faces as white as paper. Figure after figure gradually appeared in the sky. In all directions, they surrounded the saints. The enemy saints were actually double theirs. Clan Eldarin, who was on a high-rise building, watched the entire scene without any expression, his face void of happiness or smiles. As flames emerged in front of him, it revealed the statue-like face of his.
Anxious reports came one after another. Reporting.
The garrison army was defeated, the captains and above are all killed.
Reporting. The treasury is in our control. Reporting. The 8 great Aquarius families are in our control. Reporting.
The Aquarius palace has been surrounded. We are constraining all the leftover resistance. Clan Eldarin remained calm. The disturbance outside was not able to cause any ripples in his heart. The entire plan was made completely by him, a plan to move the temple. In truth, when the Sacred Saint Galaxy had requested for them to investigate suspicious targets, Clan Elder anguished that it was Tang, Tian and the rest. After that, when the Ursa Major constellation publicly announced the existence of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, it confirmed his conjectures. After that, Clan Eldarin also judged that the pathway they had was not truly broken through yet.
Because Tang Tian did not have a successful organized army.
Tang Tian, as the Bear King, had an unprecedented future, so how could he not have an army protecting him?
It was not reasonable.
Unless the waterway they had was not sufficient for a large group to move, and only in that situation was it possible for him to not have any army protecting him. When the entire Honorable Martial Group and Temple's higher-ups decided to send Gold Saints to attack the Ursa Major constellation, Clan Eldarin stood up and convinced the Temple. Despite knowing right from the start that the Ursa Major constellation posed a bigger threat than the Leo constellation, he endured it. Because he saw the Temple's worries. The Temple originated from the Honorable Martial Continent, but after 500 years, their founder had long passed away. In the entire Temple, all of them were Heaven's Road people, and towards the mysterious and foreign Sacred Saint Galaxy's Honorable Martial Continent, they became even more respectful. This reveration was formed through a long period, from the founder right from the start, and thus the Honorable Martial Group became the front lines of the Honorable Martial Continent Great Army, and generation after generation, they held this mission close to their hearts. But, when the day was truly nearing, everyone in the temple realized that they were not prepared.
How would the Honorable Martial Continent treat them? How would they treat Heaven's Road?
In their minds, the Honorable Martial Continent was just a symbol for them to be loyal to. They had no clue to how the real Honorable Martial Continent was, as no one had been there before. When he saw that point, he found out that the major figures of the temple were all feeling uneasy. He began to incite the temple, pushing out his long-drawn plan. And instead of handing the entire expedition over to the Honorable Martial Continent, why not put it in his own hands? Instead of having Heaven's Road submitting to the Honorable Martial Continent, it was more appropriate for the Heaven's Road people to govern the Heaven's Road. No matter how much they had to give in the end, they could still preserve a part for themselves. If it was still not enough, the more territories they attacked, the more achievements they would receive when it came to evaluating merits. The majority of them in Temple were convinced by Clan Eldarin, and they were used to being set up high in the organization, and to having the final say. Deep in their hearts, they had the slight hope that the Honorable Martial Continent would not arrive. They could imagine about their lives in that future, and the position they were enjoying in the present that would be taken away, as they were merely sideline characters in the Honorable Martial Continent. For their intense uneasiness with their power, the temple became silent for a period of time, and in unison they agreed to Clan Eldarin's plan for the Honorable Martial Constellation. Clan Eldarin, who obtained the support of the temple, became the chief clan elder of the Honorable Martial Group, and the entire Honorable Martial Group became led by him, with him implementing the plan of Honorable Martial Constellation. Clan Eldarin thus became the Honorable Martial Group's most powerful and famed chief clan elder in its history. To be able to move the temple, Clan Elder naturally had his work for Honorable Martial Constellation. To him, other than the Leo constellation and the Sagittarius constellation, the other constellations were weak and degenerating. Used to their easy and comfortable lives, it allowed the nobles of the 12 ecliptic palaces to lose their cautiousness and sense to danger. They became domesticated sheep and pigs, basking and indulging in their pleasures. This long time of bad practice had fermented and grown, becoming a deep-rooted problem. What was even more terrifying was that the upper society was already dividing up all the resources. They were exploiting their authority and taking hold of as much land as they could, causing the middle society and lower to be plugged. Beneath their beautiful robes, their bodies had started to deteriorate. Clan Eldarin firmly believed that with just a light strike, the awe-inspiring figures of the 12 ecliptic palaces constellations would burst like bubbles, and shatter in flames and ashes. Upon taking down the ecliptic constellations, the Honorable Martial Group will destroy all the degenerates and vigorously promote their own talents, locking the ecliptic constellations in their own hands. So even when the Honorable Martial Continent arrived, it would not be easy to take away the fruits of their labor. And the ultimate objective of Honorable Martial Constellation was to subdue the 12 ecliptic palaces and form them into one body, forming the never-before-heard Ultimate Great Constellation. This Ultimate Great Constellation, which they named as Honorable Martial, would have an increased energy concentration far deeper than anyone would know, sufficient to compare against the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The temple was moved by the ambitious plan. To recreate a great constellation comparable to the Sacred Saint Galaxy was an extremely attractive plan. If it could be fulfilled, then the Honorable Martial Constellation would be able to contend against the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and they need not bend their knees. In the entire temple, they started to strategize according to the Honorable Martial Constellation plan. They still had 10 years of time.
Clan Eldarin's first blade was aimed at the Aquarius constellation.
The richest and wealthiest constellation of Heaven's Road held riches that caused others to be extremely jealous, but their military affairs were relaxed.
The Aquarius army held extremely lavish equipment, yet they lacked the willpower to fight.
The most laughable matter was that in the entire army, they were extremely committed to their own businesses, each army holding their own industry and business. Because of their own actions for their own means, it confirmed the sayings in Heaven's Road: Aquarius martial artists only knew how to use money to defeat their enemies. To endure the words that had been passed down in history, the tenacious Aquarius army had long dissipated with the passing of time. Even the higher-ups of Aquarius constellation were not willing to talk about their legendary army that held glorious achievements, because it was truly too bitter to think about it. All of them lavish-dressed fat old men were disgraced to even think about it. In Clan Eldoran's eyes, the Aquarius constellation was like a domesticated and fat pig. As long as he took it down, they would hold the biggest wealth in Heaven's Road. Who would stop him? Facing the flames, Clan Eldoran laughed silently, as though he had gone crazy over the fire. Pandora's box has been opened, and with this, it will turn the winds of Heaven's Road.
How many people can perform such a magnificent feat? How exciting is this? So many people are eager to see what happens. How many of them has their lives in my hands? Heh, the taste of power and blood is so beautiful. The disaster in the Aquarius constellation shook Heaven's Road.
The Honorable Martial Group and the 12 ecliptic palaces had remained passive for so many years, although the Honorable Martial Group frequently meddled with their internal affairs, but on the surface, they always gave face. But when the peace was broken, when the Honorable Martial Group tore off their pretense, the entire Heaven's Road was speechless. After the temporary silence, the remaining ecliptic palaces were immediately plunged into panic, all of them condemning the Honorable Martial Group's actions. On the contrary, their archenemy the Leo constellation was actually extremely quiet. The entire Heaven's Road was discussing the Honorable Martial Group's actions. The Honorable Martial Group stated that they had no intention of changing the situation of Heaven's Road. The reason they had proclaimed for attacking Aquarius constellation was that their clan elder was murdered in the Aquarius constellation. They had requested for the Aquarius constellation to investigate the reason for murder, but were firmly rejected. The Aquarius constellation was overrun with rivers of blood, and every day there would be public beheading of the noble families. In front of the Aquarius palace, the boards were as red as blood. But Clan Eldoran's actions proved that he was not just a brainless slaughterer. He claimed that the Honorable Martial Group had no intention of altering the Aquarius constellation's traditions. After they have established order in the Aquarius constellation, the Honorable Martial Group will completely retreat out of the Aquarius constellation and hand over the Aquarius constellation to the new Aquarius king. The Aquarius constellation's fate should be decided by its citizens. As the old ecliptic order had become completely corrupted, he wanted to build a brand new order, a brand new Honorable Martial Ecliptic Order. He promoted the ambitious lower-ranking officials vigorously, causing them to obtain high positions and responsibilities, and earning him countless support. After that, he organized for the Aquarius constellation to begin choosing a new Aquarius king, and announced that it was time for them to retreat. All of these actions caused the other constellations to firmly believe that Honorable Martial Group was just taking the chance to plunder them. So much so, that a few strategists predicted that the battle between the Honorable Martial Group and Leo constellation had made them lose capital, and urgently needed a new source of wealth, and the Aquarius constellation was the place that satisfied them.
This plundering made the Honorable Martial Group full. A beast that was full, before it had completely digested all of its food, would not be interested in any other prey. In other words, although the Honorable Martial Group's slaughter seemed unsightly, they would not have the intention to become enemies with the entire 12 ecliptic palaces. Because once the 12 ecliptic palaces form an alliance, it was enough to cause even the Honorable Martial Group to feel fear. The majority of the people believed in that, and loosened their tensed minds. Furthermore, the Honorable Martial Group sent out many diplomats, further proving that the Honorable Martial Group did not wish to become enemies with the 12 ecliptic palaces. Leo constellation, King Palace.
Leong finished reading the report and snorted, "A bunch of fools, to not even understand the diversion that the Honorable Martial Group is playing at. The Honorable Martial Group's big movements are truly strange. Why are they ignoring the waterway?" Andre reminded him, "Could it be that they are merely creating a diversion?" Liang's gaze landed on Duan Qing, the commander of the 36th Army, because Duan Qing had led the 36th Army to ambush the Honorable Martial Group's 9th Gold Branch, which led to its destruction, and severely injured the 7th Gold Branch that wanted to seek revenge, causing his name to soar. But very few people knew of Duan Qing's illustrious family background. Hi's father, before Liang had become Lion King, was already a personal guard, and together, they fought brilliant battles. But it was a pity that he sacrificed himself in one of the battles. Liang was one who remembered comradeship, and cherished and took care of his comrade's son. Duan Qing's brave and careful personality was a chip off the old block, earning Liang's adoration and trust. Not likely.
Duanchang said, they chose the Aquarius constellation, which had always been more on their side.
If they were creating a diversion, they should be attacking us or our allies. The other generals nodded. I suspect that their goal should be the ecliptic palace's constellations. Duanchang's eyes flashed a look of worry. They must have a plan.
Do we need to support the other constellations?
The commander of the 4th Army, Agu Tewang, said as he cracked his knuckles, eager to take action.
Why should we?
The Lion King sneered, a look of ridicule appearing on his face. All of those people who are unable to accomplish anything but destroy even more things are best to be killed by the Honorable Marshal Group. Although we do not know why the Honorable Marshal Group is beginning to move on the 12 ecliptic palaces, but if shop is too big, they will not be able to take care of it. The few generals were all skilled in strategy, and hearing Lion King's words, their eyes lit up. That's right, the more constellations Honorable Marshal Group attacks, the more scattered will their forces be. To Leo constellation, it will be a good thing.
Wuan Star. Tang Tian looked at the news of the destruction in Aquarius constellation in shock. He did not understand why Honorable Marshal Group did not attack the Wuan Star, but attacked the Aquarius constellation? Unreasonable. Too illogical. Why are they making a move on the Aquarius constellation? Sima Xiao revealed a harmless smile, simple, self-preservation. They feel that the Honorable Marshal continent coming to Heaven's Road is already final, and they are not even a direct descendant of the sacred Saint Galaxy. What would happen to them? First take what they can, so in the future discussions, they have some bargaining chips. As long as 3 to 5 ecliptic constellations are in their hands, they have value to negotiate. No one was as familiar to the dark side of a human's heart than Sima Xiao. After a few glances of the reports, he was able to guess everything. Aren't they dispersing their armies like that? Tang Tian pointed to the report. Sima Xiao rolled his eyes. What a fake, truly faking it. Your schemes and plots are too scary to run to my face and act naive and stupid. Do you truly think that I am an idiot? Are you trying to cheat me? Please, even if you want to cheat me, please choose your words wisely. A pity, the Gold Saints are not coming anymore. Tang Tian was feeling sad. He was prepared to fight with the Gold Saints, but they were not coming. It was like punching into the air, causing Tang Tian's entire body to feel extremely terrible. Who should I look for to fight? Sima Xiao saw Tang Tian's killing intent and sensed something amiss. Over the past few days, he had come to understand Tang Tian's personality. He decided to take the initiative and change targets. If the Gold Saints do not find us, we can go and find them. Sima Xiao's tone was filled with allure. I know where a Gold Saint is standing guard. What about it? Do you want to fish him out? It's a heaven-sent opportunity. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Where? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, Price. Chapter 684, Price. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Underscore 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 underscore. Give me some water. Bradley laid in his reclining chair without a care for his image. His tone spoke of his fatigue, and his servant immediately sprinted to fetch him water. After drinking the warm water, Bradley finally regained some of his focus, yet the haze in his eyes did not dissipate. Thinking about the nightmarish scenes for the past few days, he felt extremely terrible. He was not a short-tempered person, he was amiable and patient, but for the past few days, he could not hold back and quarreled many times. All kinds of rumors and slanders, all sorts of ridicule and mocking came from everywhere, and everyone's gaze towards him was extremely different. He could tolerate that. When he knelt down in front of Sai Lei to beseech her, he already knew what he was getting himself into. He had already settled his peace and would not back down. He quietly endured. Even with his revered position, he never thought to use his own position to suppress the rest. Many of them would quarrel with him, many of them would mock him, but he continued to speak and argue with them. The majority of them would hear him and laugh, not taking him seriously or even ridiculing him, but those willing for change, those who were thoughtful, could hear his voice. It was his dream. Holding on to this dream, even if all those big-bellied men, holding their gold pipes, mocking and jeering at him, puffing the smoke in his face, he endured through it all. He knew his actions were impossible to obtain their favor, but he did not care. Until he heard his father coldly saying to him suddenly, "You did not need to be so anxious," with the gaze off dissatisfaction and indifference, caused him to fall into an icehouse. His feet and hands turned ice cold. But after that, an indescribable anger, like a volcano erupting, surged straight to his brain, causing him to lose control right on the spot. He was like an enraged bull, roaring non-stop, causing the entire palace to tremble. His eyes were bloodshot, scaring everyone else, including his father. It was the first time the Taurus king had seen his own son being so angry and in a rage. Bradley still remembered his father's panic-stricken face, his loss for words. That indescribable feeling made him feel even worse. The world was in chaos, the leaders had become weak, the flock below wallowed in their pleasures without wanting to improve. He did not see any hope in this Taurus constellation. He closed his eyes, working hard to escape all of his complicated thoughts, which might be his karma. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his brown pupils becoming tranquil again. He did not like the current Taurus constellation, all of the rotting, cancerous bodies. The officials who had been corrupted formed a large system, which even included his father, in which he was helpless against. But it was still the Taurus constellation that he loved, the place that he grew up in. As the prince of the Taurus constellation, being unable to pull the Taurus constellation out of the dredge, he had to at least leave a thread off pride and faith in it. Even if Taurus constellation was destroyed, even if their homeland was gone, but with the faith, with the pride, the Taurus constellation could be rebuilt once again. The high and mighty Taurus, its horn will always aim up high in the sky, by finding their lost glory, by finding their lost pride, it was him, Bradley, the reason for him to live and fight. Bradley clenched his fists tightly, he felt a never-ending energy in his body, feeling as if his skin and flesh were as tough as steel. He was not fighting alone. In the past few days, he brought a group of people together, the youths willing to strive hard to rebuild the Taurus army. Suddenly, a servant ran in clumsily for a report. Bradley accepted the report and looked, his face instantly changing. Without saying a word, he rushed out. When Bradley rushed over, the Frost Mountain army were already in security measures. Only after notifying them was he finally allowed to enter the camp. When he entered, he was shocked, because the Frost Mountain army were already packed up and looked ready to leave.
What is going on? He found Aluan at the side and asked. Aluan's face was gloomy. Didn't you receive the news of the Aquarius constellation being attacked? I just did. Bradley found it hard to understand. I was just about to find you guys to discuss it, but what is the meaning of this? The Aquarius constellation is being attacked, but what does it have to do with us? It is just a plundering. The Honorable Marshal Group doesn't have any money.
No, we have already discussed it. Aluan said gravely, this time, the Honorable Marshal Group plans to make a move on the 12 ecliptic palaces, and it is definitely not just a plunder. Simply put, if it was a plunder, the Honorable Marshal Group would not have killed so many of the noble families. They want to clean off all the old aristocratic families and nobles. What do you think about that? Bradley's face turned white. That's right, if it was for wealth, they could just use their great army to pressure the Aquarius constellation, and the wealth and riches would be given. But to clean off all the nobles and aristocratic families, that leaves only one possibility. The Honorable Marshal Group wants to topple to original regime of the Aquarius constellation. But that is the Aquarius constellation. Bradley stammered. Aluan looked at Bradley in sympathy. After interacting for the past few days, he knew that the Taurus prince was a good man, and was different from all the other dirty people. He decided to explain clearly, if the Honorable Marshal Group decides to make a move on the ecliptic constellations, they will definitely not just make a move on any of them. Because then, the other constellations can gather to fight them. Once they have decided to make a move, then, they will have more than one target. We feel that the Taurus constellation will most probably be the next Toad hit. Why? Bradley was stumped. Because you are too weak. Aluan said without caring, it was a nail to the heart. In this period, any involvement will prove to be disadvantageous to the Honorable Marshal Group. They need to move like lightning, that way they can get the momentum to win, and shake the other constellations, preventing them from forming an alliance. Bradley realized that he could not find any reasons to refute, his mind was in a bad mess. I am sorry. Aluan said slowly, our mission is to ensure the safety of young Miss Silei. There is nothing else that is more important than this. We have decided to retreat and will move out at night. If you are all willing, come and find us. Aluan patted on Bradley the shoulders, who remained dumbstruck. Think about it. He turned and left. Bradley left the Frost Mountain army area as though his soul had disappeared. He suddenly awakened and rushed into Taurus Palace. What? The Honorable Marshal Group might attack us next? The Taurus king could not be bothered much, but thinking about how his son had raged out the day before, he controlled himself. There isn't any sign stating that the Honorable Marshal Group will attack us. What do we have? We are not rich like Aquarius constellation, and are only ranked in the middle amongst the 12 ecliptic palaces. If they want to attack us after attacking the Aquarius constellation, unless they are mad, it will cause the other constellations to be uneasy, and everyone will ally themselves to go against them. The Honorable Marshal Group doesn't have any reason to attack us. He looked at Bradley's bloodshot eyes and consoled him. Bradley, I know that recently, it has been tough on you, I think you should take a rest.
Go to Bullhorn Bay for a holiday, and come back whenever you want. You don't have to worry about things here. Bradley did not know how he left the palace.
He gathered his courage and looked for Marshal de, and told him about Aluan's guess. Marshal de laughed out loud, as though he had heard a joke.
He patted Bradley's shoulder, consoling him to not be afraid, saying that the Taurus constellation could beat any enemies in terms of anything.
After that, he changed his clothes and whistled his way out as he prepared to participate in the banquet and gambling get-together.
Bradley then spoke to Jerome about it, but Jerome did not believe it as well, but he did not mock or ask Bradley tourist.
Jerome knew of Bradley's ambition, and only told him that since the Frost Mountain army was planning to leave, he should join them, and rebuild the Taurus army, so even if he were to meet with danger, he had some sense of insurance. Bradley finally understood that no one believed him, no one believed that the honorable Marshal group would attack them. On the contrary, when news of the Frost Mountain army was retreating spread out, it became the most discussed about news, everyone mocking that they were coward like mice. They thought that the Ursa Major constellation were mediocre, with only a small wind blowing, they would make such a huge reaction. This widespread optimism caused Bradley to feel fear. He was not moved by Aluan's words, but from his own heart, because when he first heard of the news, he became afraid and uneasy. He did not know why, but it was because of the uneasiness in his heart that he went to seek Aluan out.
In the Frost Mountain Army encampment, the Frost Mountain Army were already completely prepared, and were resting and waiting for the time to move out.
Because they were worried of encountering any battles en route, Aluan hoped that the soldiers could maintain their physical strength.
He is truly pitiful. Chen Zilin suddenly said. You're talking about Bradley? Aluan turned to ask. Yeah, considering this beyond saving constellation, I feel that he is rather brave.
Chen Zilin said sympathetically, furthermore, he must be struggling with pain in his heart, watching the Taurus constellation fall, being unable to do anything. He is truly rather good, that was why I told him so much.
Aluan nodded his head, agreeing with Chen Zilin.
Upon talking about the struggles and bittership, he suddenly thought about the old Lupus constellation, thinking about the days of hunger, poverty, being petty and low like ants, willing to be cannon fodder just for food.
The Lupus constellation back then.
Aluan thought about the Million Blood Awakening plan that swept Lupus constellation, thinking about how everyone fought fiercely amongst each other just to obtain the quota. He thought about the clan elders' strict reprimands. Everyone gave it their all just to eat, just to take care of their families, just to win a bit of praise, just to chase after the Lupus king. War after war, they transformed battle after battle, they regained their dignity, and the current Lupus citizens were well known for their perseverance and improvements, and were currently some of the elites under the heavens. Many people have heard of them, waiving expensive paychecks for them, but every Lupus man and soldier fought only for that one man. But dreams needs a price, dignity also needs a price. The more one thinks, the more the price they need to pay. Nothing can be obtained for free, right? Aluan suddenly said. Yes. The ground shook, and the both of them stood up. Bradley had brought along a tide of scattered brave warriors, raising a shabby and old flag. They sprinted towards them. On the flag was a golden bull, fluttering rapidly in the wind, as though it was alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 685, Lu Yaji's Return. Chapter 685, Lu Yaji's Return. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Jerome flew in the air, observing the rumbling of dust and sand in the distance, his face extremely gloomy. The scouts had reported of discovering an army that he initially thought were the Frost Mountain army. They had decided to protect Grandmaster Sai Lei and retreat back to Three Spirit City, and had long become the joke amongst the higher-ups of the Taurus constellation.
The Frost Mountain army were described as a flock of birds easily startled. Their cowardice had become their new name, and Austin had specially ran over to relate the story to Jerome.
At that time, Jerome felt extremely awkward. If the Frost Mountain army were a flock of birds who were easily startled, then he who was defeated by them, what was he considered as? When he received Bradley's communication, it resolved the suspicions in his heart, but he still felt that the Frost Mountain army were making a big fuss over a small matter.
Bradley is too trusting towards them, and have been swayed by them. What Taurus constellation will be attacked? Most likely the Frost Mountain army are afraid of responsibility, and made the excuse to leave. But he knew that Bradley truly wanted to revive the Taurus army, and in truth he wanted to follow Bradley along. He hesitated for a long while, but still gave it up. He had got his position through hard work, and giving it up was extremely difficult. Bradley had the qualifications to chase after that dream. He was the prince, and had the qualifications to do whatever he wanted, and would still be able to ascend to the throne in the future. Jerome himself had no such qualifications. Holding his current position was already not easy.
Jerome still hoped that Bradley could succeed. He was in the military, and he knew what the current military was like. The Bullhorn Army was already one of the top few elites of the Taurus constellation, but compared to the Taurus Army, it was still greatly lacking. He was helpless in that situation.
And because the Bullhorn Army was an elite army,
it naturally became the army that was gold-plated the most. Countless of nobles and aristocratic disciples joined in his army, and he could not offend many people. Fighting with them would require him to place a lot of focus on them, and it was more tiring than training soldiers.
Jerome saw a gradually approaching army, and started to think.
He had never seen such a strange army before, a snow-white creature forming an army, gradually approaching the Bullhorn Army encampment. If not for their strict formations, he would highly suspect that they were a tide of beasts. All those star-spirit beasts were like lifeless machines. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the flag, his pupils constricting.
The Honorable Marshal Group. It was the Honorable Marshal Group's army.
The Honorable Marshal flag that only the Honorable Marshal Group possessed fluttered in the wind.
Bradley.
Jerome's hands turned cold, his face ashen, he was at a loss for words.
Bradley's words came up in his ears.
After a moment, his face recovered some color, and said gloomily, "Immediately send people to bar the way behind Frost Mountain Army, make them take a detour."
Yes. Quickly report to the Taurus Palace that the Honorable Marshal Group is attacking. Yes.
Gather all the armies, prepare for war.
Yes.
Jerome sent out countless of orders, his unwavering expression affected his panic-stricken subordinates, who calmed down and went into action.
Oh my God.
The Honorable Marshal Group's army.
What army is that? Why did they appear here?
One of the noble disciples started panicking, and subconsciously whined, "Finished.
We're finished. We're finished."
The people behind him that were obviously following him started to panic. Making a racket before the battle, swaying the army's hearts, "Kill." Jerome's cold voice sounded out, a sword light flashed in the sky, and a head flew up, blood spewing all over.
A few seconds later, a lifeless body dropped onto the ground. It was complete silence.
The faces of the noble disciples all turned pale white, they were in disbelief, they never thought that the smooth-talker Jerome could transform into such a person.
Jerome, you're crazy. You actually dared to kill Aaron. Duke Missouri Air won't let you go. One of the other nobles shouted.
Jerome's expression was ice-cold, he spat, "Kill." His personal soldiers already knew how their general worked, without hesitation they took action, like arrow shooting from the bow, they pounced onto the young noble.
"You guys dare."
The exclamation stopped abruptly, the young noble stared at the sword in his chest.
Plop, he fell to the ground, his eyes were opened wide, even after death, he did not understand why Jerome would make a move on him.
The young nobles kept quiet out of fear, their faces were pale white, afraid that even the slightest of sound would incite a disaster.
"I know what are all of you thinking.
How all of you will take care of me after the war, I don't care, but in the midst of battle, whoever violates the military laws cannot blame me for being merciless." After saying that, without even looking at them, Jerome turned and left.
When he saw the Honorable Marshal Group's flag, he knew of his and the Taurus constellation's fate. No one was clearer than him on how weak the once tyrannical Taurus currently was.
The Honorable Marshal Group that was completely disguised was an enemy that Taurus constellation had no hopesto defeat. The beast army in front of him that he had never seen before released a terrifying aura, but Jerome knew that it was the Honorable Marshal Group's secret weapon.
The Frost Mountain Army people were right, Bradley was right, who else was better prey than the Taurus constellation? Knowing the Taurus constellation's fate, for some reason, he felt a bit of relief.
No longer needing to handle all of the corrupted people, no longer needing to force out smiles, no longer needing to tread carefully with the various powerhouses.
"Bradley, you must do your best,"
Jerome silently muttered in his heart. Inside the disappointing and corrupted kingdom, Bradley was their only hope, the only thing worth protecting.
"Regardless of anything, we need to protect the prince to leave safely, regardless of anything, we need to keep this hope alive." It was the only thing he could do.
Jerome pointed his sword forward, the blood dripping from the tip, his expression was calm, his eyes determined, he had never seen the mission and responsibility placed on himself so clearly in his life before.
"Even if I die here, it will be worth it. Don your armor, and blow the horn."
The low sound of the bullhorn sounded out across pristine Gravel City, like the wind blowing across a wasteland. Liu Yaji looked at pristine Gravel City ahead of him, he licked his lips, a look of fervent flashing in his eyes. This was his first battle after relying on Clan Eldarin, after the suppression of the Three Spirit City's mechanical spirit weapon, no one remembered the Blood Meridian's weapons. Even Onyx Soul had given up the research on Blood Meridian's weapons, they thought that it had no future.
The Blood Weapons Group disbanded, everyone broke up.
Liu Yaji, who had personally controlled the Blood Meridian's weapon and engaged in battle against the mechanical spirit weapon before, was the most impacted. He became downcast, his life dropped into shambles, the mechanical spirit weapons became nightmares that enveloped him, he became irritable and violent, sensitive and crazy, lost in hysteria. His close family left him, his friends left him, everyone that he held dear left him. He was unhappy with his failure, and continued with his research, but very quickly, his resources and funding depleted, and he became extremely poor. With nowhere to go, someone came to knock on his front door. When Clan Eldarin appeared in front of his house, and smiled and agreed to continue to fund his research on the Blood Meridian's weapon, he brought hope and an unswerving determination into the man. Clan Eldarin did not go back on his words, regardless of funding or other requests, they were all obtained, and even gave him the absolute secret materials in the Honorable Martial Group's department. Liu Yaji then spent all of his focus and effort into it, he forgot to eat and sleep through the days and nights. Here searched out the unique, Honorable Martial series of Blood Meridians, and successfully merged it into Star Spirit Beasts' bodies. After every subsequent generation of artificial grooming, the Honorable Martial type Blood Meridians finally started to reveal its might. After obtaining the support of the most authoritative figure, Liu Yaji's progress soared. High-leveled Star Spirit Beasts, rare Star Spirit Beasts that hibernated deep in mountains and seas were all hunted down and brought to him. Liu Yaji finally created a product that he was proud of. Saint Blood, the strongest Blood Meridian's weapon in all of history. Using a 9th grade Snow Ape King, after transforming and grooming it, he created a brand new type of Blood Meridian's weapon. Liu Yaji had spent countless of effort into it, and brought forth the Honorable Martial Group's first mechanical army, the Saint Blood Army. Tian, I do not know why he is using the words, which I do not dare to change into any other thing, but keep to Saint Blood, maybe something to do with Jinghao's sword. When Clan Eldarin decided to launch an attack on the Taurus constellation, Liu Yaji took the initiative to volunteer for it. Sai Lei. The matter of Frost Mountain Army defeating the Bullhorn Army was no secret, as the Taurus constellation wanted to conceal their failure as much as possible. They started to spread exaggerated rumors regarding the Frost Mountain Army, stating that they were the strongest mechanical army in all of history, and was the secret weapon of the Ursa Major constellation. What could be better to prove himself than to defeat her strongest mechanical weapon right in front of her? Thinking about that, Liu Yaji became extremely excited. But he had to first clear the problem in front of him, the Bullhorn Army. But he did not feel that the Bullhorn Army could pose any threat to him. Seeing the Bullhorn Army slowly approaching them with their strict formation, the commanders of the Saint Blood Army all looked at them in disdain. I heard that the Frost Mountain Army used one charge to topple the Bullhorn Army? Liu Yaji's voice was extremely disgusting, as though his throat had been cut by countless of glass shards. That was what the report wrote. The one who spoke was his adjutant, Shan Mao, as he shrugged his shoulders. Liu Yaji had a weird temper and was difficult to work with, causing him to send back countless of adjutants, and even Clan Eldarin had a headache with him, and could only send Shan Mao, his own military general that head mired over. Who knew that Liu Yaji kept Shan Mao, who was different from the adjutants that were self-preserved and polite? Shan Mao was frivolous and was fond of teasing others, he also had a weird temper, and was not blindly patient with Liu Yaji's temper. But instead, Liu Yaji gave Shan Mao more free rein, because Shan Mao had outstanding standards. Upon arriving in the Saint Blood Army, Shan Mao started to point out the mistakes in Liu Yaji's tactics without being courteous. Liu Yaji was enraged, and quarreled with Shan Mao, both not relenting at all and fought a big fight. The proud and arrogant Liu Yaji decided to use results to prove to the other party's absurdity. And in the end, it was Shan Mao who was right. Liu Yaji had a strange temper, but despite being obstinate, Shan Mao had proven himself, and thus his attitude towards Shan Mao changed 180 degrees. From that day on, Shan Mao quickly rose to become second in command of Saint Blood Army, and had Liu Yaji's trust. If the Frost Mountain Army can do it, we can do it too. Liu Yaji said coldly. This type of pride battle is completely meaningless. Shan Mao said indifferently. Liu Yaji turned his head and stared at Shan Mao with bloodshot eyes. You said it is meaningless? Shan Mao knew that Sai Lei was Liu Yaji's arch-nemesis. Mechanical spirit weapons were Liu Yaji's enemies, as long as he lost a bit to them, Liu Yaji would go crazy. If you wish, my commander master. Shan Mao said tactfully. It was just one charge, but it became a prideful thing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, Counterattacking with a quarter of us at Death's Door. Chapter 686, Counterattacking with a quarter of us at Death's Door. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Shan Mao walked to the front of the formation. Before joining the Saint Blood Army, he had never interacted with mechanical spirit weapons, much less Blood Meridian's weapons. But Shan Mao was rich with experience and had the spirit of studying meticulously, quickly grasped the brand new type of war machines, and not long after, had become a well-known figure in the entire army. Lu Yaji quickly realized that this adjutant that was not well liked, but held outstanding balance sense, acute battle intuition, and was a natural mechanical martial artist.
Shan Mao's strength far surpassed Lu Yaji, and his grooming in tactics was not something Lu Yaji could compare to.
The Blood Weapons Group was just an external organization of Onyx Soul, while Shan Mao was a high-level disciple groomed meticulously by the Honorable Martial Group. Without saying a word, Lu Yaji threw the entire Saint Blood army to Shan Mao, and immersed himself torsearch and developed a brand new type of Blood Meridian's weapon.
Yeah, you said that we need to defeat the opponents with one charge. Anyone has any good idea? Shan Mao said languidly.
No one uttered a word. Shan Mao was a definite figure in the Honorable Martial Group. From the well-known advocate for strictness and discipline of the Honorable Martial Group, Shan Mao's casual character, his frivolous personality naturally did not receive much attention from the rest. All the soldiers all had no idea on what to do with their superior. In a day after entering the army, Shan Mao had been reminded by 17 soldiers to watch his etiquette. Shan Mao was naturally someone who did things his way, and did not have any intention to change, and gradually everyone else got used to him. But the strictness and discipline of the Honorable Martial Group had long been ingrained in their hearts. So to them, this superior of theirs was an eyesore. No one cared about him, but Shan Mao was equally indifferent. After yawning, and NB.
SP, he whined, after the fight, I want to have a good sleep. A group of boring people.
Shan Mao stretched his limbs. Alright, then we will finish it in a charge. Prepare for the duck assault formation.
The faces of the soldiers turned black. Every time they heard the tactic name, their expressions would become oddly. Duck assault formation? Are we male prostitutes? Isn't the name Saint Radiant's Hammer Assault Formation better?
Even if you have no creativity, at least all of us can accept the Honorable Martial Assault Formation.
Tian, duck and male prostitutes are the same in Chinese.
But the tactic was formulated by Shan Mao, and because of that, he was extremely pleased to have the authority to call it whatever he wanted. Although the majority of the faces of the people inside their Blood Meridian's weapons were black, they still completed their formation without hesitation. 3 lines appeared behind Shan Mao, forming a cone formation. The 2 wings were thicker, impressively appearing like a white duck that had expanded its wings. Inside Saint Blood, Shan Mao's playfulness disappeared and he became serious. It was his first time leading the Saint Blood army into battle, and was also the first time he was utilizing the tactic that he had created. This army was formed by CL.
An Eldarin's effort and money. With all of Lu Yaji's conviction and faith, everyone had worked so hard for so long. Wasn't it meant for this battle?
He suddenly sort of understood Lu Yaji's thoughts. Lu Yaji admittedly had the intention to compete against the Frost Mountain army, but the extremist and fanatical man wanted to use this method to tell the entire Heaven's Road. Saint Blood had arrived. Alright, the Bullhorn army is weaker, but still considerably reputable. Shan Mao's expression became serious. The blood in his body started to boil. The true power in his body resonated with Saint Blood, lighting it up with white light. The familiar honorable martial aura caused him to become slightly indifferent, entering a weird state of mind. His gaze turned extremely cold, like an unstoppable war machine that had no emotions. Wrapped in his honorable martial aura, it quickly extended his sixth sense across the entire battlefield, causing his mind to be clear on the entire situation. His originally serious Saint Blood army became deadly silent. Every Saint Blood was enveloped with white light, the terrifying aura pervading throughout the field, yet none of them seemed to be alive. Shan Mao extended his hands out, gathering the light aura in his hands, forming a long white congealed handle and light hammer. All of the Saint Blood behind him also retrieved out a long handle light hammer, while the Saint Blood situated athwings held long handle light axes. Shan Mao raised the light hammer in his hand. Whoosh, all of the Saint Blood squatted down, and the white light aura surged like a tide, forming into one body. Jerome did not know what monsters were in front of him. He had never heard of Blood Meridian's weapons before, but the frantically surging terrifying aura from them made him feel like he was under constant attack. The terrifying white light was extremely dense energy, and even the air in his vision started to contort.
Is that the Honorable Martial Group's secret weapon? Jerome took a deep breath and suddenly shouted out loud, all of you should be afraid, right?
Upon hearing their commander shouting out loud, all the nervous soldiers became startled.
I am afraid too.
Jerome admitted, attracting the attention of the soldiers. What is the commander trying to say? All of the Bullhorn army soldiers deeply respected the commander in front of them.
But, I cannot bring you all to surrender.
Jerome's voice sounded out from his armor, because the people in front of you are intruders. I know, we cannot stop them. I know, Taurus constellation is about to reach its end. I know none of us can save ourselves from this desperate crisis.
We will be destroyed like the Aquarius constellation. The soldiers were shocked. The Taurus constellation is going to go? Aren't we an ecliptic palace constellation? Aren't we an enormous figure? Why are we suddenly going to be destroyed?
But everyone knew that their commander was not bluffing. The army that held the Honorable Marshal Group flag did not hide anything. Everyone were still feeling remorse over the destruction of the Aquarius constellation, feeling remorse that the richest constellation had been destroyed just like that.
Why? The Taurus constellation and the Honorable Marshal Group did not have any grievances? So why? Grief filled the air. All the young soldiers could not help but cry.
The other lower-ranked officers were lost. Their expressions were of defeat. They knew much more of the matters that concerned the higher-ups, and felt despair.
I cannot bring you all to surrender. Because I want to leave some face for our kingdom.
I do not want for others to see that this army did not dare to even retaliate when they talk about the destruction of the Taurus constellation.
I do not want other people to say that the men of the Taurus constellation are not brave at all. We have a duty to protect our home, and this is my last responsibility. If you are willing to, stay. If you are not, leave.
His voice resonated in the sky. Everyone calmed down, but no one left. They did not know why. It might be from the pride of being an ecliptic palace constellation, it might be from what Jerome had said, it might be from the dissatisfaction and anger, but no one left. All of the soldiers recovered from their grief, and became determined. But, the disciples of the noble families of pristine Gravel City were completely different.
Jerome has gone crazy, he has truly gone crazy, oh my god, the Honorable Marshal Group.
That is the secret weapon of Honorable Marshal Group.
We are not their opponents, we need to run.
Their faces were filled with panic and fear, only hating that they were born with 2 legs, they ran frantically like birds scattering. They only had one thought in their minds, it was over, completely over, and run. Jerome could not be bothered to care about them, he was quickly disseminating their tactic to his soldiers. The opponent were far stronger than what they could imagine, and not any formation could be effective.
They will definitely think of ending us in one attack.
We must let them know, if they want to swallow us whole, they have to be careful of bones. Remember our building blocks training daily, our enemies are stronger than us, they will definitely not want to drag the battle out, and will definitely use a full force offense. We will use our building block training to spread their destructivity. After our formation dissipates, it will be a battle for yourselves. Remember, do not fight by yourself, we are not their opponents, quickly gather together and fight as groups. The building block training was the Bullhorn Army's usual yet unique training subject, mainly used to train the mutual coordination between the soldiers' ability to cooperate. The soldiers would form groups and scatter from the formation, like many different building blocks. This formation would shatter upon being struck, but the most difficult part of the training was that upon being separated, the attack inflicted would be divided into the soldiers' bodies, and this required extreme coordination and ability to match with one another. But this formation did not have any offensive capabilities, and upon being separated, the formation would completely crumble. In battle, the formation was the foundation of any tactic. A formation that had been completely shattered would not be able to produce any effective attacks. That was why it was not usable in battle. Facing enemies stronger than himself, Jerome suddenly thought of this completely unreliable and worthless tactic. He did not have any certainty of success, but he had no other choice. The soldiers of the Bullhorn Army were extremely familiar to the building blocks training. The officers understood Jerome's thoughts, but they felt that Jerome's idea was too negative, and felt that despite the Honorable Marshal Group being strong, it was not to the extent that they had to resort to such a method. Luckily for Jerome, his prestige in the army was extremely high, and the officers were brought up by him, so they believed in him. Just at that moment, the Honorable Marshal Group Army was about to launch their assault. And just then, all of the people that felt that Jerome was being too pessimistic no longer doubted his judgment. When all of the monstrous creatures started to rush, they then realized how terrifying it would be. 9th grade Snow Ape King were tyrannical predators at the top of the food chain where only saints could handle them. They had inexhaustible strength, and despite transforming them into Blood Meridian's weapons, they had completely kept that unique ability. Every step they took were like deep bass drums, overlooking from the sky, and everywhere that their feet landed, large pits would form. Their bodies that were enveloped in white light had formed one big body, and rushed towards Jerome and his army. They were like a large light wall with overwhelming pressure. The ground shook and the air frantically distorted, the white light were like flames, the ice-cold emotionless Snow Ape Kings were like fiend gods sprinting forward. Jerome's face changed, the true power from his body started to become slightly sluggish, and they were completely suppressed in their silver armors. It was not only him, the saints beside Jerome all looked on in shock. They thought about the Frost Mountain army subconsciously, their assault were equally unstoppable.
Do you want us to block them?
One of the saints asked. The fearsome assault was something that the building block training could not even hold.
No. Jerome gritted his teeth. I never thought of surviving, we must give them a greeting gift.
The saints nodded their heads. As both parties got closer, the pressure increased, as though Tai was suppressing their shoulders, causing many of them to choke. Kill! Shan Mao roared, the light hammer in his hand lit up the entire sky and smashed down on the Bullhorn army. All the soldiers behind him smashed down their light hammers at the same time. The white hammer auras plummeted down from the sky like a powerful tide, smashing straight into the troops of Bullhorn army. Countless bodies flew everywhere, blood splurted across the entire battlefield. Before they had even landed, the blood would evaporate. The two wings with long axes swept down like thunderbolts, instantly slashing across like lightning.
Two enormous axe auras swept horizontally across the Bullhorn army. Boom!
The entire Bullhorn army split apart like building blocks, many of them were struck heavily, scattering all around like flowers scattering from the daughter from heaven.
Tian, the daughter from heaven with the scattering flowers is an ancient story from China, Google it.
Jerome's eyes were filled with grief, all the figures flying out by his sides, half of them were already dead, and a quarter of them were crippled. Even the building blocks training was unable to scatter from the assault, it was tutorable. The situation had turned out even worse than he thought. From this one assault, the Bullhorn army was left with a quarter of their soldiers, and none of them came out unscathed. A truly terrifying assault. Jerome's eyes turned bloodshot, his arm drooped down, the bones inside had completely shattered into pieces. He only had 6 saints left around him, 2 of them were struck by the light hammer, another 2 were swept across by Thak's aura and died on the spot, the remaining were not without injuries. Counterattacking with a quarter of us already at death's door, this is truly miserable, ha ha ha. Die! Like a crazy wild beast, he pounced onto the nearest Saint Blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 687, Light of Winter. Chapter 687, Light of Winter. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
In the distance, a gigantic light pike stabbed right straight into Jerome's chest. Luan and Chen Zilin kept quiet as they stared intently at the battle that had concluded. Beside them, Bradley's face turned pale white, his entire body was trembling, and tears covered his entire face. The Frost Mountain army that was protecting Sai Lei as they exited the Taurus constellation met Jerome's scouts, and immediately sprinted away. When they saw the battle, it had already concluded, and they were already 20 li away from the battlefield, and was the limit of how well they could see. The ground was filled with corpses. In front of the large Saint Blood figures, the Bullhorn army soldiers were as weak as infants.
Those are Blood Meridian's weapons.
Chen Zilin said gloomily. From Immortal Martial, he was well versed and knowledgeable, and could instantly see through the backgrounds of the white monsters.
Blood Meridian's weapons. Luan was shook. How can the Honorable Martial Group have Blood Meridian's weapons?
The existence of Blood Meridian's weapons was not a secret to any mechanical army. Master Bing had once gave it a high valuation, and even specially brought it up as a hypothetical enemy in classes. But no one had seen the real Blood Meridian's weapons before, so when Luan realized that those white monsters were actually Blood Meridian's weapons, he was completely shocked. Luan frowned. Honorable Martial Group's Blood Meridian's weapon is far more powerful than what Master had said.
It seems like that is their secret weapon.
9th grade Snow Ape King. Chen Zilin said indifferently, purely with its own strength, it can hold its own against a gold-rank martial artist. Watch the white light, that is the light aura formed with the resonance of Honorable Martial true power. The Honorable Martial Group's martial techniques, spirit techniques, are even more powerful. It should be transplanted from some unique blood meridians.
Our opponent has appeared.
Luan understood Chen Zilin's last sentence. From the start, mechanical armies never had any opponents.
In the mechanical techniques domain, there were no place that could contend against 3 Spirit City. The other families that produced mechanic spirit weapons were at least 2 generations away from them. In the mechanical techniques domain, they had always been the greatest with no possible formidable opponents in sight. Their old enemy had finally appeared. The Blood Meridian's weapons pushed out by the Honorable Martial Group possessed power and might. Very good.
Luan said those 2 words, then turned and left. Bradley clenched his fists tightly, his veins protruding out of his skin, his entire body trembled incessantly, his tears continued to flow. All of his friends had died in the battlefield, it was truly cruel. Bradley so badly wanted to wipe away his tears, but no matter how much he tried, his vision would always be blurred by the water. He was the prince of the Taurus constellation, and held the hope of his home on his back. He wanted to be as strong and unyielding as the Taurus army commanders in the past, but why? Why were there still be people that would be willing to give their lives for that corrupted and despairing constellation?
You guys, will you all be like Jerome? For some reason, Bradley asked.
Luan stopped, his stone-like face became proud. Be like him?
No. We are not like you guys.
Anyone who dares intrude us, from the front lines of the Ursa Major constellation to our palace, every inch of land and grass will become a battlefield, become the place where we bury the bones, and become the land of the dead. Any lupus citizen, regardless of man, woman, young or old, regardless of where they are, regardless of who they are, regardless of whether they are strong or weak, will run to the battlefield and fight till they die. Chen Zilin looked at him and said coldly, "If you say it like that, the Crane sect, Draco and Immortal Marshal will all be unhappy."
Maybe.
Luan said indifferently, but he obviously did not care. He did not think that any of their loyalty could compare to the lupus citizens. But he was a person that disliked quarrels. When he saw Bradley crying, he only said one sentence: "Take revenge for them." Sai Lei's gaze landed on the Saint Blood army in the distance. In her eyes was an indescribable excitement.
We finally have worthy opponents? That's exciting.
Shan Mao did not use the light hammer, but a light spear to pierce into Jerome's chest.
He was a worthy opponent that should be left whole even if dead.
You guys should be the Taurus constellation's last courageous soldiers. With that, he turned and left Jerome's body, which was already void of life. Lu Yaji stared at Shan Mao with an unkind look. He screamed with an indistinguishable voice, like a venomous enraged snake, "Not only did we not take them down with one assault, we only killed 6 of them.
They have saints."
Shan Mao shouted loudly, "Stop caring about all these little things. Look, we have destroyed the Taurus constellation's strongest army, now they are all so afraid they're shivering.
There's enemies."
Suddenly, a scout shouted. He pointed to the distance. "There."
Lu Yaji's eyes lit up. "Isn't that Sai Lei? Capture her."
Shan Mao stopped him. "We cannot afford to engage with the Ursa Major constellation at this time."
"That is Sai Lei.
As long as we grab her, the Ursa Major constellation is finished. No one else can fight against us in terms of mechanical techniques. She is even more valuable than Taurus constellation."
Lu Yaji became so excited his face became distorted.
"But this will affect Master's, Honorable Marshal Constellation, plan." Shan Mao did not cower back. "If you touch Sai Lei, the Ursa Major constellation will never rest to fight us, and we will only initiate a war."
"They are much stronger than the Taurus constellation."
Lu Yaji stared at him with bloodshot eyes and said hatefully, "Are you going against me?"
"It's for your own good."
Shan Mao said indifferently, "Master will not allow anyone to spoil his plans."
"Anyone?"
The two stared at each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. Lu Yaji's forehead twitched, his eyes glaring ferociously, but said with anger and dissatisfaction, "We will let her off this time, but the next time you go against me, I'll kill you first."
"Relax, man, I hate to but into other people's matters."
Shan Mao said languidly. He suddenly raised his head. A layer of faint light aura had lit up in the sky.
The activation of the treasure city.
On the gravel plains in the distance, a dense light barrier had formed. Shan Mao did not care and gave the order, "Inform the city there that they have half an hour to surrender, if not, they will not be spared." The Saint Blood army moved forward with powerful momentum, rumbling on towards the pristine gravel city. 10 minutes later, the pristine gravel city released their light barrier and surrendered to the Saint Blood army. Oyangshe and Zhuoyan stopped. They raised their heads to look, the fiery lights enveloping Ares city in the night sky.
The ancient city that had lasted through ages was burning in battle. Everyone was crying or in pain.
Although their eyes were red, but they did not cry.
Oyangshe shouted, "There will be a day where we will take it back once again."
Zhuoyan maintained calm. "We need to be quick and take the chance while it is still chaotic to leave the Ares constellation. I do not believe that Master Ling Su will do nothing while watching Honorable Marshal Group take over the Ares constellation."
Zhuoyan's words gave everyone a glimmer of hope.
The soldiers whose morale were rock bottom became slightly inspired. Carrying their injuries and supporting each other, they disappeared into the night. For the sake of reviving the Silver Frost Mount, the two of them had snuck back into the Ares constellation and found many youths who had the same beliefs and cause. When the Aquarius constellation had fallen into Honorable Marshal Group's hands, they became worried, and knew that Ares constellation was weak, as the Black Feathers Mount had completely degraded. The Honorable Marshal Group had come earlier than they had expected. Although they had a group of people, they were not strong and did not have any coordination. Facing against the army of the Honorable Marshal Group, they were completely helpless.
Due to that, Oyangshe and Zhuoyan could only bring the group out of Ares constellation under the chaos and return to the Ursa Major constellation.
Shan observed the Ares palace in the flames, sighing in sorrow at the volatile human's life, at the fickle world. He had spent countless effort, cautiously and conscientiously, to finally climb up to the branch master position of the 10th gold branch. At that time, the young and sturdy him was extremely ambitious, wishing to do a great deal of things. He built up the Red Leaf army and managed to stand his ground despite everyone being against him to put Jones in charge as the commander. After that he spent his time creating the Light of Autumn secret technique, producing a large scale of gold-rank martial artists with limitless potential. But in the blink of an eye, Jones was dead, and the 10th army was completely destroyed. he was directly plunged into hell. It was not only him, his adjutant, the main members of the 10th Gold Branch, none of them were spared. And just when he thought that his life was over, he was saved by Clan Eldarin. To prevent even more talks, Clan Eldarin hoped that he could remain in seclusion for a period of time. Sean was then sent to a mountain far away, where he met his old adjutant and the old backbones of the 10th Gold Branch. They had all accepted one mission, which was to continue researching on strengthening the Light of Autumn. And their test subjects were on gold rank martial artists. Clan Eldarin requested for them to use the Light of Autumn to quickly allow the gold rank martial artists to step into the Saint rank as soon as possible. This request that went against common reasoning made Sean and the rest see some hope. They immersed themselves in their passion and effort, and finally created the Light of Winter, which was far stronger than the Light of Autumn. It could allow the Dantian pools of the gold rank martial artists to transform and form into a special state similar to the spirit domain, and then allow them to grasp some spirit techniques. All shortcuts needed a price, and the Light of Winter was no exception. It allowed the Dantian pool to transform, and the initially stable true power structure would be broken, becoming extremely susceptible to being devoured. For the sake of controlling to devourment, Sean had no choice but to create a corresponding pill which had menusages. Furthermore, the Winter Spirit Domain was not a true spirit domain, it could not be sustained long in battle. On one side, it was because its structure was not stable enough. The other being the true power of a gold rank martial artist was unable to support spirit techniques, and when the true power is insufficient, it would combust the martial artist's life force. So, after they go through an intense battle, the martial artist would become extremely weak. But this weakness did not affect the power of the Winter Army. An army completely made up of saints. How long has the Heaven's Road not seen that? Although they could erupt for a short time, but the Winter Army's strength was formidable. To attack the Aries constellation, they did not need to exert much force, only sending out a small unit. They resolved the battle quickly. Without question, although the Winter Army was made up of malpractice, but it was still the current strongest army. But for some reason, seeing the Ares palace that was being engulfed in flames, Sean did not feel any happiness, but instead became emotional. The Silver Frost Mounts had once swept everything in Heaven's Road, but who knew that the Ares palace would one day be destroyed in the flames of war? I guess this would mean that I have made an impact in Heaven's Road history. Sean self-mocked himself. Tian, I have to admit, Light of Autumn was supposed to be Light of Autumn Leaves, but it sounded ridiculous, as is Autumn Leaves. Light of Autumn sounded better, thus I went with that. And now they have White Leaf, but to make it as a successor of Light of Autumn, I have decided to name it Light of Winter, instead of Light of White Leaf or Light off Winter Leaf. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688, Encountering an Expert. Chapter 688, Encountering an Expert. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The news in the past few days made even Tang Tian feel that he was caught unprepared. First, it was the Aquarius constellation, then the Taurus constellation, and then the Aries constellation. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the ecliptic palace constellations had fallen. In the entire Heaven's Road, everyone was dumbfounded. The Honorable Marshal Group had been a hegemon of Heaven's Road for so many years, but never once did anyone felt so fearful of them. Defeating 3 ecliptic palace constellations were so easy as though they were red-heated blades cutting across butter. They did not even spare much effort. The Winter Army defeated the Black Feathers Mount in a face-to-face combat, and burned down the Ares Palace. The Saint Blood Army destroyed the Bullhorn Army, and accepted the Taurus constellation's surrender. The 2 terrifying armies cleansed the battlefield. Using the beautiful victories, they showed their prowess to the entire Heaven's Road. Clan Eldarin, the youngest clan elder amongst the 13 clan elders, shocked the entire Heaven's Road. The first to panic were not the smaller constellations, but the ecliptic palace constellations. These large constellations, after being at the top of the food chain for so long, maintained a tacit understanding between each other without any competition. They did not have any natural predators and led comfortable lives. Even if it was the Marshal Group or Onyx Soul, they all lived in harmony. Slow and without pressure. That was what described the lives in the ecliptic palace constellations the best. Suddenly, the silence and peace was broken. They realized in panic that they had become the prey. 3 ecliptic palace constellations had fallen, striking an unprecedented fear into the other ecliptic palace constellations. Almost all of the ecliptic palace constellations started to prepare their armies for war. But after having peace for too long, their speed of preparing made them look extremely panicked and chaotic. Only the Leo constellation remained the same as usual. They had fought with the Honorable Marshal Group for a long time, and was the strongest. But they were surprised by the appearance of the Winter Army and the Saint Blood Army, the 2 brand new armies. That revealed a terrifying powerful in which even the Leo constellation dared not be careless with. Liang had specially used a communications treasure device to ask Tang Tian about the Blood Meridian's weapons. Other than the Leo constellation, the only other one that was relatively calm was the Sagittarius constellation. The Empress did not care about politics, but she was a gold saint and had sufficient qualifications to maintain calm. Furthermore, everyone in Heaven's Road knew that the Sagittarius constellation had a close relation with the Ursa Major constellation, and unless the Honorable Marshal Group had gone bonkers, they would not aggravate the Sagittarius constellation. It was also the Libra constellation's first time obtaining a connection with Tang Tian, and they hoped to achieve an even deeper level of alliance. The Libra constellation felt an immense pressure on them. Their constellation's general mood was advocating freedom, with all sorts of techniques and sects existing in the constellation, but their fighting ability was not that strong. The higher-ups of the Libra constellation knew their own circumstances, although their advocate for pleasure was different. From the Taurus constellation and the Aries constellation, but in the entire Libra constellation, they were all immersed in learning techniques but did not attach any importance to fighting. When they saw the Ursa Major constellation's mechanical technique's sudden emergence, they felt that it was a direction suitable for the Libra constellation to expand into, and decided to purchase the Ursa Major constellation's mechanical spirit weapons and the related techniques, Th had initially thought to digest these techniques and expand on their own Libra constellation mechanical techniques. Only when the real war approached did they realize that the long-term academics atmosphere in the Libra constellation produced many scholars, yet was unable to produce any gold saints or powerful military generals. Without experienced military generals or trained armies, all of their mechanical spirit weapons were useless. The panic and fear spread throughout the higher-ups of the Libra constellation, and the Ursa Major constellation became the only lifeline that they could think of. There was no other ally that held such extraordinary power that made them feel much safer. It was not only the Libra constellation, the other ecliptic palace constellations were also looking for allies. To organize their military and equipment was not something that could be achieved overnight. If they wanted to form up their fighting strength, they needed more time.
The current Honorable Marshal Group was like a monstrous beast that had opened its mouth wide and was looking for prey after prey. Clan Eldarin had gone through the Honorable Marshal constellation plan with careful deliberations. The first wave of attacks were aimed at 3 targets, which were also selected through careful screening. Other than the 3 constellations being weak, Aquarius constellation's wealth was able to help them for the following battles by supplying logistics and money. As for the Taurus constellation and the Aries constellation, they were like the frontline powerhouses of the ecliptic palace constellations, and their destruction would be like stabbing 2 sharp knives into the ecliptic palace constellations. The battle progress far exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. When the Taurus constellation and the Aries constellation were destroyed, Tang Tian had to cancel his sneak attack. Despite that, a sneak attack on the Honorable Marshal Group's secret encampment and killing off a gold saint was extremely alluring to Tang Tian. But the Honorable Marshal Group's forceful offense stance caused everyone to feel a chill in their spine. We are now unable to determine who their next target will be. Tang Tian said gloomily. They have taken over 3 constellations, and their paths to engage have spread even more.
Furthermore, the other constellations' defenses are full of mistakes. This judgment made everyone feel helpless. Other than the new Leo constellation, all of the other ecliptic palace constellations spent a great deal of effort on deploying defenses. Due to having peace for too long, they were rather unwary, and, as their deployment required a great deal of wealth, their ordinary day defense became a problem. Who dared to attack the ecliptic palace's constellations? This phrase always made everyone speechless. Furthermore, spending would always be far greater than what they would expect. Facing the machines of the Honorable Marshal Group, the ecliptic palace constellations could only wait like plump and well-fed livestock, waiting to be cut. Tang Tian could not help but ask, what is the Honorable Marshal Group trying to do? This was what he could not comprehend. It was advantageous to the current Honorable Marshal Group. As long as the star door that connects to the Sacred Saint Galaxy opens, their army would continue to pour into Heaven's Road, and the Honorable Marshal Group would be successful. Now that the Honorable Marshal Group was performing a large-scale attack on the ecliptic palace constellations, if he said that the attack on the Aquarius constellation was for money, then why would they attack the Taurus constellation and the Aries constellation? Could it be that they were not afraid of the ecliptic palace constellations forming an alliance against them? As long as they formed an alliance, it would be an extreme provocation to the Honorable Marshal Group. Maybe the Ecliptic Palace Alliance would not fare well against Honorable Marshal Group in the early stages of the battle, but as time passes, the Ecliptic Palace Alliance would gradually become more suited for battle, and their profound and deep history within their families would be unleashed. They held an astronomical sum of manpower and boundless of resource. With their star treasures, if they were to put everything into the battle, they would be able to produce terrifying power. Why would the Honorable Marshal Group risk universal condemnation and take the risk? Tang Tian did not understand. But it was not only him, the others could not comprehend the situation as well. If it was given as the old Honorable Marshal Group was like a cunning old man, then he would not be a lunatic. Although the cunning old man's every step would cause everyone to be careful, but his every step was calculated and planned, while no one knew what the lunatic was doing. If he could not understand it, he would ignore it. That was Tang Tian's style. To the current Ursa Major constellation, opening the pathway to the sacred Saint Galaxy was the most pressing matter. As long as they formed the connection, the Ursa Major constellation's strength would take a qualitative leap. At that time, he would hold advantages of both Heaven's Road and the sacred Saint Galaxy, and would not need to be afraid of anyone. Who cares if there were a myriad of changes, they would be speared to death. Tang Tian handed over the defensive matters of Heaven's Road to Tang Zhou. With him around, even if the Honorable Marshal Group had any secret weapons, thinking to break into Ursa Major constellation would definitely not be easy. He suddenly realized that the crux of the war was him. What he wanted to do was not just to bring the Null Division into the sacred Saint Galaxy as reinforcements, but most importantly to form the connection, a race against time. We are preparing to move out. Tang Tian shouted. Bing bit his cigarette as he read the report in his hands carefully. Behind the lingering smoke, he started to frown. The Southern Alliance's recent large-scale slaughtering of pirates, at the moment had turned very slow. It was not that the pirates in the southern region was powerful, but the pirates seemed to have vanished in a night. This unordinary movement immediately roused Bing's attention. Such a big movement was impossible to not raise the cautiousness of the pirates. But for the pirates to suddenly disappear, it meant that there was some plot at hand. Bing knew that behind the pirates were the Honorable Marshal Continent people. With them amongst the pirates, the matter would definitely not be so simple. Where did they go to? What are they planning to do? Bing had not even noticed that the cigarette had burned to its end. No matter how big pirates were, they were still pirates, and they would definitely lose to a standard army in a head-on clash. The advantages of pirates were that in the ever-changing sea of energy, they moved like the wind, disappearing and appearing as and when they liked. Furthermore, they were better in warship battles, and not battles inside continents. He believed that the commander in the Honorable Marshal Continent could see that as well, and have decided to place the battle inside the sea of energy. The sudden disappearance of the pirates made Bing realize that inside the pirates' camps, there was definitely a powerful military general. Report. The Youngleaf Continent suffered an attack. Their Hongshan city was sieged. Report. Great Village Continent suffered an attack. The Yongli city was sieged. Report. Meadow Viper Continent suffered an attack. The Yangrong city was sieged. In an instant, multiple reports came up, causing the atmosphere to become extremely tensed. In the blink of an eye, everywhere was enveloped in the flames of war, causing everyone to feel uneasy. 13 cities were suddenly attacked, and 7 of them that were sieged experienced a baptism, while the other 6 pushed back the pirates. Powerful. Upon receiving the news, Bing's first reaction was to praise them. The opponent's move was brilliant. The cities that were attacked were all the cities inside the small continents of the Southern Alliance. And the cities were not the heavily guarded main cities, but were still considered important, although the loss was not fatal, but it was still a headache. To the small continents, their resources were initially thin and they decided to join the Southern Alliance in hopes of landing themselves in some riches. Now, they did not even receive any benefits, but suffered heavy losses. How could the small continents tolerate it? Such a result caused people's heart to stir. How will the Southern Alliance reimburse the loss of the small continents? How would they handle the pirates, and give an account to the small continents? If it was not handled properly, it would definitely cause endless troubles. It was like being cut by a small knife, leaving a small wound on your body. Although it is not fatal, but if you do not cover it up or bandage it up, it would gradually lead to a loss of blood. Bing carefully studied the map and marked out the cities that were attacked. He had to admit the craftiness of the opponent. All of the cities' positions were randomly placed with no definite pattern to their attacks. No one was able to figure out where their main body was and where they planned to hit next. The enemy is an expert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689. Chapter 689. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Lady Ro, who was seated in the corner, observed Mei Qin-xiu, who was at the main seat of the meeting. Lady Ro was from an intelligence unit, and was clear that her own ability was unable to make any large difference in terms of military movements. Mei Qin-xiu was the one who formulated the plan on attacking the southern region, and as the best candidate, he became the chief commander of the entire operation. This was Mei Qin-xiu's first time taking on such an important position. Although he was the one who formulated the strategy on attacking the southern region, but what he submitted was merely the preliminary plan. The entire development was personally handled by the higher-ups.
Finally, after being left alone, Mei Qianxiu felt extremely excited.
To any military general, the ability to control the entire large-scale war was a dream come true.
Mei Qianxiu knew that it was an opportunity hard to come by.
The process of annexing and swallowing up the various continents in the western region was a part of the vast battle history. After going through the countless battles, the honorable martial continent that was not known for their armies grew stronger and stronger, and more famed great generals appeared.
Out of the few famous generals were the 5 honorable martial tigers, Mu Zhixia, Moexian, Zhou Suhua, Go Changwendao, and Jia. The 5 absolute famed generals were neck-to-neck intimidating heroes.
But to the other military generals of the honorable martial continent, it meant that they had fewer chances to shine. No one was born a famed great general. A famed great general was polished out only by going through unforeseeable changes on the battlefield, battling with their enemy's general in terms of wits and bravery. All of these experiences were required. They were things unachievable just by reading. Every battle was an extremely hard to obtain experience for any military general. The larger the scale the war, the more complicated the situation, the higher the demands of the general, but at the same time, it gave valuable experience to him. Mei Qianxiu had immersed himself completely into it. His outstanding talent started to blossom with dazzling lights under the extreme difficulty. For the first ASE of the war, he had called it, the wind sighing and crane calling. At the moment, the plan is moving extremely smoothly. We did not attack the important cities, and thus they are not as prepared. Other than Yuanshan City sending soldiers out to chase, the other cities did not even bother chasing, so our retreat had been very smooth. The adjutant finished announcing the report. His face was full of excitement. From the looks of it, the progress had been rather smooth.
Mei Qianxiu nodded his head, with no expressions visible on his face. How was the situation of capturing them? The cities that had been sieged uniformly have rewards, but as the cities are not too big, the rewards are not too big. As per your instructions, we did not attack any citizens.
But the granaries have all been destroyed.
Well done.
Mei Qianxiu smiled. If they want to save the citizens, they need to transfer their food and resources, and thus deplete their manpower. We are pirates, born to destroy. We need to make them bleed continuously.
How are the reactions from the other continents?
All of them have increased their Gua
road. The adjutant reported, we do not have sufficient manpower.
From the looks of the situation, I suggest attacking their transport ships. This will make them more fatigued and will increase their bleeding. To pirates, attacking transport ships were their most common battle tactic. Pirates rarely attacked cities as the estuaries had tight defenses and powerful strongholds. For a warship to attack a fort, they would lose the advantage in mobility, and instead be destroyed by the forts. So when Mei Qianxiu just announced the plan, many people rejected it, but with Lady Ro's support, this plan was completely pushed on. No one would have thought that it would run so smoothly. But after all, they were on unfamiliar grounds, using unfamiliar methods to do battle. The lower-ranked pirates were fearful and did not have confidence in sieging cities. So when the other party increased their defense, they subconsciously returned to their familiar style of fighting.
No, the transport ships will most probably be bait. Follow according to plan, gather at the allocated location, Wayne to be more patient.
Despite his warm voice, Mei Qianxiu's voice had a strong sense of confidence. Lady Ro looked at Mei Qianxiu in admiration. From start to finish, she never interrupted him. This young man had extraordinary self-confidence and outstanding talent, but was just lacking a stage.
There isn't a better stage than this. Maybe I am witnessing the rise of a famed great general.
But even if Mei Qianxiu did mess it up, it did not really matter, because Lady Ro had just received orders from the higher-ups that they had decided to launch an expedition to the south.
A southern expedition.
These exciting words revealed an unusual scent. Lady Ro was inwardly shocked, because it would completely topple their previous strategy. From an ordinary continent, the honorable martial continent developed to devour the western region, relying on the support of their strategies. Regardless of spirit research, or the honorable martial technique system or their attriting strategies, none had any results that could be seen in the short term. The honorable martial continent was able to develop to where it was because of the perseverance and planning of the higher-ups of honorable martial continent for 500 years. This seemingly dumb persistence caused the honorable martial continent to become extremely strong, and many in the internal department of the honorable martial continent felt that their strength was already enough for expeditions. But no one had ever raised it up, because only after the early 300 years of persistence did the honorable martial continent see the dawn of being rich and powerful, obtaining and annexing as they went around the sacred Saint Galaxy, waiting for the star door to open to launch the expedition in the heavens road to replenish themselves. When that happens, combining the honorable martial continent of both words, they would truly become undefeated, and that would be the beginning of the true expeditions. Every single higher-up of the Honorable Marshall Continent have followed this strategy to extreme completeness, and were bent on setting fire to the entire southern region, plotting chaos and disorder with petty tricks, never really starting a real expedition. An expedition would only cause the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy to unite and see the Honorable Marshall Continent as an enemy. To the Honorable Marshall Continent, before conquering Heaven's Road, they would not start any expedition, which was the fundamental strategy. But at the moment, this strategy was being pushed aside, causing people to be lost. The orders from above specially mentioned the Shang continent, requesting her to formulate a plan around seizing control of the Shang continent. Lady Ro did not think that the Shang continent was any threat to the Honorable Marshall Continent, even with the current Southern Alliance thriving. But compared to the Honorable Marshall Continent that solely occupied the western region and developed into a maturing giant, the Southern Alliance was still an infant. Its life was so weak and feeble, with many internal strifes, shortage of team spirit and chaotic supervision, any bit of contradiction had the possibility of destroying this new life.
Then what does the Shang continent have? Only one answer, a star door to Heaven's Road. But the Honorable Marshall Continent also had a star door, just that it was not time to open. The Shang continent's path obviously also had a big problem, because there were no Heaven's Road army entering the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and what the Shang continent was relying on were all the armies from the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Are the higher-ups so impatient to this extent?
Lady Rose secretly shook her head. The current Honorable Marshall Continent's authoritative figure was Great Clan Elder Augustine, and he had a pair of eyes that were capable of seeing and understanding everything. He held unfathomable knowledge and was extremely patient. Great Clan Elder Augustine has been in power for 40 years, and in these 40 years, the Honorable Marshall Continent has been flourishing. Great Clan Elder is also a careful man, and will not make such a lowly mistake. There must be something that made the Great Clan Elder decide such a thing. Could it be? Did something happen in Heaven's Road? Lady Rose's eyes opened widely, her face was full of shock. A betrayal from the Honorable Marshall Group and the temple. For some reason, that thought jumped out of her head. She was afraid of her own thought, but in the next second she believed in that guess. She was a person from the intelligence unit, and treated everything with suspicion, especially loyalty. Furthermore, the connection between both sides was extremely thin, and the Sacred Saint Galaxy lacked the ability to control the Honorable Marshall Group and the temple. In that moment, she had plotted out the rough outline. As the time for the star door slowly crept nearer, the temple and the Honorable Marshall Group will definitely be afraid and confused for their future. They should already be at the pinnacle too, and the communication and trust between both sides had been less. At this time, the temple and the Honorable Marshall Group should be like dry grass, with a bit of spark, they would combust. If that is the case, that explains why the higher-ups are unable to wait. They require the waterway of the Shang continent. After understanding the situation, Lady Ro calmed down. She rubbed the temples on her forehead and started tossing carefully, causing her to be slightly tired. My lady, do you need to rest? Mei Qinxiu noticed Lady Ro's fatigue and asked in concern. Towards this lady who had supported him endlessly, he treated her with utmost respect. Lady Ro revealed a warm and gentle smile. No matter, I need to leave for a while. I will hand this place over to you. Will there be any problem? I will take care of everything. Mei Qinxiu bowed and answered. Lady Ro did not inform him of the top-secret news. Mei Qinxiu's rank was not high enough. She thought for a bit, and said, You have roughly 3 months of time, and I hope that within that time, you will achieve a dazzling victory. Mei Qinxiu was surprised, but he immediately revealed a thoughtful expression, and bowed again, speaking calmly, although victory or defeat cannot be predicted on the battlefield, but I, Qinxiu, will do my best. Regardless of anything, my lady's promotion for me will always remain in my heart. Lady Ro revealed another look of admiration and laughed. Your victory will be the best return. Yes. Mei Qinxiu's eyes lit up with a bright light. Lady Ro laughed and left. Although the higher-ups have already determined the expedition, but such a large movement would be extremely complicated and require time. The 5 Honorable Marshal Tigers had to conscript and gather their forces, prepare supplies, choose their course of route. All of these required discussions. It could not be completed without a few months of preparations. From that point, it was obvious that the higher-ups were somewhat caught off guard by the changes in Heaven's Road. I hope that before the southern expedition begins, Mei Qinxiu can obtain a victory. Only from that will he not be completely suppressed. Once the expedition to the south begins, the 5 Honorable Marshal Tigers will definitely move, and out of the 5 Tigers, a few would definitely go to war. Facing the glorious and powerful 5 Honorable Marshal Tigers, the other generals did not need to speak about authority. But if Mei Qinxiu was able to take down the Shang continent and obtain the waterway and establish the wonderful achievement, he would have the possibility to contend against the 5 Tigers. But Lady Ro knew that it was impossible. The Shang continent had won every battle they fought, and definitely were not amateurs. But all he needs is a victory, for the 5 Tigers to witness his talent, and for that, he can only depend on himself.
I have done all that I can.
And before the expedition to the south began, she decided to explore the Shan continent. She was a person of the intelligence unit, and knew of the importance of intelligence, which was her mission.
Shan continent, I wonder what you are like. Her mind was filled with anticipation and curiosity.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 690, Wu Ma Tian. Chapter 690, Wu Ma Tian. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Wu Ma Tian stood extremely straight, which he had done for over half an hour.
This person smoking the cigarette is the chief general of the Southern Alliance? And he is even a spirit? Can a spirit even smoke? Seems like the cigarette tastes quite good. I should ask what brand it is later. At the start he was feeling afraid. He did not understand why he was picked by name to meet face to face. Ulfhof was the commander of Yuanshan army, but it was just a local army that was garrisoned in Yuanshan city. It was just a small city, and the army was naturally not any big army, in which at times they were even sent to protect guests as bodyguards, maintain peace and order, and escorts for caravans. I am just a small figure, why would they know of me? Could it be that something has happened? Or is it something good? On the road, he kept on worrying about it, although he was not afraid. He never did anything bad, and an army with such poor wages, they could never strike it rich, and could only create some profits for themselves. The higher-ups would only turn a blind eye to such actions. Wu Ma Tian could only come up with a few ideas. If the higher-ups asked him about his guilt, he would first ask about the 1 year and 7 months worth of wages owed. But being the head of a broken army, he did not care that much. The poor and tired Wu Ma Tian calmed himself down. But the moment he stepped into the Shan continent, the bustling activities and flourishing lives made him dumbstruck. Various trading ships traveled to and fro the Shan continent, and all around there were many structures that rumbled with activities. Dazzling lineups of signboards filled the streets, each signboard more and more luxurious. Yuanshan City's business district was extremely pitiful compared to this. The dense population was like dense cloud coins flowing all around. He had never been to the Shan continent in his life, but he knew that the Shan continent was known for its poverty. Along the sides of the road, many new buildings were slowly being built. This city that was buzzing with activity caused Wu Ma Tian to become extremely invigorated. Suddenly, he raised his head. A look of suspicion appeared on his face. The energy undulation in the air had a sense of peculiarity. It seems that the energy flow here is being controlled somehow. This discovery made all of his complicated thoughts disappear. As he traveled in further, he realized that other than the flourishing businesses, there were many more armies. That's right, armies. He had seen at least 4 different armies training while moving. When he saw Bing, he became extremely suspicious. He stood there for half a day, and Bing treated him as non-existent. Wu Ma Tian at least knew what the rules were. If the commanding officer did not speak, he naturally would not move. Although he stood there extremely straight, but his mind kept drifting off with thoughts. But what he did not know was that Bing was secretly observing him. Wu Ma Tian's stature was not tall, and was skinny. Few strands of hair drooped over his forehead, looking as though had not showered for a few days, and with his round chubby face, there was an indescribable wretchedness to him. The expression in his eyes were one of blankness. His eyes made him look drifted. With a relaxed posture, he did no. T looked taut at all, like a skeleton that was about to fall apart. On his clothes, there was a large oil stain that had not been washed off, and it did not seem to be recent. This man is definitely a crafty veteran. The light in Bing's eyes was unscrupulous and shrewd. Crafty veterans were always trouble in the army. They were all the same, following the principles of looking after his own hide. Outward devotion but inner opposition were their most common form of treatment. All of their courage mostly grinded away. Any experienced general hated to have any crafty veterans in their troops, as the morale of the unit would be easily broken. But, out of the 13 cities that had met with the pirates' attack, only Yuanshan City had chased after the pirates, and the one who led the chase was Wu Ma Tian. "You have any problem?" Bing asked coldly. He noticed the man in front of him was drifting off in his mind, his expression beginning to become sluggish. "Problem? Oh, your cigarette seems good, can I have one?" Wu Ma Tian, who was completely dazed, did not use his brain and just blurted out his thoughts, and by the time he acted, his face was completely pale white. "You fool, courting disaster. Oh my god, I have just courted my own death. How can I do such a thing? To think that my first words to my commanding officer was to ask for cigarettes." Wu Ma Tian felt that his days had gone gloomy,
it's over, I will definitely be retrenched, the goddamn commander position will no longer be related to me, I have to face my own retrenchment, after I finish spending my life savings, I will wander about on the streets, my later years will definitely be mournful. Thinking about the dilapidated home of his in the future, Tian started to grieve to the point that he almost cried. A single slip that will lead to everlasting sorrow. When I go back home, I will definitely use this suffering as a lesson and teach all my subordinates. It seems that talking from one's own experience is the most convincing nowadays. Oh, I cannot forget to tell the old king that he owes me 20,000 cloud coins.
Who else owes Memone?
They can go, but the debt must be paid. Xuanzi said last year that he wanted to treat me to a big meal. Oh, I cannot let him go. Which place should we eat at? I better think of something good. Oh yes, the fried pig trotters that Ming Shang had talked about the last time. I have not been there before. I'm hungry now. Bing was also startled from Tian's request for his cigarette. He had met many of his subordinates, but not one had asked for a stick before.
Take it.
Bing was not a miser, and instantly threw one to Tian. Tian, who was still immersed in the fried pig trotters, subconsciously accepted it with his hand. It's so light, what the hell? He immediately became enraged. Boss, why is the pig trotters so small?
It's a complete sham.
He raised his head to look at the fried pig trotter's boss in anger, but when he saw the face clearly, it was like a bucket full of ice water drenching him down to his feet. He opened his mouth wide, his entire person became a statue, not moving an inch, completely frozen on the spot.
Pig trotters?
Bing's face was covered with the smoke and could not be seen clearly, but his squinted eyes released a cold aura that flickered like a blade edge. Since you like pig trotters so much, from today on, you are in charge of pig trotters. Although our chefs do not have such a dish, but I agree in adding this dish. You only have one task, and that is to supply pig trotters to the entire army.
Tian opened his mouth wide and stared at Bing blankly.
On that spot, he did not know how to react to such a ridiculous order.
Will kneeling and begging help? Hug his thighs? Will crying be better? Should I just toughen myself up and say I am not doing it?
Will I be directly chopped up by the guards at the door and fed to the dogs? When Tian came back from the thoughts in his head, Bing had already disappeared.
With that one order, he was transferred to the cooking department. His life is truly saddening.
Tian took the order with him and headed to the door. The sunlight outside was unable to relieve the pain in his heart. He clenched his fists, his face filled with unswerving determination. He had decided to let that smoking ghost understand what you can kill a soldier, but you cannot humiliate one meant. Feeling that his determination had attracted the attention of the guards by the door, he walked forward.
Big brother, where is the cooking department and kitchen?
After sending Tian to the kitchen, Bing continued with his daily work. The matters regarding the pirates did not seem to have affected him, other than reminding the various continents to raise their guard. He did not have any substantive actions. In the war room, a gigantic map was plastered on the wall, with different colored lines written all over and many small numbers written all over. The entire map was covered with such drawings and writings, causing anyone to look at it to become dizzy. The smell of smoke was extremely strong in the room. As the sunlight shot in through the window, strands of smoke and dust could be seen flowing around.
Bing got out of his concentrated state of mind and looked away from the map.
Stretching his waist, he subconsciously touched the snuff box, but he quickly stopped. The cigarettes had been depleting quickly recently, and there were very few left in stock, so he had to hold back.
I wonder where Crazy Tang is at now. And Xin and the rest, how are they at?
The situation in front of him was not any more challenging than the past. Compared to the Great War in Heaven's Road, it could even be considered relaxing. But at that time, although he was extremely busy and anxious, but as long as he carried out the orders well, he did not have much pressure. When the sky fell, the superiors above him would block it for him, and he did not need to do anything. But now, all the pressure was on him. At such a time, he would always think about Tian. Although the young Tang was crazy all day and night and did not have any time of being ordinary, but his state of mind was extremely thick like no other. He never felt that the pressure was big, and if asked if he was under stress, he would simply raise his head and say, "Why think so much? Just destroy the enemy, everything will be fine." So whenever Tian was there, Bing did not feel that much pressure.
I am truly not suitable to be a leader,
But Bing had never wanted to be a leader. It is so tiring, life is meant to be enjoyed. As long as everyone is here, it will be good. I wonder when Crazy Tang will be here. In a daze, Bing sunk into the sofa and fell asleep.
Sai Lei returned to Three Spirits City safe and sound, and in the entire Ursa Major constellation, everyone heaved a sigh of relief.
To the current Ursa Major constellation, Sai Lei was definitely an important figure in their strategy. If anything were to happen to her, it would be an immense loss to Ursa Major constellation. Sai Lei raised her head high, her eyes burning with flames. The Saint Blood Army's Blood Meridian's weapons had greatly incited her. Although she could easily count out the many malpractices inside the Blood Meridian's weapon, but in terms of the performance, the Frost Mountain was not inferior to the Saint Blood. But to the arrogant big sister, completely suppressing the other party was the only result she could accept. It was the first time that she had encountered a provocation ever since she was regarded as a grandmaster, causing her fighting intent to soar to an unprecedented level.
Come then.
She swore in her heart to create a brand new mechanical spirit weapon that could completely destroy the Saint Blood in all aspects. Once she returned, she did not have any intention to rest. Dressed in her high heels, she stormed into the laboratory with her killing intent. The road split apart like the Red Sea for her, giving her unobstructed path. At this time, whoever crossed her would definitely die. Passing through the training grounds, she stopped in her tracks after hearing a series of smashing sounds. She turned her head and looked at the training grounds.
What entered her vision was an extremely ugly mechanical spirit weapon.
In terms of her beautiful work, it truly was the most despicable and ugly mechanical spirit weapon. Its obese body made it look like a swollen wild beast.
What the hell is that? She blurted out. Pai Pa, who was beside her, looked over. She explained, that is, monster.
Monster?
Sai Lei's eyes lit up. Yes, redesigned by Screw.
Pai Pa explained, there is a batch of students with average results but are extremely suitable with monster, so Screw made them all one each.
They decided to call themselves the Monster Army. Before Pai Pa could even finish speaking, she watched in shock that the training grounds had a red figure. With her high heel shoes, Sai Lei was rushing into the training grounds. One step after another, she rushed towards the monsters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 691, New Moon Swallows Command Whip. Chapter 691, New Moon Swallows Command Whip. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
In the process of studying Monster, from a distance, Sai Lei kept quiet. The extremely ugly mechanical spirit weapon, as its name suggested, had an exterior uglier than what any human was capable of imagining, causing Sai Lei to feel shock. Monster completely toppled Sai Lei's knowledge. Every single component was filled with the scent of the Southern Cross Army style. There was no sleekness to it, no wings, but it held unimaginably thick defensive capabilities and astronomical strength. The weakened martial spirit needed to work a lot for it to conduct complicated actions. But at the same time, it greatly dropped the requirements of the mechanical martial artists. Matched with the simplistic movements and martial techniques was an explosively powerful might. This caused Sai Lei to be shocked but enlightened. She suddenly realized that her understanding on battle might totally off. As her mechanical spirit weapons became more and more complicated, the grade of martial spirits became higher and higher, but the requirements demanded of the mechanical martial artists also became higher. But Monster was of a totally opposite style, crude, simple, easy to use, far from the beauty of Frost Mountain, and was extremely ugly to add. But Screw's unfathomable understanding towards mechanical techniques were displayed to full saturation from Monster. There were no fancy joints or components, but it held extreme stability, extraordinary sturdiness. Compared to it, Frost Mountain's joints were all pieces of art. The thick arms and legs gave it extreme stability and monstrous strength.
It stood there quietly, and like its name suggests, its savageness.
It was not that Monster did not have any weakness, but instead, its weakness was very obvious. It could not fly, was extremely heavy, and the user was required to exhaust more energy. Its martial spirit's grade was not high, thus it was not as intelligent as Frost Mountain. It also had requirements to be worn, just that it was in terms of physical strength and not in terms of the ability to communicate with the martial spirit. In a 1-against-1 scenario, Monster's standard might not be inferior to Frost Mountain, but its functions were far less than Frost Mountain. But despite all of its weaknesses, they could not hide Monster's worth. Because Monster's construction cost was extremely cheap, and compared to the extravagant Frost Mountain, it truly had the worth of quality-to-price ratio. 1. Frost Mountain was enough to build 20 Monster's.
Just that advantage itself moved Tang.
The Ursa Major constellation had walked on the path of elite troops, and did not have many armies. The mechanical army was split up: Tang's Lupus Army, Magic Flute's Hunter's Net Army and Ta Dun's Plateau Army. These were the four main large armies of Ursa Major constellation, but in line to the potential chaotic future, Tang thought that the number of armies were too few. The Ursa Major constellation required average functionality and low-cost mechanical spirit weapons, because with that, they could fully unleash the advantage of the manpower from the Lupus race. The future war in Heaven's Road was bound to be large-scale. And thus, the formation of the monster army was quietly built up.
Deep in the sea of energy.
Many light regiments floated inside the sea of energy like fireflies. They were neatly arranged in files, flickering on and off, as though they were breathing.
Following the seemingly breathing rhythm of flickers, the surrounding energy was being absorbed into the formation and produced traces of vortices in the surroundings. Xiaoyuan stood in the center of the formation with a stern expression. 108 little swallows flew around, flying ants surrounding the formation. These swallows had small bodies, with sizes as small as fingernails. They released extremely bright moonlight light aura, like a group of cheeky sprites. Around him, in front of every soldier floated silver weapons, which were releasing intense silver lights. Every soldier was drenched in perspiration, they did not dare slacken, and worked hard to control the treasures in front of them. Bright to dark, inhaling and exhaling, energy surged into the formation rhythmically, and upon entering the formation, the swallows flying around would destroy the energy, transforming into thousands of minute threads that entered every treasure. Wave after wave of energy surged in, and the light auras on the treasures became even more intense. After maintaining for a full 6 hours, Xiaoyuan's forehead finally revealed a drop of perspiration. The energy surging in became slower and slower. Xiaoyuan knew that everyone were at their limits. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Break for me." The sky full of swallows abruptly flew back into his hands from all directions. Pa pa pa, condensed sounds of explosions came up, and a moonlight-colored long whip quickly grew in Xiaoyuan's hands. A long whip consisting of 108 joints, resembled a moonlight-colored bone snake, slowly waving about. This was the spirit treasure specially refined for him by Little Fool. The new moon swallow's command whip evening snow ocean that was in Sher Sen's hands had made all of the soldiers and officers jealous for a long time. Xiaoyuan did not dare to have any wishful thinking. He knew that his own swift army was an army that was bought. In truth, the boss was already very generous to them, and both the swift army and the Scully unit were satisfied by the treatment. It was said that Aya had even obtained a broadsword which was also a spirit treasure. The densely packed lights quickly dimmed down. Every soldier sat down on the ground. They were drenched from head to toe, their eyes were tired, and they were gasping for breath. No one spoke, they did not even have the strength to lift up a finger and were taking every single second of the precious time to rest. If they did not have sufficient rest, they would not be able to persevere through the next cycle of training, and they would pull down the army. Xiaoyuan's circumstance was much better. He quickly recovered his physical strength and stood up to check one of everyone. Seeing that they were all safe, he heaved a sigh of relief and calmed himself down. The soldiers, even when resting, hugged onto their treasures with all their might. Xiaoyuan could not help but smile. When Master Bing threw them a bunch of star treasures, they were over-ecstatic, and even Xiaoyuan became joyous. Star treasures were precious objects with high value. Every single person of the 5 southern island families had a star treasure, causing Xiaoyuan to be extremely jealous since a long time ago. But he was not a general that liked to cause a ruckus, and maintained his silence the entire time. When the master truly brought star treasures to equip the entire swift army, every single person in the unit became so happy they almost went crazy. But when Xiaoyuan sought guidance from Bing on how to train with the star treasures, and wanted a few coordinating tactics to train, he never expected Master Bing to simply say "figure right out yourself," and leave. Xiaoyuan was dumbfounded. Master Tang was a perfectionist that attended to every matter personally. He would even specially structure every phase of a tactic. But Master Bing was of a completely different personality. But it was good that Xiaoyuan always executed the orders from his superiors to 100%. He never asked why, and since Master Bing had asked him to figure it out himself, then he would, and that might also be the master wishing to test him. Furthermore, giving his entire unit star treasures already made him extremely grateful. Even if he had to figure out tactics on his own, no matter how difficult it was, he would not even frown doing it. Xiaoyuan was a cautious man by nature, and did things systematically. He first went to seek out the 5 southern island families, and attentively consulted them on their daily training, as they had obtained their star treasures even earlier and had even more experience to boot. After that he visited Jinghao, Crane and Ling Su, seeking guidance from them to clarify his doubts. After a bout, he had an outline on how to assimilate the treasures into his army. He then started to lead the swift army to conduct tests and training. As the 5 southern island families walked the path of individual martial artists, they were not suitable to be used in armies, and he did not participate in their training any further. Xiaoyuan was a meticulous man. He constantly thought about and repeatedly went through drills and practices, familiarizing himself with every soldier and their treasure. Gradually, Xiaoyuan, who brilliantly became accomplished in tactics by himself, understood the capabilities of star treasures, and quickly found a unique way for his army to train. The method revolved around the star treasure in his hands, the new moon swallow's command whip. Using the 108 new moon swallows, Xiaoyuan's control over the army reached an all-new level. The current synchronization frequency of the swift army had already attained a 98% rate, and that was a terrifying value. Every increase in 1% after hitting the 90% synchronization frequency rate was extremely difficult. A synchronization frequency rate of 98% was a value that Xiaoyuan had previously thought was impossible, but who knew they were able to attain it?
This was directly related to the New Moon Swallow's command whip in his hand. The tiny swallows had an extremely mythical name, called the New Moon Swallows. Their shapes were similar to the changes of a moon, crescent moon, gibbous moon, quarter moon, and full moon.
Every transformation bestowed them different capabilities.
The other most important function of the New Moon Swallow's command whip was its ability to filter out the impurities in the energy, leaving behind energy that resembled moonlight. The entire army's star treasures absorbed this same type of energy, and that the reason for the extremely high synchronization frequency. Xia Yuan gently caressed the New Moon Swallow's command whip in his hand. During this period, everyone was improving at an astronomical rate. All of their star treasures absorbed a surprising amount of energy. But among the energy that was absorbed by the army, half of it was swallowed by the New Moon Swallow's command whip. More surprisingly, despite the vast amount of energy swallowed, the New Moon Swallow's command whip did not show any signs of transformation, causing him to be extremely eager for it to transform. The location of their training was rather far from the Shang continent, and also far from any waterway, and with neither continents nearby, they were alone by themselves. Their training revealed too many movements. With the converging energy flows, the might was extremely imposing. For the sake of not attracting any attention, they had specially chosen this place. Xia Yuan never broke contact with the Shang continent, reporting back to Master Bing about the progress of the army every 3 days. He had also heard of the pirate attacks, allowing Xia Yuan to be aware of the craftiness of the opponent. But when he requested to move out, Master Bing rejected him without hesitation. His request for them was only one thing: to grab every single second to train. Xia Yuan could only suppress the battle intent in his heart. He could not hide his worry. The Shang continent was walking on a tightrope. If they were not careful, they would fall into the abyss. He did not know how Master Bing would handle the situations that were soon to come. He suddenly laughed at himself. What am I doing, seeing myself as the world's savior? Master Bing will definitely have his own ideas. My task is to as quickly as possible increase our strength within the shortest period of time. With the New Moon Swallow's command whip and star treasures, as long as they had sufficient time, Xia Yuan was confident that the Swift army would rise from a silver rank army to a gold rank army. It was something that he dared not ever think about in the past.
It was the dream of a famed great general, an opportunity that no other general of his grade could ever obtain.
But it landed in his hands.
Xia Yuan suddenly thought of a phrase. If my continent treats me with such greatness, I will repay my continent with everything that I have.
The introverted Xia Yuan's heart was clapping and thundering as though a storm was raging in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 692, Do You Know Why? Chapter 692, Do You Know Why? Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Jaya sat quietly. The young man in front of him, with his elegant and white face, had eyes with a gaze that was as sharp as a sword, causing others to be unable to look at him, was currently extremely reserved. Jaya's gaze could not help but have a trace of admiration. Qiu Suhua's prestige had emerged and rose abruptly, faintly surpassing his own. Jaya, a naturally peaceful man that did not like fighting and did not have much desire for power, was happy for Qiu Suhua's transformation.
I most probably will not go.
Jaya placed the cup of tea down and smiled. Qiu Suhua did not reply. Out of the 5 honorable martial tigers, he and Jaya had the best relationship. Every time he came into Jaya's residence, he felt extremely relaxed. Jaya was dressed in casual brown Buddhist robes. His white socks were washed extremely clean, and looked plain and simple. He had small round eyes with luscious eyebrows, with thin lips that always maintained a shallow smile. His peaceful temperament always made the vicious currents in Qiu Suhua's chest disappear temporarily. He quietly sipped on the tea with both hands. It was a crude tea, which was extremely bitter to the taste. I lack the will to win, and with this battle on a new ground, it's too unsuitable for me. Boss Mu will definitely not go either. He needs to defend the Wei Yiguan continent. It is the stronghold that leads straight to Savage Continent's Ma stronghold, and recently the Savage Continent has had some unrest. I heard that some female war god is sweeping through everything there. Boss Mu is worried that as long as the Savage Continent's tribes are completely unified, they will become a threat to us, causing Boss Mu to have a headache. Qiu Suhua listened quietly. He had rose to the ranks of the honorable martial tigers, the latest, and regardless of connections or background, he could not compare to the other 4. The remaining people would be Moxan, Yu, and Go Changwendao. You 3 should be the ones going in. Hearing that, Qiu Suhua's sharp eyebrows frowned. His eyes released a smear of light that resembled a treasure sword being unsheathed, the light
as brilliant as snow.
This result did not lay far from his guess, but to hear it from Jaya, his heart was still slightly stirred. The Southern Expedition was destined to be a great military campaign. Only through successful military campaigns could one measure the strength of a commander. Only when there was war could there be military achievements, and any commander would long for war in their hearts. Those who wished for greatness required a large-scale military campaign. Tian, for those who are unfamiliar with how the army works and confused with why I interchange general and commander, commanders are anyone in command of any more than one man. A general is a high-ranking commander, and commanders can mean sergeants to warrant officers and captains and so on so forth. Generals are those with the brains and strategizes, warrant officers are those that implements. Wars were the platform for commanders, and where commanders fought to the death. Feeling Qiu Suhua's fighting intent, Jia retracted the smile on his face, and spoke gloomily. In truth, the decision off the southern expedition was something that the great clan elder hesitated with.
We have never prepared for a southern expedition before, but because there are changes in Heaven's Road, we are forced to make this decision. The time for the southern expedition is set in 2 months. With such a short time for preparation, it is not enough to sustain such a large-scale military campaign, and that is what I am worried about the most. Qiu Suhua spoke. We only need to attack them with the speed and power of thunder, and take down the Shang continent. I have seen the position of the Shang continent. It is at the side of the southern region, but it's not far from us. If we want to take it down, we only need to occupy a third of the southern region. As long as we control the scale of the battle to an appropriate extent, it will greatly lessen the pressure on us. That's right.
Jia relaxed his expression, but deep in his eyes, a layer of apprehension was still present. That is why I did not go against the decision for the southern expedition. A third of the southern region, if the three of you go all out, the chances of obtaining it will be much higher. But a war like the southern expedition has never occurred before, thus we cannot anticipate the reaction from the various continents of the southern region. If they were to group together, our attack on Shang continent would incur a lot of losses. The thought of being unable to take down the Shang continent never crossed Jia's mind. The Shang continent might be quite powerful, but compared to the honorable Martial continent, they were still far lacking. The two of them were in complete different levels. Furthermore, such a large-scale offense involving 3 tigers was the first time for the honorable Martial continent in the past few hundred years. But he knew that when the honorable Martial continent began the southern expedition, they would become public enemy number 1. If the various continents of the southern region teamed together, it would be even more difficult for them.
That is why we need speed.
Qiu Suhua returned to his main point, a flash of seriousness in his eyes. As long as we're fast enough, they will not have the time to position themselves. As long as we are fast enough, before they team together, we can take down Shang continent, and they will naturally scatter. Jia laughed. Qiu Suhua's decisiveness was like a sharp sword. No matter how chaotic the situation was, the matter could be resolved with speed in his hands to obtain victory.
Perhaps this battle is prepared for commanders such as us.
Jia was filled with worry. Such a large-scale expedition, without a long period of planning, adding that the situation was forced, they had already lost the initial preparations. Thankfully, the honorable Martial continent had faithfully implemented their ancestors' plan. Although it was currently in chaos, but the long-time preparation and investment was extremely sturdy. Regardless of the resource or development of their armies, they were far more advanced than in the early days, and with the 3 famed great generals moving out, the honorable Martial continent was confident on taking down a third of the southern region. Although Jia still felt uneasy, he did not think that the honorable Martial continent would fail.
He decided to change the topic. When are you getting married? After the war ends, I guess.
Qiu Suhua's white face blushed with a bit of red. He was slightly embarrassed. It was Jia's first time seeing such an expression on Qiu Suhua's face, and could not help but laugh out loud. Tian pushed on the food cart filled with fried pig trotters across the training grounds. For the past few days, Tian's fried pig trotters had become the Barak's most favorite food, and the various armies would always order a mountain load of it. Tian also became the most welcomed food delivery man of the various armies. Even the sentries that saw him would smile. Tian's gaze was always stuck towards the soldiers in the training ground. It was not his first time watching the soldiers train, and he always had something to gain from them. In Yuanshan City, a place that was too poor for anything, whatever training he did, he could not improve. When he first entered the army, he was so eager to learn and even wanted to create an elite squad, but very quickly, he was defeated by reality. Much less training, even the daily salary was difficult to obtain. Aside from him, everyone else had to work other side jobs to fend for themselves, and many such jobs were never clean. But, he still tried his best to look for opportunities to practice drills, just in case any conflicts were to arise, they would not lose too miserably.
Doing dirt on other villains were common matters.
Tian did not avert his eyes, and continued to watch.
How is it? Are you interested in this?
A voice suddenly came up beside him.
Tian regained his senses, and looked unkindly towards the other party.
It was a lady dressed in officer uniforms. With a plate of fried pig trotters in hand, she ate and talked at the same time. He recognized her. Every time he came to deliver the fried pig trotters, she would be the first to rush over. A hungry ghost that cannot reincarnate? Humph, from one look, you are definitely a person who got in through connections and pulled some strings. If not, why are you so carefree when everyone else is busy training? Furthermore, you are a woman, can't you act like one? Wu Tian thought in despise, but spoke with a curved lips. Interest? Of course I do, no matter what, it is more interesting than frying pig trotters.
Do you want to go and train?
The female officer bit with her mouth full of oil and said, if you send one additional portion of pig trotters here every day, I will allow you to train on the field and experience the beauty of our skull unit.
Not interested. Wu Tian snorted. Didn't you just say you were interested? The female officer was surprised.
Wu Tian replied lazily, I am more interested in drilling other people in training.
Oh.
The female officer was truly surprised now. She placed down the pig trotters in her hand and sized Wu Tian up. I couldn't tell, we are in the same line.
So now there are even crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and frying pig trotters?
These words stunned Wu Tian, so he ignored the other party.
We are in the same line, let's discuss about it. The female officer took another pig trotter. Can't you eat less?
Wu Tian stared at her. I have an exact number here. If you eat another one, when they come to look for me, I can only look for your commander.
Just because of one pig trotters, you need to report to the commander?
The female officer placed down the pig trotters in her hand. She wished to continue, thinking that she could rope him in and become familiar with him. Who knows if he could bring in more pig trotters. The pig trotters by the kitchen had become extremely popular, but the most wretched thing was that its quantity was limited and hard to even obtain one. A person had to order early in the morning, and if he were to be late by one step, he did not even need to think about it.
The lady officer coughed slightly. Do you want me to explain it to you? Our skull unit's tactics are really exquisite. Alright, tell me about it.
Wu Tian's mind truly had a few places that he was curious and did not understand.
The female officer became attentive. She could not hold back and threw out her goal. Then you have to bring me a few more pig trotters tomorrow. You're just that?
Wu Tian looked at her in despise. As long as you explain it to me well, I will bring you 3 additional ones tomorrow.
But if your standard is too low, don't even think about it.
The lady officer's self-confidence erupted. What joke is this? My tactics cannot compare to a chef that fries pig trotters.
They are now conducting the training of small entanglement. Do you know what small entanglements are? That indicates groups of less than 5 men entangling the enemy. And why 5?
Master Tang thinks that a battle with less than 5 people requires lower expectation for a group-coordinated attack, but in truth, it requires the individual strength of the participating members to be slightly higher. The energy synchronization frequency in a small-scale battle will not have too much of an impact. You know, the more the people, a higher demand for the synchronization frequency. Notice how they stand. That is called a wedge-shape interweaving formation. It can stop the enemy's coordination, the sides can perform defense, and can quickly cut into the enemy. The lady officer relentlessly went on and on for the pig trotters.
Wu Tian's face surfaced some impatience, and cut her. Can you be more exciting?
The lady officer stopped abruptly.
He pointed to the intense battle in the training grounds. Do you know what training they are doing? The lady officer was startled. Silkworm form entanglement. Why are they maintaining a distance of 5 m? Wu Tian asked. The lady officer was dumbstruck. Why 5 m?
She had never thought of that question before. Because the 5 m distance allows them to maintain the flexibility of the formation, the front will produce the sword blade, axe auras, and can confine the area they are allocated to, while the behind acts as bows and arrows, shooting into the space.
Wu Tian was already looking down on the female officer. The female officer. Do you know why they are paired like that?
The lady officer spoke weakly, to increase their attacking power.
Bullshit. Wu Tian scolded her. What does this have to do with attacking power? Flexibility. Do you know flexibility? The long-distance attack is to increase their distance away from the enemy. With the distance, there will be greater flexibility and mobility. Do you have a pig brain? The lady officer, Do you know why their attacking method appears to be like a wave? The female officer continued to be dumbstruck. Idiot. You don't even know this, and want to eat pig trotters? You should gnaw off your own legs. That is to increase the area of attack, understand? Female officer. Do you know why? Female officer.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 693, The Approaching Storm. Chapter 693, The Approaching Storm. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Are you okay? Tang Tian looked at Sima Xiao and asked. Sima Xiao's entire body was trembling, his complexion was a faint blue. The blue sea was a sea of energy, formed by countless energy.
Tang Tian and the Null Division had 0 energy bodies, and were not affected, but Sima Xiao was having difficulties.
The blue sea of energy was continuously trying to penetrate into his body. If not for Magatama protecting his body, the blue energy would have corroded his entire body and left nothing behind.
This blue energy that was never encountered or seen before was extremely strange, producing an unspeakable coldness with a powerful corrosive nature. The vast and boundless sea of energy caused people to be in despair. There were a few times that Sima Xiao had the impulse to transform himself into a 0 energy body as well. But every time that happened, his eyes would land on the Magatama who was beside him. Her delicate and beautiful complexion that did not have any blemishes, her jade-like eyes sparkled like gems and hoard lips as flowy as water. Her pitch-black hair drooped over her shoulders that was covered with an elegant and relaxed rainbow-colored robes, also hiding her beautiful figure. Her snow-white slender legs were like perfect piece of art, and one of her ankle had a red string tied around it as she walked around barefoot. When Sima Xiao had entered Scorpio constellation, he did not give up on the clan union, but instead swallowed in the entire clan union. The unique spirit general's assimilation technique made by the clan union was also inherited, and under Sima Xiao's energetic support, it grew. She was the most perfect being as of the moment. When Sima Xiao first saw her, without hesitation, he placed the Scorpio constellation's treasure, Scorpio Magatama, into her body. Her name was changed to Magatama. Magatama floated beside Sima Xiao, a gentle jade-colored light aura enveloping him. When the jade light entered Sima Xiao's body, the end. NBSP, Blue On and NB. SP, his face would fade slightly, and he would regain the blood color. With the constant protection of Magatama, periodically she still had to help Sima Xiao remove the blue energy from his body. I'm fine. Sima Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, feeling the warmth and comfort in his body once again. He spoke with emotion. Lucky for my family, Xiaoyu, but... Tian, Xiaoyu is Magatama's nickname. Magatama in Chinese is Goyu. Magatama smiled gently. Her beauty was something that could never be replicated. Tang Tian looked at him in disdain. Relying on Xiaoyu like that, you have no backbone. A man must be strong and have his own backbone, and have an indomitable spirit. Sima Xiao's face was one of bless. Are you jealous? Living off a woman is not something that anyone can do. It requires talent, requires patience. It is a super great spirit technique. Do you know that? I have Qian Hui. Tang Tian said unconvincingly. I also have a super great spirit technique. Shangguan Qian Hui ha. Sima Xiao touched his chin. She is quite fearsome, but compared to Xiaoyu, she is still lacking a butt. Bullshit. Tang Tian was enraged. Qian Hui is lacking compared to Xiaoyu? You want to fight me? The people behind could not help but reveal helpless expressions. Everyone was used to crazy Tang's childishness, but Sima Xiao was the Scorpio King, an unfathomable, crafty, shrewd, and treacherous man. To act so stupidly with Tang Tian, did he not find it humiliating? Or could he be feigning it? Everyone listened to the two drown in talk for the entire road, and had enough of it. How many days have we been traveling? Zhong Libai asked. He had a cautious expression and did not dare relax. Upon entering the Blue Sea, he and Niechio met the same problem with Sima Xiao, but Sima Xiao had Magatama's protection and they did not. They only lasted for half a day before almost collapsing. But the two of them were highly intelligent and outstanding military generals, and knew how to take advantage of the power of the army. The two of them found a way to use the army to disperse the energy corrosion, but this required an outstanding control aura used by military generals. 21 days. Niechio replied. As a blind person, he was even more accurate with the grasp of time, and was not influenced by the world around him. Zhong Libai frowned. 21 days was a long time for traveling, but on the fortunate side, they had not encountered anything. There were no blue dwarves or Empyrean ice tree spears. The vast blue sea was monotonous and boring. Just then, Tang Tian slightly made out an S sound. What happened? Sima Xiao, who was already revealing unhappiness, secretly became tense, seeing Tang Tian suddenly exclaiming out. A bad premonition bore in his mind. Sextan I seems to have a bit of problem, the direction seems wrong. Tang Tian looked at the blue sea ahead, his expression gloomy. The direction seems wrong. Sima Xiao was frightened. In such a vast and god-forsaken land, if the direction was wrong, it was the same as death. He swallowed saliva. You guys didn't come by here the last time? Where did Sextans I bring you guys the last time? The last time? Tang Tian thought for a bit. The last time, we encountered a storm, and we were flung all the way toward Grass Beach. Everyone looked at each other. Just at that moment, a sudden slight tremble came out from an extremely far location. Tang Tian was the first to sense it and exclaimed out again. The second was Magatama. Her beautiful pupils suddenly looked in the direction, and her face became slightly anxious. The sudden burst that made them all palpitate came extremely quickly, and at the start, what they saw was a thin line of blue. But in the blink of an eye, the blue line became as thick as an arm, the rumbling continued, and the blue sea around it seemed to churn. The buzzing sound enveloped everyone, causing all of their faces to change.
Rumble, rumble. When the trembling engulfed them, everyone then felt its terrifying might.
Magatama reacted the fastest. In the blink of an eye, her small body had pounced onto Sima Zhao's back. She was like a boneless snake, coiling around Sima Zhao's body, her exquisite face buried into Sima Zhao's chest, and the jade light suddenly exploded, enveloping the two of them. Niechou's reaction was barely slighter than Zhong Li Bai. He was much more sensitive to fluctuation in energy as he was blind. His face changed, and although he was surprised, he was not panicking, and shouted, "Prepare for defense."
The Null Division soldiers awoke from their daydream. With the shocked expressions, they immediately formed a defense formation. Zhong Li Bai also reacted and immediately commanded his unit as well. Everyone was prepared well, facing the surging wave that could topple mountains. In front of this heavenly might, an individual's strength was minuscule and insignificant. Regardless if it was Sima Zhao and Magatama or the Null Division that had formed their defense, they were all branches swaying with the wind. From the explosive rumblings, they heard Tang Tian's excited voice, the storm is here, we are going." This idiot. Sima Zhao wanted to scold out loud. But it was a pity that he could not do so in time. As a mighty force struck him from the back, he spat out blood and his eyes went black, losing consciousness. Right before he lost consciousness, he only had one thought. "Do you think that the storm is your carriage?" After an unknown period of time, Tang Tian opened his eyes in a daze, feeling pain in his head. After a short while, he gained his focal length. What entered his vision was a dusky and damp ceiling, with fungi and bacteria growing in the corners of the ceiling. The air had a damp stink odor. This doesn't seem like Red Grass Beach. Why isn't this the Red Grass Beach? Tang Tian stared at the ceiling for half a minute before reacting. Last time everyone was sent to the Red Grass Beach though. He struggled to stand up, and suddenly felt that his entire body was tied down. His hands, legs, neck, had light needles piercing in them. His entire body felt weak, and he could not summon any strength. The light needles were extremely strange, causing him to have no strength. Not only that, he could not even summon any devil flame. I have become a prisoner. Tang Tian was stunned for a while before reacting. Why am I a prisoner? He suddenly trembled. He thought of Bing Ning and the rest. Not good. He became tensed as he struggled to stand up. Plop. As he was halfway to a stand, he fell back to the ground. Ha ha ha, look at him. Even the prisoner needles cannot completely hold him down. Such a good quality body. Hell, looks as though his body is made of steel, and can definitely be sold for a lot of money. I wonder which noble lady would want him and buy him. Hee. If we get him to the top, he will be worth a lot. I heard that this time, there is an ice beauty, and over 10 people were fighting over her. Even Wang Mazi was refused. He must definitely want them for himself. I never expected Miss Delin to appear. It's a pity you didn't get to see Wang Mazi's expression. Ha, who asked him to owe Miss Delin so much favors? Debts will always be repaid quickly. Tang Tian was startled, but very quickly he realized that they were talking about Han Bing Ning. His blood started to boil to his head. Tang Tian started to struggle on the ground. Yeah, why are you getting so agitated? Could it be that you know the beauty? A man with a round face entered Tang Tian's vision, allowing him to see clearly the captors. He was dressed raggedly, his expression was sinister with 2 fierce bright eyes. He was obviously not a good person. Tang Tian wanted to speak, but realized that his throat could not make out any sound. Another person laughed and walked to Tang Tian and sized him up again, before saying, "Such a good body. Hey, what do you think about selling him to the Shui family?" Shui family? His companion was startled. You mean? Don't you think he fits the Shui family very well? True. The Shui family has always been generous. If we can satisfy them, we will definitely be rich. We can definitely sell it higher than to our superiors. Go, we are going to the Shui family now. The two of them immediately picked Tang Tian up and walked out. Tang Tian tried to struggle, but realized he did not even have an ounce of strength. Tang Tian was thrown into a cart, and the remaining strength that he had was exhausted, causing his face to become a strange red, feeling extremely faint, his consciousness becoming a blur. The round-faced man stood guard by his side, looking around carefully. Tang Tian had never felt so powerless and helpless before. He felt as if the world spinning around him, and his consciousness became extremely blurry. All of you better be safe. I need to save everybody. As he started to faint, Tang Tian could faintly hear people talking. He seems to be having a fever. Damn it, to have a fever now, such timing. What do we do? What do we do? We are already here, we have to try it. If it can't work out, then we will think of something. Such bad luck. Shut up, you better not speak later.
Tang Tian only felt the voice becoming more and more distant, his consciousness was quickly leaving him, and something seemed to be burning in his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 694, Sin Domain. Chapter 694, Sin Domain. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian opened his eyes once again and realized that he was lying on a bed.
The bed was made of stone, the bedding was simple but extremely clean. Tang Tian became slightly dazed, as though he had returned to the time when he was
in Star Wind City.
The many years of training and fighting, the young man's simpleness had become more solid through the grindings. He was dazed for that moment, before thinking about the rest and seated himself up.
Where am I? Where are the rest? Don't worry about your companion.
An old lady's voice caused Tang Tian to be startled, his face changed.
He was completely unable to sense the person.
Tang Tian calmed down, his rich experience told him that if the other party had any hostility towards him, they would not have made any sound. An old lady dressed in brown sat at a chair not far from him, she held a cane on one hand, and used her other hand to pour tea, and then slowly drank the tea. Beside her, a young lady dressed in green stood straight, playing with her ponytail, her black clear eyes looked at Tang Tian curiously.
Who are you guys? What is this place? Where are my companions? Tang Tian asked without relaxing.
Upon remembering that everyone's whereabouts were unknown, he became anxious, but he had to suppress the impatience in his heart as he knew it was of no help. His rationality prevailed over his emotions, which was something rarely seen in him.
This is the Shui family of Purple Cuckoo City, and I am the matriarch.
The old lady had a kind appearance, she placed the cup down, and with a look of admiration. You're still stuck with the thoughts of your companions even when unconscious, you are a good young man that attaches importance in comradeship.
Don't worry.
Though your companions will suffer slightly, but they are out of danger. In the Sin domain, no one will waste manpower.
Tang Tian did not understand and asked, why eat it?
The old lady said indifferently, in the Sin domain, manpower is the most valuable resource.
Sin domain?
In this short conversation, Tang Tian had already heard the name twice, but he had never heard of such a place. He did not concern himself much over this matter.
And immediately asked, can I ask if you know where my companions are? I don't really know.
The old lady shook her head. This time, Purple Cuckoo City picked up 300 people, which were all swept clean by the other families. Who knew that there were two that escaped the net? You're one, and the other was a young lady. She was bought by Little Delin, while I bought you.
Tang Tian's face turned pale white as he muttered, only 300 people.
Seeing his unhappy expression, the old lady immediately knew that he had more than 300 companions, and said, if you have more companions, they were
definitely swept into the other cities. Every year, the Blue Sea will produce a sin tide, and many blue dwarves will rush up every year, the various families will go to and pick up these blue dwarves. Why pick them up? Tang Tian asked. For labor.
The old lady replied indifferently, the Sin domain is extremely lacking in laborers, so you do not need to worry, they are definitely safe. From danger, if they are not obedient, at most they will have to do even more tough work.
I need to go and look for them. Tang Tian stood up without hesitation.
The old lady did not even open her eyes. Such affection is good, but you should not have such audacious thoughts. You were bought by the Shui family. And you are now a servant of the Shui family.
Doing your job well is your duty now. Servant? Tang Tian was startled. I spent $200,000 on you.
The old lady said, if you can take out $200,000 to buy yourself off, you are free to walk.
$200,000 servant.
Tang Tian was dumbstruck, but in the next moment, his eyes became clear again, he shook his head with determination, I am sorry, I have no money. I will definitely return you your $200,000, but for now, I need to save my companions.
Tang Tian decided to leave.
The old lady's voice came out from behind, you can't go. In the Sin domain, any slave that escapes are treated as capital offenses. Servants who secretly plot to escape are also treated as such. No matter how powerful and capable you are, you cannot go against the entire Sin domain.
Once your matters are exposed,
you will not even be in time to save them, they will be sentenced to death.
Tang Tian turned around and stared at her in anger, your impulsiveness will only harm them.
The old lady remained expressionless, as long as you step out of the Shui family, you will be seen as an escaped slave. and will be exposed through the Sin Domain wanted list.
If anything happens to the Shui family, the Sin Domain will re-examine whether or not the batch of servants
that came together are safe. At that time, your companions will not only be doing tough work.
Tang Tian's face flushed red, his fists were clenched so tightly that they started to crack, he was completely infuriated.
The old lady remained emotionless. I admire your comradeship. As long as you do your work well, I will help you obtain some information on the whereabouts of
your companions.
The Sin Domain is not too big and not too small, and my Shui family can obtain information much easier than you can.
This old one promises you.
If you are able to achieve good work for the Shui family, I will set you free.
If your contributions are huge enough, I can even buy the freedom of your companions.
Although my Shui family is not some big aristocratic family in the Sin Domain, everyone will give me some face, but...
Tang Tian clenched his fists tightly. After a moment, he raised his head and said, "What do you want me to do?"
The old lady smiled. This old one will arrange that for you. Take a rest first.
The two of them left Tang Tian's residence and returned to the inner courtyard. The young lady in green was impressed. Madame is truly powerful, to subdue him in a few sentences.
But Mingzhu was so afraid when Madame removed the needles from his body. Mingzhu was afraid he would start hurting people the moment he woke up. He kept on asking for his comrades even when he had lost consciousness. He cannot be so bad to that extent. The old lady said with heartfelt words. You must bear this in mind. People who attach importance in profit can be bought with money. People who attach importance in comradeship can be restricted
with affections. He might not be extremely willing, but as a person of responsibility, he will naturally not be so reckless. If you want people to work for you, you cannot just employ them forcefully, you must know what he wants. Mingzhu respectfully said. Mingzhu will remember.
The old lady suddenly asked, did you find out about the harvest of the various families? As of the moment, I do not know much, but there have a bit of information about the other cities, that this batch of people is more than 1,000.
Mingzhu immediately reported. More than 1,000.
The old lady's face became gloomy as she muttered to herself, it is troubled times, seems like the Sin Domain will not be peaceful.
Madam, are you saying that there is an issue of where these people came from? Mingzhu's face changed.
In all the recent Sin tides, the ones that come here are blue dwarves, but this time they are humans. It seems that they came from the Blue Sea. The old lady said gloomily, their numbers are too much for people investigating the Blue Sea.
I am afraid they are trying to look for something in the Blue Sea. From what he said just now, these 1,000-odd people are his companions. What do you think about a body filled with a few thousand people? Mingzhu blurted out, an army. That's right, an army.
I think he is not any ordinary soldier as well, if not he would not have such a responsible heart. The old lady laughed. Initially, I saw that he had a strong body and figured that the children that he would produce will have outstanding talents. My Shui family does not have any good men. And all of you little girls are reaching the age to give birth. I also have considered these matters.
If not, why do you think I would spend 200,000 on a male servant?
Mingzhu never thought that that was the plan of the madam. Her face immediately blushed red and did not speak any further. The old lady retracted her smile and sighed. From the looks of it, he is a stubborn man, and cannot be forced. But he has just arrived in the Sin Domain. He is still sharp in the corners. After a while here, those sharp corners will be grinded away. At that time, even all of his great ambition should be exhausted. He would then fully assimilate into the Sin Domain. Maybe I have overthought it, much less an army, even if it were a few armies that came to this wasteland.
What can they do?
Slowly grind away their hopes and dreams.
Mingzhu's expression looked dim. Tang Tian opened his eyes, his complexion extremely ugly.
Not only could he not summon out the null flames, but the cross door that never had any problems before had trouble. The cross door was dim, as though it was almost dark, and no matter how much he tried to connect to it, the dim cross door had no changes. This meant that he had lost all connections.
Damn it!
He punched the stone bed. He forced himself to calm down. He stopped thinking about the effect that the storm had formed, because it was pointless.
Regret and remorse were pointless.
The only thought that he had in his mind was to find everybody else.
What should I do?
The old lady's words might be a reminder or a caution.
But regardless if it is real or fake, I definitely cannot be reckless, as it involves everyone's lives.
I will first find out where we are. Purple Cuckoo City, Sin Domain. I have never heard of such a place, much less what continent I am on. When Tang Tian noticed the environment around him, he immediately noticed something off.
There is no energy in the air.
This was Tang Tian's first time experience a place with no energy. Even the places with the thinnest of energy, for example Lupus Constellation, would have a substantial difference in sensation, as the thin energy was still energy. There was no need to talk about the sacred Saint Galaxy where the air was brimming with
energy. This isn't the sacred Saint Galaxy, Tang Tian realized.
He curiously looked around. The house was extremely simple, a bed with a table and 2 chairs. The bed was made of stone, while the table and chairs were made from an unknown wood, and the work was extremely crude. Tang Tian touched the stone bed, then dug out a few chips of wood from the table. After grinding them with his fingers, he placed his senses on them.
This is definitely not the sacred Saint Galaxy.
Tang Tian became certain there was no energy inside the materials. This was impossible in the sacred Saint Galaxy or Heaven's Road. The energy that was in the air would cause every object in the world to contain some energy. Sand, rocks, water, everything would have energy in them. The only question was how little. I have no connections, I am penniless, I am unfamiliar to this environment, my own strength is disabled, and I know nothing of this place, or what situation the
rest of them are.
Tang Tian had encountered plenty of danger and troubles before, but he had never experienced something as drastic as this. The unprecedented situation did not
discourage Tang Tian, but instead made him even more determined. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. The anxiousness in his heart gradually disappeared. He opened his eyes again, and his eyes were extremely clear. He needed to take the initiative to associate himself and familiarize himself with the Sin domain, and needed to work hard to think of a way to recover his strength. Only from that could he have an opportunity. Upon setting his resolve, Tang Tian no longer hesitated. He went to find the old lady. I've recovered, what do you need me to do?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 695, Enlightenment in the Warehouse. Chapter 695, Enlightenment in the Warehouse. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
There are times that when you have to do things that you are unfamiliar with, and you will unknowingly realize that you're not doing as terrible as you think. Over the next few days, Tang Tian had already obtained plenty of information, for example knowing where the Sin domain was roughly at. It truly was not in the sacred Saint Galaxy. But, what Tang Tian did not expect was that the Sin domain was actually found by the Honorable Martial Continent first. It was said that in the recent years, the Honorable Martial Continent had always been working hard to investigate the Blue World, and Tang Tian guessed that they had to be looking for a pathway into Heaven's Road. They did not find the pathway, but in one of their probings, they accidentally found a unique space. Inside this unique space, there was no existence of energy, and what surprised the Honorable Martial Continent even more was that any energy substance or object that entered this place would disperse at an astonishing rate. Even the Honorable Martial Continent's powerful gold saints could not stay long in this place. If they stayed inside for too long, it would cause a permanent fall in their strength. This extremely dangerous place was then completely sealed. The Honorable Martial Continent did not have any interest in it. The Honorable Martial Continent took over a few hundred years to devour the entire western region, the same time that it took for them to rise. The history of the Honorable Martial Continent's emergence was the history of the fall of many continents in the western region. All the big and small continents were struck by the Honorable Martial Continent's secret plots, wars and annexes. Very quickly, the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Continent found another problem: the captives. All the continent's royal families, influential figures had stuffed the prisons of the Honorable Martial Continent. The Honorable Martial Continent was extremely wary of them, as the fallen royal families and influential figures were filled with trade towards them. If they were forced into exile and accidentally rose from the ashes, there would be trouble. But the Honorable Martial Continent did not dare to kill all of them as well, as there were too many of them in numbers. With their huge population, if they killed all of them, it would incite the other continents in the western region to be more harmonious and fight against the Honorable Martial Continent. A clan elder suddenly realized that the space that had no energy was the perfect natural prison for them. That space was thus termed as Sin Domain, and became the land where all the royal families and influential figures were placed. The Sin Domain's living environment was extremely poor. The people that were banished here had all of the energy in their bodies dissipate in a few months. They were unable to use any forms of energy, and could only rely on their physical strength. By dropping from saint rank back to a weak state, many of these banished people could only last for a few years before dying. Those who had a strong will to live worked hard to survive. They created cities and worked hard to suit the Sin domain, taking root in this exile and gradually reproducing here. The Purple Cuckoo City was built by the Purple Cuckoo family, which were the royal family of the Purple Cuckoo Continent. That year, when the Purple Cuckoo Prince and his other subjects were exiled, they landed on the same place and built the city, and even continued to hold the position of the royal family. After hundreds of years, the current-day Sin domain people were all born here. All the infants born here did not have any energy in their body, and had adapted much better to living in Sin Domain. As the exiled people were all higher-ups of the various continents, they were people who had received an excellent education, and with the natural elimination of people who only knew how to drink and enjoy, the remaining people were filled with determination and the will to live, people brimming with talent. They continued to test and experiment, bringing all of their martial techniques and knowledge to be used in the Sin Domain. The Sin Domain gradually became something that belonged to them. All of this was just ordinary and common knowledge, unable to directly aid Tang Tian in resolving his current situation, but it granted him knowledge of the Sin Domain nonetheless. All of this knowledge allowed him to assimilate and familiarize himself with the Sin Domain. Furthermore, understanding and familiarizing with the battlefield was the first thing any soldier should do.
Tang Tian held many suspicions in his mind, but was also enlightened.
Previously, he realized that the sea of energy in his Gemini furnace was continuously shrinking, but now understood why. The Sin Domain did not have a sun, but still followed the day and night time. In the day, the sky would be a dim blue color. It was said that it was the blue sea. The Sin Domain citizens had said that the Sin Domain was like a big bubble in the blue sea. And because the Sin Domain repelled energy, it could continue to survive in the blue sea of energy. In the night, the sky would have brilliant dazzling lines of light, like auroras. Tang Tian's job was simple, he was to guard the warehouse. The Shui family engaged in the weaving business. When the ancestors of the Shui family came in, they had many cloud silkworm seeds in their clothes. The energy inside the cloud silkworm seeds quickly depleted, and the silkworms that came out were completely different from the original intended silkworms. And after 3 generations of grooming of the Shui family, these cloud silkworms transformed into the golden steel silkworms, which was a completely different species. The Sin Domain was sparse in vegetation, but had numerous ores. The golden steel silkworms evolved to be able to swallow ores. The golden steel silkworms that swallowed ores could spit out extremely fine golden steel threads. These golden steel threads were not golden steel rocks, their internal diameter were hollow, had a soft texture, and was as light as feather yet extremely tough and durable to the point which swords and blades had difficulty cutting it. Using this niche for their business, the Shui family was able to sustain themselves. The manufacturing of golden steel threads was extremely complicated and had many processes, thus its costly price. The warehouse which contained the golden steel threads became the haven for bandits and thieves, and they frequently lost stock. From the start, the Shui family had more females than males, and 20 years ago, the situation became even more extreme. Everyone started to give birth to females, and from then on, this strange reality became the Shui family's lineage, a line without males. And for some unknown reason, the females of the Shui family, without exception, were extremely weak. The Shui family had to spend a lot of their wealth to hire protection. But wealth moved people's heart, and theft often occurred. There were many times that the protection even bullied the main family, colluding with outsiders and planned events to steal the golden steel threads. There was once where they were arrested on the spot, but the protection made bogus accusations. If not for the Shui family and the Purple Cuckoo family having a friendly relationship, their estate would have been given away. Despite having repeated theft, the Shui family kept quiet and did not reveal anything. So Tang Tian's first task was to guard the warehouse. To other people, it was an extremely difficult mission, but to Tang Tian, it was exactly what he wanted. Ever since he knew that the Sin Domain was able to repel energy, a brazen idea lingered in his mind. Isn't this the best place to train zero-energy bodies? He had suffered greatly from a loss in strength, and if he did not recover, even if he had information on everyone else, he could only watch on helplessly. He knew that he was not a person that could plot and plan, he could only take things head-on. Since he had to take things head-on, he required strength. Without tyrannical strength, he would just lose. Although old Lady Shui made many promises, but how could Tang Tian entrust the lives of his companions to another person? He had thought through the warnings from the old lady. Her words were true for the most part, viewed if it truly reached a bad situation, he had no other choice but to search for them house by house. Whoever doesn't hand my companions over will be trampled on. Tang Tian swore in his heart. After clarifying his idea, Tang Tian settled himself. Regardless of anything, I need to recover my strength, so there or not there is information, or if I need to save everyone, at least I can do something about it. The night turned quiet. In the corner of the warehouse, Tang Tian started to train in fundamental martial techniques, a warm-up that he was consistent with. Upon punching, Tang Tian felt a strange emotion. In that moment, he had returned to Andrew Academy, returning to the mountain top where he trained in fundamental martial techniques for months. That familiar unfamiliarity enveloped him. In the past, his fundamental martial techniques had support from true power. After that he had the power of blood meridians, which then led to devil flame and had long last transformed into the null flames. But at the moment, all of the power in his body had disappeared, and he was purely using physical strength. It was a completely different feeling. All of those movements that he had performed countless amounts of times had always been extremely simple, but at the moment, even the last layer of its brilliance had been torn off.
Tang Tian's movements became slower and slower, perfecting every movement, as though he was partitioning the entire movement into different segments, leaving marks in the air.
There were no sounds of movements, even thundulation in the air had disappeared. One after another, fist after images, leg after images, formed in the air around him, and stayed for a long time. The after images superimposed over each other, but there was no chaos or messiness in his movements. In his immersed state, all of the instinctive movements started to transform, like dried-up branches forming out green sprouts, showing signs of life. The frames of after images around him seemed to have come alive, as though there were many of him punching and kicking.
Tang Tian's movements started to transform, becoming increasingly free and fluid. Like a painter, every stroke was succinct yet not following the same pattern. The patterns of the strokes were hard to predict, the ending positions unfathomable.
To reach the peak of succinctness was not easy, not abandoning variations but instead reaching the peak as well. His movements became clearly expressed, brimming with variations. Tang Tian's eyes grew bright. Inside the pitch-black warehouse, it looked like 2 stars. He seemed to be enlightened with the perfect wisdom, his entire body emitting joy from his innermost heart. Through his actions, there was an incomparable enjoyment. Space, time, power, all of these invisible forms in his eyes were like different colors of paint that were completely different with each other on the same plate, and his movements was the brush that used these paints. In that moment, he finally knew that he had finally found the Tao path that belonged to true powerful martial artists. A Tao path that truly belongs to me, a law that truly belongs to me. Tian, he just upgraded himself in a few hours. What? This was the transformation that he had always dreamt of, finally able to glance upon a strength of an even higher realm. On this point, he was late compared to others, like Jing Hao who had long been enlightened on sword concepts.
Tang Tian relied even more on his domitable body, and his innumerable series of movements to defeat his enemies. In terms of his enlightenment, he was far from others. Until today, inside the warehouse, he broke through it as easy as breaking through paper. He stopped moving, the freeze frames after images around him did not dissipate. He closed his eyes, and recounted the feeling. He had not recovered the null flames, the cross door remained dim, but he felt as if he had rebirth. Just at that moment, Tang Tian felt something. He gradually opened his eyes, like a pitch-black room that suddenly opened its windows, boundless of starlight shot in. One after another of tiny streams of airflow swept past, the freeze frames of after images disappeared like dust. Tang Tian laughed silently. I never expected for anyone to visit on my first night of guard duty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696, Ping Xiaoshan. Chapter 696, Ping Xiaoshan. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Ping Xiaoshan was very careful. The matter of the old lady of the Shui family spending $200,000 on a son-in-law had long spread out. $200,000 was a huge sum of money at any place, and the resolution of old lady Shui was clear as day. The Shui family have had too many females and too few males for far too long, and everyone knew of their hope to turn the situation around. He was secretly envious. All of the ladies in the Shui family were beautiful and had gentle personalities. That guy is truly fortunate. Dropping into such a tender place, Ping Xiaoshan did not believe that anyone could struggle out of it, and would just enjoy the loveliness of the ladies. Old lady Shui's eyesight had high standards. Many people had sought the Shui family for marriage, but they were all rejected by the obstinate old lady. What does that unknown man have to be chosen by that old lady? But those who entered the Shui family would not get out easily. The old lady was extremely afraid of leaking the secrets of the golden steel silkworms, and thus only accepted for males to be married into the family, and thus any man with ambitions would naturally not be willing. Ping Xiaoshan wanted to marry into the family, and was filled with jealousy. His attention went back to the warehouse. He had chosen this specific day as he thought that Shui family were too busy at the moment. Humph, you can have the beauties, I will take the golden steel threads. Ping Xiaoshan was secretly pleased. It was not his first time entering the Shui family warehouse, and thus was familiar with the place. He was cautious by nature, and did not steal much each time. He knew that since he did not have any strong backing behind him, if he were to take too much gold and steel threads, it would attract the attention of others. If they were to investigate, he would not be able to escape. As long as something was amiss, he would rather stay passive and not take any risk. In the darkness, he waited patiently, quietly listening for any movements. The warehouse was pitch black and silent. Ping Xiaoshan did not dare to be reckless as he stealthily crept in. His movements were silent and careful. The Ping family used to be a big family. Their ancestors were all spies and scouts with great merits time and time again, and thus were bestowed a fiefdom for themselves. The Ping family held unique stealth and concealment techniques which were passed down generation to generation. But it was a pity, the elites of the Ping family all died in the battle against the honorable Martial Continent, and there were only 9 people banished to the Xin domain. After 3 generations, only Ping Xiaoshan was left. But the hard work from the 3 generations were not for nothing. The stealth techniques of the Ping family had been through countless revisions. All those techniques that required the use of energy were given up, and what replaced it were techniques requiring the strength and power from the physical bodies. They started to explore the potential of the physical body, and this tradition passed on within the Ping family. The Xin domain had many thousands of families, all of them with their own legacies, but only 1 out of 10 had survived to this day, and all of them disappeared within the Xin domain. But the remaining families that continued to survive were the fortunate survivors of the cruel and gruesome past, and their legacies all suited the Xin domain. Ping Xiaoshan had extreme control over his every movement in his body. Every muscle of his could be as light as feather, every inch of his body obeyed his every thought. His movements were extremely slow, moving with a speed close to a statue. The cavity in his eyes did not then have a flicker of light, as though there was no breath in him. No heartbeat, no warmth, no breath, he was like a lifeless rock, being as still as the surroundings around him. Every movement he made, every muscle in his body moved with extreme minute movements, merging with the movements of the air. If air was a pool of water, Ping Xiaoshan was one with the water, not instigating any external ripple or flow. When his feet touched the ground, the dust on the surface would not even move. Ping Xiaoshan had extreme confidence in his stealth techniques. He had once swept past a famous and powerful martial artist within a distance of only 3 m, and the martial artist did not even sense him. To use his techniques toe steel was truly like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ping Xiaoshan knew the positions of the golden steel threads like the back of his palm. He quickly reached a corner that had a bunch of golden steel threads. In the short distance, he could even smell the unique scent of the golden steel. Golden steel threads were basically scentless to ordinary people, but Ping Xiaoshan had acute and extremely sharp senses. Golden steel threads did have a scent, but it was extremely faint. And this extremely faint scent, regardless of how one tried to remove it, would never go away. Relying on this, he was able to discern between the real and fake products. The seemingly lifeless finger suddenly became extremely alive, quickly opening the bag and retrieving out the minute golden steel threads, then sealed it back, making it look like it had not been touched. When the Shui family took stock, they would not even sense the loss. After obtaining it, Ping Xiaoshan turned without hesitation, ready to leave. Ping Xiaoshan, who had just turned, eyes immediately constricted. An unfamiliar man had unknowingly appeared behind him. Ping Xiaoshan's heart jolted. The other party had appeared behind him without him knowing. Any expert specializing in stealth would definitely be experts in countering stealth and deceit. But he did not even sense the other party, so he knew right then and there, expert. Ping Xiaoshan was an experienced Lone Ranger. In that moment, his hand trembled, and the golden steel threads in his hands shot towards Tang Tian. The soft golden steel threads released shou-shou sounds in the air, followed with explosions in the sky, which was the sparks induced by the friction between the high-speed golden steel threads and the air. Tang Tian was surprised. The opponent's attack was rather powerful. This is a copycat of Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Golden steel threads' concentrated strength were extremely tight-packed and could not dissipate. The accumulated power was able to drill a few inches into steel boards. Right at that moment, Tang Tian's eyes constricted. Amongst the sparks and flames, a golden steel thread had quietly slipped through, not inducing any sparks. This golden steel thread released an extremely faint undulation, concealed within the dazzling flames and sharp sounds. It was like an assassin in the shadows. An extreme sense of danger enveloped Tang Tian. Tang Tian took a deep breath and punched out. This punch looked extremely slow, but a faint buildup of power enveloped the entire warehouse. The air seemed to have congealed to a stop. Tang Tian's fist caused Ping Xiaoshan's face to change completely. He knew for sure that he had encountered an expert. Without any hesitation, he leapt up and like a spirit, he flew out. The chaotic sparks raged in the air, and the seemingly unnoticeable ripple all stopped in time in Tang Tian's eyes, his fist drawing an unusual arc, as though he had gone through countless planning for it, as though he knew his opponent's attack completely. The dancing sparks and the sharp screeching sounds, even the concealed golden steel thread was revealed. The faint ripple was as apparent as a ripple being produced in water. But in front of this punch, they served as the perfect background. It had no light aura, no sound produced, no undulations, no changes. It was a punch that he had trained countless of times, but it had completely captured Ping Xiaoshan's attention. Pa! It was as slight as a bubble rupturing. The sparks in the entire area, the ear-piercing sounds and the undulation from the terrifying thread, disappeared like smoke. The sky full of light disappeared, everything lost focus, only the fist that seemed to have frozen in the air. Ping Xiaoshan that was flying out revealed a shocked look. There was only one thing on his mind, escape. Even though he was completely spooked by the punch, his body was still able to react. Like a fish swimming, a thin ripple resonated out from his body. His body was like a mirror that reflected light. The air around him suddenly became blurry, and his body quickly became faint. One palm suddenly swept across the air through the ripple. Ping Xiaoshan felt his neck tighten, his body that was disappearing was quickly pulled back. Tang Tian felt as though he was pulling on a sandbag as he pulled the figure out. Suddenly, Tang Tian's face changed, he immediately retreated away from Ping Xiaoshan. The afterimage of Ping Xiaoshan suddenly shattered. The shattered illusion rapidly collapsed, forming a tiny vortex, finally becoming a black hole the size of a grain.
Tang Tian looked at the small silent black hole with a shocked expression. He was surprised. Spatial law, that guy actually used a spatial law. He could not believe his own eyes, the crumbling space was extremely dangerous. Tang Tian felt the fear in his mind. Previously, he had taken action without thinking. But now that he knew that the opponent could use spatial laws, he would not risk the danger. The crumbling space would ultimately form a spatial black hole. Spatial black holes were the strongest weapons in spatial laws. With Tang Tian's current strength, if he had even touched a small bit of it, he would definitely die. Tang Tian had not been in such a dangerous situation for a long time, causing all the hair on his body to stand straight. He never thought that the Sin domain would be so dangerous, a small thief would actually be able to use spatial laws. Space, time, life and death were eternal laws of the world, and were the top and most powerful laws. They were the three great laws that formed the base of all worlds, and were the foundation of any world. When the three interweaved with each other, they made up everything, and formed up countless of branches. There was a saying that tens and thousands of laws were birthed from the three great laws. The three great laws were the core of all laws. Although the three great laws were great, but at the same time they were extremely difficult laws to train in, they were not just one law by itself, but three huge law systems. Countless people had pursued them, but there was never anyone that dared to say that they were familiar in all the profound and unfathomable mysteries in any of the laws. That was why Tang Tian was shocked. Spatial black hole, that was definitely a high-level spatial law. For a high-level law to appear on a thief was too inconceivable. Tang Tian then realized that the danger he felt from the golden steel thread was because of the spatial laws imbued into it. Damn it, what kind of monstrous place is this?
Tang Tian, who had just been enlightened on laws, felt as though an ice bucket of water had drenched his entire body. The joyous feeling he had in his mind had completely disappeared. He suddenly realized that his understanding of the Sin domain was extremely pitiful. If laws here are left unchecked, then it will not be easy. Tang Tian felt a pain in his head. In the darkness, Tang Tian's face changed, but he did not know that in his hand, Ping Xiaoshan was also overwhelmed by shock. Ping Xiaoshan felt as though his neck was grabbed by metal pincers. He could not budge an inch, all of his limbs were stretched out wide, his entire body was frozen and did not react to his thoughts, like a frog in a lab. He looked at the ground that was less than half a meter away from his face in shock. Ping Xiaoshan's mind went black.
This guy, who is he? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697, Test. Chapter 697, Test. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Ping Xiaoshan did not speak, even when Tang Tian used the golden steel threads to tie his hands behind his back and around his neck to the point that he looked like a dumpling. The time that both parties exchanged moves was extremely short, but in that bout, he had already suffered a crushing defeat. He knew of the disparity between both parties, and knew that the other party's strength far surpassed his. In front of such an opponent, playing petty tricks would just humiliate himself.
If he wanted to kill me, I would not be alive now.
Of course, from his perspective, the other party did not have a need to tie him up. He himself was unable to escape, but the other party's serious attitude made him choose to remain quiet.
He looks so young.
Ping Xiaoshan was inwardly surprised. He secretly sized Tang Tian up, guessing his background.
Could he be a hidden expert from the Shui family?
I have never heard about him before. That old foggy in the Shui family had been stolen from countless times already inside Purple Cuckoo City. It was not only one family wishing to steal from the Shui family. Such a young yet powerful martial artist, he must be from some great family. Not only does he need Tohavi talent that surpasses others, but he needs a lot of natural resource as well.
Could it be that the Shui family have caught on to something and requested powerful backup from somewhere?
That is the most reasonable guess. The golden steel threads are worth a lot of money. If old Granny Shui uses it as a bargaining chip, there will be many great families willing to help. Although everyone in the Sin domain are all disappointments, but they still have their glorious histories and their well-versed tricks in politics. Such collaborations, compromises, underhand battles are all very frequent. Ping Xiaoshan's mind worked extremely quickly, and first got rid of the Purple Cuckoo City. Although they were not weak, but they were not the strongest family in Sin domain.
Ping Xiaoshan knew of all the powerful martial artists of the Purple Cuckoo family. Then who is and NBS? It?
He uses his fists. The great families in the Sin domain that specializes in fist techniques are the Lai family with the tyrannical fists, the Chile family with their musical fists, and the Mu family with their Mu family fists. Tyrannical fists' laws are extremely forceful and fierce, seeking to only push and never retreat, to either kill or be killed. The Chile family's musical fists walks on the path of music laws and have unfathomable variations. The Mu family fists are the most mysterious. The laws that they use have been speculated, but no one has ever dared to confirm it. Thinking about that extremely simple and unadorned yet heart-palpitating fist, Ping Xiaoshan felt that he was most probably from the Mu family. Regardless of whether it was the tyrannical fists or the musical fists, their laws were extremely obvious, and Tang Tian's fist did not match with them. If the Shui family had found a backing in the Mu family, then no one would dare to lay their hands on the Shui family business. The old lady in the Shui family truly has something up her sleeves. Without anyone knowing, she found her way to the Mu family. Tang Tian did not know that Ping Xiaoshan had thought so far. Both parties had only exchanged in a short bout, but the consumption of stamina was great, and his physical strength was at a low. He clumsily tied Ping Xiaoshan up, then sat down on the floor and gasped for breath. He had just stepped into the realms of laws and knew little about them, so he was even more unfamiliar to confronting laws. If not for his recent enlightenment, adding his sharp senses and extraordinary strun, he would not be able to grab Ping Xiaoshan. The first battle in the Sin domain had left some fear in Tang Tian. In the Sacred Saint Galaxy, warships ruled the space, and with the dense energy, the barrage of attacks that came down like red was a spectacular sight. But in this Sin domain, it was just an inch of difference with regards to laws that were even more dangerous, unpredictable and unfathomable. If caught unprepared, it would lead to death on the spot. Ping Xiaoshan also noticed Tang Tian gasping for breath and perspiring all over, and heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party was strong, but it was a level in which he could deem as acceptable.
"What's your name?"
Tang Tian wiped off his perspiration and asked. In the battle, Tang Tian's laws enveloped the entire warehouse, and did not reveal any sounds. Tang Tian had somewhat comprehended something. If energy was a solid, then laws was like an abstract principle, like an invisible hand. This invisible hand could not only control energy, but could control air, sound, light and darkness, etc. No wonder laws are a higher level of strength, although it isn't as prestigious as spirit techniques, but its variations are unfathomable.
Ping Xiaoshan.
Ping Xiaoshan answered honestly.
"You came to steal the golden steel threads?" Tang Tian asked.
"Yep." Ping Xiaoshan admitted. Tang Tian rubbed his head. He did not know how to continue interrogating him.
Such things were usually left for Bing.
Bing's thoughts were meticulous and crafty. To play tricks and tell lies in front of him was to ask for trouble.
"I cannot not ask anything. If not, wouldn't it seem that I am failing as a guard?" Tang Tian racked his brains and finally thought of something. "What technique did you use to try and escape just now?"
Ping Xiaoshan was startled. "My Ping family's stealth techniques."
"Ping family stealth techniques?" Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief inwardly, and smiled. "Its name isn't that unique, but it can actually use spatial laws. It is very powerful. Can you teach it to me?" Ping Xiaoshan looked at Tang Tian's eager expression, and was speechless. This guy, what is he thinking?
Seeing that Ping Xiaoshan was not speaking, Tang Tian immediately added, "If you are willing to teach me, I will let you go. Of course, you cannot come back and steal the golden steel threads in the future." Ping Xiaoshan looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. He would not lose out by imparting the stealth techniques, although the Ping family stealth techniques were unique, but if the other party was someone from the Mu family, it would not count as well. What made him confused was that, if the other party wanted some secret techniques, he could simply torture and get it out from him. To give such an advantageous condition to him made Ping Xiaoshan skeptical.
Tang Tian patted his chest. "A real man will do what he say." Ping Xiaoshan was quiet for a moment. Really? Really? Seeing that Ping Xiaoshan was interested, Tang Tian became ecstatic and said, "Why would I lie to you?"
Ping Xiaoshan felt the same. The other party did not need to lie to him. "Alright, even if he cheats me, I can't do anything. My life is in his hands." Upon thinking about that, Ping Xiaoshan nodded. "Alright." A few hours later. Tian, this few hours might translate to few hours. The term used in Chinese is an old way of interpreting time, in which one is our current 2 hours, so it is extremely vague. Ping Xiaoshan watched in dumbstruck at the figure that flickered around, disappearing and appearing. In just a few hours, Tang Tian was fluently utilizing the Ping family's stealth techniques. Although there were many flaws, but it merely took a few hours. Ping Xiaoshan remembered when he trained in the stealth techniques when he was young, and suffered a long time before becoming better.
He learned it in just a few hours. Alright, if he is the Mu family disciple, there isn't anything strange. What? Your last name is Tang?
Ping Xiaoshan was stunned. Not last name Mu, he was not from the Mu family.
Yeah.
Tang Tian already had his arms around Ping Xiaoshan's shoulders as though they were extremely familiar with each other. You taught me the stealth techniques, from now on you are my good brother.
If there is anything, just say my name.
Tang Tian suddenly remembered that he was not in the Shan continent or the Ursa Major constellation, and immediately changed his words and said, "And come and find me."
Find you.
Ping Xiaoshan looked blankly at Tang Tian. He felt that the person in front of him seemed to have a problem in his head.
We are enemies, we were just fighting a few hours ago, and I was even, I am still tied up.
Tang Tian followed Ping Xiaoshan's gaze, and noticed that Ping Xiaoshan was still tied up. He immediately laughed. "Oh, I forgot all about it." Ping Xiaoshan looked in shock as Tang Tian untangled the ropes. Tang Tian's excitement made him feel confused. This is not normal. Ping Xiaoshan did not say it out, but he felt extremely uncomfortable.
I can go?
Ping Xiaoshan asked carefully.
Yeah, you can. Tang Tian said as a matter of factly, remember, if you have anything, you can come and find me. Ping Xiaoshan asked with a dazed expression, what's your name? Tang Tian. Tang Tian patted his chest happily. You can also call me the godlike young lad. Godlike young lad.
Ping Xiaoshan's face distorted. He felt extremely confused with everything that had happened.
I guess life is like that, unpredictable and confusing.
But everything was because of this lunatic.
But for some reason, Tang Tian's extremely simple fist surfaced back in his mind.
It seemed to have been ingrained into his mind. He stared at Tang Tian. He was unable to see through him. How could such a crazy lunatic release such a stunning fist? And just by spending a few hours, he was already playing with the Ping family's stealth techniques. Such a talent was beyond astonishing.
A fake. He must definitely be a fake.
Ping Xiaoshan's mind was roused. Tang Tian's brainless actions, after interpreting them, he became serious. This guy must be planning something big. What Ping family stealth techniques? He must be acting. He must definitely have something planned. That's why he did not kill me.
Why won't he kill me? Because he has some treacherous plot athand.
It was as though Ping Xiaoshan had caught onto an invisible net that had quietly enveloped the entire Shui family, causing him to quiver.
Tang Tian's naive and harmless smile had become extremely terrifying in his eyes.
Ping Xiaoshan's expression started to become colder and colder the more he thought, causing him to forget where he was.
And, you're still not going?
Tang Tian noticed Ping Xiaoshan standing there in a daze and felt strange. Ping Xiaoshan jolted. He regained from his senses and immediately replied, I'm just about to. With that, he escaped without hesitation. Tang Tian looked at Ping Xiaoshan's pitiful figure, and could not help but remind him, hey, you're going in the wrong direction.
Ping Xiaoshan. After Ping Xiaoshan left, Tang Tian continued to train.
After the battle, he had been enlightened, afraid that as time passed, he would forget it, so he immersed himself back into practice. In the morning, a group of women rushed over to the warehouse.
Mingzhu Jie, did old granny really say that? Oh my, how is this a good thing? Tian, Jie is older sister. What's bad about it? Didn't old granny investigate already? He is very strong and is a brave and fearless man, maybe you will like him instead. I am afraid he is too vulgar. Our Shui family is still an aristocratic family with position. How can we be so casual? Old granny has gone overboard this time. Mingzhu could no longer hold back and shouted, all of you, shut up. Since when did Thea old granny's decision-making become something you all can comment about? The group of ladies kept quiet obediently, but a few of them revealed looks of unhappiness. Guarding over the warehouse through the night is the most difficult. And furthermore, the warehouse is filled with gold and steel threads. The value of it is known throughout the cities. For him to keep watch over it, it is also a test of his character. Mingzhu looked around. Seeing that the other ladies were looking on thoughtfully, she snorted, how can all of your foresights compare with our old lady? By asking him to keep watch over a few nights, we will be able to see his character. Hearing that, the ladies nodded their heads. Once we go and take a look, won't we know everything? Mingzhu said. Just nice. They arrived before the door of the warehouse. Mingzhu pushed open the door and lit up the interior with sunlight. The warehouse was in a mess. Gold and steel threads were laid all over. A figure slept extremely soundly, his snories as loud as thunder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 698, Handing Over the Threads. Chapter 698, Handing Over the Threads. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Mingzhu's face turned green. The old granny was already old, and the majority of the matters were being handled by her. It was a norm for her to handle the reward and punishments, especially with seeing people skiving. Upon witnessing the messy warehouse and Tang Tian who was sleeping extremely soundly, a rage built up in her heart, along with hate towards him.
This time, the old lady's eyes were wrong, she secretly thought. The other sisters were all shocked. The Shui family used to be a huge family, and had passed down countless strict rules. The ladies had long been influenced by these rules, with them deeply marked in their hearts.
How could they ever stand such a scene?
Even all the protection hired would never behave like that.
Tang Tian was sprawled on the ground, facing upwards with saliva drooling down from the corner of his mouth, the thunderous snore coming rhythmically from his nose.
Xiao Yao, pack up the warehouse, Ming Zhu said coldly. A pretty and nimble young lady walked forward and started cleaning up the golden steel threads around the warehouse.
After the initial shock, the rest quickly recovered, their eyes brimmed with disdain as they looked at Tang Tian.
The Xin domain was filled with royal and great families that were banished. All of them were families with strict rules. Even the families that stemmed from military successes had been through generations of nurturing, and naturally knew of etiquette. In the Xin domain, even the lowest and dirtiest jobs also treated etiquette very heavily. Although they had all fallen, they still had their big and prestigious past. It was the first time they had met with such a disdainful person. Tang Tian slept very soundly. He had been practicing laws. Although the fight between him and Ping Shaoshan was extremely short, it had completely exhausted his physical strength. The training after that lasted for another few hours, and being afraid of forgetting on the second day, he passionately trained for the entire night. At end. NBSP, that time, he forced himself to endure, and only after all the enlightenment had been deeply ingrained in his mind, did he stop. The tensed feeling he had in his heart finally stopped. Tang Tian, who had held on all the way, finally let the fatigue wash all over him. The moment he let it seep in, he slept extremely sweetly. He did not even sense Ming Zhu and the rest coming in.
There is none lacking.
After packing and cleaning it all up, Xiao Yao was surprised. She turned to look at Tang Tian.
There really isn't any missing? Someone asked. There are so many golden steel threads, it must be him who did this. If there aren't any missing, why did he tear them out? Xiao Yao did not refute, but said, I did the counting previously. Whoever doesn't believe me can come and check yourself. The rest looked at each other, but no one said a word. Xiao Yao was a fine and careful person. She never made a mistake when taking inventory. Ming Zhu's expression became much better. The thieves that she hated the most did not appear, and caused her thoughts on Tang Tian to be much better. Although he was disdainful, but he was not a thief. Although she did not understand why there were so many golden steel threads on the ground, but there was not one missing, that meant no theft had occurred. Addition. Ming Zhu snorted, let's go. We're not going to wake him up? Xiao Yao asked. If he wants to sleep, then we will let him sleep. Ming Zhu said coldly. Everyone kept their thoughts to themselves. They were familiar with Ming Zhu's temper, and knew that she was truly angry. If Ming Zhu was not willing, even the old lady could not force her. Since young, Ming Zhu was groomed by the old lady as a successor. If nothing came up, the future Shui family would be in Ming Zhu's hands. Thinking about how they would never marry such a disdainful man, everyone exhaled at the same time. The old lady hoped to find a strong son-in-law to marry into the Shui family, to give birth to more children and form the foundation of the Shui family. The living environment in the Xin domain was extremely terrible, and the most important criteria to survive was the body. If their physiques were not good enough, the baby would have difficulty surviving. Furthermore, the Xin domain did not have energy, and they only relied on the strength from their flesh and blood. Regardless of what secret technique it was, it began by tempering the physical body. The body was the foundation of everything. For their recent years, the Shui family was lacking greatly in this department, and as time passed, they fell greater and greater in danger. If there were no powerful martial artists appearing in their next generation, they would have difficulty protecting their wealth and estate. If not for the protection from the Purple Cuckoo family for the past few years, the Shui family would have long been swept clean. Ming Zhu bit her lips. She had been managing the Shui family for so long, and she knew the plight that the Shui family was currently in, and any slight mistake would lead them to no hope of reprieve. The Shui family could not obtain any true allies, and having all females with not much abilities to protect themselves, to any powerhouse, it was an irresistible attraction. If they were to be married into the tyrant great families, the Shui family's secret technique to groom golden steel silkworms would be handed over, and in the blink of an eye, the Shui family would be devoured with no remnants left. But, upon thinking about the fact that she would have to marry such a spiteful and lazy person, Ming Zhu felt extremely terrible. Even if he had a position or name, Ming Zhu still found it hard to accept. Seeing that Ming Zhu did not look right, Xiao Yao spoke softly, Ming Zhu Jie, today is the day we hand over the threads. Ming Zhu regained her senses and at once, her complexion becoming even uglier. Xiao Yao immediately knew she said the wrong words. Is Miss Ming Zhu here? A clear voice came out. A look of complication flashed past Ming Zhu's eyes. She calmed herself down and recovered her calm appearance and headed towards the yard. A handsome man with his hands behind his back walked leisurely into the yard, appreciating the flowers and plants. Young Master Qin. Ming Zhu called out gently, and bowed. Miss Ming Zhu.
Young Master Tian returned the bow, his face revealed a smile as bright as the sun, causing Ming Zhu to be dazed. She patted the fringe on her hair, covering up her mistake. Young Master can just summon people to come down to obtain the threads, why come personally? Everyone is very busy, and just right I am free. Furthermore, I wanted to see Miss Ming Zhu, thus this is a pleasant task for me. Qin Zishan's eyes lit with passion. His clear voice not only made others feel that he was not frivolous, but instead honest and filled with self-confidence. Xiao Yao sighed inwardly at the side. Everyone knew that young Master Qin admired Ming Zhu. Even the old lady kept quiet about this matter, feigning ignorance.
The Qin family was the Purple Cuckoo family, and were the masters of the city. The Purple Cuckoo family took care of the Shui family, and if Qin Zishan asked for her head, it would be difficult for the old granny to reject him, but the main decision still laid with Ming Zhu. But she did not initiate any response towards young Master Qin's advances. She had been groomed as the next successor from a young age, and was used to thinking for the Shui family's best benefits. If she truly agreed to him, then other than being merged into the Qin family, there was no other path left for the Shui family. Ming Zhu avoided Qin Zishan's passionate gaze, and said, "Everything is ready, young master, please." Shui family's golden steel threads were not just sold to anyone, and one of their buyers was the Purple Cuckoo family. Not only could the golden steel threads weave clothes and light armor, it could also make extremely fine bowstrings. The Purple Cuckoo family bought the golden steel threads to make strong bows. Xiao Yao's face changed, she was not able to stop them, and Ming Zhu had already brought young Master Qin towards the warehouse. "I heard that your family is buying a son-in-law?" Qin Zishan laughed. "I wonder if I can meet him in person?"
Ming Zhu's face changed, she suddenly realized that Tang Tian was still sleeping in the warehouse. Oh my god, he was so infuriated with Tang Tian I became muddle-headed, to actually make such a grave mistake. I could just call for someone to grab the threads from the warehouse. Ming Zhu could not imagine what would happen if Tang Tian and young Master Qin were to meet. Ming Zhu forced a smile. "I never thought that the news would spread to outside, it truly astounds me. He is just a servant." The old lady saw him as a pitiful boy, and felt that since our family had so much to do but are just a group of ladies, so we needed someone to do the manual labor. "So it's like that, what I heard were just rumors, it is my bad." Qin Zishan apologized to Ming Zhu. Ming Zhu forced the smile even further. "Young master, you are too polite, you regard me too much as an outsider already." The group had already walked to the front of the warehouse, where Ming Zhu stopped abruptly. "What do I do? What do I do?" Qin Zishan waited for a moment, seeing that Ming Zhu had not pushed open the door, he was confused. "Miss Ming Zhu?" Ming Zhu, who was extremely confused, jumped in shock. She subconsciously pushed the door, causing it to rumble open. The scene of Tang Tian sleeping with his thunderous snores appeared again. Xiao Yao could not help but facepalm herself, she could no longer watch it, it was too embarrassing. Young Master Qin was startled, he was speechless for a moment. "Your servant is sleeping really well." Ming Zhu regained her composure and replied, "He has guarded over the warehouse for a few consecutive nights, and is too tired. Let us be quiet, lest we wake him up." Young Master Qin nodded in praise. Miss Ming Zhu empathizes with others and is kind-hearted. Zishan is full of respect for you. He turned and told his subordinates, "All of you, move lightly." Previously, he had heard that the old Granny Shui had bought a son-in-law and wanted to take a look at him. Seeing Tang Tian's current image, the heavyweight in his heart disappeared. He believed that Ming Zhu would not be blinto like such a disdainful person. Confirming that the other party did not pose a threat to him at all, he became calm, and naturally did not harbor any jealousy. He could not even be bothered to be petty and lose his dignity.
Tang Tian was dreaming.
He dreamt that the Honorable Martial Group was invading the Ursa Major constellation. The Shang continent was covered with flames of war and battles surged crazily. He dreamt that Qianhui was in danger, that Bing was bringing along everyone else and fighting to the death, dreaming that Tang Chou was prepared to die for his city, that Ling Su no longer woke up, that Crane was severely injured. He dreamt that Jing Hao was stabbed with countless swords, that the Lupus people were falling one after another, the waves after waves of enemies surging in. Dreamt that Ursa Major constellation was put to the torch, the flames reaching high up in the sky. Unfathomable pain and rage enveloped his entire body, causing him to tremble from head to toe and bellowing with his face up towards the sky.
Tang Tian suddenly woke up, and realized that he was seated down. Who? He was perspiring all over as he stared intently at the walls, gasping for breath. So it was a dream. It was so terrifying. Tang Tian's sudden movement scared everyone. Ming Zhu frowned and asked with displeasure, "Xiao Tang, what's wrong?"
Tang Tian did not hear her, he stared straight at the wall. Fortunately it was just a dream. No matter what, I will never let that happen.
"Miss is asking you a question."
The servant beside Ming Zhu could no longer continue watching, she screamed loudly at Tang Tian as she had never seen such an undisciplined person. Tang Tian did not speak about his emotions, he stood up, without looking at them, without saying a word, he walked out of the warehouse with a black face. Everyone looked at each other, it was extremely weird. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.